What have you made of Sam Ehlinger so far? I'm not sure you've asked you about him since he's really been out.
Really positive. He made a throw today. He's extremely athletic. He's comfortable throwing on the run. There's a little moxie to him. Sometimes it can be a little big for guys, but with him, not at all. Like, you feel like a guy that has played well before and his confidence and, carries himself that way. He's very good off the pocket, very good off schedule. He's strong. I like the player a lot.
You mentioned trying to, quarterback development and quarterbacks as a currency.
Sure.
What did you like about him? Same things.
Well, there's winning traits. There's football IQ. You're still evaluating the keys. Arm strength, location. I like the foot athlete that he is, and his pedigree.
What's up, Mile High City? How you doing? Welcome to Wednesday, August the 6th. And this is Brett Kane in the morning. Without Brett. Brett's gone. Matter of fact, Nelson, remind me next segment we'll do that thing where we'll try to convince people that Brett has died. And that's why he's not currently on the show right now.
How's that for a radio tease?
Matter of fact, go ahead and find the song Gone Too Soon by Michael Jackson. We'll play that coming back in the next segment and see how many people we convince that Brett is dead instead of playing golf randomly in Nebraska. I have no idea. Either way, welcome. This is our first time here in the studio in a while, as the Broncos will be practicing this morning and then flying to San Francisco this evening. They'll have a joint practice with the Niners tomorrow, and then they will play the Niners in their very first preseason game Saturday night there in Santa Clara. Your training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So, listen, obviously a lot of NFL news. There's a little bit of NBA news because we have both the NHL and the NBA coming up here in just a month and a half. So we got a couple of leagues that are getting ready to get going. But I can't believe we're 4 days away, 4 days away from a Broncos football game. It's absolutely insane to me. So we've already mentioned that the Broncos camp so far has been kind of boring, and it's kind of what you want. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have a lot of position battles. You don't have a lot of beef. You don't have a lot of shenanigans. You just have a lot of dudes doing what they do. But did you hear? DMac was losing his mind yesterday. Losing his mind. And you know what he was losing his mind over? Bo Nix. Because listen, the Broncos have yet to play a preseason game. This is just the second week of camp. You know what I mean? I mean, they only have basically one more week after this to go in camp. But DMac was trying to. He was like, I don't like the way Bo is looking. I don't like the reports I'm hearing on Bo early in his. But more than that, it seemed that DMac was upset with Sean Payton for the type of pressure he is putting on Bo this season. He's basically just crowned Bo Nix already. Like, this guy is going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Watch him cook. And, I mean, listen, it's Payton doing the trash talking. It's not like Bo Nix is getting up there being like, yeah, I'm going to be one of the best quarterbacks in this league. I'm going to rip this place up. Watch me cook. Watch me work. Because, that's not Bo. That's not, you know what I mean? Bo is one of those, like, keep my head. Like, Bo's just grinding. He's just grinding away. It's Sean putting this but once again, is it pressure when Sean Payton says, I think this team can win the Super Bowl? Is it pressure when Sean Payton says, I think Bo Nix can be one of the best QBs in this league? Because, I mean, isn't that what Bo Nix was expecting to be? I mean, he's not sitting around going, well, I thought I was just going to be an average quarterback until Sean Payton came out and told the media that I was going to be great. You know what I mean? That's not the way Bo Nix thinks. But, yeah, our man DMac was kind of freaking out about that yesterday, but it almost feels like he was also freaking out because there was nothing to freak out about, if that makes any sense at all. You know what I mean? Like, there's no news should be good news. And instead, there are some people who are turning that into a negative. Like, if it's boring, it means that Bo's not popping in practice. He's not popping. He's not doing whatever that is that you need to do. But once again, and we've been doing it for years, the commentary when it comes to quarterbacks in training camps is crazy. It is crazy. Listen, the NFL is the most popular sport in this country. The position of quarterback is the most popular position in the sport of football, right? I bet you more kids want to grow up and be the quarterback of the Denver Broncos than want to be anything else, right, in sports. You don't have a whole lot of kids wishing they'd grow up and be a punter, right? They all want to be a quarterback, something like that. So, I mean, you're going to get that kind of focus and pressure when we're talking about something like that. But I only bring it up because Caleb Williams is getting buried right now for what he's doing in camp. They are coming for Caleb Williams in camp, and it's just camp. It's just camp, man. They haven't even played. They're coming. Who was yesterday? Colin Cowherd and Diana Rossini went at J.J. McCarthy. They were saying J.J. McCarthy. They're trying to hide. They're lying to us. They're trying to hide how bad J.J. is. The Vikings are building everything to make J.J. look good. And I'm like, yes. What, aren't you supposed to make your quarterback, like, aren't you supposed to build your playbook around your play caller? Like, isn't that the whole idea about this thing? And instead, they're just like they're just hammering JJ. Like, I don't know if he's got it. I don't know if this is going to be a terrible rookie season. And it's like, man, I know we need something to talk about before the NFL season actually gets going. But the way people are talking about these quarterbacks in camp is crazy. Unless I'm crazy.
Berta, that blows my mind, too, where people go, oh, Bo Nix is just a system quarterback. Sean Payton just built the offense to prop him up. I'm like, so you're telling me the coach crafted his offense to try and support his quarterback?
Yeah, that's
wow,
what I was...
what a jackass.
That's what I was thinking, too. I was like, okay. Like, yeah, that's exactly the game plan that every team should have. And we want to make our quarterback look good.
I know.
What's the other game plan? Make our quarterback look bad? Or like try to trick our own quarterback? Let's throw in some plays that he has never seen before or never called. No, what kind of craziness is that, Cowherd?
And can I ask you a no-dumb question? I know that's usually what we do at 1:45 with PhD, and it's currently 6:08 a.m., but I have a no-dumb question, and that is, when you're watching these quarterbacks in training camp and sometimes they make a really, really dumb mistake, I don't really care as much as I feel like the rest of the internet does. And I'm just wondering if you care. Because, for example, we've seen these videos of Caleb Williams, as you said, in Chicago, doing some boneheaded stuff. And my thing is, when you see those, is your thought, oh, my goodness, this guy's an idiot and he can't read a defense and he can't throw? Or do you think, okay, he's in training camp, any mistakes you make, just wash away because it's practice. Why not try the insanely stupid throw? Why not throw it into triple coverage across your body? Because it's training camp. Try something. You have nothing to lose. I guess I don't see that and throw myself off a cliff like Bears fans do. Where do you fall when you see stuff like that going around social media?
Listen, I love to talk about sports, so my knee-jerk reaction is to overreact almost constantly, but not nearly as much as some of these people. Some of these Vikings fans are living and dying with every single thing that JJ does. And I guess I get it. You had an amazing team last year. And the Vikings took a risk, man. They are rolling the dice, right? They're rolling the dice. They're like, we think this dude, this rook, can take us to where we want to go. Can lead us to where we want to go. Because, Vikings have a lot of talent, and they are paying that talent, and those guys on that team expect to win and win a lot. And if JJ can't help them get there, then there's going to be issues this season. But, that you have to wait for that. You have to wait for that. Like, you can't currently overreact to what's going on in Minnesota or what's going on in Chicago. Now, listen, Like, if we redid the whole draft, if we redid last year's draft again, Caleb wouldn't be the first pick, but he'd probably be the second, right? He'd probably still go second. Jaden would go first, right? Jaden would go first. But then it's still probably Caleb, man. He's just got too much upside for these coaches. You know what I mean? Like Ben Johnson. These coaches see what Caleb can do and is like, I can fix him. I can fix him. You know what I mean? They're like every woman out there with like those dudes, those busted. You're like, no, you're never gonna fix him, man. You're never gonna. I can fix him. I can make him. I can change him. I can make him better. No, that's not how it works. It's not what's going to happen. It's not what's going to happen at all. But either way, matter of fact, you know what? The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person hour, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text in with your thoughts, feelings, comments about Broncos camp so far. Matter of fact, what do you guys want to see in this preseason game on Saturday night? Like, what are you looking forward to seeing? What are you going to be checking out when it comes to this game against the San Francisco 49ers this week? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about what's going to happen. But
yesterday, you and, if I remember correctly, Vic was team Bo Nix needs to play a full quarter. He's still got things that I want to see. And you and Moser were more in the camp of send him out there for one series, let him complete a pass to Pat Bryant, let him hand off the ball to RJ Harvey, sit his ass for the rest of the game, right? You wanted to see less rather than more?
Yeah, but see, here's what I don't care. I don't care. If you want to play Bo Nix that entire preseason game, I'm fine. I would risk injury. Now, that's stupid, and a lot of coaches now aren't doing it, but I'd play him, man. I'd play him. You know what I mean? Like, reps mean so much to a player as young as Bo. Now, listen, I keep saying as young as Bo, but he's not that young. He has a massive amount of experience. That's why it's part of the reason why the Broncos drafted the man. But listen, it is so weird. Like I mentioned the reason that DMac was freaking out yesterday, but it's because Bo hasn't been sparkling or hasn't been perfect, and some people are kind of weird about it. And with both the national and local media, shining Bo on and expecting a massive season from him, but I don't see that as an issue. Some people see like, you're crowning him before he's the king. You can't crown him if he's not the king. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see the issue. Like, I don't see, like, the things that Sean Payton is saying, the things that the predictions people are making about this Denver Bronco team, like, it's not going to change Bo Nix. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to go to his head. It's not going to go to his ego. It's not, like, I don't understand where some of the issues are coming from with these predictions. People are like, you're giving Bo too much credit. He's only going into his second season. It's like, yeah, I get it. And maybe he falls off, or maybe he has a terrible season, or maybe he slides back.
Well,
but I doubt it.
Reggie offered some clarity on the text line. And Reg, thanks for getting in, because I did hear some of this when I was driving around, but DMac was working himself into a tizzy, as Sean Payton would say, because while Bo Nix is not looking that sharp in camp, he just started a YouTube channel and put 2 boring videos on it, and he's also selling his merch. And so I think that's why DMac is mad.
Nix is?
Yes.
Wait. DMac is selling merch?
No. DMac is mad at Bo Nix for starting a YouTube channel and then also peddling Bo Nix merch. And his YouTube channel has
Bo Nix he doesn't have a cart out on the corner selling T-shirts, man. He's got, like, how does DMac
your own
think
little
that's...
internet shows are driving me crazy.
But it's like, what's the coach cliche everybody always says? Keep the main thing the main thing.
Yeah,
you're in training
Bo
camp.
Nix seems like the least distractible person on the planet. Are you kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? Like, that dude is so focused on football. It's insane to me. So I didn't realize that DMac was also angry that Bo Nix is selling swag. He's selling T-shirts. He doesn't like it. I did not realize he had his own YouTube page. But what's he going? It's not like he's going to get on. It's not like he's going to host a sports radio show or something. Hop on there and start talking trash, right? That's not what's going to happen. I'm sure it's going to be full of Bo Nix highlights, right? Like, this is crazy. But whatever, man. Listen, DMac going to do what DMac does. But I did not. You're right. Maybe there's some minutia to the DMac take that I did not realize. But because Bo's got a YouTube channel and he's going to sell some T-shirts, listen, I guess he could just look terrible against San Francisco. But guess what? Kyle Shanahan doesn't play anybody. I don't know who I'm sure Bo's first series is going to be against the backups on Saturday. Like, the Niners aren't going to play anybody. Anyway, we'll see. You know what we got to do? We got to take our first time out of the program. We will roll on live from the Backus and Shankers studios. Their passion is justice right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Welcome back to Brett Kane and the Moanin' without Brett Kane. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in this week as I'm slowly getting used to waking up this early in the morning. And we got plenty to talk about as the NFL season is, like, we're 29 days, something like 30 days away from the first regular season game in the NFL. We're like 4 days away from the Broncos' first preseason game. We'll have more preseason games starting on Friday. They go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think, this week. Well, let me look. No. We got games tomorrow. We got 3 preseason games tomorrow. The Colts play the Ravens in Baltimore. The Bengals and Eagles go at it in Philly, and the Raiders and the Seahawks play tomorrow. And then Friday, we have 3 other games, including the Cleveland Browns in Carolina taking on the Panthers. And according to the reports, it looks like Shedeur Sanders will be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns when they take on Carolina. But that's mostly because everybody else is hurt. Everybody else is hurt, and they're not going to play Flacco. So Gabriel is hurt. Pickett is hurt. Flacco is old. So it looks like Shedeur is going to get the start. But, I mean, take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. See what happens. But the quarterback situation in Cleveland is still weird. The Commanders will take on the Patriots and Lions and Falcons. That's Friday's schedule. And then we got a bunch of games on Saturday, including the late game on Saturday night, which is Broncos and 49ers. They've already got a spread for that game. You can put, man, listen, I used to tell Springer this all the time. If you're betting preseason NFL, you're crazy. But Springer would often say, he's like, sometimes these preseason games are easier to predict than regular season games because you know which team isn't going to play anybody. But I'm like, man, that's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. But anyway, right now the spread for the Broncos and Niners, preseason game number 1, is Broncos minus 5.5. So you got that going for you if you want to put some money on the Bronx. I mean, go ahead and do it. I mean, the Niners are going to play nobody. They're going to play nobody. I mean, we'll know more tomorrow because both Payton and Shanahan will talk after the joint practice. But it'll be interesting to see what happens there. So Sean Payton, football genius. Hey, text line. Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Let me ask you this question. Who's the smartest person in sports right now? Who do you consider to be the smartest person in sports? Because Sean Payton likes to tell us how smart he is. And listen, I'm here for it. Matter of fact, get as cocky as you want, man. If you're smart, you know those smart people who like to tell you how smart they are? I'm here. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, talk all your trash, but you got to back it up. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to tell me I'm one of the smartest people in this game, you got to win. You got to do it. If you go, you know what I mean? Like our good friend Jeff Bridich used to keep telling us how smart he was, but then he couldn't get his team right. Couldn't get the team right. You know what I mean? So, like, listen, I can win as many games as you did, Jeff, running that organization. That's probably not true, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, if you are smart and you want to tell people that you're smart and you want to act like, go ahead, man. I got no problem with it. I got no problem with it at all. If you think you're smarter than me and you want to tell me about it, go ahead. But then you got to talk. If you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. You got to back it up. But who is the smartest person in sports right now? Because I think there's levels to it. Like, I think I could say Nikola Jokic is the smartest person in sports right now, and that would be an accurate statement. If I say Howie Roseman, the GM of the Eagles, is the smartest person in sports, I think that's probably a valid argument. If I say Sean McVay or Andy Reid is the smartest person in sports, does that hold water to you? What's the first name that comes to mind when I say who's the smartest person in sports right now? Because, listen, we love talking about analytics. We love talking about, football geniuses and offensive geniuses and defensive geniuses and all that kind of stuff. But, I mean, what is smart in sports in today's world? Is it of those 3 people I named, Nikola Jokic, Howie Roseman, and Andy Reid? They're all smart, right? They're all smart. They all do it the right way, right? But who's the smartest person in sports right now? No, I mean, Man, I'm going to go with Joker. I'm honestly going to go with Joker. The way that, because once again, it's levels. Like the things that Joker can do on a basketball court, no one has seen before. But it's not just natural physical skill for Joker, right? That's that brain of his. That's that basketball brain. The vision that sees further than any other player in the league right now. But is that smarts? You know what I mean? And like yesterday, ESPN put out the worst trades in the last 25 years in the history of the NFL. And two of those trades are from, San Francisco 49ers and Trey Lance, and then the, of course, Denver Broncos and the Russell Wilson deal. But those organizations were able to survive those mistakes because they made smart decisions afterwards. They made the right decision. You know what I mean? They cut bait. They figured it all out. They were able to survive because they were smart at how they handled the problems in front of them, how to overcome those hurdles. But you know what I mean? Like if you're one of the richest people, if you're Steve Ballmer or whatever, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to go out and hire the smartest guy in sports to help my team, to help my franchise. Who would that be? Who would that be, man? I don't know. It's got to be something. We got, you know what? Right out the gate, we got a Sam Presti, which is a pretty, yes. Ooh, we got a Joe Sakic. You know what? All right. I got you. I'm with you on that one. The truly great players who become great front office people fascinate me. Absolutely fascinate me. Because obviously we know the all-time greats know and love the sport they play, right? But to be able to transition from a Hall of Fame player to a Hall of Fame no, that's just crazy to me. Paul, I had not thought of Joe, but Joe Sakic probably belongs on that list. This is an interesting one. Sean McVay might be the smartest person in football, but Andy Reid is still the best coach? Okay. I think I see what you're saying. Wait, are you saying Sean McVay's intelligence gets in his own way compared to Andy Reid? I don't know. I have no idea. Yo, man.
I don't understand anything that you said.
We got a Bobby Bonilla. Yeah, that dude was hella smart. He's going to get paid. When's the final year of that contract? 2036? 2030? Oh, now I got to Google it. Yeah, that's crazy, man. One of the greatest contracts in the history of
2035.
2035. He's going to keep it. Man, when's the last time Bobby Bonilla played baseball?
And actually, before that pop quiz, do you know how old Bobby Bonilla will be when his contract finally ends?
No, how old?
72 years old.
Really? 72, man. Listen, the last game he played in baseball was in 2001. It was October of 2001, man. And man, that's the Mets. The Mets just doing. We talk about smart and stupid. That's the Mets being stupid. In 1999, they handed him that contract. And 2 years later, he was done, and they have to pay him through 2035. You're right. There you go. Bobby Bonilla. Great. That's a good one. That is an absolute good one. We're getting some people like, there's an all-time great Knicks. Is it Bill Bradley, who was a Hall of Fame basketball player and like a U.S. Senator, something like that? So I guess that's a different kind of smart as well. The Shanahans made the list, according to the text line, as smartest people in sports. But you know what I mean? Like, you can be the smartest guy in sports. It still doesn't mean you're going to win the whole thing. That's why we love it, man, because crazy things happen all the time. But I do appreciate the people coming in on the text line with the answer to who's the smartest person in sports right now. And there's different levels. Who's the smartest player? Who's the smartest coach? Who's the smartest GM? And who leverages that whatever offensive genius, all that, whatever it is, who leverages that the best in sports. Like, Andy Reid is a football genius, but it almost feels like it's because he has seen everything the game can throw at him. You know what I mean? Like, I often say that I learn best by getting just punched in the face. Like, I have to make a mistake. I have to make a huge mistake to be like, oh, yeah, you know what? I've been doing this wrong the whole time. And sometimes you've got to, and like, man, Andy Reid has been through the wars. Remember, I mean, people used to come at Andy Reid for his game day, like for how he would handle situations on the field late in games. Man, but once you've been through it, once you see like that experience means something. Like Sean Payton's experience in the NFL, Andy Reid's years in the league. We got a Tom Brady and a Kirk Cousins on the text line for smartest person in sports. Now, Tom Brady is incredibly smart, but is there a quarterback in the NFL that you're like, man, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. Like, you got to be we got a Ben Tenzer. There we go, Ashley. Give Ben Tenzer some love. Listen, I'll give them both some love for what they did this offseason for the Nuggets. I was shocked at how well the Nuggets offseason went. And it was large part because of Ben Tenzer. All right, yeah, we'll put him on that list.
And by the way, I think the Kirk Cousins one came in because of the amount of guaranteed money that he secures in these contracts, right?
Yeah.
Atlanta goes, hey, Kirk, you want some more Coles cash? How about $100 million guaranteed?
You like that?
That would make Clipboard Jesus the smartest person in the history of the world, right? Right? Charlie Whitehurst, whatever. Like, that dude, how much money did that dude make as a backup? He hardly ever had to play. Just sitting there, holding the clipboard, getting paid to do it. Yeah. Charlie Whitehurst, right? That was Clipboard Jesus. Am I right or am I wrong? So, but yeah, that dude. Jaylen Brown. You know what, Jaylen Brown, that's an interesting one. You know what? Like, because I really like mentally curious athletes like Michael Porter Jr., like Cam Johnson. And Jaylen Brown is one of those, although, yeah. I don't know. That's interesting. Tua comes across as a dumb quarterback. I don't know. Tua, you know what Tua's issue is? Other than outside of the concussions, man. But listen, that you can't, there's nothing you can do about that. Tua's issue is he's way too emotional. And he can't control those emotions. Like, there are players, I've said this before, like Jamal Murray is a better player when he's pissed off. Like, Jamal Murray is a better player when he's angry because Jamal Murray's anger burns cold. We all know these people. You know what I'm talking about? Where the anger, you know those people, the angrier they get, the more loose, the more out of control, the more like you almost want to make them angry because their game is going to get worse the angrier that you get. But then there's those people that you make angry and they come for you and they're better when they're angry. Jamal Murray is one of those dudes. And Tua is a guy, he gets so upset at some things. He gets so outside of his brain, but it almost is like he doesn't control that emotion.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Brock Osweiler. Listen, if we're going to start talking about you're smart just because you got paid, this list is going to be long. Dan Marino was a blockhead. Lowest of the low Wonderlic scores. Although that man was like not on the football field, he wasn't. You know what I mean? I don't care what his Wonderlic is. Like, they don't even give the Wonderlic anymore. But like, yeah, I don't care. Dan Marino might not be able to do math, or you can still be my quarterback any day with that release, brother. That thing was great.
I had that same thought. I think it's when I was an intern at Altitude 950 AM many moons ago. All of us took the Wonderlic test.
Oh, really?
It was the Kreckman and Harris show.
Yeah.
All of us took that test and compiled our scores. And as I was taking it, some of the questions, they were like school, are you good at taking a test questions? There were things like, if train A leaves the station going west at this speed and train B leaves the station going at this speed. And I was reading over this going, why do I care about this in a quarterback? I don't care if Susie takes 3 apples out of a basket of 50 apples. I don't care about that. Can you read a defense? Where's that on the Wonderlic?
Yeah, I get it, man. And it's probably part of the reason why they did away with the Wonderlic. Also, it was just, I mean, it was putting some players in a bad position because they were leaking that information. You know what I mean? They're like, this dude's an idiot. He got one answer right on the one leg. You know what I mean? Like on the text line, we got Jamarcus Russell. Listen, Purple Drank did Jamarcus wrong. Well, listen, Jamarcus did Jamarcus wrong. But that dude made $40 million as an NFL. Like, I'm never going to see $40 million in my life. And he did that in a couple of years. So, again, it's tough, man. It's tough. Jamarcus Russell. Maybe not the smartest person, but the smartest D coordinator is VJ. Took a bunch of nobodies to a great defense. I think VJ talked yesterday, and I do think like the feeling in this city about Vance Joseph compared to when he was the head coach to now to when he's the defensive coordinator is night and day. It's a complete.
We had a great week of work.
Yeah, that
we had
great
our best
week of
Wednesday
practice,
of the
right,
year.
VJ? Great week of practice. Those were some crazy times. But I mean, VJ was put in a bad spot. But now he's back and doing it. And you're right, man. It takes a certain kind of brain to come up with, how to turn talent into a defense that all's pulling in the same direction. Oh, man, you're right. We all are forgetting about the biggest one, Chad Kelly. Yeah. Swag, bro. Swag. I wonder if he's still just going to Halloween parties and getting lit. Just getting wild. Swag. Man, was that 10 years ago? Actually a little bit less than that. Anyway, all right, we got to roll on with Brett Kane in the morning after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, text line, listen. I asked for the smartest people in sports, and what are you giving me? You're giving me the dumbest people in sports. I asked for the smartest people in sports, and the text line did the exact opposite. I'm getting nothing but the dumbest people in sports on the text line right now. I appreciate it. I do. And y'all are thinking outside the box, which I also... We got a Plaxico burst because he shot himself in on the text line. We got a couple of Chad Kellys on the text line. But welcome back to Brett Kane in the morning. Without Brett Kane. Brett will be back next week. And the Broncos will be back at camp next week. They'll be flying to San Fran tonight. They'll practice with the Niners tomorrow. They'll take on the Niners on Saturday. They'll return to Denver. And then they'll have joint practice with the Cardinals next week here in Denver. And then play the Cards in a preseason matchup. When Vic and Moj get here, I do want to talk to them about something that Peyton Manning told Troy Brink about the difference between thinking that you're a good football team and knowing that you're a good football team. But I do want to bring up the Micah Parsons situation right now. Now, Micah and the Cowboys... We've all heard what's going on currently, and I think, and a lot of people think that the Cowboys are eventually just going to pay him. They're going to pay him because you got to pay him. Like, I don't think he's going to play for anybody else. But what is currently making me nervous is that the rumors of the teams that have called Dallas to check in about maybe trading for Micah Parsons, you know who those teams are? Well, it's teams in a division in which they have to face a bunch of really good quarterbacks. And so they're like, we want to hit these dudes. Let's go get Micah, which means it sounds like, according to, let's see, who's this report by? I think it's Fox Sports. But according to this report, Fox Sports had this list of the teams who are thinking about maybe trading for Micah, who might give up 3 first-round picks for Micah. Now, I think the Vegas odds are that sooner or later that they'll pay him. You can't let a player like that walk. Although once again, the rumors are of all the players that Jerry Jones has done this to, waited way too long and played reindeer games and then finally got a deal done. Of all those players, like of Dak and Ezekiel Elliott and CeeDee Lamb, that those players Jerry truly loved. He loved them and wanted to pay them. And now there's some question that maybe Jerry just doesn't love Parsons, doesn't want to give him money. Here's the problem, though. And if you're a Bronco fan, this should make you nervous. 2 of the teams that have called Dallas just to see what's up. Chargers and the Raiders. The Chargers, listen. Last night, the Bills' Hard Knocks debuted. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Also, man, you forget just that Josh Allen is so good. Just so very good. But guess what? The Buffalo Bills are one of those teams that are like, you know what? Let's give up the future to win now. Give up the future to win now. Because you know what? Hard Knocks is great at manipulating football fans' hearts and emotions and feelings. Because last night, you know what they did? Hard Knocks came out and punched Buffalo fans directly in the face. Because they started off showing those 4 Bills teams that got to the Super Bowls in the 90s and lost all 4 of them. And then they directly transitioned into Josh Allen and the Bills losing to the Chiefs last year. I mean, it was just showing heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. And then they followed it up with a highlight package of Josh Allen just ripping the league up last season. But can you imagine that? Like the Bills they'd have to make some weird moves to make the cap space work out, because you have to give up the 3 firsts or the 2 firsts, a second and a third, whatever it's going to be, and then you also have to sign him, right? You have to pay him that money. So the Bills they'd have to tinker with some stuff to get that done. The Ravens are on this list, according to Fox Sports, that just like the Bills, they need somebody to slow down Mahomes, right? Like the Buffalo Bills keeps running into Patrick Mahomes, and he keeps beating them. So what do you want to do? You go trade for Parsons, and then go say, kill that guy. Go get that guy. That's what and that's what, I mean, if the Ravens were to do it, it's the same thing as the Bills, where you're like, let's buy in, right? Forget the future. Forget the future. Let's do it now. Matter of fact, let's hear from Jerry Jones.
This is it with Jane Slater, and this is just yet another example of Jerry Jones being old and weird with business.
How would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So was there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
Tough, brother. Tough, man. Man, Jerry Jones, listen. There is a bit of a used car salesman vibe to Jerry. There's a very like Barnum and Bailey, like, look at the circus. Come and see me. But here's the problem, Jerry. You keep trying to corner your players without their agent around and trying to strong arm them into a contract that's below their value. And
so
then
what's
you're like,
the sticking point for you right now at this point?
Again, there's no point. There's points of varying degrees of influencing, not having something done, but nothing that I would say is out of the ordinary.
No, I just don't think you're a very good negotiator, man. Like, Jerry Jones is good at making money, but he's just... Like, I think this hurts your football team on the field, man. I mean, I know you're just you concern yourself with money, number one, and winning, number two, but this is crazy to me. Like, don't corner players in a locker room or whatever with nobody around and just be like, hey, Parsons, what do you think about making $12 million a year? Let's shake on it. Let's go. Okay, no, man, I don't trust you, Jerry. Your players shouldn't trust you, man. That's why there's a whole process to it that you got to go through. Also, just pay him. Just pay him. But either way, so Bills, Ravens, two of the teams that are like, maybe we should trade for Parsons. Maybe we should go get Parsons. And then the Chargers and the Raiders, and the reason for that is obvious. The reason for that is obvious because you have a division in which you have these quarterbacks that are, I mean, Mahomes, Bo, you got to go get these guys. You got to go get these guys. So maybe, I mean, you know what I mean? Herbert, like if you're the Raiders, so it's the same reason. You're in a division with some great QBs, and you got to get somebody that'll hit those guys. So it seems like both the Chargers and the Raiders, like the Raiders, I think, have cap space to fit him in. The Chargers would have to do some reindeer games. The New York Jets, but once again, that's because the Jets have money. They could probably fit him under the cap. The Chicago Bears, it seems called just to be like, hey, what about Parsons? But that's because the Bears have a bad defense, and they need just a game wrecker, game changer on the other side of the ball. And the other one, like Fox Sports is reporting that this team is interested, but there's no way this happens, right? There's no way. They said the Washington Commanders have, and like, no, that's your rival. You're not going to trade your best defensive player to your rival, right? That's never, no. Dallas is never making a trade that large with Washington. That can't possibly happen. But I guess if you're Washington, you're like, well, let's give it a shot. Let's give them a call just to see what's up, just to see what's going on, and really change the nature of this franchise. But those are the only reasons that that I'm nervous even a little bit about this Parsons situation. Because once again, I'm assuming the Cowboys are just going to pay him. Just pay him. I don't know why you're waiting. Just pay him. But if you don't, is 3 first-round picks more important to your future than one of the best edge rushers in the game?
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, just pay him, because I certainly don't want to see him playing for the Chargers. No. That would, we don't want to see anything like that. That would suck. Chargers did sign Keenan Allen. I'm not sure that's much of a. I mean, doesn't Keenan Allen and Ladd McConkey, aren't they both slot receivers? How you going to work that out, man? I guess whatever. If you're a good receiver, you can play him wherever, but still, that's the way things goes. That was Brett Kane in the morning. Without Brett Kane, we've got Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starting next.
What have you made of Sam Ehlinger so far? I'm not sure if that's since he's really been out.
Really positive. He made a throw today. He's extremely athletic. He's comfortable throwing on the run. There's a little moxie to him. Sometimes it can be a little big for guys, but with him, not at all. Like, you feel like a guy that has played well before and his confidence and, carries himself that way. He's very good off the pocket, very good off schedule. He's strong. I like the player a lot.
You mentioned trying to, quarterback development and quarterbacks as a currency.
Sure.
What did you like about him? Same things.
Well, there's winning traits. There's football IQ. You're still evaluating the keys. Arm strength, location. I like the foot athlete that he is, and his pedigree.
Nelson, didn't Diana Rossini say that she got a voicemail from Sean Payton and the only thing he said was, "I love my quarterback," and then hung up on her? Is that correct, Nelson?
That is, and I have that clip in a second, but that one was actually about Sam Ehlinger. Yes.
Yeah. Who, man, I hope we don't see in a regular season game this season. Absolutely. Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What is Moser? What are you doing? I mean, do you
Moser, you mean sunglasses indoors?
Do you want me to start on a bad? I mean, what are you doing?
I've been used to wearing we've been out at Broncos camp, and that sun comes up to our right. It kind of creeps.
There is no sun in here, man.
Yeah, but what?
I know, but I'm used to it now, so I can't not do it. Is the problem?
All right, man.
I'm just used to it.
Vic, you got a pair of sunglasses you want to put on right now, so you can follow Moser's
his little games.
Are those prescription sunglasses? Well,
they are.
Man.
They are. You are? They're prescription, so it allows me to be able to see, so I don't have to do this.
Listen, man. Listen. There ain't
show is brought to you by Bert's
There's
Eyeballs.
nothing wrong about the way I read, man. You know what I mean?
That's neat. Forget all that. Did you guys follow the assignment last night? What was the assignment?
Yeah, I did. Did you? I mean, obviously, you watched it, Vic. Mose, did you watch it?
I didn't.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. You know what? I could have put money on it. I knew as soon as you agreed to do it.
There's a reason, though.
There's a reason. Because it's you, man. Because it's you. It's the one thing. We've been doing this for a week now. We haven't asked you to do anything. Not anything. Just sit there and pop off.
It's the very reason your life stats are 2 for 5. And now people know what that means. That's why.
And now look at you, man. That's all we asked you to do. And you wouldn't do it. Okay, go give us your excuse. Why not?
Because I had to watch part 2 of the Billy Joel documentary.
You're such an idiot. You work as a sportscaster. This is what you do for a living.
Joel.
The assignment was to watch Hard Knocks because I wanted to have a conversation about Josh Allen.
Well, how was it? I know everything there is to know about Josh Allen.
No, we're not doing it. Hey, we're not doing it now. Strike that from the record. Strike it from the record. Nelly, take it off. Berto, take it off the list.
All right.
Let's move on.
Man, Mose, that's a couple of segments.
I'll tell you what. I have
you just wasted.
I have HBO Max on my phone. Okay.
No, you go watch it
during I'll take the first hour off. I'll go watch it. We'll do it in the second hour.
Man, you had you had a whole day to get it done.
No, I thought it was on at nighttime. You said it was on at nighttime?
You just watched Billy Joel and then went to bed?
I played 9 holes first. And then I came home and had a brewskage, and then the second half, the both halves are long. It's a really long documentary.
Great.
Billy.
Sounds good.
Billy Joel means more to you than the NFL. Than football.
No, maybe more than the Buffalo Bills, but no. Overall, no. He does not.
That's rough.
That's how he approaches this job. That's how he approaches it, Berto. It's always secondary to everything else.
Mm-hmm. Listen, man, I get it. I mean, I'm sure it's the only thing we asked you to do. Just one thing, man. It's not like we pressure you to do.
I made it very clear at the end of our program. Guys, one assignment tonight. Watch Hard Knocks so we can discuss on the show tomorrow.
Is Hard Knocks not money, Moser? Is that not just one of the greatest football shows? It is absolutely money.
I absolutely love it.
How many years has Hard Knocks been going?
When was the
first year of Hard Knocks?
Well, it's got to be like 20 years
ago.
Have
we been watching Hard Knocks for 2 decades?
Well, you missed Josh Allen, and I'm in love with Josh Allen.
Yeah, he seems to be like a swell
I want
fella,
to marry
right?
Josh Allen.
Well, I said that yesterday. I said everything about this guy seems to be pretty damn awesome. I'm the one who brought up all the autograph signing. I'm the one who brought up the crying girl.
Yeah, and then you ruined it by not finishing the assignment.
Well, you just don't do your job.
Yeah. That's all right, man.
Okay, tell me all about James Cook wanting a new contract. That's really cool.
It's okay.
No,
we won't
really
talk about
James Cook at all, man. They didn't. Yeah. They did focus a lot on Josh, though. Oh, I mean, why wouldn't you? Man, and they started showing those highlights. I keep forgetting how good that dude is.
I'm in love with him.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
Did they show his wedding?
Yeah, they showed pictures of it, and they showed an interview of Haley on a red carpet talking about the Bills but yeah, I mean
like Haley Steinfeld, I'm in love with Josh Allen.
Yeah, he seems like such a swell guy. Although you know what, Vic, I will say this: Moj missed maybe the greatest hobby for an NFL player by missing that show. Dawkins' hobby is crazy, Vic.
Dawkins has a wild life.
Yeah, that dude is crazy. Offensive lineman who's like, I like to drift. That's what I spend I drift every day.
I didn't know what drifting was.
Wait, you mean his automobile,
Yes.
like an automobile?
Yes.
He's a drifter.
Yes.
What kind of? Okay, hold on. I know about this.
No. You don't know.
I want to know what kind of car he has.
You
Shut
should have
him off.
watched it.
You don't get to participate in this conversation.
What is his car?
You are the kid at school who sits and listens. You don't get to talk about this topic. So sit behind those sunglasses and chill.
Yeah.
You don't get to talk about it. Just follow the assignment.
That's a crazy hobby.
Hey, Bert, I want to ask you one thing.
Yeah.
That one dude, and I ask this because I don't know what it's like. How do you play football with 3 nose rings?
Yeah. Yeah, even Dawkins, he had in his braids, he had those dice. He had tied dice into his braids, and he put his helmet on with the dice. And I'm like, man, how does that? Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That can't.
No, but I mean, I know you're wearing a face mask and stuff, but what if somebody reaches in there and one of those nose rings that comes down over the lip,
and you can just grab and pull.
Yeah.
Aqib Talib would grab that nose ring, right? Aqib would grab that thing.
How many coffees have you had
that?
today?
A lot.
I can tell. Yeah, you're getting.
We're back in the
you're
studio
getting
where I
crazy.
have unlimited. At Broncos camp, there's not unlimited coffee, but here, unlimited coffee.
So he's. I can see right now he's got a BMW. He's got it looks like a 3 Series.
Yeah, and he's just modded it out.
Yeah, and then he revealed this Mustang. So he's drifting a Beamer and a Mustang.
That's an expensive
not a
hobby
Japanese
there,
car.
though. It's not expensive. Like Vic, would you ever take up drifting? Is that ever something that you like? I want to.
The only drifting I ever did way back in the day, for those who are Denver natives, there used to be cruising on Colfax, cruising on 38th Avenue. Cruising is my drifting.
Really?
That's all we did is cruise.
You just sit low and roll down Colfax? We
didn't even sit low. We just drove down Colfax.
How does Deion Dawkins even fit into that car?
Not easy. Not easy, but I think he modded it out.
Okay,
It's
I'll tell you
special
what,
for him.
As soon as the show is over, I will go home today and I will watch episode 1.
Well, good, because we're not talking about it tomorrow. We're talking about it today after the episode.
Yeah, no, man. Hard Knocks. Hey, Nelson, did you look it up? How long have we been watching Hard Knocks? Nah, you ignored me.
Yeah, 2001. You know?
Wow.
Do you know who the first?
It that long?
Okay, so
I'm sure I watched it.
Leif Schreiber is the guy, right?
The voice of.
So he didn't do it the first year. Who was the guy who was the voiceover guy year 1?
NFL Films dude? What? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Who is it?
Alec Baldwin.
No.
Yes.
Really? Alec Baldwin did the first season?
And then so then Schreiber went 2002 and to 2008, but he took 1 year off. And then 2008 to present, okay? Well, hold on a second. No, it started in 01, then it was 2002, then it was off 03 through 06.
We didn't have a Hard Knocks for a couple of seasons?
It came back in 2007, and the narrator was Paul Rudd. And then Schreiber took over from 2008 to today.
I
so
know
there
that.
you go.
Yeah.
And that's because that third season was the Chiefs, and Paul Rudd is all about those Missouri sports teams. I think he's a big Blues and Cardinals fan, so they got a celebrity to voice about his beloved Chiefs.
Well, I know John Hamm is. He's a nerd.
Yeah, he's a St. Louis. Yeah, you always see him at Blues games.
St. Louis honk. He's a honk.
Stuff like that. But
Flipping honk.
All right, yeah, no, I love Hard Knocks. I can't believe Mose decided to skip out on it. I can't believe the Broncos haven't been on it. I mean,
well, they will soon.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
Unless the series goes away.
Is there a positive to it? Like everybody talks about the negatives around Hard Knocks. What do you think the positives are?
Because every year that one of these shows comes on, somebody in a different market, somebody who may not be a Bills fan, somebody like me, suddenly falls in love with a member of the Bills and now tracks that person's career. Listen, I've always liked Josh Allen from afar. I mean, he played in Wyoming right up the road. I've always been appreciative. But when you get to see it in a different light, it's different. It hits home. And I love the guy. Everything about him. What a true pro.
Hey,
what
Vic,
a professional quarterback.
Vic, please answer me this because you would know more than Bert or myself. Yeah. I know for a fact that John Elway went there more than once to scout him and to really look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just the failure of the Paxton Lynch pick that
I think it was
that
gunshot.
caused him? Okay,
wow.
That's what I think too. I think that he was doing his due diligence because he's not going to let. And who was the Oregon quarterback that he went and looked at too?
Well, I know they ended up with Case Keenum that year. They ended up with Case Keenum after the run he had for the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
And they figured, well, we've addressed the quarterback position via free agency. Let's go ahead and go pick another position.
Hey, Bert, when you miss on a first-rounder like that and you take all kinds of holy heck, I can see where they would make you gun-shy. I mean, I really can.
Nah,
but you look at like the 49ers.
But that goes against everything with John's personality, man.
I know.
That's the least.
Dude, I know.
He's the least gun-shy person on
I know, but Vic, from what I learned from people, Elway really liked him and liked almost maybe everything about him, but he just couldn't.
That was the Bradley Chubb year where they went with Chubb instead of Josh?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But they also had a chance later in the first to move up and get Lamar Jackson. And, it would have.
And that was your
two
guy.
quarterbacks.
Yeah, that was your guy.
Oh, Vic was on Lamar? He was go get him?
Big time.
During the draft, I was like, get Lamar Jackson in here. But, again, it was a different time. And they had gone through too many different quarterbacks, and they just couldn't figure it out.
Well, you know what? One of the funniest things from Hard Knocks last night is they showed the very first defensive team meeting, and one of the first things that the defensive coordinator talked about when it came to practice, he was like, right away, he was like, nobody touches 17. Nobody gets close to 17. That's our ticket. That's our ticket to the Super Bowl. Nobody touches 17, man. Don't get near Josh Allen.
You don't think they're saying that about every quarterback? In the NFL, every franchise quarterback, do not touch him.
Don't get close to him. Don't breathe on him too hard. Was basically the first message that the D coordinator had to that defensive squad before they even started talking about the season. Was like, don't get anywhere near our quarterback people.
Well, and I'm reading about Rochester, New York is right up there on Lake Ontario.
Yeah, they said that the Bills are one of only 4 NFL teams that still go to a college campus to have a training camp.
Okay, so I'm reading this.
The Chiefs are one of them too. I don't know who
this comes from famed writer Bill Wolcott in the Rochester Chronicle. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. They're both. Here's the slug. Hard Knocks debuts with mostly boring Bills. 5 takeaways from episode 1.
I don't know. I don't know if it was that boring.
Listen, Bill Wolcott of the, Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. Apparently this guy, he knows his stuff. So if he says it's boring, if Bill says it's boring, I got to believe it's kind of boring.
Well, there's something romantic, the Greeley days brought this. There's something romantic about picking up all your luggage, putting it in your truck or your car, taking off an hour and a half down the road, living in a college dorm like a college kid, having to put 2 single beds together to make one big bed for the linemen to sleep in, no air conditioning, all of that. And you have to live there for 3 weeks. That's great.
The guys would show up and they'd bring their own mattress and pillows and all this kind of stuff. Man. I remember Derek LaVille one year. Remember Derek LaVille?
No.
Vic?
Yeah, Derek LaVille was on the 2 Super Bowl champion teams.
Was he really?
Yeah, he was backup running back, but he showed up in a brand new Jaguar convertible. And I'm going, hey, DL, I don't know you should have bought that. I don't know that it's your money. I don't know that you're going to be around. And he had his stuff in the back of the Jag and throws it out on the curb. I mean, literally, they would throw their stuff onto the curb, park their car, and then walk their stuff upstairs into the door.
I remember. Do you think is there something missing without that anymore? Do you think there are the 3 or 4 NFL teams that still do it that way? Is there an advantage?
Well, do the Cowboys still go to
Yeah, every once in a while they just go to California, right?
Like Oxnard or something.
Yeah, they just
They used
roll
to go to
out.
Thousand Oaks for
Thousand Oaks,
forever.
yeah.
I think the advantage is simply removing yourself from all distractions.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're a veteran and you're in Broncos camp and you go back home, like it or not, distractions come at home, right? I mean, like, for example, Moser had distractions. The assignment last night was to watch Hard Knocks, but he was clearly distracted.
Right, he had time to watch something. We know that because he did watch
failed
something.
in his assignment.
Man.
Complete and utter failure.
Do you do this on the TV side? Do you do this with TV? Like,
No,
are you doing Rycroft dirty sometimes,
No,
which is
no.
not doing what you're supposed to be
No,
doing?
by the time I realized that, oh crap, I need to watch Hard Knocks, I was like, I'm really tired. I think a good night's sleep and being able to be.
You're not a team player, bro.
I totally am, but I just think a good night's sleep and being coherent in the morning for you guys outweighed me staying up late
you're 0
to
for
watch
2.
episode 1.
You're 0 for 2, so congratulations and welcome to the show.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Will continue after a quick break.
He just reminds me of someone like in love. Like he has this like in love feeling way about him with this team.
Who does? Sean?
Yes.
Yeah.
He left me a voicemail this summer, and he didn't even say like hi, hello. All he said was, "I love my Q."
Yeah.
And
He's
hung up.
refreshed.
I love my Q. I love my Q. That's Diana Rossini talking about Sean Payton just calling her and leaving a message. And the message was, I love my Q during the offseason. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Wednesday, August the 6th here in the Mile High City.
You know what I'd like to know right about now?
What would you like to know, Moj?
Sean Payton, in the first couple of years at the helm, he wouldn't come out and tell you, Vic, exactly what he was thinking in this regard, but he would give hints, and the way he would talk about a guy would sort of lead you to believe. Who doesn't he like right now?
All he said was, "I love my Q."
Yeah, who's pissing him off?
Nobody.
Well, he hasn't
right
had one of those days yet,
No,
right?
not yet. I mean, he's just. We opened up the program, him talking about his third string quarterback.
Yeah, and he loves his third. Like he was like Ellinger, man, throwing it.
We never talked that way about Zach Wilson. Or maybe he did. I don't remember that. But he's all over Ellinger, man. He's like, this kid, maybe he's trying to get him a job someplace else. I have no idea, because certainly Jarrett Stidham is going nowhere. I mean, that guy is going to be your backup. He's like the safety valve for Sean Payton. He does his job. He shuts his hole.
Right, perfectly fine.
Perfectly confident. Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out what the situation holds. But
Vic,
who doesn't he like? Who's messing up? Who's not doing their job well?
I mean, we'll find out on Saturday. I mean, somebody, I'm sure, is going to. I mean, we'll have some criticisms from the team this weekend. But Vic, I want to ask you this question.
Hold on, last thing though. Last thing.
Oh, go ahead.
I guess maybe look for this weekend. Are there any concerns whatsoever? I haven't even heard a concern this damn training camp.
You weren't listening to DMac yesterday. DMac was in the darkness yesterday.
About what?
He was saying that Peyton Manning has put a target on Bo's back by saying Bo's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in this. Like, the praise that he's been giving Bo this year, DMac doesn't like. He's like, he hasn't proven anything. He hasn't done anything.
I don't. Maybe I need to hear the thoughts. I'm confused. I mean, what does Peyton Manning adorning love?
Sean Payton, right. Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
You said Peyton Manning.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Well, I do have a question for Vic about Peyton Manning. But no, it was Sean Payton. Like, he's freaking out. DMac was freaking about Sean Payton putting a target on Bo's back. And that he hasn't heard any of the local media say, wow, Bo's looking sparkling out there at camp.
So, I have no problems with what coaches say, because usually they underwhelm or overwhelm with their praise, right? It's either this guy's, we're just very sucky right now, we need to be better, and then they pour mouth the hell out of it, or they overly praise. Right now, Sean Payton is in the overly praise stage of his coaching. And I think we all know what's going on here, right? I think he's sort of kid gloving it right now. We're not dumb, right? You want to treat these guys like, hey, man, they could be really good. He's trying to infuse confidence into a team that last year lost in the first round of the playoffs. Is that fair? Is that fair to say? Is that what he's doing? So what does that have to do with Bo Nix's play? How is that going to impact Bo Nix? What, is Bo Nix suddenly going to inflate his ego? Is Bo Nix going to start working hard because Sean Payton thinks he's good? Is Bo Nix going to completely disregard film work because his head coach thinks he could be a great quarterback?
He's probably the same. He's the same guy, I'm sure, no matter what.
Right. It's not Bo talking trash. It's Sean talking trash.
Yeah, whether he's getting praised or he's getting cattle prodded, whatever, he's the same. He's just going to work his butt off, and he's going to try to become a better quarterback. It's just there's been a lot. I mean,
so
I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about
fear?
Bo Nix here, bro. I'm talking about everything. Everybody's lovey-dovey, woo-woo. I love my running backs.
But it's what are you talking about?
I love my offensive line.
Right. I mean, but if you've got a criticism, then give it to us. Give it to us.
Well, they're not going to go flipping 17-0. So there's got to be something that he wants to see improve.
This is what training camp is. You're acting like we don't do this every camp. You're acting like this doesn't happen in every single NFL training camp. There are 32 teams out there where people watch practice and there's nothing going on, and they're like, well, this guy looks pretty good.
I remember a certain rookie quarterback last week ago. Yeah, we kind of suck.
Oh yeah, Cam.
he's like, yeah, we're kind of mid right now. Yeah. And Caleb Williams in Chicago, everybody's like, yeah,
Caleb's is getting.
So those are real problems.
Okay.
The Broncos don't have any quote
That's
real problems.
why you cannot evaluate training camp. You can't evaluate it properly because what are you evaluating? What? Guys going up against air? What are you evaluating? All you see is success. Dude, coach's order, don't grab the ball in the air, let the receiver catch it. Coach's order, do not tackle guys to the ground. Coach's order, never touch the quarterback. Training camp by design is constructed for success. So that's all we see. How do you think we're going to report it?
Yeah.
I sent out a tweet yesterday. I quote tweeted, and I just left it at this. I was being sarcastic, and I probably shouldn't do that because I embraced it because people got the wrong impression. Our boy Ryan Green sent out a video yesterday of Bo Nix, that long pass through the air. It's like an NFL Films pass where it's focused on the spiral of the ball.
I love those.
And it comes down, and I think it was caught by Franklin. Okay, but there's no defenders. It's just air, right? But it's a long bomb. It's a beautiful looking pass.
But if you put cool music to it, make it slow enough, it's going to be
right. It's the best thing you've ever seen.
And I said, that's the greatest pass I've ever seen in my life. So beautiful. Yeah. And then people are like, hey, man, don't get over the top on this. Oh, here, yeah. I said, this is incredible, best pass I've ever seen. I was being sarcastic because you're going against air, right? I mean, Ryan is a great videographer. He does a great job. It's a beautiful shot. And I used his tweet as an example of, oh, my God, everything at camp is all roses, man. And then people are like, oh, I mean, some people are like, you're damn right. He's we're going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm like, okay, well, settle down. And then other people are like, well, dude, settle down. It's training camp. Like, they didn't get the sarcasm. So then I just erased the whole thing as to not have to explain myself.
I'm just saying we're very mean.
That's
right
lame,
now.
bro. Just keep just keep it up there, man.
Well, it just got to be annoying. I'm like, nah, it didn't have its intended effect. And I didn't want Ryan to think that I was clowning on his beautiful video because it was really awesomely shot. It was a great job.
There's nothing but positive vibes.
No, here's what's happening. Moser has arrived at that point, and we all get there. He's arrived at that point where he's just tired of training camp.
Right.
Now,
we're not even halfway done.
See, the difference between you and I, Moj, is I got tired real early, but you just work through it.
Yeah, you just fight
and you
through
just understand what it is.
By the way, how good was that food yesterday when you were allowed to eat?
Oh, that's right. What did you
good?
get to eat? How'd you break the fast?
I went to one of those truck stop burrito places.
Oh.
Yeah, I just went right near the doctor's office.
You're kidding. You really did?
Yeah, I went right to work.
Love you. That's
nice.
awesome.
No, I like where you. Okay.
So he was grumpy last week. I guess it was probably maybe Tuesday. Maybe we were 2 days in back from the Italy crap.
How did that go?
That was great. It was fun. But he got that way. Like he's like 2 days. He's like, and I said, look, I've been doing this for how many training camps is this for me? 30, whatever it is. So I guess I got there today. Today's Wednesday. The following week, he got there a full week ahead of me.
Well, Vic's been doing this for you've been to Bronco camp for more than your life. You've been to you know what I mean? Like
more than half his life.
More than half your life you've spent going to Broncos camp.
Well,
right?
I mean, in terms of NFL camps, I was telling who was I talking to yesterday? This is for NFL camps. I've been doing this since I was 21 years old. This is my 34th NFL training camp.
Yeah, you're up there. Well, like Legwall was saying, I think this is his 40th or something. I was like,
I used to do 49ers.
But
the 49ers would leave the Bay Area and they would go to a place called Rockland, California, Sierra College, which is like literally 10 minutes up the road from my house and where I was working back in beautiful Sacramento. And so I would cover Niners camp and cover Niners games, blah, 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 blah. So I did all that. Then you get to Denver, and then you make the drive to Greeley, and you smell them cows, and then them cows are letting you know that they're there, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess maybe we're at that point. This game Saturday can't come fast enough.
But is there, Vic, in all your years, do you remember an exciting training camp? Or
they're all exciting. They're all hopeful. They're all
I guess we look for drama, right, Vic? I mean, I did back in the day. And even with Mike Shanahan, Vic, there were some camps.
Conflict?
Well, some Marcus Nash drama. Who was the big knucklehead, the Florida State defensive lineman they took that was a bust? The big Florida State defensive end.
Nothing.
He was a butt.
Jarvis Moss?
Jarvis Moss.
He was Florida, I thought. I thought he was Florida.
I thought it was Florida State.
Florida
I thought it was Florida. Maybe it was Florida. Anyway, but there was some drama back in the day.
You know, the beauty of camp, and I personally, this is my opinion, and I probably shouldn't say this into an open microphone because I know I'm going to get a tersely worded email from Kevin Shockey about this. We put when I say we in the media, we put way too much emphasis on training camp. Over the top, and by design, because it's the real only access we have to the Broncos before the season starts. Once the season starts, the access becomes very minimal. They really limit what you can do and get. But then they open the floodgates, right, for these 3 weeks. And we, by design, in the media, and this is me talking not as a member of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, but sort of as a media consultant. Everywhere in the NFL, here's what happens. They open the floodgates, and all the media, everybody just reports to the end. Over-reports. Over-reports is what I say. To the point where it's nauseous.
What was that sound that you just made?
That was agreeing with Vic that, yes, training camp is a bunch
not
of...
you, him. He did that.
And what it is, and I've been on that side. I'm guilty. This is what we do because we're given access. If you give the media access to anything, trust me, it'll look just like this. Every other camp, Nuggets camp, it's not open to the public. It's not open to the media. I go to Nuggets camp. I've been to Nuggets camp in San Diego. Those set up a tent, watch practice, fans also allowed. Then you get a media show. It's a different approach. That's why we do this. This is not, this is the reason we talk Broncos every day. They want you to do this. They're smart.
Yeah, real Avalanche camp. The fans can totally see every camp day, every practice.
You just roll out to family sports.
Well, you have different sessions, right? You have one sheet of ice, the other sheet of ice, and blah, 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 blah. Fans can roll out to family sports and see it all and watch, and it's all well and good, but it only lasts like that a short amount of time.
Yeah, well, the NHL now is like, okay, we're going. Like, camp is like 2 days, and then you got a preseason game, right?
Pretty much.
You're just like, welcome to camp, and now we're playing.
Yeah, hockey's really the only sport that compares, right? Because every practice is open to the public, correct?
Yeah. Everybody, you can just go out to family sports and watch it. But like Vic, don't you, like, to me, that, yes, there is some weird reindeer games to camp, but it feels like it's like a Denver tradition, man. It feels like
I love it.
This time every year we got chuckleheads out there at camp talking about the Broncos.
I love it for this reason. It is the precursor to football season, and we all know it's coming. We all know what it is. That's why when Moser says, "Oh, everybody's lovey-dovey," well, what else do you expect? Of course, it's lovey-dovey because it's designed this way. This is what training camp is. You fall in love with players. You fall in love with plays. You fall in love with the system. And then all of a sudden, the games start, and you're like, wait a minute. Yeah. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Things change. This is where we are now. We're in the love stage.
And I mean, yeah, it's by design, right? It's not a bug. It's a feature for training camp. Like that's exactly what all these teams want you to do. Matter of fact, J.J. McCarthy was getting criticism yesterday from some national people, including Coward, because they're like, the Vikings are covering up his flaws with the plays that they're calling and what they're and you're like, yes, of course.
You don't think
yes.
You don't think Sean Payton, even in the early going Vic of the regular season last year, you don't think Sean Payton covered up some Bo Nix stuff?
But that's what you're supposed to do.
Of course.
Right?
I know
that's what you're supposed to do.
I think what Vic is saying
you're
is
not like, let's lean into the flaws.
Well, who is going to get on his national radio show on television and go, oh, yeah, he's great. You know, they're throwing against air. No, you've got to try to create some sort of narrative. And there you go. There's Colin. But you see what I'm saying? He's not going to come on and say, oh, yeah, throwing against air, it's good. You got to put him through his rookie. I mean, and he is, in terms of playing a rookie. It's you're not going to come on out and just go, oh, it's fun. You got to try to create some sort of drama. What?
Your voice. I was thinking about this. What the NFL the NFL's brilliant for doing this. This whole training camp concept, and it really today they're going to hold a practice. All right, they're going to practice today before they make the trip out to San Francisco. If you don't think, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. They're going to install plays today and they're going to have security out at the perimeter of that facility, making sure no one's watching. They're going to install plays that we will never see. We will never see them. Somebody asked me the other day, hey, do you get to see any of those trick plays? Any of them trick plays? Well, I mean, we see plays. But today, they're going to work on things that our eyes will never see. And that's smart. Why would they show it to us? Why would they show it to anybody? Why would they go public with it? You have to have closed-door stuff. Otherwise, how do you prepare for an NFL season?
They gotta vet all those construction guys, all the guys hanging in their harnesses on the roof over there.
Kansas City Chiefs spy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Crew.
There's some dude from the Raiders.
Wait,
some dude from the Raiders got hired on about a year ago to help build that place, and he's got his harness on. He's with the nail gun, but he's like also with the camera.
Wasn't there was a brand new stadium that was just built, and one of the construction guys who helped build the stadium was a fan of the opposing team, and he took that team's flag and put it in the
fired.
Is the concrete base
fired?
So that you know
was
what I mean?
Buffalo? Was it Buffalo?
I think it might have been Buffalo. I can't remember who it is. I think it might have been Buffalo. But then
fired.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, man. Can you imagine that? Yeah. You spend $6 billion on a brand new stadium, and you find out later that some random dude somebody puts a Chiefs Mahomes jersey in the actual construction of the Broncos' new stadium somewhere. Ooh, brother!
It was a worker building the Raiders stadium in Vegas. He buried a Chiefs Kingdom flag.
Okay, Chiefs. Yeah. So the Raiders. I mean, they're just stuck with it. It's there, right? They can't get it out. They'd have to. Right? It's there. It's just there.
I'm getting my blood drawn
Jimmy
yesterday.
Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah.
And I brought this up on the show before, and people have heard me talk about this, and it still stuns me. I'm getting my blood drawn, and beautiful, nice nurse asks me, so what are you doing today? Oh, I just got back from football practice, Broncos. And I go, are you a football fan? She goes, yeah. I go, who do you like? I mean, Broncos ready to go. Oh, I'm a Raiders fan.
Oh,
I go,
no.
I go, wait a minute. You're a Raiders fan? Are you from here? Yep. Went to Rangeview High School. I go, so why are you a Raiders fan? I don't know. My boyfriend is a Broncos fan, big Broncos fan, has all the jerseys. I'm a Raiders fan. Can somebody help me understand this dynamic that takes place in Denver? Because I've seen it all my life. Why does that happen? How does a Denver native become a Raiders fan?
I don't know.
Somebody send me. I want a 1,000. I want a 1,000 word report on this,
essay.
Please.
That's on your parents, man, right? Yeah, you're just raising your kid wrong at that point.
Well, maybe we've talked about that, maybe, but maybe this guy. I don't know, man.
Like your kid is a Bronco fan, right? Vic, all your kids are Bronco fans, right? None of them chose another team, right?
They live here under the. I don't understand how do you.
My kid.
How do you develop Raider fans who are Colorado Denver natives?
I don't know.
How does that happen?
Should be a law against it, right? Should be a law.
But I just need to know how it happens.
My kid is an everything Colorado fan. Yes.
Well, yeah, she better be, right? Born
I'm
and
not
raised.
talking about other teams.
Just
listen, if you're from Boston, and your kids are Celtics fans, that happens all the time. I'm talking about generation Denver natives, people who have grown up here through generation that become Raider fans. How?
Yeah.
I need help understanding it. Yeah. I wanted to walk out with the needle in my freaking arm.
Right, yeah, right. She's the enemy, Vic. You were
no.
consorting
She's
with the enemy.
She's a sweet young lady.
No, not if she's a Raiders
nothing
fan.
wrong with her. I blame her parents.
Yeah, I do too. That's just you're raising your kid wrong. You're raising your kid bad. Don't do it that way.
As we roll on, the NFL has banned something.
Yeah, I saw.
They have a new ban.
I saw. The FDA was not the FDA. Is it the FDA? Somebody was like, it's bad for you. Don't take it.
What's the opposite of coffee?
Cocaine, right? Yeah, speed. I don't know.
No, the opposite of coffee.
Wine?
Weed? Yeah, weed.
Can I get you a gummy during the break? Because you're freaking.
No, I know, but I do love this coffee. Unlimited coffee, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
God. When we come back, but I want to tell you, because it's a subject that's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Oh, is it really? You love it that much?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it next, right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Yeah, check us out on our Twitch stream, brought to you by Safeway. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
I don't know why, but every time you read, it makes me laugh. Vic, you couldn't see it because he had it off camera, but it's Safeway tweet.
Listen, man, I'm glad I can amuse you on a Wednesday morning.
You really do, and I appreciate you doing that, man.
Look, greatest invention ever. They go in the back of your phone.
Just pop them right off.
Boom.
Kyle Keefe has them too. Just little, I need them, but that's why I have my glasses.
All of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to look into
and
that.
So, and did you guys see? I even printed out a version of the rundown with extra big text. For
Oh,
Berto.
did you do that for me, bro?
Yes.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, man. I was wondering why you gave me the. Yeah. All right, good looking out, man. Good looking out.
Wait. We have a rundown?
Yeah, right here, baby. Look at this. I mean, there's nothing on the rundown but reads. It's not like in this segment, Vic talks about his hair or whatever.
During the season, it has a list of all the games that are airing on our station, which will be plenty of football, Avs, Nuggets. So the rundown will fill up in like a month, which is crazy.
We've got, Westwood One is now with us, and we are going to have so much
loaded up
football.
with NFL.
It's going to be awesome.
And it's going to start soon. We're going to have a game soon. I mean, we got preseason games tomorrow, but I mean, not on the station, but you know what I mean? Like, it's a month. Wait, it's 30 days from the first NFL game, right? We're 30 days, 29 days, something like that.
Something like that.
From the first game.
Hey, the NFL has banned something, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on this.
Yeah. So the NFL is banned?
Let me get to it.
All right.
In 2024, the FDA issued a warning to companies that produce commercially available ammonia inhalants.
Oh, the snappers.
Yeah, they're banned.
They're getting rid of smelling salts.
Yeah, who was it? It was Kittle who was angry about it yesterday.
Kittle was freaking.
He was like, "What the hell, man?"
If you walk the Broncos sideline after a game, I leave that locker room after doing interviews, and I walk to my car, and I go down the Broncos sideline. It looks like somebody shoveled out a bunch of Zins because they look like little Zins. Yeah. And they're all over the sideline. I can't tell you how many I see on the way to the car.
Not anymore. They're banned. They banned. You can't pregame, in-game, postgame. Banned. No,
so apparently, let me explain. Eat a gummy. It says they've issued we issued warnings about the purchase because of lack of evidence supporting safety or efficacy. Efficacy. What did I say? Efficacy.
I mean, football players have been sniffing this stuff for half a century, right?
They also say that AIs, ammonia inhalant smelling salts, have the potential to mask certain neurological signs and symptoms, including some potential signs of concussion. So a guy may have a concussion, but he's doing a smelling salt.
And he's like, I'm awake, I'm here.
Out of it.
He seems more coherent than he actually is. Well, smelling salts have been a part of football and hockey. When I say forever, I mean forever.
Yeah, but
I don't
hockey's
know.
not going to ban it, is it? Because of this FDA ruling?
I don't know. I don't know when it first came into effect, but I don't know when they first started, but it's been 50 years. I don't know.
Hell, you and Riker are full addicts, aren't you?
I mean, you've used that before. Raj had some here at the studio.
Before every game, we do a little, I snap it, turns it pink.
But you just steal those from the apps, because do you know something? Those things are, they're $100 a box, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Those things are expensive.
Yeah,
how would you know how much they cost?
Well, they're not
because
they're not that expensive. You can buy them.
Yes, they are.
You can go right now to Amazon and buy a boatload. I have a jar.
Not the NFL like industrial strength ones, can you?
Yeah, I was told, hey, get the one with a attacking wolf on the outside. I said, okay. So I got one. It's got like a rabid wolf.
Like, yo, attacking wolf, bro.
So
it's got like a rabid wolf.
What's the use of these at home in your residence?
Yeah, I don't. We just it was our thing before games. Like halfway through the season, we'd nail a smelling salt and then get ready for hockey. And it was just kind of. I'm not sure it did anything for us. I'm just saying that was kind of our thing. Either way, that was our thing. And now you've got the complete prohibition. It applies to all club personnel, including but not limited to team physicians, athletic trainers, strength and conditioning coaches, and coaches or other personnel. Like nobody around the team. Like, they're treating this like a narcotic. Like, it's...
That's like when...
Correct.
Remember when they banned greenies in MLB and players have been chomping on those things for decades.
They're like saying nobody can do crack, including doctors, or team personnel.
Right, you're right. That is weird. Like, nobody can use smelling sauce, especially if you're a doctor. Like, I don't think there's a lot of doctors who are going in before surgery like, let's go. Snap, you know what I mean? Like, whoo, it's heart surgery time, let's go, or whatever. Doesn't seem like you need to ban it from doctors, right? What kind of doctors hit
you understand why the National Football League is employing this. It's all to avoid, again, liability with concussions. Right. Because if a guy's masking a concussion by using smelling salts and bang, it leads to another issue. So it's all concussion-laden right now. The fewer concussions, the better for the league, and they don't want guys masking them.
Mm-hmm. Smelling salts in hockey are prevalent. Who is it?
The text line says, I use smelling sauce to get a house cleaning chores done. Like before cleaning the house or whatever, they're like, snap, smelling salts, let's go.
Hey, whatever you use to accelerate the flow of adrenaline, okay, let's leave it at that. Whatever you use. Everybody has a different use. Like, for the first time in a long time the other day, I used, what do they call, pre-workout, right before you work out, and all it is just
caffeine.
Compound
It's got to be caffeine, right?
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just, and it gets you going.
I mean, whatever it is, Bert's on it today.
It gets you going. It also gets other things going. And I didn't work out. Spent a lot of time. Anyway, go on.
Did you have some private time? Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It is weird how many people on the text line is like, yo, I use mine before working out. Yo, I use mine before I clean the house. Like, how many people are using? Jeff says when they ban smelling salt, just use wasabi mustard. It does the same thing. Just take a big hit of that wasabi mustard.
I got to be honest with you. I like me some wasabi.
Wasabi is delicious.
How about just having somebody slap you in the face? That'll wake you up and hurt.
Right.
Well, I guess it depends on how hard, right? Because
isn't there? How come I keep seeing these contests like on ESPN, the slapping contests? Have you seen that stuff where they just slap each like as hard as they possibly can?
Yeah.
Seems insane to me.
You know what's prevalent now, and there's a story about it in the Denver Post, and I saw this at a concert, and I was like, what is going on here? I dropped my daughter off at Red Rocks for one of those concerts, those EDM.
Yeah.
And I'm driving through the parking lot as I'm dropping her off, and this guy's walking around selling balloons. And I'm like, what is it's a concert? What, why are they selling balloons? I had no idea because I'm naive. I'm a dummy.
Yeah.
I'm reading in the paper today. It's crazy. Nitrous oxide balloons are what's going down at these concerts.
And you sip.
Isn't that what they give you at the dentist office?
Yes. I think it's laughing gas, right?
Vic, you're about the whippets? You're about that whippet life?
I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the balloons are. All I know is I see them all over the place at these concerts.
Yeah, you go to Red Rocks and they're like, party favors. And you're like, what? Party what?
How do you know this?
I've gone to Red Rocks before, brother. I've gone to concerts,
you ain't no spring chicken.
Yeah, but I go to concerts. I know what's happening.
I go to concerts all the time. Never seen anybody sucking a balloon.
Let me ask you another question. All right, let me ask you another question about Red Rocks. I brought this up before.
If somebody came up to me and said, here's a balloon, suck it.
You would, right?
No, I would not suck a random balloon. No.
You seem exactly the kind of guy who's like, you'd have some helium at the house or something.
That would be my luck. I'd be like, that's a helium balloon, not a nitrous balloon.
I want to ask Berto this question. Tell me if I'm off on this, Berto.
Yeah.
All right. I don't go to many concerts. Last one I went to was at Red Rocks. Was Hall & Oates like 10 years ago. I'm sitting there. We're in our general admission seats, and everyone around us is weeding it up.
Yeah.
Everybody's on the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. I pull out a stogie. I'm going to smoke a cigar. So guess what happens next?
They try to kick you out?
Yeah.
They come
Security guy says, you got to leave.
Yeah.
And I say to him, excuse me?
Yeah.
Are you seeing everything happening around me?
Uh-huh.
I have a stogie, a cigar. Are you watching everybody else around me?
I love a good stick. In fact, my next commercial for Smoker Friendly, I may use you.
That's an example.
Just don't get banned at Red Rocks. Well, everybody.
So explain that to me.
While the entire amphitheater has a cloud of weed above it.
So somebody explain that to me. That's discriminatory.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be a reason for. I mean, other than like people like weed and don't like nicotine, right? Although, are you getting secondhand smoke from Stogie? No. I don't know, Vic. You born too late, man, or born too soon? Born too early? Born too late?
Dude, the smell of a good stogie's much more pleasant than weed. I mean, it's not even weed's disgusting.
Yeah, but you've been on that bandwagon.
Smells like your freaking armpit.
They made weed legal in this city. You hate the smell of weed, bro.
I hate it to the point where I want to vomit when I smell it.
If we're on the course and I get one of my sticks from Smoker Friendly, I pull out good, and offer you a good stick. Even if you don't partake in the said stick, right? Said cigar. If I'm cruising around and like I set it down, it's little tea, like it smells good, does it not? Mm-hmm. Does it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. But then again, I don't have a problem with the smell of weed either. Like
the
you guys
devil's
do.
lettuce smells like crap.
The hippie lettuce coming for you. But guess what? If you go out to I'm assuming that Red Rocks permanently smells like weed right now.
Those of you who smoke, I don't judge. You don't know that because you've ingested it so much that you've lost all. You have no ability to discern that. When people aren't used to the smell and they smell it, trust me, they don't like it.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like for somebody who lives in Oklahoma or Texas and they come to Red Rocks for a concert and what the hell is going on here?
Dude, if you don't think that people come to Colorado to go to shows or whatever, if you don't think they're hitting every dispensary on the way to Red Rocks, you're out of your mind.
No, I'm sure you're right.
They're all giving it a shot.
Yeah.
You know they are.
Broncos training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We will roll on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Why? Because Dan Caplis Law wins. Just like the Nuggets and the Avs, they're used to winning. They win in record-setting ways. Dan Caplis Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis right now. If you need Dan's help, do not hesitate to call 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. All it is a phone call. They'll let you know what they can do to help. Or hit them up at dancapleslaw.com. Very simple, dancapleslaw.com.
We'll meet. We travel Wednesday night. We'll probably meet tomorrow night to discuss the roles. I'll speak with Kyle between now and then. We've already got the format of the practice laid out. We've already got the itinerary laid out until next Tuesday. So, with regards to the game or practice?
Well, both. Because when you do a practice,
yeah, not so much. There's this feeling that, oh, if I practice them a bunch, then I'm not going to play them in the game. We're playing guys in the game.
Hi, Sean Payton, talking about joint practice with the Niners, which is coming up tomorrow. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Wednesday, August the 6th.
They're going to play guys in the game. I guess the question is what guys and how much.
Right, because there's some of those guys that you don't need to play. But, I mean, we talked about expectations or what you want to see out of this preseason game against the Niners. But what do you think? What decision gets solidified the most after preseason game number one? Do you think we'll have a true running back depth chart or something after this Niners game on Saturday? Are we going to know? Because I'm assuming we're going to get a large helping of RJ, right? Because that's probably the thing I most want to see. Just like do that thing, RJ.
I agree. I don't know if we need to see J.K. Dobbins much,
right?
A veteran, but give me the young quarterback or running back. Let me see him. Let me see some of the new pieces around him. I don't know, guys. Listen, Sean Payton makes it sound like he ain't gonna play all of them. Mm-hmm. They need to play. He makes it sound like he's got Mike Sanford's approach to this. The only way you can get better at football is by playing football.
Mm-hmm. Do you think? Listen, Troy Franklin, compared to last camp, especially, Troy Franklin has been fairly sparkling in this camp. If Troy is the player who they thought he could be when they drafted him, when they moved up in the draft to pick him, does that change the nature of your wide receiver room? Because I think a lot of people look at the wide receiver room as I wouldn't call it a weakness, but I wouldn't call it a strength either. You know, it's one of those groups that you're looking to improve, but you're going to carry, what, six guys at wide receiver? Is that what it's going to be? And you already know who 4 of those or 5 of those guys are going to be, right?
Well, you've got, with the rules nowadays for the practice squad, you can afford, I mean, it's not quite as awful as it used to be. I mean,
you're not going to lose these guys.
Right. You can start to carry more guys, and, you know, they're around the team all the time, and you can bring them up and send them down and bring them up and send them down. So it's not quite the worry that it used to be, but yeah, I don't know how many you're going to keep. There used to be, like, this coach will only keep 5, so-and-sos, or this coach will only keep 3 running backs. And then, of course, then the third quarterback. Teams used to have 3 quarterbacks all the time back in the day, and then that roster spot became so valuable that you had to cut it, and then you run into problems of, you get running backs playing quarterback or wide receivers playing quarterback for a game. It's just times evolve. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know, man. I think there are still battles for roster spots. Certainly not for any starting spots, except maybe the running back spot.
Where are the battles, do you think? Where are the battles?
I think in the wideout, in the running back. I think that of the 5 guys you got plus the fullback, somebody is definitely out.
Yeah,
and that's either Estime or Bidet or McLaughlin. Somebody is gone.
Mm-hmm. Every
one of them is gone for sure. Maybe
not
2.
Every. It seems like almost every training camp, the result is a veteran who you did not expect to get cut gets cut.
Yeah.
It happens across the league, right?
Yeah.
A veteran or a player 2-3 years in who you expect to make the team for whatever reason gets let go.
Mm-hmm.
You think the Broncos have one of those?
I don't know. Do you have a name maybe out there?
I think they have one of those.
What is it?
I don't know
who is
but
it?
I think they do. And
There'll
I
be
think
a surprise.
I think it'll come on the defensive side. I think somebody on that defense will get cut that you least expect to get cut.
Are we talking about like a PJ Locke or somebody?
I don't know.
I mean, one of these names that has actually played before.
Well, here's what happens. I think because all these cuts at the end of the
and I'm not
preseason,
saying PJ should or I'm not. I'm just saying that you're throwing names out there that an example would be a guy like that.
All these cuts happen at the same time now. There's not this wave of cuts that occur, right? In the old days, you'd have the first wave, then the second wave. Now everybody gets let go at the same time. And suddenly there's this glut of personnel available for other teams. So what a lot of these director of pro personnel guys are doing they're sending dudes to other. They got to pay attention on other camps on what they're doing. They're looking at other players who potentially may not make rosters for whatever reason, and suddenly a guy gets moved at the cut date, and they bring in a dude from another team that you've never heard of, that never worked out with your squad, and boom, they're on the opening day roster.
That's correct. So guys end up thinking they make the roster,
and then they
on cut day, and then the team goes, "Oh man, I really like that guy from so and so." That person's in, and then you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so you think that you have a job, but you really don't have a job. And Vic, I look at the defensive side. I don't think you can afford to. You need to keep some linebackers. I mean, that's, with the Greenlaw thing makes me a little bit nervous. The Sanders thing, certainly there's a roster spot open up, but when he comes back, somebody's going to be gone. You got to keep your linebackers. I don't know. Are you looking like at an Awazarike or guys like this? What are we looking at here?
I don't know. I mean, you keep asking me to identify players. I told you from the beginning, I can't specify a player. I always believe that there's a player out there that that no one thought was going to get let go. But for whatever reason, financially, contracts coming up, they don't want to pay him.
Yeah.
Did something behind the scenes that only the team knows about. Younger player they feel that would better fit that role from another team that gets waived. Happens all the time.
Well, yeah, we just saw Justin Simmons. Me and Moser were here during the break. We're talking about Justin Simmons because he's popped up on NFL Network, and we were talking about last year and moving on from Justin and and he's not signed with anybody, right? Simmons is just out there, right? Nobody has signed Justin Simmons.
That's correct. He's playing golf.
Yeah, he's just doing whatever he wants to do.
Out.
So,
which is kind of what he did last year until he finally took a gig with Atlanta, or is that last year, 2 years ago? Anyway, it's kind of what he did then, too.
Yeah, it was last year when he went to Atlanta.
I think he can still play the game. So if somebody, it needs a safety, he'd probably be the first call. But you look at teams like the Raiders. They said, you know what, we need more help on the defensive line and the interior defensive line. So they sent a cornerback to Philadelphia and got Thomas Booker to come be a big ugly on their defensive line. So teams they're looking at what this team has a glut of, and what do you need, what do we need. So teams are still doing all that.
I will say, go ahead, Vic.
I was going to go on to a different topic, so go ahead and get your last thought.
Do it. Yeah, go on.
I've been thinking about this, guys, and everybody's making a big deal, and I'm trying to figure out what the ramifications might be. So the ESPN News acquiring NFL Network, Red Zone, and all that business from the league. So the league is slowly but surely getting out of the television media business. All right. They did it for years. They figured let's run our own show. But the more they did it, they saw how costly it was to produce these shows. And they also saw that no matter what we do to try to control the message, we can't control it. Yeah. Other outlets like ESPN and Fox, they're going to do their thing no matter what. So let's just get the hell out of the business. That is the ultimate conclusion by the NFL. The owners got together and said, why are we competing against ourselves, right? Why are we doing this? Why are we putting all this money in NFL Network when people are coming to us for the information anyway? So they sold out to ESPN for an equity stake in ESPN. What that means, I'm not sure.
Yeah, what's 10% of ESPN?
Is that what it is?
Or is it? It's 10%.
Yeah.
It's 10% of ESPN, not Disney, right? Not of the Disney corporation.
No,
It's just ESPN. All right.
So now that Red Zone is going to be controlled by ESPN, what does that mean? Because I can't live without my Red Zone.
I'll tell you exactly what it means, because I looked into it immediately, Vic, because I was like, I swear to God, if they throw Stephen A. Smith on my NFL Red Zone, I'm going to lose my mind.
I'm not gonna watch it unless it's the same.
And Vic, today, I think in part of the press release mentioned that ESPN's taking over everything else, but the NFL is going to continue to produce and control the Red Zone. ESPN's going to – so, I think it's still going to be Scott Hansen and their entire crew at NFL Network is going to continue to do Red Zone, and ESPN is just going to distribute it.
Well, hold on a second. No, according to this statement, ESPN will own the broad rights to Red Zone, broadcast rights, including the trademark, and they'll continue to distribute it via pay TV. The NFL will own the digital rights. So I don't know how you watch Red Zone. I watch it on my television.
Yeah, but I think it's still going to be I think it's those people who did it before are going to still. It's not like ESPN is firing those folks and taking over control.
Good.
They're going to still. All those people still have their jobs. They're all the red zone that we know and love is going to still be there allegedly. Except there could be commercials to it if ESPN gets caught.
Siciliano's
No. You can't do commercials. No.
I'm with you on that, Vic.
You can't do. See, you can't start doing this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
No,
man.
you can't do. And that was the fear when inside the NBA, the famous TNT show. Now that it's going to ESPN, what will they do to it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't touch it, right? And that same fear with Red Zone. No, you can't start throwing commercials in there, bro.
Right. That TNT, those guys, Chuck and those guys have to be the same people on ESPN that they were on TNT, or we're not going to watch it. It's not going to be the same show. And the same thing with Red Zone. Because seriously, you think people will come for ESPN if you mess with Red Zone. Am I right or am I wrong? Like if the first Red Zone, all of a sudden, like Stephen A. Smith pops up on the first NFL Red Zone, we lose. The nation would lose its mind.
Scott Hansen tweeted, "It's official. Those wondering, yes, I will still be hosting Red Zone."
Yeah.
So Scott Hansen.
What about
is still
Siciliano?
He's not.
Right. I think they got rid of him.
Andrew, I spoke to him. I had a nice conversation with Andrew. We should get him on sometime.
We just saw him in camp the other day.
Yeah. He's now the radio voice of the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Man, that's
lives
gotta
in
be a
LA.
crazy job to have.
He lives in LA and flies out to Cleveland to call the games.
Oh, that's kind of
That's weird. They don't have somebody in Cleveland who knows and loves the Browns.
See, I'm a
Browns
Siciliano guy. I like him.
great.
He's my guy.
Yeah.
No, I think Hansen's totally fine, but I'm a Siciliano guy. So you can't have Hansen doing the whole day, can you?
Yes. I think he's been doing the whole day for the last year or two. Because then
why wouldn't you?
Yeah, man.
He does it well. I don't know how he pees. I don't know how that's possible. I mean, there's been reports, but
Didn't Hansen come out and just say, "I don't go to the bathroom"?
he doesn't. He just watches what he drinks before. Let me ask you, how do you eat?
Yeah, that's crazy too.
It's what's weird is Riker when he does games between the benches.
Yeah.
He goes to his little cubby between the benches before the game, and he doesn't leave until after the game. He doesn't pee. He doesn't eat. He doesn't do anything. He just stays in his little cubby.
He's dedicated, man.
I think that's weird.
So what
I'd have to escape and go take a little squirt ski during the break, during the intermission. No,
I don't know, man.
So what happens now? The NFL Network has all those insiders. They have Ian Rappaport. Of course, ESPN has Adam Schefter. Do they just combine forces?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, right?
What happened to all those extravagant offices that the NFL Network had there by SoFi? Do they?
Yeah,
leave those?
Did ESPN, right? Did is that part of the package too? Did ESPN get all their facilities as well? When they're like, yeah, we'll give you 10% of all the money we're gonna make from now until the end of time.
You understand though, guys. You get the picture why the NFL decided finally, why are we trying to do our own thing when everybody wants our product so badly they'll pay premium to get it? Mm-hmm. Why would we pay to distribute information about the league when everybody wants that information on their own and they'll pay for it?
Well, yeah, that's every league I think wants to try to control some of its narrative, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like if you have all these different owners trying to control one message from the NFL Network, that can't work out, right? That can't work.
Let me ask you. You're an NHL fan. I'm an NHL fan. We're all fans of different sports, primarily. NBA Network. I can count on one hand how many times I watch NBA Network for news. I go there to watch some games at times. Yeah. I mean, are you watching NHL Network for news? Or are you watching games there?
I'm basically watching it for analysis and highlights. I don't go there for news, like breaking NHL news. I can get that anywhere.
The point is, you don't need these exhaustive channels anymore. You don't need them,
right? So
because there's so much information and availability elsewhere.
Now I can get Red Zone. I haven't had it in a couple years because I find myself
without Red Zone.
Can I explain? Because it
seems un-American.
I've never met another human who did not have Red Zone.
I found myself, if we've got a game on a Sunday in Winnipeg or wherever, I'm not watching football, Jack. I'm concerned about my own stuff. And I'm on the road a lot. Hey, you try to watch Red Zone in Canada, you know what they tell you? Suck it, USA. You're geofenced. You don't get nothing. I'm not allowed to watch the Red Zone in Canada. So I finally thought to myself, I'm not getting what I pay for. I might as well. When I'm home alone on a Sunday and there's no game, that sucks. Yeah, I admit it. That sucks, and I wish I had it. But I can get it per month, right? I can buy it per month, or do I have to pay the whole thing?
I don't know.
No,
I
I'm sure
automatically get it.
And this is again, I have the YouTube TV. Can I get it on the YouTube?
Oh, yes, I bet you could. I bet you could add it to your YouTube
I
TV
don't
package.
think I have the Hulu. There were times when I was paying for Hulu and Fubo and YouTube. I'm paying for like all this stuff just to be able to watch flipping games, right? And I understand the frustration of the fans and what transpired in the past, but do I already get it, or can I just add on? What am I doing? How do I do it?
I don't know. I mean, ESPN, the NFL Red Zone is one of the great sports TV creations, right? We all agree on that, right?
It's absolutely. But see, it's football only. It doesn't work with other sports.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
just
football
doesn't.
is made for TV, right? I'd much rather watch a football game at home and on TV than in the stadium.
Well, Mark, outside of my team, like when I'm watching a Broncos game, I want to watch the game by itself. But I don't even like watching games if it's not on Red Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't bother me with the ball on the opposite side of the field. Let me know when it's a scoring threat.
Mm-hmm.
That's the beauty of Red Zone. That's the definition of the channel. You can't do that in the NBA. What would it be? Final 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Right.
What would you do?
Yeah, there's no power play.
Yeah.
Hey, the NHL power play. Hey, this team's on a power play.
Let's go to but no, it's why NFL football is made for TV. Just made for TV.
It is the national pastime.
It's great.
See, Moser and I are old enough. We lived in an era when baseball was the true national pastime. We were when we were little kids, right? It was still the national pastime.
This week in baseball with Mel Allen and Johnny Bench.
That was the national pastime.
Swear to God.
It's gone.
Tommy Lasorda.
Football is it.
No, who hosted the baseball bunch? Mel Allen. No, that was Johnny Bench. Mel Allen did This Week in Baseball. Johnny Bench hosted every Saturday morning. I'm a little kid. The baseball bunch.
So, Moj, let me ask you, when did it happen? Because it always takes time. But what's the demarcation line? When did it go from baseball
somewhere in the 80s, right?
No,
somewhere in the 80s?
No,
when do you think
it had to be
early 90s?
because baseball was still big during the home run craze of the late 90s.
But I think the NFL
90s.
probably had better ratings by then. I don't know. When did the NFL take over the American sports landscape?
I think it happened in the 80s.
Yeah, I think it probably happened in the 80s, too.
I think the 80s.
There's probably something we can probably point to like the San Francisco 49ers teams of the 80s.
Yeah.
Or one of those
Cowboys
dynasty
of the
teams.
early 90s.
Yeah.
Well,
according to AI.
Okay, according to AI says.
The
Allen
NFL
Iverson is all over the place.
Yeah. And I know we got to get to a break. The NFL surpassed MLB as America's most popular sport in the late 60s and early 70s.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
While baseball had long been considered America's pastime, the NFL experienced a surge in popularity during this period, driven by factors strategic television deals, exciting game formats, and the rise of NFL films, according to sports publications.
Yeah, NFL films is great.
1972, a Gallup poll showed that football had overtaken baseball as the most popular sport in the United States.
Man, so it's been the most popular for a while now, but we got to take a break. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening.
Hey, dudes, let me ask you a question. How are your days? Are you dragging through them? You tired? You got some brain fog going on? Maybe you're a little off your game. Did you realize that low testosterone may be the reason? Happened to me. I'm like, I just don't feel the same. Doc says, yeah, you got a little low T going on. I said, oh, man. I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summertime, this time of year should be about fun, being about feeling good and all that sort of thing. Sleep patterns, maybe those aren't good. Unproductive workouts. Do yourself a favor and find out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The phone number is 720-440-7900. Schedule an appointment. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood, Colorado licensed medical provider. Have the results within 30 minutes, and you'll find out. Maybe that's your issue. And if it is, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help. In fact, they take care of your whole dude engine. Really is great. So you ought to give him a call, 720-440-7900, or go online and find out everything they offer at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Nelly, thank you for sending that to us during the break. I appreciate that. What are the odds right now, Bertag? Do you have it in front of you? What are the odds to win the Super Bowl? Who is favored right now?
The Philadelphia Eagles are
Vic,
favored.
You got that. Repeat champions, okay?
It goes Eagles, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. 1, 2, 3, 4 when it comes to the odds of winning the Super Bowl.
Where are the Rams?
The Rams are in the top 10, but they're behind the actually, that's not true. The Niners, Bengals, Commanders, and Rams. Well, no, that's also not true. Sorry. The Niners, Bengals, and Commanders all have the same odds.
Berto, can you give me an order, please?
The Rams, Packers, and Chargers are right behind them.
Okay. So Ari Mirov sends out this tweet. It says, Aaron Donald teased that if the Rams get Micah Parsons, he might have to think about unretiring.
So crazy.
Micah's response, man, don't tell me info like that, while tagging his agent.
Mm-hmm. I'm worried about the Parsons. I mean, Jerry's gonna pay him, right? Jerry's gonna pay Parsons. That's what's got to happen.
Hold on a second. Jerry Jones just came out yesterday and said,
"Yeah, I saw that."
He was asked, "Are you confident that Micah Parsons will be available for the opener against the Eagles?" And he said, "No, absolutely not."
Here's the scariest part, Moj. And Vic, I want to hear your comments on this as well. Fox Sports listed the teams that they believe have called asking about Parsons already, and 2 of those teams are from the AFC West. Obviously, because
one of them's not the Denver Broncos, though.
No. It's the Chargers and the Ragers. The Raiders and the Chargers allegedly have called and been like, "Hey, what you want from Parsons? We're in a division with all these quarterbacks that we need to hit. What's it going to take? What's it going to take to get him?"
So Jones says, he goes, "How would I know that? A big part of that is his decision." Look, Vic,
it's not going to end well in Dallas because no
not.
one can be bigger than the show, and the show is Jerry Jones in Dallas.
Yeah. If the Rams got Micah Parsons and Aaron Donald unretired, and he's only 31 or 30, he's still a young man.
Yeah.
They would have to skyrocket to the top 5 Super Bowl odds, would they not?
Oh, yes. Yes, they would. But once again, that'd be the Rams mortgaging your future. It's going to take 3 firsts at least, right? Or 2 firsts, a second and a third, and a player or something to get Parsons out of Dallas.
Do you recall what their GM said about draft picks?
Yeah, I do.
I don't think they would care. Look, you got Stafford his window is small. Matt Stafford's window is tiny. You want another one? Dude, Micah Parsons in the AFC West, if he came to the Chargers,
right, that's scary, right?
That would be devastating.
Even if he went to
if he went to the Raiders, it's devastating.
The Raiders were like, "Let's pair him with Max Crosby. Let's have Max Crosby on one side, and let's get Micah on the other side and see what happens." But I mean, listen, Vic. Here, let me give you the list of teams that Fox Sports says have called to ask him about Parsons. The Bills, but that once again, they'd have to mortgage their entire future to get it. But then that's a win now move. The Ravens, who are just like the Bills, they're like, the Bills and the Ravens are like, we got to find a way to stop Mahomes. Mahomes keeps beating us. We got to find a way to stop him. If we get Parsons to beat his head in, maybe that's the way to do it. The Chargers and the Raiders, we just mentioned. The Jets, Bears, and Commanders are the final teams on that list. The Jets and the Bears are there because they have cap room or room to put them. They could fit them in. They could trade for them and pay them. And then the Commanders are on there, but there ain't no way Dallas is trading him to Washington. You don't trade somebody to a rival, right? That's like the Broncos trading Patrick Surtain to the Raiders, right? That's never going to happen.
That'd be stupid.
Yeah.
You know, the Micah Parsons Dallas Cowboys drama is going to continue to lead the headlines, but, you know, slowly but surely other teams are making moves. Guys, the Chargers got better yesterday. They brought back
Keenan.
They brought back Keenan Allen on a 1-year, what was it, $8.5 million contract.
He's also, I've always been afraid, when they had Keenan Allen and Mike Williams running routes down there together, in their
receivers.
Hold on, in their prime, okay? Yeah, they made me nervous, okay? But these guys were always hurt. They're always beat up. They're always this, they're always... You know, I mean, and Keenan Allen he's no spring chicken himself.
But doesn't Ladd plays the same? Aren't they both slot receivers, right?
All right, let me turn this around. Moj, if the Broncos signed Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8 million deal, would you be, oh, man, he's always hurt, or would you be excited?
I'd probably be happy.
You'd be really excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, but the cat's 33 years old. I don't know. Look, I'm not even going to mention. Every time I mention the Chargers, I get so many people on the text line and everything else going, "Oh, you big fraidy cat." Yeah, I say, well, the Chargers. You know, we're all hyped up about the Broncos, and we should be. And that defense is awesome. Well, the Chargers got better, and they won 11 games last year. You won 10.
Good for you, bud.
Right? So, and we're talking about this. Well, could the Broncos win the division? Yeah, they could. So could the dang Chargers. And by the way, Harbaugh is now getting, like Sean Payton did, he's getting his dudes into place that he likes, the way he wants to run things. And they've focused on their defense plenty. Like this division is an absolute menace. Not only that, Vic, have you followed at all what's going on down in Vegas?
What's going on down in Vegas?
Well, apparently Pete Carroll he's a Martian. He's just revitalized. His energy is as good as it ever was. His brain is working.
Chewing a lot of gum.
Chewing a lot of gum. And I guess Ashton Genty looks like a total and complete super stud.
Let's see.
Okay, you're right. We'll see.
Yeah, everybody looks great in camp right now.
Every report from every training camp across the NFL.
Yeah.
So-and-so looks great.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I just read a massive story on Travis and how great he's been looking in Jacksonville.
Yeah, agreed, but this guy's a top pick in the National Football League draft. I'm just saying this division, I always want to temper things because I realize how difficult it really is, man. It's going to be hard, Broncos fans. Every damn division game, including those silly Raiders, it's going to be hard.
Hey, how about the Cleveland Browns, after all of this quarterback carousel they've gone through? Shedeur Sanders is starting the opening preseason game Friday night.
Yeah. I mean,
the fourth stringer is starting in the preseason game.
Everybody's hurt, right? And you don't want to play old Flacco. But, yeah, Shedeur, after all that drama, Shedeur's going to get the very first start for the Browns in the preseason game.
And watch him shine, and watch him look good, and watch him do his thing. And suddenly, I don't know if are they playing this game? Is it just a game that the Browns are playing to make it under the radar? Or is this really what they think of Shedeur Sanders? Is he really fourth or fifth on the depth chart and he's slotted for this game because everybody's hurt? Or do they really think this highly of him?
Where was Bo Nix on the depth chart before?
Third.
Okay. Was Dylan Gabriel drafted ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
2 rounds ahead. He was a third rounder.
Okay, hold
Shedeur
on.
was a fifth rounder.
You've got a Super Bowl champion quarterback who's 100 years old, but he's your starter, theoretically. So you put him 1, right? This is just the before first game. Then you've got a veteran who's not great, but Kenny Pickett's been around, so you brought him in.
Small hands.
Yeah,
okay.
Small hands.
Then you've got was it Gabriel a third-round pick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then you got
Yes,
the
he was a
third-round
third-round
pick as number 3, and you got the fifth-round pick as number 4.
Yeah.
That's I don't know that really is the way it is.
And you got Tyler Huntley in camp.
Just
You
brought in
signed
Tyler
him.
Huntley.
You got
So here-
Deshaun wherever Deshaun is.
So the injury list says Flacco, old, Pickett, hamstring, Gabriel, Gabriel's got a hamstring as well, and that's why Shedeur, who was out a couple practices with a sore arm, he's starting.
Is he going to play? Because you only have Huntley, right? Because you're not playing Flacco. So is Shedeur going to get like 3/4 of ball against Carolina on Friday night?
Well, I hope that he does. I do know.
I'm going to watch that sucker.
Yeah.
You guys going to watch that game?
Yes, I'm interested in it's so stupid. I'm interested in what's going on with the Browns, but I am.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I know they got Huntley in there. Maybe it's an opportunity for Shedeur if they really don't like him. I do know he has not been getting hardly any reps with really anybody who's worth their salt, to be honest. But that being said, if he does go out there, Vic, and he balls out, I hope that he does. I'm pulling for him. I know that some people aren't. They've got some sort of preconceived idea in their head. I'm pulling for him.
But what does that say about the front office if you're like, oh, yeah, we were completely off about this Gabriel kid. We're going with Shedeur.
Well, the owner already said that it was not his choice to draft Shedeur. I bet he had a lot to do with Dylan Gabriel. So that being said, I mean, you take him in the third round because your owner wants him. And then the GM is the one who took Shedeur. I don't know how it's going to shake out, but I hope the best for him. I'll be watching that game too, Vic.
That's my wife just sent me a text. Sorry about that. And this is my response.
Asking for a burrito supreme?
No. She sent me a text. We have plans with so-and-so. Don't forget we have plans with so-and-so Saturday night. to which I just responded, hey, you know those little magnets, those refrigerator magnets that you give out to all your real estate clients and possible clients? Take a look at the Broncos schedule and see what they do on Saturday night and get back to me.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, man. The wife asked you to go
call
out.
Me that.
What is it? I don't want to get too involved in this because I don't want to get beat up by Terry. But what are you scheduled to do with this other couple?
Well, I think it's another candlelight vigil for Def Leppard like you attended. Trust me. It ain't happening.
Is it dinner? Is it you're playing tennis?
It ain't happening.
Yeah.
It ain't happening during the Broncos game.
Tell you right now, what time is kickoff on Saturday night?
Hey,
it's the 6:30 kickoff.
Oh, no.
Saturday night.
Here's what it says. Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. We're watching it with a group 2-hour special on Billy Joel. Moser recommended it.
Moj, man, I cannot believe you are more involved in what's going on with Billy Joel than what's going on with the Denver Broncos. Or football in general, because it was actually Hard Knocks that you totally skipped out on.
I missed that part. What'd she say, Vic? My headphones came unplugged. She said, you're what? You're watching with a group what?
A 2-hour special of Billy Joel documentary.
Okay.
To which I replied, hey, crack a couple smelling salts, sister. We're staying home.
Billy Joel just doesn't seem like your kind of dude, man. You're heavy, like, you're hard rock, bro, right? Billy Joel ain't hard rock.
I had never seen Billy Joel in my life. I saw him after my Spain trip got canceled because of the passport snafu. I went to Billy Joel at Coors Field, and I'd never seen him before. I thought he was great, and I think he's pretty good. I don't care. I don't care if you don't care. I care. I care about me. You go play tickle fight with your wife and another couple on Saturday night. Let me handle the football. I don't care. You let me handle the football Saturday night. You go play pickleball or dinner time or whiny wine, whatever it is you guys have planned.
Dude, clearly I made the point that my schedule with the Broncos takes precedence over anything she has planned with another couple. Mm-hmm. The end.
You're just not that dedicated, and that's fine, man. That's fine.
Are you sure?
We don't need everybody going that hard, but I mean, you just got to admit it. Sometimes you just take plays off, bro. You take plays off. Sean Payton would hate you as a play. Hate you. Sean Payton would be riding you hard,
He's
man.
not committed, dude.
Yeah, he's not committed.
Come on.
Right. You got to give it all. Blood, sweat, and tears, brother. Blood, sweat, and tears. All right. I do have a Broncos question. An interesting thing that Peyton Manning brought up recently, and I'll ask you that question after this quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
all your friends so knocked out.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Welcome back. This is what you take into your heart before you take into
All right, let me ask you a question. What was the best part about Hard Knocks last night? Vic?
I don't know. Pretty good shots of Haley Steinfeld.
I just love the song. I love it. I love the start of training camp. I love everything about it. The show, I watched it. I tell you, it's not as good though. Moser, I'll give you this. It's not as good, and this is going to go counter to what DMac said. I'm watching the debut, the premiere of Bo Nix's YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel, very first video is 9.5 minutes in length. And it shows him working out, doing some other stuff, some thoughts. Here's another example, and I've stressed this many times on this show. The great athletes, the elite ones, hell, all athletes, all people. I'm not even going to limit it to great ones. They don't need the media. They are the media. They are the media. They don't need us anymore. Our only purpose in life is to comment on what they do. There is no more tracking what they do.
What's on his YouTube channel?
Watch
he just
his channel.
said. Yeah.
I just told you.
Oh, okay, so you're watching him work out. What else?
That's it.
I tell you what, invest time and watch the damn thing.
Is he pumping iron? Is he throwing footballs? I mean, I'm curious. What's he doing?
He's doing all of what you just said.
Does Bo Nix have a team? Remember, Russell Wilson had he had his own team.
Well,
right?
clearly he has a team. He has people following him. People do. It's very well edited. It's very well executed. There's, that shot of him working out, followed by the cool frame shot of him talking about his workout and his mentality. Great graphics. It's very well done. It's a television show produced by Bo Nix. Again, the narrative no longer belongs in the hands of the media. We are the media. We cannot run the narrative anymore.
Do they show
these
him?
Guys, these athletes have taken that and made it their own. They are the media. We are at their behest when it comes to stuff like this, and all we can do is comment.
Do they show him like eating breakfast, like having
some
eggs or stuff?
No.
I tell you what. Here's a cut. Nelly, you have the cut I sent you. Here's the cut. Him working out, and somebody, the photographer, obviously asked, "What's the mindset? Why do you work out so hard in the off season? Whatever." And here's what he had to say.
My coach at Oregon, Coach Lanning, used to tell us it's all about the illusion of choice. To where people think they have a choice in life, but they really don't. There's no choice. You do it, or I guess you get left behind. So it doesn't matter if I want to be doing this or not. I'm doing it.
What's the problem?
I don't have a problem with it. DMac is the one who has a problem with it,
Well,
right?
okay, so what's the problem with that? Obviously, his intent here is to show people, hey, check me out. I work out in the off season, and here's how I work out. And here's what I do. I invest in my body, and I make sure I'm ready for the season. Now, not every athlete does that, but he felt it necessary to get a YouTube channel and get that out there. Doesn't bother me one bit.
It felt like that DMac was upset that Bo Nix hasn't, or the reports out of camp the last week plus 3 or 4 days, whatever it's been, has been like Bo Nix hasn't been sparkling. He hasn't been, you know what I mean? He hasn't been amazing.
Let me not mince words here. Let me not mince words. This is a message. DMac, if you're listening, feel free to call in. I don't care. If you're going to evaluate a quarterback on training camp reps and come to a conclusion on how they're, quote, doing, you are a moron.
I don't think DMac's a moron. He's been doing this long enough. Maybe he just needed something to talk about yesterday.
No. Let me make this very clear. Let me make this very clear. I'm going to make this very clear again. If you're evaluating quarterbacks based on interceptions they throw in training camp, you have no idea how this works. Because if I had taken you from a space and said, go watch Peyton Manning's training camp and tell me what you think of him. Do you know how many picks Peyton Manning would throw per day in training camp? Per day. I don't care how he looks on a Wednesday at camp. I don't care. I care how he looks the first Sunday of the NFL regular season.
And there you have
that's
it.
that.
There you have it. Look, I'm hesitant to jump into this discussion. I've been quiet because
I think
I'm hesitant because I don't know. I guess I got a little PTSD in terms of I'm going to be nailed by somebody for something. I don't care what he looks like working out. I don't care what Dan Lanning said at Oregon. A little insightful, great. I don't care. I don't care what he eats for breakfast. I don't care how he drives to the facility.
Well, apparently,
I don't care what he does in training camp. I don't care about I don't care who cuts his hair. I don't care about anything about Bo Nix except when snap number 1 of the season against the Tennessee Titans. That's all I care about.
Well, guess what?
I don't care about his YouTube channel. I don't care about. I don't want to watch that. It doesn't. None of that matters.
Guess what?
It doesn't
the same
matter.
thing. It's the same reason that all the video camera crews follow Deion Sanders around. All the video camera crews follow some of these YouTubers around. Guess what? There are 7,000 subscribers already to his channel. It's a brand new channel. So there are 7,000 people that care. They're watching this stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's go straight to the source. Let's head to the Ramos Law hotline where Darren McKee is now.
Do we have the moron on the air?
Yeah. DMac is called in, so we can give it. Hey, DMac, how you doing on this Wednesday morning, brother?
Oh, hold on a second. I got to finish my holiday sale special of my Bo Nix T-shirt, long sleeve wicking vest.
See, you're starting right out the gate, DMac. You're starting. What were you freaking out so much about yesterday for?
It's disappointing to see that he's got something else on his mind and he's hawking T-shirts, and he doesn't think just being a good football player. By the way, you don't get a cookie or a gold star because you work out as an athlete. And to do phony baloney videos, it surprised me.
I couldn't care less. DMac, I'm so with you. This is the furthest thing from interest to me.
Did you just say you're with Team DMac on this whole thing?
It's dumb. It's dumb. I mean, he's got 7,000 12-year-olds.
This is a distraction. You think this is a distraction? A YouTube page and some T-shirts is a distraction?
No, I'm not saying it's a distraction. You know what? Let me take it back. DMac, I'm not saying it's a distraction. I'm saying that I couldn't give a fat flip.
Oh, I think it's stupid. It's dumb and it's phony. And the one thing I thought about Bo is that he was a genuine guy, and it's a bummer to see. Now, I'm a big Bo guy, obviously, and Sean Payton needs to calm down. I mean, you had a couple too many lattes, brother. Chill. Like, we're with you. We want to like you. But you don't need to hawk T-shirts. And, just because somebody is from a national outlet, Sean's flapping his gums left and right. And Bo's like, watch me do a box jump. Oh my God, I'm working so hard. Give me a break. You're a professional gym class person. Your job is a pro athlete. You don't get a cookie or a gold star on the pat on the back because you work out. I hate phoniness. And
so you don't like him.
I gotta call it out with him if I called it out with Russ. And to me, this is no different.
All right, guys, let me get into it a little bit with DMac here. All right, so you think it's inauthentic for him to establish a YouTube page of him working out in the offseason, correct?
I didn't know why he did it until I saw these 700 T-shirts that were for sale. And while I like the fact that the Bo Leave shirts go to ALS, I question why not all the proceeds from all the T-shirt sales, water bottles, hoodies, and
don't be self-righteous and tell him where to spend his money. Don't be that guy. Come on. Nobody.
Why not?
Nobody. Oh, really? Or where do you spend your YouTube money, DMac?
My YouTube money? You think I'm on the same plane as Bo Nix?
Because he makes more money than he has to spend more on charities? I mean, I hate it when people do that. He can take his money and spend it wherever the hell he darn well pleases. He doesn't have to call you and ask permission to see if he has to donate to charity.
Clearly he doesn't, Vic. So make sure you get that holiday Bo Nix hoodie. By the way, if you're going to put it out there, I can judge it. Your logo sucks.
Okay.
Look at the logo. It sucks.
So if you're going to judge him for making money, because that's what he's doing right now, he's making some side money, little side piece money, right? Then do you hold everybody accountable to that? I mean, do you have a side gig? Do you make a little side money? Do we not all have side gigs?
Vic, was he
I don't
having
have a side gig. Do I need a side gig?
Wait. Was he having a hard time paying for his third jacuzzi for his mansion
you're
in
going,
Castle
you're
Pine?
going after him because he's a rich guy. Because I don't consider that. He earned everything he's got in his life. He's a better athlete, and he made what he's got in his life through his athleticism. He put the work in. I'm not going to hold him to that standard simply because he's wealthier than I am. That's not cool. So do you treat people less well off than you the same way?
I treat people less well off than me? What? What does that mean?
I'm saying you're being very critical of how he earns money and where he puts his money because he's, quote, rich. Do you say that about someone who's not rich?
I'm nice to Nelly.
Yeah. Sometimes.
I've never understood that. I've never understood that why people want like wealthy people, and he's a wealthy guy. He could do whatever he wants, bro.
I don't like phonies.
And you think Bo Nix is a phony? DMac, you think Bo Nix is a phony?
Birdo, who was he throwing footballs to at that high school field in Alabama? Who was catching the footballs?
Listen,
I get it. Who was it? Seriously, who was it?
Nobody.
But,
Nobody.
Then tell me how many wins per season is this costing the Broncos? Because Bo Nix has a YouTube page and has some T-shirts. How many wins is that going to cost the Broncos this season?
I hope none, because I'm predicting 11 wins in a wild card
It's
playoff win over the Houston
self-righteous
Texans.
mishmash is what it is. It's the same crap you hear all the time. Let me ask you, hey, Payton Manning is a great quarterback, correct, DMac? Great quarterback. Great mind.
Quarterback. Awesome.
Did he do some stuff on the side? How do you like his commercial campaign? He's got commercials everywhere. Do you knock him for that?
I could have done with less of them. But what Peyton Manning did was show an insatiable desire to win because he couldn't feel his hand because of nerve damage and wanted to play football. I got no problems with guys making money, Vic. That's not the issue. What I don't like is phoniness. And what I saw in that video for a YouTube channel that you really don't care about was phoniness.
How do you know that's phony? How do you know that's funny? What if that's who he is?
Vic, he had a camera in his face talking about, bad throw, I got to do it again. And there was no video of him throwing to anybody, Vic. He's doing box jumps in the gym, and everybody's like, oh, my God, look how hard he works out. The key to life is to blah, 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 blah. He's 25. I don't want to hear about the key to life from a 25-year-old. Work out. I don't need dramatic music
so
when you
want
throw
him,
a pass.
You want him to shut up and dribble.
No, he can say whatever he wants. If he had something to say, it would actually be interesting. But when it's just phony baloney working out crap, which is the same exact thing we criticize Russell Wilson for, I've got to be consistent. And unless you thought everything Russell Wilson did was cool, you should be on my side with this.
It's one video, DMac. One. Just one.
I think there's
Birdo, I get it. One video, fine. But then you say, oh, why did he do it? And then you click on the merch store, and there's 700 T-shirts for sale, bro.
Well, then don't buy one.
What are we doing here?
Well, I mean, there's a market for it. If you had a merch store and everybody wanted to buy your T-shirts, should I complain that you're selling T-shirts on your YouTube merch store? I don't care. Sell them.
You don't have to, but if I had the ability and lucky enough in life to be for me, it would be a Major League Baseball player, but whatever. I'm an NFL quarterback. Yeah. That's enough, man. I'll tell you right now, that's enough for me. And I'll focus on that. And by the way, being a superstar quarterback and playing the game the right way, which he has done up until this phony crap, is good enough. It'll all come to you. It will all come to you. And by the way, I'd like to hear about how Bo Nix was having a great camp, which I haven't heard. And I'd like to – listen, man, I am pro-Broncos. I am pro-Sean Payton as a coach. I am pro-Bo Nix, obviously. But, I'm leaning towards hey, why don't you do something first camp? Yeah. I mean, you beat the JV Chiefs to get into the playoffs, and then you got smoked by the Bills. I'll
say this, DMac, do something. We got to go. Appreciate it. Your show, obviously, 12 to 3 every day. Always love your take on stuff, but we disagree on this one. And I will give you this. If we gave Russell Wilson heat for doing a lot of the same thing, perhaps some of that heat should go Bo's way. But I'm going to give Bo the benefit of the doubt. This is the first thing he's ever produced. He's been behind the curtains, behind closed doors his entire rookie season. I think a lot of his fans are just eager to see what he's really like, who he is, how he thinks.
You're right.
And if he's going to sell merch doing so, great. I mean, I don't see fake rage is what I get from your rant. Fake rage. But I appreciate your take. And we'll get more of your fake rage 12 to 3 this afternoon on Altitude 92.5.
All right, D-Mac. Thanks, brother.
All right. Thank you, Moser.
See you, buddy.
That's a great right. Listen, D-Mac is known for doing crazy takes, but that's a crazy take. But we'll hear more from him later. The Ramos Law Hotline, car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We'll roll out with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Wednesday morning. Brett's still on vacation. I'm Mark Bertinoli. Our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
Start my own YouTube channel.
No, stop with that, man. Stop with that.
You know, it's I had a famous friend named Vic one time. He told me something very profound. He said, you know, the Earth only rotates every 24 hours. And so you've got to get in as much work while you can. Hold on, time out. Hold on.
Man, I'm surprised how many people are defending DMac. I shouldn't say a lot of people are defending DMac, but
hold on, you got to get in as much work as you can in those 24 hours because you know what? Daylight ain't going to wait for you. And so that when Vic told me that, I mean, that really rang a bell. And I'd like to live my life through the lens of a Vic Lombardi, man, because that's what I like to do. Anyway, I got some Moser merchandise over here. It's Moser takes 10 pounds of meat to the face T-shirts. Those are really, really.
I'd actually buy the hell out of those if you sold them.
And Moser loves Billy Joel hoodies. You're gonna love those, man, because they kick ass. Anyway, back to regularly scheduled programming. I'm starting my own Moser YouTube. Yeah. It's just going to be me doing push-ups against the wall and chewing Copenhagen.
We do have a couple of people mentioning that if you're going to take shots at Russell Wilson for doing this stuff, you got to take shots at Bo for doing this stuff.
Absolutely you do. Of course you do.
It's two totally different things. It's night and day, man. It's night and day to what.
Well, so are you going to take shots? Are you going to take shots at any quarterback who makes money off of their commercial likeness?
Of course not. No, dude, I would do commercial. If I was a quarterback in the National Football League and Steve's House of Crabs said, hey, will you sit here with a bib on and eat a live lobster? I'd say, hell yeah. How much are you going to pay me?
What does DMac want? Does he want the Broncos to go to Bo and be like, shut down that YouTube page? Stop selling T-shirts, man. You got to be focused.
It's a little corny. I think it is. That's my.
You can think it's corny. That's fine. And I thought Russell Wilson's stuff was corny. Him doing like sit-ups in a pool in Sicily. I thought it was corny. Corny's a different thing. But calling it disappointing and a distraction, and then to say, where are you using that money off the sale of your T-shirts? That's none of your business.
Right.
Let me tell you something. Anybody who asks, my biggest pet peeve, if, let's say, a very wealthy person makes a donation, and the immediate response is, well, that wasn't enough. They make a lot of money. Shut up.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. Whatever you do with your money is your business and nobody else's. How many other quarterbacks in the National Football League have their own YouTube channel?
I'm sure all of them do. Almost all of them do, right?
I bet not. I bet none. I bet none.
I bet you Josh Allen does not, but I bet you Patrick Mahomes does. I mean, right? Like, yeah, I mean, why not? You got to monetize these things, right? That's why these players do that.
I think
for the
at
money.
the heart of the Bo Nix stuff, and the reason why it's fascinating.
I had no idea I have no idea. Here's who's got him. You've got Bo Nix, Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, and former quarterback JT O'Sullivan, who hosts the quarterback school.
That's it.
The reason why it's fascinating to some, and he already has 7,000 subscribers day one, is because we've never gotten a look behind the curtain on Bo Nix.
I don't need to see him panting into a camera.
That's fine. It's not for you. And the difference between Bo and Russell Wilson is Russell Wilson did it for years. For years. Maybe this will wear off. Maybe after a couple episodes of behind the scenes Bo, he stops doing. Who knows? But you know what?
Yeah.
Tebow did the same stuff, Moj. Tebow pushing the car. It's the same deal.
Agreed. Well,
rinse, repeat.
I don't think he had his own channel that showed him pushing a car. But look, I'll say this. I don't begrudge him. He can do whatever he wants. I think it's unnecessary. I think it's corny. That's my opinion. I won't be watching it. I hope like hell he balls out this year and I hope he becomes a top 5 quarterback in the league and kicks so much butt.
If he doesn't, it's not because of the YouTube.
Agreed. I completely agree. I don't argue that at all. I don't think it's a distraction. I think DMac is off on his own tangent on that. I just think it's corny. That's my opinion. I won't be going. But if people want to go there and watch him pant into a camera after a workout, I had my coach tell me that the universe has threads, then we're all one, connected. And And I like to live.
Choice is an illusion.
I mean,
right?
Choice,
Isn't that what he said? Bo
Nix
said.
Illusion.
Landy said choice
okay,
is
good.
an illusion.
I mean, if that gets you off, then get off to that. It doesn't do it for me. That's all. And that's the last I'll say about it.
I love watching workout videos.
Great.
Do you really?
I love it.
Like,
you know, I've read his book.
Hold on, when Von Miller's posting all those almost naked pictures of himself. Hold on.
No.
When he's posting all those, and by the way, he looked awesome, still does. But when he posts we made fun of him for posting I'm almost naked, look at my tats and how ripped I am. We're like, dude, we get it. You're ripped and you're a stud. We get that. This, to me, the panting into the camera after a workout or in the middle of a workout is the same thing.
The text line says, 2 corny old men calling a 25-year-old corny is crazy. There's a couple of these that are fairly interesting. Can't talk about Gardner Minshew's channel that is out there. Somebody says that, P.S., Patrick's got his own YouTube channel. So and nobody's taking shots at Yeah.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, and nobody's taking shots at Sertan like, man,
I'm so far
he's
out of
going to fall off.
None of that. Even who's my favorite player?
In the history of sports?
Well, if Kevin Garnett's one of my favorite NBA players of all time.
Mm-hmm.
If Kevin Garnett back in the day had his own YouTube channel, I wouldn't be going there and watching his YouTube.
If he played in the league today, he certainly would. Kevin Garnett, I mean, you hear him talk on his podcast, man. He is not afraid to speak the truth. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I love Kevin Garnett, but I wouldn't go to his YouTube channel every day to see if he's got an updated video.
So let me ask you,
Doesn't do it for me.
Moj,
what?
I'm going to watch this.
Here we go.
There's somebody in town who did some behind-the-scenes video and lots of video, in fact, of him working out. And we loved it. We ate it up. His name is Gabriel Landeskog.
That's so different. Dude, he's coming back from coming back from a possible career-ending injury. It's all about the comeback. It's not about going...
he didn't have moments in that video where he did exactly that?
Of course he did. Of course. But it's the larger perspective. It's the how you come back from having your leg literally taken apart and put a dead guy in you. Not watch me jump on top of a box and buy my T-shirt. Did Landeskog sell any Landy T-shirts?
Man, you're just digging a hole, man. Both you and DMac are digging a hole, man.
I'm just going to shut up. You're right.
You're just making it worse.
I just did a standard YouTube search. How to play hockey like Nathan McKinnon on YouTube. Hockey training standards breakdown featuring Nathan McKinnon. Send a memo. Send a memo to Nate. Can't be doing that because Moser and DMac don't like YouTube videos. What's different about
silly?
It? What's silly about it?
Is it his own
like
YouTube channel?
Like McKinnon has proven himself as a player, and Bo Nix hasn't. That's basically what I'm getting from the text line.
If Nathan McKinnon had his own YouTube channel showing him,
what else I can find on the Avalanche Squad YouTube video. You guys don't like it because, DMac doesn't like it because he's making money off T-shirts for some reason, which is
crazy.
Moser doesn't like it because Moser doesn't work out,
right?
And he doesn't like seeing people work out.
Yeah,
I'm going to start. I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Those push-ups you just did, those push-ups in the corner are the most push-ups you've done in 10 years.
You going to start your own YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'm going to start my own Moj workout YouTube channel. See how many subscribers I can get. Then I'm going to sell my Moj T-shirts.
Please do.
Yeah. I mean, do it, man.
I would buy a T-shirt with 10 pounds of sausage.
Listen, he can do whatever he wants. I don't care. It doesn't. Bo Nix, outside of what he does between the white lines, doesn't affect my life at all. And I hope he balls out like crazy. I hope he becomes a $50 million a year quarterback. And by the way, I like him. I like Bo Nix. I like his attitude. I like his work ethic. I like all of that. To me, this I have no interest in this whatsoever. I think it's corny. I think it's cheesy. That's it.
But you don't think it's going to hurt his game on the field, which seems to be DMax.
No, not at all. I couldn't give a rat's
how about this? On the text line, we just got this. Vic, it cracks me up that you say it's about the money. Bo hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything in the NFL. You have all these people saying the Broncos will be amazing and Bo a top 5 quarterback. Seriously? You got smoked in the playoffs. Concentrate on camp. Show something fans can clinch to. Nate won a Stanley Cup. You're ridiculous, Vic.
You are ridiculous. But
I'm ridiculous because a guy posted one video and he's hawking T-shirts, and that makes him a phony. And as a rookie in the NFL, whoever this texter is, clearly a Raiders fan, whoever that texter is, take a look at the stats. Take a look at what Bo Nix did as a rookie.
He was
Look
killer.
at his numbers.
He was terrific.
Look at his numbers. Best rookie season by a Bronco quarterback ever. I think he could post a video if he likes. And you know what, Texter? He doesn't need your damn permission. So shut up.
I just think it's funny that you're defending him so vociferously.
Well, I'm not defending him. because I'm not going to watch that
Well, you're
video.
defending his
I'm
right to do
defending
it.
all of you morons who suddenly cast aspersions on a guy selling a couple freaking T-shirts. Big deal.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It's not. See,
Gotta get some more reps in here.
No, this is the oldest take you've ever had in your life. This is the single oldest take. I will never watch YouTube.
You know, we never
watch
saw
YouTube all the time, man.
So let me ask you this: to you and DMac, we never saw any behind the scenes videos from Paxton Lynch, right? We never saw any. Man, how did that work out for Paxton Lynch?
Hey, it's Moj. Welcome to my YouTube.
Is Sean Payton
Today we're
putting
gonna
too much
drive-
pressure on Bo Nix
today-
with this
today we're
this
gonna
talk
go-
about how great he's
You're
going to be?
the idiot
Today we're
who
gonna go
came
through the
on the air and sang a song about a quarterback who produced a rap about himself.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he could ball out.
That's true.
That kid could
Chad
ball.
Kelly produced a rap before he got to the NFL,
that in college.
and you're the moron who sang it every day, hoping he'd become the starter.
That never worked out,
I
though.
watched every pass.
How'd that work?
I want. Yeah.
Chad Kelly.
Chad Kelly.
That's not corny.
Chad Kelly. It's
Yeah.
totally corny. Yeah. KJ, get it.
Yeah, that's what I want my
At the
quarterback.
time, that was our only hope. That was the only hope for the Broncos was Chad Kelly.
Chad Kelly. I went back and watched every pass he threw. By the way, he is
Just
ball
think
out.
about what you're saying. No, shut yourself off and take your stupid glasses off. Think about what you're saying.
Yeah, you know his swag.
Think about what you're saying. You tied yourself to that guy and said that guy's the future in Denver.
Yeah, it
and you
didn't
have the
work out.
nerve to blast Bo Nix for a video?
Dude, Chad-
what a moron you are.
Dude, Chad Kelly may have been that piece of cheese on the ground that even the birds won't eat.
That dude
But
waltzed
every
into
other-
a random house and sat on a freaking sofa next to a
Dressed-
stranger and got arrested
as-
for it, and you're tying yourself to that
swag.
guy?
Dressed as Woody from Toy Story.
Yeah, but who
and
hasn't done that?
Remember that dude beat
Who
the hell out
hasn't?
of him with the vacuum cleaner hose?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Like he's just it was good times. All right, you know what? We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're actually gonna talk about this Broncos-Niners game that we're gonna see on Saturday night. That's coming up next right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
You know what's swag.
CBs can't stop it, throwing passes like rockets.
The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today.
Hey, Loretta chimed in, Vic, during the break.
Oh, what does she have to say?
Is Loretta, I forget, is Loretta somebody that I've fought with in the past, or is Loretta like...
Yes, you have gone toe-to-toe with Loretta before. You are not a fan of hers, historically.
But she just said, that's hilarious blank about Chad Kelly. Thank you, Loretta. So I take back if I got on your bacon before. It's a pretty good song. I don't know how to tell you. So I'll leave it at that, Vic.
It is a good song.
No, but Nelson just told us that when we were doing that nonsense, we were popping off and singing the chant. That was 2017, brother.
Golly,
that's
was it really?
2017. That's a long, long time ago.
That is a long time ago.
It was 2017, and then I think into 2018, because the 2018
and we just kept
season,
going. We did a whole year Chad Kelly song. We sang. How many times do you think we sang that song, Moshe? Seriously.
Yeah, he also
ballpark it for me. 200 times,
maybe. Yeah, something like that.
You know, there are certain things though that make you older than you are, like boomer. Everybody calls you boomer, right? And make you feel like you. Who are you? For example,
boomer.
Colin Cowherd going off on quarterbacks who wear their hats backwards.
Yes,
right?
that's
And
very
stuff
much.
like
Yes,
that.
yes.
You and DMac going off on young quarterbacks who developed a YouTube page. You guys sound like just out of touch boomers when you say stuff like that.
I honestly, Vic, I couldn't care less.
I know. I sound like one too. I do too. I have my problems. Like when I see you wearing your sunglasses, like I criticize you for that. And
well, they're prescriptions, so I have to be able to see. Okay, some if I put these on, I can read. If I don't, I'm like Bert. I'm like, or no, actually, Bert's like this.
Yeah, I'm the opposite.
And and I got to do this.
So we're all guilty of it.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, that was that's like the oldest take. Like you and DMac, man, going deep into the bag today with that.
By the way,
nonsense.
guys, the NBA is going to have its schedule released soon, any time now. In fact, I'm going to find out exactly.
Why is the NHL schedule already? I mean, it's
already out, man. They
have the same. Why does the NHL always get their act together better than the NBA?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm asking right now what time the league releases its schedule, because I'm anxious to see where the Nuggets end up, if they do play on Christmas Day or not. But the WNBA is making news for other reasons. They have a flying object problem.
Yeah, yeah. This is the third time. Yeah, last night was the third time in the last week.
I'm out.
Hit Cunningham, too. And she was like, at first she was like, what? And then Kelsey Plum came over and booted it. Did you see her boot it? She kicked that thing.
Dude, all right, so the reason I bring it up is this.
But okay, I want to excuse myself because I did not sign up for this job.
I get it. Recuse yourself then.
I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion. I did not sign up to do this show to talk about adult toys.
Okay, that's fine. I don't blame you.
Okay.
It's not about that subject matter. The subject is this.
This is what?
Is this. So, do you remember I did that investigative hit piece years ago when the Avs played the Nashville Predators on the guy
Catfish Jake,
who smuggled into Ball Arena a catfish.
Right, I'm still friends with him. Did you know that?
Well, I know. We still go back and forth on Twitter with him. Actually, a great guy.
Great
did a lot
dude.
for charity.
Great dude.
Anyway, so this guy would smuggle in catfish into Nashville games, but he tried to do it here in Denver and succeeded. Smuggled in a catfish, and he put it on his person somewhere. And I remember standing at the door with security trying to find him. I didn't know what he looked like at the time, but he got past us, and he threw that catfish onto the ice. All right? I want to know how these dudes getting these things in everywhere.
Put it in their pants.
Whoa.
Put it in their pants.
Are they?
Yeah, that's how they did it in Detroit, right? Most they take the octopus and put it in one of those big Ziploc bags or a trash bag. They tie a rope around it. They put it in the front of their pants, tie the rope around their waist like a belt, and then just walk through security like that. So if you don't get the pat down, the octopus gets through. You throw it on the ice. But then you got a wet, dead octopus down your pants, man. Like, what is that? Like, that doesn't seem like fun to me. Like, I'm going to sneak in with this dead fish or dead octopus. You know what I mean? Like, that seems crazy to me. But people love it.
Placement is
important. And then when it hits the ice, everybody loves it too, right? People in Detroit go nuts when that octopus hits the ice.
Nelly, give me some. Thanks, buddy. The commissioner of the National Hockey League, Gary Bettman, is banned. Well, I mean, they've banned basically The problem with the octopus, and by the way,
that's
Detroit
how you
has
do
stunk
it, right?
for a while. Yeah,
Octopus down the
Detroit
paint.
has stunk for a while, so ain't nobody throwing octopi on there anymore because they're not in the playoffs anymore. But the commissioner would get mad because bits of octopus would get stuck to the ice. And so you're trying to clean up the octopus, but you pick him up, and he's stuck now. And then the commissioner described it as particles of octopus remain.
And then somebody toe picks into a piece of...
Well, then you got to get the scraper out, and you got to scrape the cephalopod. You got to scrape some cephalopod, right? And get him up. But Cody McLeod one time in the postseason, Cody McLeod, and the Avs got worked by Detroit. Johnny Lyles had a great goal in that series, but they got worked. Cody McLeod picked up the octopus off the ice
threw it back.
And he threw it down the Zamboni tunnel.
So, Moj, what is the penalty, or what was the penalty back in the day if you got caught throwing these objects onto the ice?
Kicked out, I think.
I think you do, yeah.
The guy that got caught throwing the flying object onto the WNBA court got arrested.
Yeah. They're throwing the book at these dudes who are doing this nonsense.
If you threw, is it just because it's an adult toy, or
because one of the charges is indecent exposure. Even though
if you threw a paper airplane, it wouldn't have the same results.
Right. Because
so we're quantifying the flying object.
Yes.
Okay, so
we are.
If it's a paper airplane out of a page out of the,
you still get tossed out, but you don't get arrested.
Okay, let's say it's a page out of the program, and you make a paper airplane, you go zing. That's one thing. But if you get a flying adult toy bouncing down the court, then you're doing time.
Yeah. I don't understand the thoughts behind it. Like, you know what I'm going to do tonight, bro? I'm going to go to a WNBA game. It's crazy to me.
If they think it's good, all this is going to do is compound the problem.
Right, yeah. Because people see it and they're like, that's great. I'm going to go do that too. See what happens. But I want to get back to the Denver Broncos and the San Francisco 49ers.
Thank God. Please,
let's practice tomorrow.
Let's do it, man.
The game on Saturday, is there any what are we going to learn on Saturday? What do you want to learn? What do you think we're going to see Saturday with the Broncos and Niners?
Let me go back to Coach Payton. And Nelly, do you have the cut about guys playing this weekend? And he seems pretty adamant about it. And he said, guys are going to play. Now, again, he's not quantifying how many guys are going to play. And by guys, we're talking about starters, are we not? Because we know guys are going to play. You're going to play third and fourth string guys. I mean, you got to field a team. Guys are going to play. But I think he's talking about the actual dudes. Go ahead, Nelly.
We'll meet. We travel Wednesday night. We'll probably meet tomorrow night to discuss the roles. I'll speak with Kyle between now and then. We've already got the format of the practice laid out. We've already got the itinerary laid out until next Tuesday. So, with regards to the game or practice?
Well, both. Because when you do practice,
yeah, not so much. There's this feeling that, if I practice them a bunch, then I'm not going to play them in the game. We're playing guys in the game.
Okay, they're playing guys in the game, but who's going to play? I would assume most of the running backs. I don't know if Dobbins is going to play.
Right, I don't know.
JK's been around. He was injured last year.
RJ gets to start, man. Just hand the ball to that guy. Let's see what happens.
Vic, don't you want to see RJ Harvey 100%. Carry the ball? Yeah.
I want to see the starting offensive line in front of RJ Harvey, and I want to see them run some sort of cutback zone read. I don't know. I want to see them work in unison with the running back and gain yards. I don't want to see that stop at 1 yard and you're down on the ground and you're 3rd and 9. I mean, there were too many of those last year, right? Mm-hmm. You got to get some yards. You got to churn something out on first down. It'll change everything.
I'm looking here. Is Springer back from vacation yet, Nelly? Do you know he is?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's back.
Because he's the only degenerate that I would know that would actually bet on preseason football.
No, I'm sure he already has. There's 3 games tomorrow. I'm sure he's putting.
What do you think's tougher to bet on? Preseason football or NBA Summer League?
Oh, for God's sake.
Listen.
That whole thing is break. I mean, why would you even tempt it?
Springer has a philosophy that sometimes it's easier to pick preseason football games because, like Saturday, when you know that Shanahan's not going to play anybody because he doesn't like to play anybody, and that Payton might. And right now it's Broncos minus 5.5, so you're like, right. I'll take that 5.5. I'll put money on that game. But once again, I'm with Vic. Betting preseason football is insane. But people love it.
I mean, you've got to be. I don't want to insult anybody.
Oh, go away, man. Go ahead.
Vic, and I'm not a betting guy, right? But you've got to be some special sort of weirdy to actually throw live bread on preseason football.
Maybe you're good
How
at it,
the
though.
hell do you know? Well,
They might, whatever. If people have been doing this for years and are good at it.
You got some fourth-string QB. He's going to be out of the league, going long against some fourth-string corner and safety who's going to be out. I mean, everything can change.
You know what it is, Mo?
It's insane.
I bet you it's a haven for live betting. Live betting.
Like on this drive, that kind of thing?
Exactly right.
Yeah, you have the app in front of your face during the game.
But how do you live bet? How do you live bet a football game?
If you're a bettor and you are paying such close attention to what coaches have to say leading up to that game about who's going to play and how many reps they're going to get, like the two most important sentences for a live bettor or for any bettor is starters will play 2 series, maybe 3. I mean, that could change everything for how you bet. I trust me. By the way, I just got the information. The NBA schedule will be released in full next Thursday. August
Thursday.
14th.
Okay.
Well, the NHL schedule was released on July 17th. We're way ahead of
So
the
what do you
game.
want? What do you want? A brownie? Cupcake? What do you want? You want me to make you some
cookie? Yes, I want a cookie. Deliver.
I want to see. I want to see if the Nuggets
Was it
are
a
playing on
race?
Christmas.
Well, I mean, we're in August, bro.
But I think
what's the holdup?
listen, a lot of these NBA teams play in the same arenas as the NHL teams. So the NHL has to solidify their schedule before the NBA can work on theirs. So they can know, like, oh, here the Avs are there at ball at these certain days. So the Nuggets can only play there certain days.
Their computers work together. It's all computerized now.
I think you're making stuff up.
Moser, that is the faux rage that DMac is known for on this show. Moser suddenly has faux rage that the NBA is late to the party on the schedule.
Oh, I couldn't care less. I just don't know why it takes till the middle of August before they get it out. It makes no sense to me, but that's me. The 0964 says, I'm betting now, Moser, a 5-game parlay. Okay,
5-game parlay in preseason football?
Okay, guys.
But, Vic, how can you possibly predict what is going to happen in these preseason football games?
Because some people have been doing it for 30 years.
It's the most unpredictable thing on the planet. I'll leave it at that. Yes, Vic.
I'm going to wait for the next segment, but I've got to get something off my chest. I'm going to do an about face on something that resonates with you, Moser. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to say something in the next segment that's going to make you go, see? I was right all along. All right? I'm going to save it right there. So let's move on.
But the text line,
knows what I'm talking
Vic,
about.
you can't see the text line because you've been banned. But the amount of people who've thrown theories out there about these objects that are being tossed.
Yeah.
What theories? What's the theory?
I don't
read me a text. Listen, I want to.
He's like a
Kevin
junkie.
Shockey.
Just give me a smoke. Just give me a smoke,
Kevin
man.
Shockey. It's
Kevin,
been
listen.
8 months now. Can I please have access to the text line?
365 days, bro. It's got to be a full year.
Listen, I've served my time.
You got to kick the habit,
I've gone into rehab. I've been in that jail cell long enough.
There are theories about accomplices.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so Vic, I don't want to get into it, but I just want to say to this. Our listeners, God, I flippin' love you people. Some of you people are really funny. Loretta, you're not funny at all, okay? Loretta, you
fight we've all been waiting for.
How about this question
Loretta,
on the text line,
you drive me crazy, Loretta, but I still love you.
What's worse, betting on preseason football or buying one of Bo Nix's T-shirts?
I'd rather buy.
I thought this was America.
I'd rather buy a Bo Nix T-shirt.
See? You're finally on the side of Bo Nix.
Listen, I like preseason football. I like to learn. I'm a learner. I like to learn.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how you could possibly bet on it. To me, it seems like the most unpredictable thing on planet Earth.
Yeah. I mean, if you couldn't ballpark what the final score of Saturday's game is going to be, right? Even though the over-under is, 34.5 or something at the ESPN.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, you have no idea what that score is. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares what the score is going to be.
Here's the 0650. Vic, you got people on your side. Let Vic back on the text line. So you've got people now. You've got people, Vic, who are fighting the good fight for you.
See, the same people that I fight with on the text line,
Yeah.
they know what it is. It's just sports debate. It's nothing personal. Even those of you who want to kill me and threaten to. Let's go. Kevin, it's over. It's been 8 months, for crying out loud. I deserve my text line credentials back.
Now, you don't want to be reading
want
these
it.
Actually, these are good texts. You probably do want to be
Is there
reading
anybody out there who has fought with Vic on the text line? And you've had some pretty pretty humdingers out there, Vic.
I've had some. I've had some threats.
Okay, is there anybody? And that's possible. You had to protect you from yourself anyway, kinda.
I don't blame him.
Is there anybody out there who actually volley back and forth with Vic, but wants him back? Like, I miss my old Vic, and I miss the
People
angst and
need
anger
that.
Vic.
It's competition.
I miss
it's
hangry,
verb. It makes you
Vic.
alive. It's the reason I trash talk when I play basketball. People need that. They'll admit it afterwards that that's sort of fun. I need it. They need it. Let's go.
Hashtag Free Vic is now trending on the old text line.
I saw it.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw
All
it.
right.
We got another one. We got let Vic back on the text line or we riot. Is what
Vic, you're going to start a riot, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see that riot. What, 12 dudes walking down Colfax or something? Yeah. Hold on. You know what? We will let Vic back on the text line, but you got to come here. You got to come here with your signs and your T-shirts and pick it out front here of the station.
Oh, that's funny.
So, and early enough that so when Kevin comes into work, he'll see those signs like, set Vic free, set Vic loose, baby, free Vic.
What mild-mannered thing do you hate the most? I just thought about something trash talk. What is something somebody else does that just drives you crazy to the point of, like, insanity? For me, I'm going to tell you what it is. We'll go play basketball. If the opposing player takes a shot and the shot doesn't go in yet and they say bucket or two or they say anything before the bucket goes in, I want to eat his children. That act right there of actually calling your shot mid-shot, that right there is the most vile offense another human being can do
like
to
when
me.
Swaggy, in that game when Swaggy, he was money, he turned around, and then he missed that thing?
I'm going to tell you right now, and if you play, I will foul the hell out of you next time you shoot.
Vic going straight bad boys.
You can't do that.
There will be blood on the court if you
Is there
pull
something?
that nonsense.
Is there something of that nature that bothers you? Something that's off-putting
in sports or just in life?
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of things that get you going, Moj.
In life.
Yeah, plenty of those
To
things.
me, that's my thing. I mean, someone not returning their
shopping cart,
grocery cart.
That drives
everybody
me
talks about
absolutely insane.
Yeah, but you don't have to go on Twitter every time and talk about it because that's exactly what you do.
How about busy street? I was going down 38th yesterday. One lane, 30 parallel parker who takes forever and causes a traffic jam.
Yeah. Hate that.
Yeah. Hopefully a lot of modern cars have the automatic parallel park now, where you just hit the button and the car will.
That's so weak. That's weak, man.
I would rather have that than some 80-year-old person just not
Mrs. Smith banks too
slamming
many
into my
bumpers?
car.
Moj, I don't know how to parallel park. I'll tell you right now, my wife does it for me. I can't do it.
You're
I'm
kidding.
Too afraid. I'm an idiot.
Do you remember the size?
I can't do it.
You remember the size of that pickup truck
I'm
I
too
had?
scared.
You remember my truck?
Yeah, I remember it.
My Nissan Titan, the Platinum. That was an awesome truck. Love it. Nonetheless, dude, I could parallel park one try. I just zoom, boom.
I can't do it. It's the very reason I drive a small car. I can't do it.
Can I give you a little advice?
Everybody's tried. I've actually had. I can't do it. I get too freaked out. I always hit the rim. I'm scratching. My rims are damaged beyond belief. I can't do it.
He's banging up the spinners, man.
I reckon he is, man. But I got a technique. I mean, you should pull into the spot a little bit, then swerve out.
No. We got to go to break. We can't listen to your technique, man. We got stuff to do. Matter of fact, we got Fact Checker next. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Wednesday as we get set to hand you off to the morning sprint. We're coming to you live from the Backs and Shakers studios. Their passion is justice. All right, Vic Lombardi's about to blow your mind. Go ahead, Vic.
Well, I'm not going to blow your mind. I'm just going to recap something from a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned how much I love. What form of baseball, Moj, do I love and you detest?
Savannah Bananas.
Yeah.
I don't detest it. I just, again, the opposite of love is not hate.
It's apathy.
It's apathy. That is correct.
Fine.
I'm apathetic toward it, Vic. It doesn't affect my life whatsoever. If you want to go on out there, watch guys on stilts.
Great.
And grind.
I've been the biggest cheerleader. I've been talking about it now for a few weeks. I said, can't wait to see them when they come to Coors Field. In fact, I'm trying to work on getting tickets because that's something that I might do this weekend. I just got shot in the heart, an arrow to the heart.
What happened?
Because I've been their biggest fan. I reached out to their PR person, and I stipulated, hey, listen, we would love to speak to somebody from your organization about Banana Ball. And this is the response I got. Nelly, you probably got the same one. Not going to reference who it is. Quote, unfortunately, due to the high demand of our schedule while in town, we won't be able to make it happen this time around, but we do appreciate you thinking of us. Well, my friend,
you just got big timed by the Savannah.
Banana Ball bigger than Lombardi, baby. Yeah, Banana Ball is bigger than Vic.
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you something, my friend. You're done.
No more talking about the banana. Listen, I just mentioned this yesterday because you were talking about it on Monday or whatever. So I checked out and the Wall Street Journal just did an entire piece on the Savannah Bananas.
Yeah.
And they called them a
Dorks.
revolution.
In fact, not only will we not have them on the show, will I not talk about them, you on Twitch, you will never get the opportunity to ever see me live eat a banana on the air again. It's over.
So the whole fruit is now banned. Okay,
It's
I got
over.
you.
Not just the tea.
It's over, pal.
I've said this multiple times, Vic. I'm going to pay you another compliment. Vic is one of the best interviewers I've ever heard in my entire life. Ray Firestone was great. Vic is great.
Roy.
Ed Bradley was great.
I was going to say, that's not his name, I don't think.
But thank you, Moshe.
What did I say, Ed Bradley? No, Ed Bradley.
No, you said Ray.
Roy Firestone, sorry.
Yeah.
What did I say, Ray?
Ray.
Vic has interviewed presidents. He's interviewed the biggest athletes on planet Earth. He's interviewed Sting, major
Is
rock
that your
stars.
favorite? I remember Sting was courtside, right? He was sitting courtside at a Nugget game, and Vic just walks up and is like, "Yo, Sting."
Vic has done Vic has done interviews again with world leaders, world famous athletes, sit downs. I mean, world famous rock stars, movie stars. I mean, and you can't get Yellow Tux Jesse on.
I can't get a man on stilts.
Who do these mother trucking bananas think they are?
Yeah. I mean, compared to Vic, who is the single most popular player or person you ever interviewed? The most well-known person you ever interviewed?
I don't know, Michael Jordan?
Yeah, and Jordan's
Tiger
like,
Woods?
I'm with you.
Barack
and
Obama?
The bananas are like, nah.
I mean, yeah, Sting, he's pretty big around the world. I mean, Matt Damon I was
very cordial. I was very cordial in my response. I said, yeah, I understand, maybe next time, whatever. But what I should have said is, who do you think you are?
There's the Savannah Bananas, man. They're saving the game of baseball, allegedly. They're saving the entire sport of baseball.
It should have been a 2-word response.
Hell no.
And the first word starts with an F.
Oh, wow.
That should have been your response. This is a guy, again, who's interviewed world leaders, presidents, movie stars.
It's not about me. It's not about me.
Know,
it's about sharing their story, and I know how this works. They're tasting such great success. They're drinking out of a fire hose,
They got
right?
time for you now.
Yeah, they don't have time. But, okay.
What a joke.
There's one guy in town, who has been over backwards to talk Banana Ball over the last few weeks.
It's you.
And that's been me.
Yep.
You just lost me.
But you didn't put that in the email, right? Where you were like,
I'm
I'm the biggest Savannah Banana fan here in Denver. Let me talk to a player or a manager or anybody. They wouldn't even give you the skipper. They gave you nothing.
Can't you get some flea right fielder on? I mean, anybody?
Nah. I bet you it's easier to get Rocky on than it is.
If someone
to
is hearing this in Banana Nation, make sure you let your banana leaders know this.
Dear bananas.
Is that so? It's this weekend, right? Is it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? All
I don't even know. Those are some of the questions I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
I don't know the schedule. I want to ask some particular questions.
Bananas, you're losers. Bunch of losers.
No, I'm pro banana now that they're just big time at everybody. Like I want to. Now that they're just like, are you kidding me?
You know what?
We're the
I'm
bananas,
now a fan
bro.
of the Mango League.
We're
Absolutely.
the bananas.
All right, let who could we get on? Who would be easier to get on?
There is a
Yellow
person.
Tux, Yellow Tux dork.
And Nelson, you know this. There is a person who used to work at the station who was like, hey, Nelly, you know who we need to get on tomorrow? It's Barack Obama. Let's get Obama on. And this was when he was the president, right, Nelly?
I think it may have been just after his term, but yes, that was a request made to Dan Tanner of, a guest we should get on our show.
Dan says what?
Go get Obama.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is so funny.
Yeah, and he kept asking him, he's like, yo, have you heard back from Barack's people? And you're like, no,
haven't heard back.
yet.
No,
I'm asking freaking Nelly to get a banana on, and he can't do that.
I also got ghosted a good 3 or 4 times by Paige Spirananak.
Oh yeah, she
nothing back at all.
She's got no time.
You gave me her number, Vic, and said to get her on to talk golf.
Maybe we got the wrong number.
Hey,
that's happened before.
My swings at Paige have been worse than my actual golf swing.
I imagine
got nothing.
there's plenty of dudes who've asked Paige for a number, and she's hit him with a fake number.
I mean, what's next? I think this show ought to aim high by aiming low. What is the worst? Just being sloughed off by something. What is the worst we can do?
We already did that when we had DMac on at the beginning of the hour, right? That's probably the worst we
Who's
can do.
the Prime Minister of England right now?
The Prime Minister of England?
I bet we could get that person on, whoever that is, before we get one of these banana people on.
Do you think you could get Donald Trump on the air before you got a banana on? Who's the hardest? What's the hardest get? A Tom Cruise interview? Is that it? If we were like, we got to get Tom Cruise. Could we get Tom Cruise?
We got Matt Damon on these airwaves.
Yeah, Matt Damon was on.
That was a tough one, too. Yeah, and I don't know, man.
It's easier for me to interview. You mean to tell me that is easier for me to interview Matt Damon than it is a guy in a yellow uniform on stilts?
But right now, those guys are more popular than Damon, right? Right? You can't get enough Savannah Bananas.
Hey, we haven't gotten Dion. Someone just said, you're right, Dion. What's tougher right now, Banana Ball or Dion?
The text line said get Sydney Sweeney on. And listen, I'm all for that if somebody's got her number. Feel free to hit us up on the text line with that number if you got it.
This is just, you know what? This is just so dumb. The Bananas are dumb. They're all great.
So
they're terrific. They're terrific ball players. I get it.
But I'm told it's sold out. It's sold out Sunday. And to get to the tickets, it sold out quickly. It was a lottery system, much like the Rockies when they went to the World Series. They had that lottery system. This is how high in demand this brand of baseball is right now. It was sold out quickly. So when Joe Blow from the local radio show says we'd love to have you on, they don't need us.
No, they don't. Well,
they
not
don't need
right
us.
now. They don't.
Just
need
like
you.
You know what, Prime, he don't need us. No. He is the media.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, he just did a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He don't need us. That we have to understand that in the media, and some of us don't understand it. They don't need us.
But I'm looking at the profiles of some of these players.
Bananas?
Noah Nisnik.
You couldn't get Noah. Noah's
From
like
Imperial.
that.
Yeah. No, he's a pitcher. And fun facts, he loves Mariah Carey. We can't get Noah Nisnik on the damn.
Carey on before we got a banana on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely is correct. But either way, all right. In the closing moments, I mean,
we have a fact checker today, or what?
Right? Do we have a fact checker? Well, we'll find out.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's fact checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I decided to do some digging into Bocephus Nix's online merch store in honor of our friend Darren McKee. So I'll bring this up on the board. See if any of these shirts are worth buying for your workout videos.
It's just t-shirts that say Bo Nix on there.
Well, that's one, and it's about $25 a pop for this particular design. We got a phone case. We got a Bo Leave hat, little dad hat.
You got
there.
a water bottle.
Wait.
Water bottle.
Bo Nix phone case?
Yeah.
Phone case is $10. That's a little more affordable.
Come on, Vic.
The hat
Actually,
$30.
all these are pretty cheap, right? All these are pretty cheap.
Well, what about this? We got this design, which actually has him on it holding a football. That is either 40. No, that's 45 or 40, depending on what color you get.
$45 for a Bo Nix t-shirt?
That's like a concert.
My God.
We got long sleeve. That's 55, or that's a crew neck sweatshirt for $55. Is that in your wheelhouse, Moj?
It's just ridiculous.
This shirt
I'm
is
going to
called
ask you
Target
right now.
Practice.
Now, I
Look
would
at
not
that.
buy any of these. I do like your idea. I want you to open up a T-shirt page where you're selling a shirt with your face on it saying, felt like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat.
Yeah.
That would outsell any of those items.
Seriously, bro, you got to do it. You got to do it. You're
What
much
would you
too
put on it?
lazy to do it.
What would you put on it?
Yeah, I got hit in the face by 10 pounds of
Slapped
meat.
in the face with 10 pounds of meat?
You sell like hotcakes.
Yes, it would.
Yep.
Okay, what about
you
that?
think these are flying off the shelf? These $75 hoodies?
Yeah, that's a hoodie, and it shows Bo Nix throwing a football at a bunch of targets, and it says
it's
Target
all
Practice.
lady size.
There you go.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
these Bo Leave T-shirts. How much are those? Nelly, go down.
Look at this. You're complaining about it, and at the very top it says all proceeds from Bo Leave T-shirts support ALS United Rocky Mountain. Man,
you guys
That's
are
awesome.
anti-charity, is what you are.
No. I completely support that. My grandfather passed away from ALS. I'll buy one. I'm in. Now, $35, that's a lot of bread for a T-shirt, but if you're supporting ALS, my grandfather passed away from that. I'm in.
Specifically the Bo Leave shirts, though.
Even
Make
if
sure
he
you get the
kept
right
the
kind.
money, even if he kept it and wasn't,
I'd be fine with that too.
Who
I'd
are
be
you?
fine.
You are a capitalist, I thought, Moj.
Yeah,
Aren't you a
don't tell
capitalist?
him how to spend his money.
I have no problem. Keep it all. Buy a Ferrari. I don't care. Good for you. That doesn't befront me at all. I have no problem with that whatsoever. It's just not for me.
That's not how you and DMac sounded about 45
now,
minutes
ago. If you give me like a Def Leppard T-shirt,
would you spend $75 on it?
You know what? You know what's funny? That's the beauty of different people, different strokes for different folks. For those who buy Bo Nix shirts, they're laughing at those who would buy hairbands from the 80s shirts.
You know what I used to have? My favorite T-shirt was?
What?
I had a Rick Springfield T-shirt, and it ripped.
Rick Springfield,
Yeah,
bro?
it was awesome.
Like Jenny's girl? No, what?
Jesse's girl.
Jesse's girl.
Wow.
That's
I've done everything for you.
All right. That was Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in for Vic Lombardi, Mark Moser, and Steve Nelson. Oh, and also Alan Baca.
Somebody says on the Twitch feed, I'm not wearing Moser's face. Hey, Jock and Rock, you're wearing my face. You want some of this? You're going to wear my face, Jack. I just threw down on you. 9:57 a.m. We got to go. You're wearing it, Jock and Rock. I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
Joint practice week is here, and we are, we're back in the friendly confines of the Altitude Sports Radio studios today.
That's E40, man. Hey, put some respect on that man's name right there. Blow the whistle. I see my guy Steve Nelson back there from the Bay Area. Yay, area represent. What up, Nelly?
Speaking of the Bay Area, San Francisco 49ers and Broncos, Saturday evening at 6:30, your first preseason game of the year. And Sean Payton telling the media, not from the podium yesterday, in a little bit of a scrum, like all the coordinators are talking at the same time, and it felt disjointed, but that is kind of how it goes during the regular season is, here's all the coordinators all at once, like pick your poison, and if you can talk to Sean, you talk to Sean. Good conversation to start here this morning is we'll get into a bunch, right? Like ESPN acquires NFL Network. It's going to be like a $3 billion deal where the NFL gets 10% equity in ESPN. Shedeur Sanders, after we got off air yesterday, we learned he's going to start in the first preseason game for the Browns. Bo Nix makes his YouTube debut yesterday.
Pretty riveting stuff, is it not, Alex?
Much to the chagrin of the number one in Bo Nix's fan club.
The Bo Lever of all Bo Levers.
The guy who lost his mind on draft day.
He also might have lost some DNA when Bo Nix was drafted.
Was not a very big fan of that. Yeah, that guy. DMac, not loving the YouTube version of Bo Nix.
Tell you what, tonight's going to be the first night of any weekday or Saturday, it feels like in a month, that me and DMac don't get to do our training camp recap show because the Broncos are not hosting an open training camp practice.
So you'll get to go home. You won't have to worry about going through the Taco Bell drive-thru last night at 11:15 and then having an unfortunate circumstance this morning before the show. So yeah, I'm happy for you and your digestive tract.
You know what's good, though, is right now, between basically working 6 jobs, coaching a football team and about 5 jobs in the media. I just signed back up for the Denver Gazette.
Hold on. Don't be I'm so busy guy. You don't want to be that guy.
I'm not.
Look how busy I am.
All right.
You're towing that line.
I agree with you.
You're towing that line.
I agree with you. But full candor.
You do work your ass off.
No, I don't need to get patted on the back for doing my job. That's one of the worst things in the world is to be asked to get patted on the back for simply doing a job. But
is that what Bo's doing?
A little bit. Does it feel like it? Or does it just feel like his marketing team said, hey, man, you had a pretty awesome rookie year. You can't project the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years with any type of certainty. Why not just capitalize right now and sell a gazillion Bo Nix t-shirts to the Denver area youth with all of their little caterpillar fluffy hair? You know, all of them are going to have these Bo Nix sweet shirts. What are those? What's that haircut that these kids are wearing now? The high school kids?
I don't know. You're the one who's around high school kids. Don't look at me.
But I've tried to ban that haircut where it's just like, it's like everybody gets a perm in the front and just guys, it's like their hair at their, just above their forehead is just reaching out and trying to just give you a high five. It's like, stop.
Oh, just got like the Prometheus haircut. Just trying to
it's called, it's broccoli bro.
Broccoli bro chic.
Thanks,
that's
thanks
what
Flax. Appreciate
broccoli
you.
Bro with the cotton t-shirt that is like 1.5 sizes too big. Right? I think they call them the pump covers nowadays, is like when you wear a large t-shirt to the gym, especially as a female, to like, cover up what you're working on. That's very in right now, and that's what the Bo Nix t-shirt is.
Yeah, the Bo Nix shirt is going to be worn by broccoli tops all over the state of Colorado. And frankly, I think it might reach to the Rocky Mountain region. I think a couple Alabama natives might be rocking the Bo Nix shirts. So here's the deal, right? DMac went off last night on training camp recap. If you don't subscribe to our YouTube channel at Altitude SR, make sure you do so because it's the best. I just got an official title, by the way. Remember we talk about titles?
Senior knower of ball. That's what you were originally christened
as.
The
3665 on the Shop Mazda text line just gave me, this is terrible. I don't know if I'm allowed to say these things. That my new acronym is SEXNOB, which is Senior Executive. So that's the SE and then lowercase x. And then KN for knower and then OB of ball. I am the SEXNOB.
So we just added executive to your name? What have you done to gain executive status?
I haven't. Because I think all my takes are going to be thrown right out the window, just like a year ago when the actual preseason games start. Just how it always goes. Training camp, Raj, we've been out there at training camp. Has there been anything that you've seen from the offensive unit over the course of 13 practices where you're like, that looks like an offense that the national media is talking about today?
There have been little nibbles. Like Cortland Sutton looks like year 1 and 2 Cortland Sutton. He just does. He looks thinner. He looks more athletic. He looks faster. He looks dominant. Cortland looks
You really
really
think
good
that right now, just production at training camp, he looks dominant? I think he looks good.
Amongst his peers, I think he looks dominant. Now, if you had him out there alongside CeeDee Lamb or Justin
amongst
Jefferson,
his peers.
Amongst the wide receiver core plus Evan Ingram.
That at any point do you think that you've watched a period of practice? We've been out there every day, Raj. Every stinking day, and it's been awesome. And I'm thankful to the Denver Broncos organization, Patrick Smythe and Sean Payton and the Penner organization and George Payton for letting us be out there. But has there been a full period of competitive 11-on-11 football where you would say the starting offense really got the upper hand in that period?
No.
Not even kind of.
No.
So you know what's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen these 3 preseason games. Bo Nix and the starting offense is going to get a quarter of play. And they're going to look awesome. Just like last year, man. I thought the same thing last year. I watched training camp every day, and I'm like, I don't know that Bo Nix is really an NFL plus, we'll say, top half starter in the NFL. He got into the preseason games. It was that game at Indianapolis, and then the home game against Green Bay. You're like, okay.
Yeah, he can do it.
Yeah, he can do it. And that's what Bo's going to look great in the preseason games. And the reason that I feel like my take is going to suck again is because what I've seen, and all I can do is report what I see with my eyes. I can't speculate. A lot of these people that do have these stupid little internet shows, as Sean Payton calls, a lot of people do speculate, oh, that was a great day from Bo in the offense. And I'm sitting there like,
they haven't had one great day. No.
How can you speculate that?
And it's dependent on what's on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And that's a terrifying monster of a defense if you're any one of the other teams in the NFL. And that's the reason why the offense hasn't looked good. You just have to be okay with it.
You know what's funny, Raj, is a year ago when the offense and Bo Nix wasn't necessarily like shredding the defense at any point in time, we didn't know at the time how good the defense was. We still had recent bias of 70 points against the Dolphins.
Yeah, Miami was very, very much still in the rear view. You could see it. It was fading, but you could see it.
And a lot of the same cast of characters were on the field. So you're like, that same defense, Nick Bonitto and even Zach Allen, he was on that team. Zach Allen, I don't know if he was healthy or not for that 2023 debacle. Alex Singleton was on that team. I guess the difference, Justin Simmons was on and then not. But a lot of the same cast of characters, the last training camp, you associated with one of the worst days in the history of Denver Broncos franchise defensively.
Zach Allen played in that game, 7 tackles. Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonitto, Pat Surtain, DJ Jones was in that game. Singleton, Turner Yell. Your safeties were different, right? You had
Simmons,
Kareem Jackson,
K-Jack. Probably just waiting to get ejected and fined. It's probably just, I can't wait till I get fined.
I don't know if Simmons played in that game.
That's right, he did, and that's why, because Turner Yell was the guy that got exposed in that game. It was a Simmons.
Simmons didn't play in that game.
He was injured in that game. Yes, and that's what a big part of why that team had the ball just launched over their head repeatedly is because Delarin Turner Yell. You know what he looked like playing safety back there? He looked like he was a human traffic
70
cone.
Points.
He was a traffic cone.
Thinking back to that
Stationary.
game, you go 70 points. That means it was always over the top. There were like 2 plays that felt like they were over the top. You know who they got ruined by? Was the running back core. Moser in
Devin Achane. Those two guys.
Achane had 203 yards on the ground to go along with 2 touchdowns through the air and 4 receptions for 30 yards.
When I watched that game, I said Devin Achane's going to be the next Walter Payton.
It was unbelievable what Miami did that year.
Right, Raheem Mostert, who's actually not a young player by any stretch of the imagination. Raheem Mostert looked like Jerome Bettis in his prime in that game.
Mostert had 4 combined touchdowns, 3 on the ground. He had 140 yards from scrimmage.
Can you believe that is 2/3 of the starting lineup for that game, that fateful day in South Beach, 2/3 of that roster comprises what you're watching right now.
And again, you think it was always over the top. There were 2 plays that were big-time chunk plays outside, or in terms of the passing game, right? That was the Tyreek Hill touchdown and the Robbie Anderson, or Robbie Chosen, whatever the heck he wants to be called.
He's chosen.
Robbie Chosen.
Alex,
He is chosen to be called Chosen.
He's chosen it himself.
And then you had a 52-yard run from a 4th-string running back in Chris Brooks, and you had a 67-yard gash from Achane at 1.2. It wasn't just Delar or Turner Yell.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. In the NFL, how many Delarin? It's Delarin, Turner, Yell. Delarin. Sean Payton will correct you if you get it wrong. I've learned that. Corrected somebody about Jaquan McMillan.
Jaquan?
It's Jaquan, just so you know.
Jade,
just so you know.
But I think it's Jade.
There he is.
Jade. He says that with like a little bit of zest.
He's got the acentos on the correct syllables.
It's Jade.
Says that like he should be on America's Next Top Model.
This defense from a mere 1 year ago, in terms of the expectations, the narrative, when you were watching training camp a year ago, you had no idea just how heavy the donut was on the bat that Bo Nix was swinging all training camp long. And once you saw him go shake that donut off, and that donut just drops off that bat, felt so freaking light. And I'll tell you, the lightest bat that he swung all year in the regular season, which was terrific for his confidence, for the Broncos' offensive confidence, it was the donutless bat that you swung against the NFC South. How good was that for his confidence? All 3 of those games. Or was it 4 of them?
Now, you don't have as easy of a schedule last year, but you still have a 3rd-place schedule. Right? Like the Broncos can still take advantage of some lesser opponents. Make sure you guys watch us today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today. You can also watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online and Safeway does the rest to get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway mobile app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bo Nix on his YouTube channel, and he releases a video yesterday about a 10-minute video called The In-Between of Bo getting ready for the upcoming 2025 season, talking about the clutch moments that define every quarterback's career and how Bo he's ready to rise to that occasion. Listen, we ripped into Russell Wilson for doing stuff like this.
Yeah, the standard is the standard, man. You have to be consistent, do you not? I know that it became really, really enjoyable for everybody in the Denver market to just blaspheme the name of Russell Wilson and make fun of. The thing that I really loved making fun of Russell Wilson for on a daily, even kind of weekly basis as he was going through his career here on the radio, I loved his press conferences where he would recite exactly 15 players from the roster. Almost every time. He would go through anything dangerous? 15 different names. My question is, 3 rosters, 3 years. Denver Broncos in 2023. Steelers in 2024. New York Giants in 2025. Is Russell Wilson, is he already in the position to have memorized 15 players from the Giants roster? That's Guaranteed. A lot. That's 45 players. 45 names. First and last. That's 90. 90, it's a surname and a first name. It's a lot.
The Giants depth chart. So, all right, he's automatically going to know Malik Neighbors, Darius Slayton, anyone he's throwing the football to. Theo Johnson, right? Was he a 3rd-round pick last year?
He's
4th-round pick, something like that?
I watched him at the Combine and
you liked,
Senior Bowl. Loved Theo Johnson.
Yeah, you really liked Theo Johnson.
It would take me a Theo right now because he's a lot bigger than Evan Ingram. Taller, bigger target.
Guarantee he knows 15 of those dudes. There's no way he doesn't.
I love when he gets into the depth.
Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence is a freak.
He's pretty good.
That guy is an absolute mutant.
Pretty good. Back to Bo. All right, the standard is the standard. The hard part about if you set a standard, this is what I talked about last night with DMac. If you set the standard, the hard part about setting a standard, which DMac loved ripping Russell Wilson. Well, you got to be careful now because all of a sudden your guy is a Bo believer, your guy might be right there in the same conversation now.
Okay, the conversation around Russ went negative because Russ and the Broncos sucked comparatively to what you gave up for Russ and what you were paying him on the extension. That's the reason why the social media and having the whole team, that's why it went sour. Also, there's a difference between what Sean Payton hated about the Russell Wilson saga was Russ came to camp with a team. He came to camp with the digital team and the security, coach. Right? His own quarterback coach,
who
the security following his wife.
I get to coach against Russ's private quarterback coach next Thursday.
That's
the
part
Legend
of the
Titans,
reason,
baby.
It's part of the reason why it sucked so much is because he brought that distraction, that personal interest into a team environment. We haven't seen that yet with Bo, right? So like what happened yesterday with Bo was I'm working out on my own in the offseason, and there seems to be an avenue for a little bit of like monetary gain. We can sell t-shirts, and I can build the brand that is Bo Nix that will eventually be a $60 million quarterback 3 years from now. Now, it will sour if Bo doesn't continue to win football games. If Bo regresses into a 7 or an 8 win quarterback this year, then those videos become miserable. I see the question from Navy vet Mike, like why aren't people going after Jokic, and other people are saying we don't get mad at Joker for having a shoe line. Well, he wins. Well, he's an MVP. You get to do whatever you want off the field long as you win football games. And Bo, to his credit, has done that so far.
Can we all agree that there's just about no moment that we've seen Nikola Jokic be disingenuous? He's always the same guy. There's never a cringy, that ain't you, who are you? That was the problem with Russell Wilson. It's twofold. Number one, the cringe factor was real.
Last night or with Russ?
We're talking about Russ. Let me start with Russ. The cringe factor was absolutely significant with Russell Wilson, where Russell Wilson was next level bad with regards to his social content and his brand and overall branding and marketing of himself. His timing was awful. Terrible timing. I would say that while you could say maybe some aspects of Bo's social media, this introduction of his personality.
I'm just talking about the 9-minute and 42-second video from yesterday.
It felt similar to the first part that the first point that I made about Russ. It felt a little disingenuous.
Yeah, it didn't feel like the Bo that we're used to. It didn't feel like the Bo bot that Sean Payton drafted.
I mean, off the air, we could talk about it. What the personality that we've been able to see, both at the podium and just kind of necessarily around at practice, serious, kind of boring. Not necessarily the kind of guy that's giving side motivational speeches all practice long to his teammates. Does he strike you as a guy that's going to give a cheesy motivational speech in the middle of practice to somebody?
He's talking about X's and O's.
That's it. And that's a good thing. You want that in your quarterback. You want a quarterback that's all about ball. So I think that's why DMac reacted the way he did, and probably a lot of people when they watched it. They're not mad. He didn't do anything wrong. Bo Nix did nothing wrong. And to be very clear, I told DMac last night, I wouldn't worry even in the slightest about this marketing, branding side of Bo Nix affecting his performance, because he is extremely serious about his craft. This is something that his marketing people told him to do. I guarantee it, Raj. His agent and his marketing and branding reps, they're paid handsome dollar figures to create revenue streams that are greater than just what you get from the Denver Broncos. And if they don't do their jobs, and I guarantee you that the pro player says no to probably 90% of the asks that a branding and marketing team have for an athlete. I bet Bo Nix has said no. Did he do any of this stuff in his rookie year? Dude, he was the most under-the-radar rookie maybe in pro football last year that was as significant as he was to his team.
I expect him to continue to be under the radar during the regular season. This was not a video that was shot over the course of the last 12 days.
It was during his offseason.
It's very clearly,
in Alabama.
I am away from the team. I'm doing stuff on my own. Now, is it a little like, hey, look at me? Sure.
Just the question that DMac brought up from those videos. Who is catching those passes?
No clue. Probably nobody.
Nobody. That's a little disingenuous. That goes to my first point. But the timing of it, in my opinion, for Bo, there's nothing cringy about the timing of it. I don't think so. I mean, the arrow's pointing big time up for this guy.
It is.
And his marketing team right now, could they have found a better time from a national perspective than today, when Sean Payton comes out on the record and says he's a top 4 or 5 quarterback in the National Football League within the next 2 years? And you're hearing all the glazing from Chase Daniel and Diana Rossini, and you hear all these drops. Sean Payton just randomly dials Diana Rossini late at night and leaves a voicemail. I love my quarterback. Click. That's a perfect time to build a marketing machine for Bo and his people.
How's this? You could have it so much worse as a second-year quarterback fan base. Your quarterback could be Caleb Williams, who is on his knees doing art installations where he leans into a body-forming baby Bjorn, essentially.
You
could have Jaden Daniels walking around with his mother attached to his hip.
That is, you talking about cringy.
Bad news bears, man.
You talk about cringy.
If this is the worst that Bo Nix gets in terms of cringe factor, you are miles ahead of what's happening in Washington and Chicago.
Yeah. My 3 favorite quarterbacks from the draft process in 2024 ended up being, after the whole thing was done, Jaden Daniels, and then J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. Those were my 3 favorites. And I'd say in order for me, it was Daniels 1, Penix 2, J.J. McCarthy 3. I was not a believer in Caleb May or Drake May. Jeez, Caleb, either one.
Caleb or May.
I never was. I wasn't a believer. Drake May was better in NFL games than I predicted he would be. Caleb was exactly what I thought he'd be. Negative plays.
Some flashy, crazy ones.
Yep.
There's 3 guys in the world who can turn that sack into a 45-yard gain on 3rd and 17, but it only happens once in a blue moon.
Caleb Williams is a sack waiting to happen en route to the pursuit of constant big play hunting. That's what Caleb Williams is, which just sounds a little bit like somebody else that's going to be playing on Thursday night for the Cleveland Browns. Big play hunters that end up getting sacked a ton. It's kind of what Caleb Williams has been. He was that way at USC too. You're not athletic enough to evade the rush of an NFL talent pool in the front seven. You can't do it. Can't do it. It's going to be really interesting, man. It's tomorrow night is Shedeur Sanders, NFL Network, correct?
That would be no. Oh, yes. No. Sorry, hold on. Preseason week 1, the Browns don't play until Friday evening, 5 p.m. at the Panthers. Are we going to see J.C. Horn in that game?
Friday?
I highly doubt J.C. Horn, just knowing what just happened this morning. So,
KJ, what happens at 7 p.m. Friday? What's the temperature out there?
Man, it's 95 degrees, baby. Getting hot.
I love when Raj looks at me and you like,
guys, I am so lost.
Right, he's looking at his computer screen like, where do I go from here?
I could not. If you gave me 7 darts to throw at the board right now, I'm not touching it.
When you find that little hot finger, that hot button there
is it a piece of music?
Let him know what happens at 7 p.m. Friday when the temperature is a little warm outside, like it's been, because that's what Friday night. It's gonna be Shedeur Sanders time. We're all watching. The whole sports world is watching.
What happens if he goes out and balls against Carolina?
He's gonna ball.
14 of 19 for 2 touchdowns, no picks. Maybe he takes a sack.
191 yards.
17 yards rushing just because he has to panic and run away from a defensive end. I'm rooting so hard for him. It's so funny. I'm rooting harder for Shedeur Sanders as a Brown than I did ever when he was at CU. I enjoyed having Shedeur and Travis and obviously Dion, obviously still there. I enjoyed having those 2 players, certainly last year. I never felt an emotional component to it. I never had that connection. And maybe it's because I don't have any connection to CU as a school. I grew up here in Colorado, but never had anyone who went there who was very close to me, no family members or anything. I feel an emotional connection to him succeeding in Cleveland after what happened in the draft.
I do too, man. I do too. And it's weird because I still go back to this really strange human condition that I was fired by that guy's father. In some strange way, I really root for him. And I really like him. And I really believe in him as a quarterback, even though there's so many things that he does as a quarterback
that drive you crazy.
That as a quarterback coach, I'm like, I hate this guy. But then I absolutely love the guy. He's one of the biggest enigmas, and that's why Friday night, man. Friday night. I know yep, here you. This is what's happening on Friday night right here. Okay? It's going to be a lot of ugh.
Is this hold on. This is going to be my retention from last week. Glorilla?
Yeah.
See, I can be taught, guys. I can learn.
Hey. When I get a chance to see KJ in his real native element, playing Southern rap, the Mississippi native playing some music just right up the road in Memphis, Tennessee.
I'm being cultured. I'm proud of myself. You guys should be very proud of me. I know I didn't get the name right, but I was in the ballpark. I flew out to left center, but I got some good contact.
So this is a standing thing in my family. This song right here, every Friday we play this, the clean version, because the non-clean version is definitely not suitable for work, for family, for play. Frankly, it's not suitable for adults. KJ's still back there getting it.
If he's not successful Friday night in Carolina against the Panthers, Shedeur Sanders, if he's not successful, is that the end of the road?
No.
For this season?
No.
If he goes out there and he gets sacked, 4 times and he throws a pick and maybe he fumbles because he's trying to extend a play and someone, comes over and strip sacks him, is that just we're going to go into the season with Joe Flacco? We'll be fine? Maybe Shadur's our third string, or maybe we can even throw him on the practice squad because no one wanted him in the draft. This is going to be the best chance he has to impress in Cleveland, man.
What is something that all of us in the back of our mind have done with the Sanders family in the coaching world and the son of the coach playing world? We've doubted him. If you're really honest with yourself, we've all thought that the other shoe was going to drop at some point.
It hasn't been doubt for me. It has been, when is the end coming? I think that's a very there's a distinction between the two. It's never been doubt. It's been eventually it stops.
That's a safe take, Raj, because we all have a life expectancy, do we not?
Well, yeah.
We're all going to die.
If you're Mike McDaniel, as you're just talking about. It's such a great day because we're one day closer to death. What a guy. Oh, he hates his team so much.
What does it say? Like, hey, somebody said like, it's a good day. Or what was it? Good day. No, it's a great day.
You should stand corrected. Good morning.
Good morning. There you go.
False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
That's my guy, Alex Ronemi. Like your take on the Sanders family is basically like, at some point, man.
Yeah, when's death day?
At some point, it's all gonna end. Yeah, no crap, dude. It all ends for all of us athletes and coaches. I talk into a microphone now. It always ends, man. Like the guys that were at the height of college coaching 15 years ago. None of those guys are still doing it. Except for like Rich Rodriguez. Somehow just
where is Rich Rodriguez coaching
back at
now?
West Virginia.
Come on.
He's the head football coach.
Okay.
He went and recreated himself at Jacksonville State in Alabama. He's back in coaching.
Rich Rod was supposed to be the savior out there in Michigan. Disaster.
Yep, didn't go well.
Supposed to be the savior in Arizona. Disaster.
Went bad. He had a chance to coach against this guy right here in the Fiesta Bowl. It was one good year, and they got obliterated.
Was Rich Rod the head coach at West Virginia when they had Pat White?
Oh, yeah.
And who is that speedy running back that they had the option with? Pat White and was it Slayton was their running back?
That sounds right. And they also had the, who was the, oh gosh, that was a fun, it's when they were running that little fly sweep deal.
I can't remember who the running back was in West Virginia those years. Help me out on the text line, 303-504-0925.
Deep cut to Morgantown Sports Talk Radio here. Welcome back.
Steve Slayton, man. Steve Slayton. I got it right. Pat White and Steve Slayton. That was the coolest option offense that I've ever seen in my life.
It was good.
And that was Rich Rod?
You want to know something?
Bring that back to college.
You want to know something really cool?
Give me a speed option.
Little tiny anecdote. So my dad and Urban Meyer were two assistant coaches together at Notre Dame in 1997. They had a quarterback named Jarius Jackson, who actually had a stint here. He's from Tupelo, Mississippi. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that.
Jarius Jackson grew up in Tupelo. He was a tremendous athlete, good passer. And Urban and my dad were like, we need to find a way to run option football with him, but still run the ball, or still throw the ball from shotgun. They went and clinicked with a young football coach at Glenville State in West Virginia. His name was Rich Rodriguez. They put together this spread option offensive attack with a clinic that led to Utah, Alex Smith, and then ultimately led to Tim Tebow, Florida Gators, Urban Meyer. Pretty cool.
Pretty successful. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Obviously been heavy on the Broncos in training camp and getting all of you ready for week one preseason on Saturday evening against the San Francisco 49ers. But I'm a sucker for this, and I miss it because it's 102 degrees outside, and I miss the cold chill of an ice rink.
I thought it was 95 degrees, and it's Friday night, 7 p.m.
I was watching some NHL Network yesterday, and really good things to say about the Avalanche. And it's not about Nathan McKinnon. It's not about the goal scorers. It's about the back end. If you haven't heard it, stick around. We'll talk about the defensive core for the Avs and why NHL Network thinks it's the best in the league. That's next.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
10:45 on a Wednesday, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass, as well as Steve Nelson. Not out at camp today. We are getting the Broncos ready for joint practices with the San Francisco 49ers.
And for any other members of the media, maybe some of our competitors that take attendance at training camp, just to be fair,
no gold stars today.
We're not allowed to be physically present in broadcast today. So it's not that we're choosing to not be there. We were forced to come back into studio, which, oh, by the way, Raj, boy, it's good to be back in the studio. I get to stare into your eyes as opposed to just looking at whatever, just trying to find a tiny glimpse of whatever the heck's happening at practice 215 yards away.
Most of the time, you're staring into a bunch of offensive linemen's, behinds.
Yep, looking at some rectal areas.
Looking at some rears.
I don't mean to glaze them
some large lowers is what you unfortunately have to look through.
Is that a Mark Moser or no?
What?
I don't mean to glaze him too much. That drop that you just had?
No, that is from hockey commentator on ESPN, Jacob Slavin.
Hold on real quick. Jacob Slavin. Is that Jacob Slavin? No relation to our Slavin here.
Hockey commentator Jacob Slavin? Or hockey player Jacob Slavin?
Okay, maybe player. I'm just looking at how it's named.
Or is it about Jake?
No, I think
I'm looking at how it's named here. So
okay, real quick. Play that one more time. Does that not sound tone-wise a voice like Mark Moser? Play it.
I don't mean to glaze them too much.
No, that's Ray Ferraro.
Okay.
That's who that is, talking about Colorado native
Jake
Slavin.
Is Mark Moser to Ray Ferraro as Dylan Raiola is to Patrick Mahomes?
No.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Ferraro's a former. I don't know if Ferraro's a Hall of Famer.
I didn't
he
know
might be like borderline.
I don't know if Mark Moser was a Ray Ferraro stan, and he's just been impersonating him voice-wise for the last
I don't know what
15, 20
Moj
years.
thinks about Ferraro.
They sound very similar.
Ferraro's a color guy and very heavily Canadian.
A lot of people get uncomfortable when I start going to like analogies and comps. Sean Payton gets very uncomfortable when I ask about comps. But I do think Mark Moser has a little bit of Ray Ferraro.
I got caught on NHL Network last night, and honestly, it's the reason why I didn't watch Hard Knocks, and I'm going to watch Hard Knocks tonight.
Ooh, I missed it too.
I know. Just completely forgot about it because I was watching.
I was having my own Hard Knocks on a football field. Yeah, on a football field.
Okay.
Pause.
Thomas Hickey, former NHL defenseman, former Dallas Stars defenseman, had this to say about the upcoming season and the Avs D-Corps.
All hail Kale. Number one. Get him, Hicks.
This was the only one that was, should I say, easy for me. You've got the star power. You talk about getting out of your zone. Well, you got a cheat code in breakouts when it comes to Gerard, Taves, and Makar. And Taves, we've talked about how underrated he is, but that's one of the best D pairs, maybe the best D pair in the world. But then you add to that a Brent Burns and all the experience that he has, the ability to get more and more pucks through like you need it. And in Sam Valinsky, we're talking about a guy who's not Cale Makar light, but you see what he's able to do with the ice time that he gets, and it's extremely impressive. I just love the mix that they have, and Manson's one of these big, strong bodies. He's tough to play against. They've got depth. They can move the puck. They can all defend. Colorado, in my mind, has the best back end in the NHL.
Yeah, I think the top four speak for themselves, and you've done a great job of presenting all that. Brent Burns was a wonderful transaction for me. I'm surprised they're able to button him down for what they did, because I think this guy's going to be, he gives you a very viable third pair. I think he's going to be brilliant.
Thomas Hickey on NHL Network, I apologize, mistaken. He was not a star. He was a New York Islander for the better part of like a decade in the league.
You know what's good though, Raj?
Best back end in the league.
Only about 0.5% of our listeners really knew anything about Hickey and his
I don't like to be
his
wrong.
Islander star connection.
I don't enjoy
Nobody cares.
spewing incorrect information. So I am happy to say I was dumb, I was wrong, and I will fix it.
It's okay. I forgive you. I would have let it go. I would never have cross-referenced and checked it.
The name at the end of that segment is the reason why I think a lot of people around the league look at Colorado's defensive core and go, they're different this year. And it's because of a 40-year-old who's going into his 22nd year in the NHL. And that's future Hall of Famer Brent Burns.
He changed his things, does he not?
He was on the ice 2 days ago out with like Milan Hajduk, and I think Brendan Vogt had the video of him out there.
How old's Milan Hajduk?
Hedgie's got to be 48, something like that.
Isn't that funny that Brent Burns and Hajduk are actually like nearly contemporaries from an age standpoint?
Maybe he's a little bit older.
I bet he's 52.
49.
Okay, pretty good.
Still can play. Dude, that's a guy that if you're
Where
on
were
the
they
ice
at?
with him.
Where were they?
They were at Family Sports.
Is that where
That's where the practice facility is.
How often are the Avs? Is that more of a training camp thing than a regular season?
No,
thing?
they're always there.
Okay.
The only time that they actually practice at Ball Arena is morning skate.
Yeah, morning skate.
That's it. Their practice facility is Family Sports.
How
and
often
it's
do you get
dump.
out? Is it really?
It's a dump. For an NHL practice facility, dude, it's the fact that
Is it used?
practice
Is it used for youth, like a bunch of youth events too? Is that also rare in NHL that you would have?
It's not rare that you would have those ice sheets utilized by the public or by youth organizations, but the ones that are utilized by youth programs are way newer, way nicer, and you have upgraded facilities that are away from the public view.
Do the Avs have office space and film space at Family?
They have, they've got space. It's in the back.
What's it called
corner,
again?
Family
Home
Sports.
Evening?
Family Sports. It's off of.
That's my
you pass
LDS.
it
My
every
LDS
morning.
brethren on I believe it's Friday night.
You pass it every morning when you drive out to Dove Valley for the Broncos. It's just past 25 in Arapahoe.
Okay.
It's right next to.
I drive by it every day.
Every day. You know the big tennis bubble, or it's actually not a tennis bubble anymore. They took that down. It's now a building.
That was helpful. Thanks.
I don't know.
I'm gonna be staring like 25 in Arapahoe, just like, where's the bubble?
There's a golf.
I don't
course.
see a bubble.
There's a golf course on the south side of Arapahoe.
It's a building.
I'm trying
of course,
to
it's
help
a building.
You here. There's a golf course on the south side of Arapahoe when you're driving east on Arapahoe off 25. You know that golf course? It's right next door to it. It is essentially a public skate facility with a mini amusement park inside of it, and the Avs practice out of it.
Okay, I got a question for you.
They need a serious upgrade to their practice facility.
That was, what was that? Was that Ryan Hickey right there that was talking?
Thomas Hickey.
Thomas Hickey. Last name Hickey. All I really heard from that was that Thomas Hickey was glazing, and I quote, the backside of the Avs defense. Or the
I don't mean to glaze them too much.
My question for you is, we know that the defensemen, the D-men for the Avs are really proficient offensive players. Are we going to see really, really good defensive play?
Burns helps that. A full season, hopefully,
he changes,
of health. Man,
does he not change the feel, too?
He does.
A little bit.
He's big. He's physically imposing. Now, he wasn't utilized last year as a Carolina Hurricane to go out and like physically intimidate opponents, but he has. I always talk about length and reach more so than just like straight up hit numbers.
So we have a Hickey, we have a glazing, we have backside, and now we have reach.
I'm never going to be able to get your mind out of the gutter, am I?
Length and reach. Keep going.
Burns is a player that even if he is not leading the team in hits, he's able to keep offensive players to the outside, to cold areas. And that's something that when you have a smaller D pair, it's very, very difficult to defend the middle of the ice in between the hash marks. Burns is going to help that, whether he plays alongside Sam Girard or Sam Alinsky, who are two smaller defensemen, although Girard is he's a walking breakout with how he skates and how he passes the puck. I think pairing those two smaller defensemen with big imposing guys and guys who have long reach with Manson and Burns completely changes how I thought about the defensive core last year, where once you got out of Taves and Makar, that is the best defensive pairing in the world. And not just because they put up big offensive numbers, but because in terms of like puck possession metrics and shot suppression metrics, like they don't give up shots and scoring opportunities. It doesn't happen. They're a set it and forget it pair. The issue last year with the Avs defensive core is what happens when you get down to pairs 2 and 3. And now I feel really good about it. Maybe you need a 7-8 defenseman just in case someone gets hurt because like Manson can't stay healthy.
I just found out, man, that my daughter might be going to school with a gal that has the exact same name as her.
Oh, okay.
And also she is the daughter of an incoming Colorado Avalanche player.
Great beard guy.
Great beer. Great beard. I don't know about beer. Sure.
I'm sure he loves a beer.
Probably.
I'm sure he loves one beers.
And also does not wear teeth often in public.
No teeth and is not a big shoes guy.
No.
Brent Burns is you're gonna see him walking around like no slides, no shoes.
I got a goal this year. I want to become homies with Brent Burns.
I think you can do that pretty easily.
Is it weird if I ask my daughter, hey, you need to become friends with his daughter now?
It's a little weird, but you can ask it. Hey, honey, I got a task for you.
I need a really good friend in my life that's got a gnarly beard, a bunch of scars, and no teeth and wears no shoes. That's what I need in my life in 2025.
I'm not that guy. I'm sorry.
No,
I
you're
can't help
definitely
you
not.
out with that.
I need that so badly.
We'll roll into hour 2 coming up next. PhD, 12 to 3. Nate and Andy will have you guys.
Oh, and he's got a sleeve. I forgot about the
from
sleeve.
3 to 6 p.m. this
Sleeve
evening.
tat, baby.
That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy on Altitude.
Hope I don't go back to slanging yayo. Slanging yayo. To get my mayo.
Coach is feeling himself. 11
Bay
a.m. on
Area.
a Wednesday. It's the morning sprint. Altitude 92.5. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan. Emmy, join us 303-504-0925.
If you're looking for that one on the Apple Music, Spotify, or wherever you get your music, make sure you download E40's Hope I Don't Go Back. Absolute slapper right there.
No free ads, Coach.
E40 can always get free ads. He is the face of the Bay Area. Him and Too Short.
The Shout Mazda text line is open for you guys. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Big news out of the NFL. ESPN is acquiring NFL Network, the rights to Red Zone, and the NFL is getting a 10% equity stake in ESPN. This deal could be worth anywhere between like $2 and $3 billion. Part of that deal is that our ESPN now acquires NFL.com's fantasy programs.
That's a big one.
That's a big one. I would assume
you know
some
how many people
NFL
use
betting
that
stuff.
Now that I have 7 jobs, almost every one of my jobs sends out some type of fantasy league to be a part of.
Too many fantasy leagues, bro.
And it's always that ESPN login.
You get to be, I have my rule. I think you get to be in 2 maximum, and it is 1 with your buddies, and then either 1 with the family or 1 with work. You have to choose between family or work friends. That's it.
Darren McKee.
You get 2.
Darren McKee's told me constantly, nobody cares about your fantasy
No
team.
one cares, but there are rules to these things. You get 2 of them. If you're the dude with 4, 5, 6 fantasy teams, you're a little bit of a loser. Sorry. Also, if you're the same, if you've got 27 bets going on a Sunday for an NFL Sunday slate, there's too many bets.
Raj, haven't we been told for the last 5 years, back to the news of ESPN acquiring NFL Network and Red Zone and in the fantasy, whatever. Haven't we been told for the last 5, 6, 7 years? Really think about it since Trent Dilfer was a face of ESPN, got fired, and then it's just been a slew of guys getting fired by ESPN and gals. Whether it's Sage Steele, Trent Dilfer, Sam Ponder. It's been so dadgum many that have been fired from ESPN. And at the time, it's been really for no reason when you hear these journalists talk about it other than budget cuts. ESPN's never had a hard time with their budget, especially since they've been affiliated with ABC and Disney.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse has deep pockets.
Mickey's doing fine. So ESPN, first of all, like, I love sports. I love what you do. I think your product has gone downhill, to be perfectly honest.
I'll agree with you.
I don't like SportsCenter to me is not must watch like it used to be.
Hold on. So I've had this conversation with a lot of friends of mine. Did you feel the same way about SportsCenter when you were in your 20s?
I mean, I'm a lot older than you, Raj. So that would probably be 30s.
Okay. But did you feel...
For me, generationally speaking.
So you felt that way as a full-grown adult. You were like, I must watch Top 10, like Scott Van
Chris
Pelt.
Berman.
And, okay.
I need Chris Berman in my life. I need Stuart Scott. And I know ESPN, Stuart Scott passed away completely unrelated to ESPN's business model. So that's an unfortunate aspect. Well, I'm saying the glory. I'm talking about
who was going to think that Stuart Scott's battle with cancer was a result of what ESPN and SportsCenter were doing?
I'm saying the product.
Why did you need that qualifier?
Because the product's gone downhill since guys like Chris Berman and Stuart Scott.
SportsCenter killed Stuart Scott.
That's not why SportsCenter's gone downhill. I've always loved Scott Van Pelt. I don't think Scott Van Pelt was as good at any time, in my opinion, of my glory years of watching SportsCenter and Dan Patrick as a SportsCenter anchor.
SVP's solo show is can't miss.
That's really
the
good.
one thing ESPN has
it's
going
the best
for them.
thing going.
It is phenomenal.
It is the best thing going. The product overall just feels like it's gone downhill. They've just gone a little like analytics, like over like they've taken the analytics thing too far to where it's their personalities are uninteresting. Like I like Mina Kimes. She's actually brilliant. I actually had a chance to fraternize with her at the Combine and sit in the ESPN area.
Right, but they've moved on. Like, you move on from Bomani, you move on from the Lebitard show, like all of these, you move on from Rosillo on ESPN radio, like all of these eccentric personalities that bring in a fun listen and a fun watch have now gone by the wayside because of, let's be very honest, nerds and betting lines.
Yeah.
That is the reason why it's gone awry.
And I understand. The betting line piece is serious. But how many people are really tuning into ESPN to get their information on what they should wager, if we're being fully candid? Like, are they overselling the analytics? Are they overselling the ESPN bet piece? I think a little bit. But who knows? I mean, it's their business model. They're doing fine. Clearly, they're okay.
It's good to hear that you, as a full-grown adult, you're like, I have to watch SportsCenter. I must watch Top 10, because when I think back to the glory days of SportsCenter, it was when I was a teenager.
Correct.
It's when I was falling in love with sports. Like, those are your most formative years in terms of your love of a team, your love of a sport, your love of a player.
Stumbling. You get the Mike Allstott drops, and you get there's so many really good moments from that era of SportsCenter that I just feel like there's nothing that connects you to it quite like it used to.
I always attributed that to, I was a kid, so I was automatically going to love it.
Dude, it was great. It was so good. And I know our generation of children now, they're so inundated with gaming. Gaming's on a different level because now it's your community. When I was growing up, you didn't have online gaming.
All right, LAN parties, man. You're playing by yourself or with your brother, or you had to have one of your buddies come on over. You bring the extra console, and you find another television. You hook those things up, and you have an FU match for the next 12 hours in the basement.
Very different than
you throw controllers through the television.
The youngsters right now, I don't know if they're going to grow up watching SportsCenter, at all. KJ, do you just watch SportsCenter anymore? I am going to sit in front of my television for 30 to 45 minutes and watch SportsCenter.
I'm being dead serious. As Raj just said, if it is not Scott Van Pelt, do not care at all.
Mm-hmm. Same.
The NHL coverage crap too compared to TNT. If you watch those two broadcasts back to back, TNT blows it out of the water.
You know what I watch?
They have compelling personalities.
I'll tell you what I watch. And really, and this is not helping you and me in our cause as people that talk about sports. I watch games. I like games. So that's why, ESPN, it's gold to me because it carries so much college football. So they'll always have that. The two most dominant acronyms in the college football landscape, the 4-letter word ESPN and the 3-letter word SEC. And they control the entire landscape.
Well, they'll have more games now on ESPN. The fact that you have Red Zone now on ESPN is huge.
And those two acronyms destroyed another 4-letter word or acronym, NCAA. The ESPN TV monetization packaging and the SEC cheating under the table, paying players because of programs like Mississippi State and Ole Miss that have been doing it for 40 years, and every program, Alabama, Georgia,
Stop
you name it. Yep. KJ, that's right. ESPN didn't want to blow the whistle on that. They were complicit in not reporting information that everybody knew was going on behind the scenes under the table. And ESPN knew that what was always going to butter their bread was SEC football. And so the two of them took down the NCAA, and we have a sport that is no longer under control, and there is zero governing body for the sport of football.
But you mentioned yesterday it hasn't turned you off of watching college football. It hasn't turned you off of being juiced up on August 29th when CU plays Georgia Tech.
The product, once the games start, is every bit as good as it's ever been.
If not better.
Yes. It's just stupid. Dumb.
Well, it's amazing because of all of the money that's being thrown around like the wild, wild west, and there's no cap, and you kind of have that fake cap of NIL dollars that you're allowed to spend up to, but all these top rosters are costing you $40 million a year. It's not 25, right? The conversation is now switched to, well, is Arch Manning going to be the number one pick in 2026? Or is he making enough money and needs a little bit more time that he's willing to stay at Texas another year? That's such a far cry from what it used to be 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago when guys couldn't wait to declare for the draft as a junior. Now guys are looking to stay for the extra year. And I think as a result, you're going to get a better product. You'll have more mature quarterback play coming out of college, right? Just look at Bo, 24-year-old rookie, and was able to step in and bring a team to the playoffs. To go back to our first conversation to start the show, and I was saying Bo's allowed to do his YouTube crap because, well, he wins football games. And people are like, oh, what has he done? What has he won so far? You know, he got blown out 31-7 by Buffalo. The Broncos sucked for 9 years.
You know what he's won? He's won an appearance in the postseason for the first time in a decade.
Yep.
That's a big win.
You have to reset your expectations.
Add another huge feather in the cap of Bo Nix. For the first time in 9 years, you know who your future quarterback is.
It changes the conversation around what quarterbacks are going to be expected to do in year one, because they're going to stay in college for the extra year, because there's no penalty for transferring anymore. You don't have to sit that year out, and you can come in having played 5 basically full seasons, maybe under 3 different offenses, and now NFL teams can look at those QBs and go, yeah, we're good. Like, you know, X, Y, and Z, I want you to step in year one. There's no sitting behind for a year. That is yesteryear. I don't know. Is Jackson Dart going to do that this season? He's going to sit the whole year behind Russell Wilson?
No, there'll be injuries, and Jameis Winston will go in and look awesome for 2.5 quarters and then throw the ball to the other team, and they'll score a touchdown twice. And then he'll end up being Jackson Dart, and he'll look terrible. He sucks. Jackson Dart's not good, bro. I wanted to love Jackson Dart last year. He was the guy that I was like ready for him to become like my J.J. McCarthy offseason take, where he doesn't have a strong enough arm, or, you know, he didn't do this, or he's not this. Man, when I watched Jackson Dart in about 5 football contests this year. 3 of them, I was so incredibly disappointed in what I thought I was going to see versus what I actually saw.
Better career, Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck?
The answer to that question is a simple no to both. They are going to be bad.
Does New Orleans draft a quarterback next year in the first round?
Yes.
Is it Arch Manning?
No. I'm not bought in on Arch Manning.
Why not?
Because he hasn't done anything in college football, and he's been in the current landscape of college football. This is year 3. He started a couple football games in Quinn Ewers' absences and injury. What did they do offensively with with Arch Manning when he played? They ran zone read, which I like. I like athletic quarterbacks.
We talked about zone read constantly yesterday.
Dude, he hasn't proven that he is a true bona fide pocket passer, throw the football accurately, throw it on time. He looked like he was a turnover waiting to happen. The film's right as of right now. If his name was Steve Ryanemi and he was Texas's quarterback,
there's not a lot of Finnish football players. It's going against you.
If he was the exact same size, exact same athleticism, exact same film to this point right now, nobody would be having this conversation about how unbelievably good he is. I'm not saying he's not going to be good. But
it's not like he's playing for Eastern Michigan. He's playing for the number 1 team in the country.
Right.
He's the starting quarterback for the number 1 team in the country. Even if his name wasn't Manning,
and I'll say this
you are having conversations about, does the starting quarterback on the number 1 team in the country have a shot to be drafted number 1 overall?
I'll say this about Arch
the answer
Manning.
is typically yes.
Prediction time right here on August 6, 2025. Arch Manning is going to be a disappointment as the starting quarterback of the Texas Longhorns this year. They will not win the SEC, and frankly, I don't think they're even in the SEC championship game. And they're starting the year out with the highest paid roster in college football. They have 2 problems. 1, their head coach is Steve Sarkisian, who I love. He's a great guy.
He's turned it around.
Buddy of mine. I don't think he is ever going to be in the same conversation of the Kirby Smart, Nick Saban. He just doesn't inherently have that trait that college coaches have to have, which is that I am ready and willing to shove a knife through your throat at any time to get done what needs to get done for this football program. He's not that guy. He's a good dude.
Did Mac Brown have that at Texas?
Oh, yeah. Just it came across in a very well, y'all, everything's good, and shanking people's backs. Don't let the Southern accent fool all of you.
Was that the Halloween?
No. Shower scene from Psycho.
So good.
1970s film sound effects.
So good. All right, KJ's NFL notes are next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Freddie and Jason. You miss those things when we're out of studio. Raj and Coach, KJ's NFL Notes every single day here at 11:20. Biggest stories around the gridiron. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
As we turn the page to the 49ers, yesterday the coordinator stepped up to the podium, or the scrum, to answer questions regarding the joint practice and their game on Saturday versus San Fran. Vance Joseph talked about what's the next step for his defense in 2025 to become the best defense in the NFL.
I think the next step is avoiding the awkward big plays, the awkward series. If you're going to be a top defense in this league, man, just consistency. I think building depth to do that, over a long season is important for us, but that's every defense's goal is to always be consistent and be, if you're going to be dominant, that's every down, every game, every quarter. That's our goal.
I like where Vance Joseph is at. I don't feel like at any point has he gotten ahead of his skis. He's not putting out his own YouTube channel and selling his own merch right now. He's a vet of this industry, man. And I'm not saying that Bo Nix, what he's doing is wrong, but I don't think that Vance Joseph's at all in a headspace of shameless self-promotion because he potentially can capitalize on the success of last year's defense. VJ understands the industry is such that you live day to day, moment to moment, game to game, season to season. Vance Joseph is one of my personal favorite coaches, and I've never met the guy. Just his story since he's been in Denver, and even the fact that he's been fired by the Broncos organization. It's a guy that, I don't know, there's just a maturity level to Vance Joseph, the head coach, the offense coordinator. I put the cart before the horse there, that I think is a good thing for this Broncos team this year.
You know what I think they were missing last year to put them from, third or second best to number one in the league, right? They led the league in sacks, right? 63 or something as a team last year.
Yeah, was it higher than that?
I thought it was 63 off the top of my head. 63 as a team. It felt like they were missing one major component that the 2015 defense had.
I just thought about it. As I was trying to find how many sacks the Broncos had in last year, I Googled just now, Broncos sacks.
Yeah, it's a tough Google image search when you're on the company Wi-Fi. Mm-hmm. That's like Dave Parker hose. That's a tough go.
Didn't know I was going to have male horse anatomy.
Yeah,
I didn't know we were going to get into the equine testicular area to start my day off.
Yeah, you're on the FBI list right now. They're looking through that camera. Who's this guy with a microphone?
God,
looking
this
at
guy's
horses?
really into horses. Man, Nikola Jokic
he really loves the Broncos.
Does Nikola Jokic ever Googled? Has he ever Googled in Serbian Broncos sacks?
Maybe. I don't know. Those things are worth a lot of money, man. Horse studs and all that. I'm not going to pretend to know how much money, but I know there's a lot of rich people who own horses and breed them.
What did we consume today that made us?
We're back in studio. That's
it, man. It's just a euphoria, right?
It's just a fun box.
It's a fun box, man. This is the joy you get.
Back to my point about the Broncos. 63 sacks as a team last year. The Ravens were next with 54. Dallas had 52. The difference between the 2024 Broncos defense and the 2015 championship defense, it felt like there was a strip sack always coming. I want more strip sacks. That's what I need from Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito and Zach Allen. When you get your hands on a quarterback, I need more strip sacks. So I'll sacrifice.
That term also could show up in a strange Google search too.
I'll sacrifice 5 overall sacks for another 2 or 3 strip sacks this year.
Take it.
I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
KJ, what's next?
I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet.
The newest Broncos special teams coordinator that you just heard there, Darren the Riz Man Rizzy, has a lot of pressure on him when it comes to making sure this roster gets the right 53. Sean spoke in the past about how special teams plays a major role in how the back end of the roster is finalized. Darren Rizzi, he spoke to the media on Tuesday, and he responded to Sean's comments.
Well, I think it's awesome. I think one of the things about Sean is that, you look at the 32 head coaches around the league. I don't know if there's a coach has more awareness of that phase of the game, of this phase of the game than Sean. It's always been the case. You look back to his teams back at, at the Saints. It's always been an emphasis, so that's why I love working, under him. It's always an emphasis for us. He's put that back on the players on the roster right now, like, hey, this is a way and an avenue to make this roster not only for the rookies but for the veterans as well. I don't think I've ever been a part of a camp. This is my 17th year in the league where there's going to be as many tough decisions as we're going to have. And listen, I welcome it. I love it. It's what I do for a living. So, I think the emphasis we've put on it, you guys have watched us out here in practice. We're evaluating everything. The players know that. It makes, competition brings out the best in everybody. And so that's why I really can't wait till the lights on here Saturday, and these 3 preseason games is really going to tell us a lot. It's one thing to do it here in practice, but to get out there and do it in these games, it's going to be fun to watch.
Judge, may I present as evidence Exhibit A of the scars of coaching football at a high level. Darren Rizzi, that's the voice of a man that has blown out his vocal cords for about 40 consecutive years, man. Listen to those pipes, man.
Well, I think it's awesome. I think one of the things about Sean,
it's painful to hear him try to talk, man. I was there. I actually blew my vocal cords out 5 years ago. I had to go to a hospital. I went to urgent care midnight because I was suffocating from my vocal cords were actively bleeding inside of whatever, my area of my mouth, throat situation. I had to go see an ENT.
You're missing.
You ever had blood coming out of your vocal cords?
No.
I have. Darren Rizzi, right now, actively bleeding from his vocal cords.
Does John Harbaugh have something to say about that? Rizzi's like, there's not a coach in the league that loves and respects special teams more than Sean Payton. I think John Harbaugh's probably.
John Harbaugh, yeah. He would tell you, Rizzi, really?
Hey, fellas, I got this.
Riz King, really? Come on, man. Stick to being the Riz King. Stick to talking.
Was Sean known for special teams back in New Orleans? No, he's known for, turning Drew Brees into a Hall of Famer.
Darren Rizzi, he knows how to keep a job. He knows how to butter up the head, man.
Sure does.
That right there also, part of the scars of being a lifelong football coach at a high level. To survive, you've got to be able to glaze the right people appropriately. Not my jam. That's probably why I'm here.
KJ, keep it rolling.
I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com reported on Tuesday that Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders is expected to start Friday night's preseason opener on the road versus the Panthers, with Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel both nursing hamstring injuries. Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said earlier this morning only Shedeur and Tyler Huntley will play versus the Panthers Friday night. Kevin went on to say, by and large, they're going to rest their starters Friday night versus the Panthers. Shedeur will work with 2s and 3s versus the Panthers starting defense.
You know what this sounds like? The ultimate setup job from Kevin Stefanski and general manager Andrew Berry, who I stand by reading body language on draft night and even just hearing when Dylan Gabriel was drafted and when Shedeur Sanders was drafted. Dylan Gabriel going in the 3rd, I believe. Shedeur going in the 5th. Is that right?
Yep, 5th round.
Neither one of those two decision makers wanted Shedeur Sanders. So why in God's green earth would you let him play with the ones? You haven't let him play with the ones the entire training camp. And the Panthers are probably going to be playing with their ones, at least part of the game. That would be my guess. Because Dave Canales, he's a second-year head coach. He's got to start creating some semblance of a winning culture in Carolina.
It's a go and get 'em moment for Shedeur. If you're playing with 2s and 3s, going up against, let's call it, 40 to 50% of the ones on defense for Carolina, and you succeed, it's a tentpole moment, man.
Yep.
I'm looking for it. I'm rooting for him. I will be watching that game. Like when we pop tops on Friday, that is, I'll say it right now. That is the one thing I'm looking forward to this weekend. Sure, Saturday's game with the Broncos and the 49ers is exciting. That's the biggest storyline in the NFL when it comes to preseason football, is how does Shedeur Sanders fare against Carolina?
You know what I'm not looking forward to about Saturday night? 6:30, Denver Broncos.
Sam Ehlinger taking the full second half reps.
No, I'm not looking forward to having to transition into being more classy, professional in my on-air persona as the halftime halftime desk guy for the Denver Broncos. 9 News. I'm going to be the desk guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, halftime and postgame.
Shirt and tie?
I think so.
Okay.
And I probably have to do something with my beard.
Yeah, you probably have to go get that thing trimmed up a little bit.
And I probably also need to not talk about glazing and backsides.
It might not fly on 9 News.
I'm gonna have to really do that thing, when you kind of being silly.
Test the water. Touch the stove, brother. See what they're
Pat McAfee did
See
it.
what they're allowed.
Pat McAfee did it.
How does McAfee become McAfee?
As much as I can't stand the guy.
Might be a preseason gig for Coach, and that's it if that's the case.
No, it's absolutely only going to be that, no matter how well I do.
KJ, keep going.
I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet.
James Slater of NFL Network had a one-on-one with Jerry Jones earlier this week, and obviously the main topic of conversation is what's going on with Micah Parsons. How do things get resolved?
Excuse me, KJ.
Uh-huh.
It's Michael Parson to you.
Michael Parson. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Michael Parson. They wanted to see how does Jerry see this thing getting done, and I think Jerry is struggling to come to terms with the fact that we're in 2025, and here's a clip to prove my point.
How would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So was there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
Hey, Jera, you bought the Dallas Cowboys. You bought the Cowboys 36 years ago. And now you're talking about that deals are done by having eye contact. You won't even meet with either Michael Parson, as you call him, or his representation, so you won't give them any of that aforementioned eye contact. And you know what else you mentioned there, Jera? Is that you told the world that you did something and you gave the Cowboys, the previous ownership group, you gave them a what? A number. That requires a conversation and a number. You're not even talking. This guy's lost it, man.
It's an antiquated thought process.
Guy's lost it.
It's very clear, when he would go on to say a couple of days ago, I talk with players. I prefer to do deals with players and not their agents. You don't get it then. He understands the business of football. I don't think he understands the business of player relations and being a GM of a team. Because he hasn't been successful as the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys.
Raj is one of
Not since I've been alive.
If you were to look at professional sports, we'll call it the big four. Let's go. You can throw hockey and baseball in there. That's fine. But is there a bigger problem for sports than the very old, I hate to say it, but it's a reality, nearly senile, not clear and concise thought process ownership that is still unilaterally run by that individual? Think about how bad that was it still's bad, even post-mortem for the Raiders organization. And do you remember some of the bizarre things that Al Davis was doing in his latter years?
Doesn't take away from what he did,
He did some great
for
stuff.
the league and for
did
the
some
organization.
Great things. But in the latter years, when you're hanging on too long, and who's to tell you can't continue to make decisions?
Yeah, you own it.
It's your damn money. But it actually worsens the product for the league. And I think we're in the era of the Dallas Cowboys beginning to have a product that is going to get very similar to, rewind back to the Lane Kiffin hiring and firing when Al Davis was the head coach and all of the bizarre things that were happening at the same time. We're going down that road right now with the Cowboys franchise.
I'll take it. I enjoyed those years when Vegas was a dumpster fire. Those are fun years.
That was Oakland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they were
Correct.
the Oakland
Yeah.
Raiders. KJ, keep it going. Let's go.
Remember when Al Davis actually when he fired when he fired Lane Kiffin, he brought an overhead projector to his press conference. Like it was it was back to the 1968 season.
I miss an old overhead, man.
It's a good deal. I love
overhead
halftime.
is solid teaching tool.
I'm a big halftime adjustments overhead projector guy.
It's easy to do.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about, hooking up an HDMI cord and hoping that the digital pen
Where's the Wi-Fi?
works.
Somebody, hey, we only have 2 minutes until we're out. Kick off in the second half. The Wi-Fi's not working.
If you're using an iPad and you have to project it onto a Samsung TV, you don't know if the AirPlay is going to work. Yeah, it's a nightmare. What fixes all of that?
Let's pop it on.
Little overhead projector.
You know what has happened to me in halftime? Jim Harbaugh loved
binary work.
So Jim Harbaugh loved a overhead projector at halftime
With those little expo markers.
Little expo markers. He had me actually make overhead slides for top 6 runs in the second half, top 8 passes. We would script our opening 8 plays in the second half. You know what happened one time? I was the overhead guy for Harbaugh. The bulb went out. I was like, oh crap.
I'm getting fired.
Well, you know what was great though? The director of football operations and equipment guy had a backup.
Always be prepared.
That's next level.
Always be prepared. KJ, one more.
I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet.
San Francisco 49ers tight end George Kittle interrupted teammate Fred Warner's interview on NFL Network Tuesday afternoon to break some news that has left him upset with the league. Kittle crashed the set to, quote, air a grievance that the league informed teams on Tuesday morning with a memo that is prohibiting the use of ammonia and smelling salts before and during NFL games. Take a listen to George Kittle just becoming absolutely unglued.
George, hello, friend. How are you? I honestly just came up here to air a grievance. Oh. Our team got a memo today that smelling salts and ammonia packets were made illegal in the NFL. Wow. And I've been distraught all day.
Okay. Illegal? He even said he's not practicing anymore.
I considered retirement.
Yeah. So they got to go ahead and bring that back for George Kittle.
Yeah, so we got to figure out a middle ground here, guys. Somebody help me out. Somebody come up with a good idea. Fred, it's on you.
Airing of grievances.
Yeah, that's all I had to get out there. I'll get that off.
Is it before every drive?
I'm an every drive.
I've seen guys like that.
I'm an every drive.
In between every play, he
that's too much.
Pulls out the sauce.
That's way too much.
Yeah. Well, it feels like the energy's still out here, though. I mean,
no, definitely. But I missed those already.
Well, they haven't been outlawed at practice.
No, we don't have them out practice.
Okay, all right, just checking.
That's all right. That was my only grievance. But besides that, you guys look fabulous.
We'll
Fred,
fix it.
It's all yours.
Thank you, George.
Did we just become best friends with George Kittle? Does George Kittle have major morning sprint types of energy? Morning sprint vibes? I think he'd fit right in on the program.
Very pro-smelling salt program here. The morning sprint.
Yes.
Become best friends. Yep.
Very, very big on the smelling salt. I'm a play caller right before I call my first play.
Must do it.
Let's go.
Gotta have it. Devastating for NFL players. There's a few things I miss about playing hockey, and the locker room is the number one. Little smelling salt action before the opening puck drop is something I miss too.
Big fan of
Miss those things. I'm sorry, George Kittle. That sucks for you.
Big time sucks.
You'll find a way to sneak him in. NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap up this Wednesday program on the other side. PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 today on Denver's number one for sports talk. It's Altitude 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach all of our shows on the Champ Mazda text line, live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It is Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD's coming up next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 on your drive home. Finally back in the studios as we are not allowed out at Broncos training camp today.
Probably a smart decision by the Broncos media staff. Patrick Smythe and the fine people over there. Megan Boyle's fantastic. Love my gal Emma. Probably a smart decision because we got pretty unhinged today in these 2 hours. It wouldn't have been great. The energy that we have right now, if we would have done that from that little booth right there as the Broncos were going through their walkthroughs, we probably would have gotten shut down in real time.
Well, Marvin Mims snapped his head at you yesterday for something. I can't remember what it was. It was an impression? Was it a John Gruden impression?
Gruden. No, wasn't it my cadence?
Oh, it was your cadence. It was your quarterback cadence. It was fantastic.
I was like, yeah, John Gruden, man, he's tired of these this clap cadence. No more of this. He wants 43 set, white 90. Hey, easy. Hey, black spider 2, Y banana. Black spider 2, Y banana. White 80. White 80, hot. Set hot.
Yeah, guys, he still got it. I'll
tell you what, my cadence is...
That's Boise State 2004 all over again.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, Coach.
Pretty good. Unfortunately, that wasn't one of the rankings on EA Sports College Football 2005.
No, it wasn't.
Because I would have been in 99.
Yeah, they got
in cadence.
They got you on speed, and they got you on jumping. I think was a really tough one for you.
Speed was
arm strength phenomenal.
Good arm strength.
Really good.
I still
arm
could
strength.
rip it 60 plus.
See, I was hoping when they were doing one-on-one routes. And also the quarterback net routes where they or the net drills where they're just throwing 40-yard corners.
Guess what I did last night at practice? A ton of quarterback net drills.
Perfect.
Just because it's I've been around it so much the last 2.5 weeks. I'm like, you know what? I feel like some QB net drills myself. Sure enough, here we are.
I just wanted your head on a swivel yesterday because there were a few passes that inevitably overshoot those nets. And then they kind of dribble up near our feet, and it's frowned upon to pick the ball back up and not give it to a ball boy, the guys who are shagging those footballs.
Not supposed to.
I just wanted you to pick it up and send a 25-yard dot right into Cortland Sutton's hands.
Raj, do you have any doubting that I would have done that if given the opportunity?
No, you would have hit it. You maybe would have gotten a little bit of a slap on the wrist, but
there's no doubt that I would have been 100% all in on doing it. Now, how it would have ended up, I don't know. I can't say that for 100% certainty.
You wouldn't have made Cortland move his feet. Maybe it's not right in the middle of his chest.
I would have drilled him in the chin.
Could you imagine? You're ripping a 45-mile-an-hour, 55-mile-an-hour pass, and it breaks Cortland Sutton's hands? What am I watching right now? What are you showing me? Quarterback net drills? I don't see you throwing the ball. I just see children throwing the ball. I'd rather see you throwing the ball, if I'm being completely honest.
I'm just saying that I was excited about doing net drills last night. Because I'm not a big net drill guy. Because I actually think it's kind of, it's a little bit lazy. I'd rather throw to actual humans because it's more realistic. So I always try to grab, other receivers that are not involved in a special teams drill because the framework of a body is different than a square or a rectangle in a net. But I just kind of had a little bit of net envy because the Broncos come to practice. They have 8 different nets and 7 managers that are responsible for each net.
No, you're the one who has to drag those nets out
all over the place. And I said it to somebody. I was like, you know what the one thing I really miss about college football is? Man, I loved having 20 equipment managers. It was the best.
As soon as I graduated from coaching 14-year-olds to 18-year-olds, that's when I stopped taking the practice aids out by myself. The shop locking dummies and cones and the McDavid stick handling thing. I'll just look at the 17, 18-year-olds and go, fellas, this is your job. I need X, Y, and Z. Go get the rookies on it. We'll handle it that way. That's how you need to do it at Valley. Those kids callous those hands up, coach.
Yeah, I got to get it right.
That ain't your job.
Yep.
That's a sophomore's job who makes varsity for the first time. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, I'll do that.
A little bit of envy for me. Keenan Allen re-signs with the Los Angeles Chargers. And that was a player that I really wanted.
Dude.
Kick the tires on. He'd look really good in orange and blue.
He does look pretty sweet in that Charger jersey.
Oh,
though,
he does.
Doesn't he? He's a bit of an all-uniform guy. I remember I coached against him when he was at Cal Berkeley and I was at Stanford. I was like, who the frick is that dude? He was just kind of getting started.
Way bigger than you think he is.
Yeah.
Sure hands.
He's
a first down machine on third and manageable. He's your guy.
He's a stick mover, brother. That guy moves chains.
And that's the reason why I was really hoping like maybe Denver would look at him. But is Pat Bryant your stick mover?
He could be. I liked what I saw the last couple days.
In space, 3rd and 7, look for 13.
I would say the positive developments from Broncos training camps of the 13 days that we were there. I don't know if we're at 13. We're hovering near that. Pat Bryant has been better than expected. His ascent into the first string rotation of receivers has been rapid. Bo Nix likes him. He likes that he creates separation. He likes a lot that he plays very, very violently back to the football. Strong hands, great body control. That's my first take on the offense that I've been able to see. RJ Harvey's hard to say. It looks good. He looks explosive, but
you won't know until you're in a game situation. It's
Preseason.
Much like what Sean Payton said about Jaleel McLaughlin. We didn't know what we had in Jaleel until he played a preseason game.
Everything about RJ Harvey's been positive. Nothing's been bad. He has great hands, runs great routes, awesome practice habits. He's built really well. He's strong, unbelievable lower half, built well low to the ground. The second development for me has been Troy Franklin is climbing. Now I don't think it's a steady, perfect arrow trending in a perfect direction because he still spit the bit a couple times when he's had opportunities to make plays.
Couple of drops. He had a drop yesterday.
Yep. When he's had opportunities down the field to make plays and move the ball or red zone scenarios. Saturday's red zone drop was probably Bo Nix's best throw of the day. Maybe Bo Nix's best rep of camp. Back line, throwing a really precise, driven post ball, firm enough to get there and beat the safety, but enough air underneath it to get over the outstretched fingertips of the linebackers. Troy Franklin dropped it. But overall, he looks way better than he did a year ago. Way better. He looks like he belongs. He looks like he's no longer what was he, a 5th-round pick? Did he drop that far? Or was he...
Franklin, I think he was 5th rounder would have been Estime that year.
Was he
4th?
I think Troy Franklin was 4th round.
Because Estime was the 5th rounder that season out of Notre Dame.
And Troy was he was a guy that was projected at times during his final year of college football to be a first-round talent. There were just, for whatever reason, he slid. He was a big-time draft day slide. Because his physical attributes, when you look at Troy Franklin out at practice and you see him run, Raj, does he not look like he should have been a first-round wide receiver? Size-wise, ability to eat up ground. The guy's 6'3", and he's a 4'4" guy. That's a pretty unbelievable.
So then why doesn't he jump off the field to me?
That's probably why he's a 4th-rounder.
Right? With all of those tools.
Consistency.
The players on offense that have jumped off the page and have stood out on the field to me on offense. For me, it's been J.K. Dobbins, although it's been, a limited viewing of him. It's very clear that he is the most elusive back in the stable right now. Especially between the tackles. He can make someone miss and turn a no-gain play into...
You're talking about J.K.?
J.K. Dobbins. 4 yards, 7 yards.
J.K. without question. If you're just judging based off what we watched at training camp, he's by far your best back right now.
Yes.
It's not even close.
For me, it's J.K. And then I look at Courtland Sutton and I go, he is far and away
the best
wide receiver on the team.
And Evan Ingram's in the same category at the tight end position.
I have to see, but the thing is with Ingram, I have to separate him from being a tight end. I haven't quite seen it yet.
Yeah.
I see the tools. I see the body type. The body type is not, Owen Daniels tight end of 2015.
How tall was Owen Daniels? Was he tall?
I bet you Owen Daniels was probably 6'4" is my guess. He was a big dude. He's a chunky dude.
I know he's thick.
I bet you he's 6'4". You can't be that position and not be 6'3", 6'4", right?
6'3", yeah. Okay. 6'3", 20. I just remember him playing wasn't he kind of like he did a lot of stuff in college. He was like a bit of a joker he would play tailback, he'd play fullback. So I actually kind of looked at him as a bit more of a kind of a fullback archetype playing the tight end position, but he was 6'3".
Was he Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Owen Daniels?
Yeah, Owen down.
Dude, heck of a career.
Yeah, great player.
Heck of a career.
131 games.
I have to remove Ingram from my normal thought process about a tight end. I have to lump him in with the wide receivers. Like, I'd throw him in at like number 3 in terms of passing targets right now.
How about this? Owen Daniel, real quick, just interesting. Talk about jokers. In his college career at Wisconsin, early on, he was a backup quarterback.
Did not know that.
Played special teams, was a flanker, a split end, and a wing back. And he ended up playing tight end and fullback for the Wisconsin Badgers. How cool is that? Talk about versatility of that position.
Walked off in 2015 with the Super Bowl.
You know what that sounds a little bit like? Owen Daniel sounds a little bit like somebody who might be available here shortly. Taysom Hill.
Imagine if he becomes available. He's a Bronco the next week.
I think so.
Sean Payton loves him some Taysom Hill, brother. He would be a Bronco the next week, and he would cost you basically nothing.
Back to that sound effect of somebody getting stabbed in the back in a shower. Who would end up getting stabbed in the back of in a shower the minute that Taysom Hill becomes available on the market? Is it Michael Burton? Is it Nate Atkins? Is it Lucas Kroll? There will be blood.
It's going to do it for us today. PhD is coming up next for Coach Sanford. For KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Raj. Fun to be back in studio and see your smiling face, KJ. Don't go anywhere. Hang out with DMac and Tyler and Scotty for the next 3 hours. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Have a great day. Stay cool.
All right, welcome to it. Gorgeous day, man. Holy cow. Hot as heck.
A little bit muggy, too.
Little muggy, little hot, little this, little that. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow on that terms. I understand I've been getting some heat for my my take on Bo Nix, but I'm all right with that.
Well, because you just realized you work with hypocrites, and you were just not being hypocritical. If you were going to call out Russell Wilson a couple years ago for all these phony videos and then come in out of shape.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all your own take. So if you have your own opinion on it, that's fine. I know what I like and what I don't like on stuff like that. Doesn't mean I don't like Bo Nix.
It's funny. I feel like I'm the Bo Nix defender on this one. I don't think these are that big of a deal.
Yeah,
did you think they were a big deal with Russell?
I did, but
you're a hypocrite.
No, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. I think it's something to keep an eye on for sure. But this is a far cry from having your own in-house production team that's following you around 24/7, your own reality show. You got photographers traveling with you
but here's
to the team facility, all those things. Like with Russ, it was all of it that went with him everywhere that he took a step.
I agree, but I do still think part of that is because he was married to a music industry star. And I think that was a dual thing.
Yeah,
Maybe
I agree.
she's walking around in a protected practice with 2 and 3 bodyguards, like a bodyguard for the kids and 2 for her.
It was insane.
That was so funny.
I mean, but Russell takes the heat.
Well, Russ had his own crew.
Well, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
So did Tebow.
Yeah, he did.
Tebow didn't,
and it was ridiculous.
Tebow didn't.
But Bo doesn't have that, and that's why it doesn't bother me.
He's got a production team.
Maybe.
Maybe he definitely has that.
Let me ask the king of YouTube, Darren.
Of course, he has a production team.
Okay.
I mean, just look at the videos.
Well, I'm not arguing that he's got people that is making these videos for him.
Right.
But they're in the background. They're people that he meets up with a couple times to go make a video. It's not a 24/7 thing.
He hasn't done enough or had the gumption enough to ask Sean, hey, can my people come and film me throwing a few balls around
Now we
in
get
practice?
there, Scott. I'll be the first one calling him out.
That's
right?
good to know.
Yeah, and by the way, the comparison of like, hey, you do YouTube too. It's like, hey, I'm not playing in the NFL, bruh. It's apples and oranges, my man. I'm not out there doing something else. Oh, you do this. And I do it to pay the bills. I'm not living in a mansion in Castle Pines. I just downsize. I'm trying to do less. I ride a bike every day to save gas, and I like being on my bike. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the same thing. But that being said, I understand if you I think it's a dangerous trap because you like somebody or something. You don't always have to agree with every single thing they do, and you can still like the person. It doesn't mean I don't like Bo Nix. It doesn't mean I'm not happy that he's the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. I'm just not digging this vibe. That's all. And Sean's vibe right now is like, did you read the Albert Breer thing? It's in oh my God, Sean, holy cow.
Caffeine article again.
This guy just is. Boy, and I think he is a smart coach. But boy, oh boy, is he all about Sean Payton. Ain't nobody about Sean Payton more than Sean Payton about Sean Payton. Goodness gracious. So, hey, hopefully it all works out because everything right now is about how great everything is. So if that's the case, then fine. But he went on a tear, man. He had the same interview with Seth Wickersham, with Albert Breer, with the guy Robinson from Yahoo Sports. He's grabbed everybody and their brother to tell everybody how awesome they're going to be.
Calling Diana Rossini at 3 a.m.
I was wondering, since he only seems to do national media, I was thinking about introducing. Hi, could you come do an interview with Scott? I am a Yahoo Sport. Just say that. Say, hey, I am a Yahoo Sport. Could you come to the interview?
There you go.
Oh, that's fantastic. Do you like the metrics that he's used for the quarterback formula, by the way? Do you dig that? I was talking to Mike Sanford, about this stat, this stuff that he came up with. And Sanford said, this is an old football stat. This is nothing new. This isn't something Sean invented.
But it describes, and I know, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know what I like? Win games. That's what I like.
No, I get it, but you have to use something to evaluate. It's fair to use some metrics to evaluate players.
But now you know, and it explains why he likes Bo and why he hated Russ.
Yeah.
Forget all the ancillary stuff, all that. Russ took sacks.
I mean, look,
Bo doesn't.
It's a really fancy way of saying, does the dude get the ball out of his hands or not? And that's something that with your eyeballs, and you put some numbers to it, and now all of a sudden you make Bo Nix, and this is why he's convinced that Bo Nix is a top 5 quarterback, because statistically, according to his stats, he is a top 5 quarterback at getting rid of the football.
But then again, you pointed out his last year in college, he led the NCAA in passes behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
His rookie year last year in the NFL, he led the NFL in passes behind the line of scrimmage.
Is that right? I didn't know that about last year. I knew that was true as a senior year.
Yeah, it was like I can't believe the percentage, and I'm going to screw it up, so I won't do it.
But it was up there.
But it was like 78% of his, or something. I mean, it was a stupid percentage of passes.
Yeah, in the Breer article, Sean's talked about repeatedly for a guy with a weak arm, he had the longest pass by air yards, and that was against the Bengals last year, that great throw to Mims late in that game, which was crazy. And he's going off other sort of narratives like that. Number one, we did the dirty pocket study, and that's what our league is. His efficiency without a clean pocket, he could really throw it. He's a great foot athlete. He didn't run the shuttle at the combine because he had turf toe. So there, it's kind of more like, reasons why they love Bo Nix so much coming out of college. It's kind of like that. And I kind of don't blame him. I guess you want to take a little bit of a victory lap here, but
for what?
Well, I don't know.
A victory lap for what?
I don't know. To be the smartest guy in the room, I guess. You say the throwing the behind the line thing. Sean Payton points out to Albert Breer, quote, he's the most accurate passer in the history of the college football game. That's just numbers. But you see his accuracy, his dirty pocket efficiency was first in his class. His negative play differential, sack, fumbles, interceptions, that's the big number that he's talking about. 1 out of every 82 plays. At Oregon, he never fumbled one time. And it kind of goes like this. In red zone.
Well, it's tough to fumble if you're not getting sacked.
Third down, he was first in his class. Red zone, he was second to Spencer Rattler.
That was in college.
In college, yeah.
So what did he do in red zone and third downs last year?
Well, I don't know about that, but the efficiency that Payton likes so much, this came out yesterday. Here are the numbers, and the lower the better for NFL quarterbacks last year. And this is the percentage of dropbacks resulting in sacks, fumbles, or interceptions. Lower is better. Josh Allen, 4.6%. Derek Carr, 5.4%. How many games did Derek Carr even play last year? Not that many, right? So not a huge sample size. Bo Nix, 6.1%, 6.3% for Aiden O'Connell, and 6.4% for Jordan Love. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams was 5th to worst in the league at 12.4%. So I think this is Sean's way in pointing this out of, this is what I want. These are the numbers that matter to give us a chance to win. So that's what he values.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't any different than what 90% of play callers are looking for. They want decision makers. They want processors. They want dudes that have got that computer before that ball is snapped. They've already identified where the ball needs to go because they know what the coverage is before the ball's ever snapped. And that's how you stay out of trouble.
I think Sean's just really proud of himself.
Well, I'll just say this, StatMuse, and of course then you've got to sign up and pay if you want to unlock the lower half of the stats. They tease you they tease you with the top 25 in order of third down successful quarterbacks last year. I'll just say this, Russell Wilson was 25 and Bo ain't on that list.
Well, that means he's up higher.
No, he ain't.
That means it's good, right?
No, he ain't on that list. The leader was guys that hardly played.
Because you said you could only see half the list, right?
Huh?
Because you could only see half the list, right?
I can see 1 to 25.
Oh, okay.
That's all. But listen, like I said, they're playing Tyrod Taylor's on the list because he played 8 or 4 snaps or 4 or 8 snaps. Trubisky played 4 or 8 snaps. But as far as everyday quarterbacks, Goff led it as everyday quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, as you imagine, was way up there. Flacco was actually 12. Joe Burrow was 13. But again, you're putting guys like Trubisky and Taylor and a guy named McKee.
He's from Stanford.
T. McKee.
Yeah.
Some guys that probably had 2 third downs the entire season. But he ain't on that list in the top 25.
Listen.
Third downs were not his strength last season. You'll admit that. Or not just him. The Broncos' third downs were not their strengths last year.
If you dig cheesy videos that are totally phony, and you get fired up about Bo and want to buy a T-shirt, there's a place for you now. So have fun. Sean, hey man, I hope you're right. You were right about Hackett. I hope you're right about all of this. It just feels weird to have your coach. Maybe it's not a bad thing. It just feels, Tyler, like just
so
a little.
Somebody asked me earlier today, or no, somebody had asked me. I was listening to the morning show, and I think somebody said like, "Hey, can you think of any examples of coaches hyping up their guys like this?" Right? And did you guys watch Hard Knocks last night?
I did.
Okay, I did too. I thought it was okay.
It was okay. Well, all right, I'll explain.
Actually, I thought it was silly. If it just felt like a 45-minute highlight reel.
We could get into
it. But anyways, they're hyping up the hell out of Josh Allen every single time Josh Allen makes a good throw.
Yeah.
Joe Brady's like, oh my gosh, number 17. Wow, look at that, 17. Oh, 17, way to go, man.
Right.
They're hyping up the hell out of their guy.
Right.
But that's a dude that's done it. That's a dude that's got an MVP under his belt.
Yeah.
It's different when you're hyping up a young guy that really has not accomplished anything yet.
I totally agree with you. By the way, I agree with you basically about Hard Knocks too. The reason why I said
I felt like I was watching like just a season like recap highlight thing.
I know. And for me, I was like, oh, this is going to be cool. I'm going to see my old neighborhoods in Buffalo and stuff. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's in Rochester. And I'm like, oh, Rochester.
Dude. How about Deion Dawkins drifting?
How about that?
My Lord, with his kids in the car.
Yeah, did that feel not safe to you?
I think it was fine. I
guess.
I think it was fine.
I guess he's under control, right? But
I don't know. I mean, I was a little bit surprised that he put it out there like that.
I mean, I'm looking at
I got no beef with it. I've certainly done ATVs and stuff with my kids, and I don't know.
I got to back up a little bit because it's been a minute. You guys would know better than me. What age do your kids come off the booster seat in the back seat?
So I actually saw it on Twitter because there were some people complaining about it, and they went at Grok. Is it illegal to put your kid in the front seat for when you're drifting?
Okay.
And if you're on private property doing your own thing, whatever, the laws were, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. I don't know, man, because those kids couldn't have been 4 or 5 years old or something.
They had to have a helmet on. They had to have a seatbelt, but as long as you're on private property.
Whatever.
Yep.
Well, whatever.
Was it a dirt road or was it cement?
No, it's just a parking lot.
It's
like doing donuts.
Well, it's like a track, but kind of similar.
Yeah, but it's drifting. It's drift racing. So I guess he owns his own car. It's all got his name on it. It looks awesome.
He owns multiple cars, it looked like.
Pretty cool, right? And it's drifting.
Those usually have cages. They have the big stick shift up
yes, that's exactly what it does. Yeah. The stick shift is way up
way
there.
Up high, yeah.
You know a little bit about drifting, huh?
I've watched a lot of drifting.
Do you know how to do it?
No.
Deion Dawkins does.
Oh, my God. He sure does.
He was talented.
And they were racing. I mean, the kids were out of the car when that happened, but they were like,
well,
it's just a big...
take him around, let him go around. Have you never done donuts in a parking lot with your kid?
Not like that. Okay. Good for you. I wouldn't even know how to do
my dad, when I was like 8, 9 years old, my dad used to go out in the snow, tie a rope to the back, put an inner tube on there, and he'd start doing donuts with us on an inner tube as we're like sledded. You want to talk about not safe.
With no helmet.
No helmet. God, no.
Well, I've pinned my kids to the top of the roof and just said, hang on and drive to Idaho Springs. I've done that. But I haven't done the dangerous stuff I stay away from.
Pin the kids on top of the roof.
Idaho Springs is coming. Hang on there, kiddos. We're headed to that McDonald's. I want to dig into the Hard Knock stuff.
We do have a depth chart out now, by the way.
Oh, that's
Broncos depth chart.
Okay.
Just wait till you see where RJ Harvey is.
Okay.
I did watch the WWE documentary.
I'm dying to talk to you.
Executive producer Peyton Manning. Yeah. It's just every episode I watched just blew me away. Peyton Manning.
And huge news with the NFL Network, ESPN, and WWE all dropping within like 24 hours. Huge. So we'll get to all of it. Looking forward to it. Thanks for listening. It's PhD on 92.5.
Well, he's done a really good job working. He does a good job out of the backfield. It's hard to tell with shorts and t-shirt, what it's like running the ball with the no pads. But that's obviously why we got him. So he can run the ball. But I think it's the other things that he's showing, just the routes and his suddenness and quickness in hands. I think all that's really good to see. But he's a great guy, great dude, first and foremost. And then I think it's going to translate for him being a successful player.
Oh, my God. The NFL cracks me up. What coaches do to motivate players is pretty funny. You brought it up, so I'll let you have some fun with the depth chart news with the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, I don't know that it's motivating players. I think more so it's an FU to the NFL for making me put this out. I don't think Sean's trying to play any games with his guys, but Sean, Mike Shanahan would do stuff like this too. Hey, if you're a rookie, guess where you are? You're at the bottom of the depth chart. Mm-hmm. So don't worry about what your eyeballs have told you with R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins splitting time. Where does R.J. Harvey fall in the depth chart? We're just going to fall all the way to number 4. Yeah. No, actually, we're going to go to number
4 would be too good.
Yeah, we're going to go to number 6 is actually where we're going to go. R.J. Harvey falls behind J.K. Dobbins, Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, Tyler Bonet, Blake Watson, and then R.J. Harvey. Yeah. So
6th.
Yeah, congratulations, RJ. You have moved absolutely nowhere on the depth chart, and you are officially going to get cut from this team. Same thing with our first rounder, by the way. I don't know if you saw the first rounder.
No. This is my first peek at the depth chart.
Yeah, Janae Barron.
Where is he? Yeah, go down, Dan, or up, however you want to do it.
Janae Barron falls in last place at the nickel quarterback position.
Yeah, I see Pat Bryant is buried. Yeah, you can't take any of this. Well, I mean, let's put that aside because it's so foolish. But yeah, there's Janae Barron, 3rd string. I didn't even know a dude named Reese Taylor was on the team, but there you go. He's ahead of Janae Barron.
Asterisk by your name. If you don't have an asterisk by your name, which indicates rookie, and you're sitting down at 3, 4, 5, that's where you go. Ugh.
Yeah, let's roll up a little bit, Dan. Let's see if there's anybody kind of like that. No, those are all rookies. Keep going.
So the starting offense comes out in 21 personnel. So we're going to go with we're going with heavy personnel. We got fullback and running back on the field. Michael Burton's a starter. We only got 2 wide receivers listed as starters. Mm-hmm. That's Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims. And then behind those two, in Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims, you've got Troy Franklin and Devon Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take any of this too seriously. I will when you look at the backup. We did talk about Frank Crum, though. That's a little bit interesting that they've got Frank Crum, a 3rd string sort of guy.
Yeah, I told you he was getting buried, man.
I think tight end's interesting. You got Nate Atkins, your 3rd guy in front of Lucas Kroll.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I think Kroll's going to have to find some magic to actually make the team this year. I think they use Atkins as an H-back, so there's enough packages that he gets used that I think he's probably safe.
See, you're probably not wrong, but I disagree with the premise of Lucas Kroll having to earn. See, to me, Nate Atkins and Adam Troutman, I think they're kind of redundant football players. I don't know why you need to carry both those guys on your team. Pick one, and then Lucas Kroll brings something different to the table. I mean, he's 6'8". He's a red zone target. I love Nate Atkins. I think that he's a very well-rounded tight end, so he would be my pick of the 2 guys. But I don't know why you need both Troutman and Atkins.
Well, Troutman is just like Sean's guy, though, man. He's just his dude. I don't know. He loves Troutman. He loves him. He's been with him forever. And
does he love him when Taysom Hill becomes available?
I think so. I think Taysom's too old. I was caught by surprise with that. I didn't realize he was turning 35 or whatever. Yeah, I think Taysom's probably done in the NFL. So, yeah, I mean, there you go. Do we got any other surprises here? You got Palczewski. He's your main swing. Then there's Pert. We talked about him too, right? Your inside guys are Throckmorton, which is what a name. Forsyth is still on the team. And Gargiulio, who's a draft pick. Looks like he's actually kind of moved up in the world a little bit. It puts Crum, sorry, Wyoming folks. He's a little bit on the outside looking in right now. And the rest of the guys kind of like whatever.
Why you mentioned the Wyoming folks, but not the CU folks?
Who should I be mentioning for that?
Will Sherman.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're right. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's on the outs too. So they can have their own border war as third stringers. Tough to come from the third string. I mean, these guys are looking at this today, right? I mean, this is a wake up. The rookies forget about. They're not?
They know. Every single one of those guys knows exactly where they stand on that roster.
Look how far down Henningsen is. That's interesting, huh? Boy, he's kind of on the shizzle list. Remember when he was kind of the hot thing, Matt Henningsen?
It seems like to me, and you talk about playing funny things with the depth chart. It seems like to me, like the first one at one time when I was covering the Broncos, rookies always went last on the first one, and basically told the PR staff here, just make it up. The PR staff,
I get
the
it.
PR staff would do it.
Listen, I think there's something to be said when you look at a guy we don't talk about much, but was on the Broncos last year, Jordan Jackson, who's actually done pretty good, and you see a guy like Henningsen, who was a draft pick not that long ago. I think that's interesting. Owazarikie, I know they like him. I mean, you know, he's a interesting guy because of all the problems he went through, and then they stood by him. That's kind of interesting. The rest of it is like, I don't know. I don't know if there's any. Devon Key, we talked about safeties yesterday. Devon Key's probably in front of JL Skinner. That appears to be the case. So might be tough sledding for JL Skinner, who was a late draft pick a couple years ago. It's little stuff like that. I don't know if it matters or not, but this is the minutia of training camp with the depth chart. Tyler, any other
well, there is one rookie starter.
Where are the returners? Keep going up, Dan, a little bit. Mims. All right. McLaughlin, Bandy. Oh, wow. They don't even have Harvey as a return at all. All right. Okay. I think he'd be a good returner, but
especially if you're fifth on the depth chart at running back.
You know, I think there's going to be a lot more kickoffs taken back. I think that position is going to be important, but do you guys have any beefs with Mims being a returner on kickoffs?
No, he's a Pro Bowler. That's why he's on this team.
Okay, but the reason I ask is because of more that theoretically will be asked of him. Or
nah.
Do you think there's a possibility that Troy Franklin sort of becomes that bigger speed guy and they lean on him a little bit more?
Well, they're different positions at the wide receiver spot, so they don't do the same things. So I don't think they're competing for playing time. But in terms of, has Marvin Mims become so valuable as a wide receiver that I would take him away as being a Pro Bowl punt returner, kick returner? Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about, what do you have, like 500 yards last year? Something like that?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Hey, you become a 1,200-yard a season guy, now I'll start having that conversation. But you've got one primary job on this football team, and that's to be a Pro Bowl returner.
Watching Hard Knocks last night. We'll get to the wrestling stuff here in a second because the ESPN news and NFL and stuff is crazy. But quickly on Hard Knocks, I did have a little of I don't think it was awesome either. In fact, I thought a lot of it was slow, kind of boring. It didn't really go anywhere, that sort of thing. But to see how beloved Josh Allen is let me ask you guys, had the Broncos taken him, do you think he would be as beloved in Denver right now as he is in Buffalo?
With the same success, yes. Without the same success, no. I mean, he always would have a lower following because he played in Wyoming.
Yeah, I mean, I think wherever Josh Allen goes, he was going to have success. I don't feel that way about everybody. I don't think that, like, just anybody could be drafted by Denver and it's going to work out, but I think Josh is one of those dudes that he's just going to figure it out.
I couldn't help but watching and think, wow, that really could be us. That should have been our guy. And I heard Vic this morning saying Elway was burned by the Paxton Lynch situation. And if he was, that's such a weak moment by John, unfortunately.
You can't draft, maybe you can't be scared.
You know.
You can't be scared or afraid of mistakes.
No, and there's a huge difference with a guy who's a top 10 talent and a guy like Paxton Lynch who fell into the 20s, way past all the teams that needed a quarterback. I mean, to me, it's night and day. If John really was impacted by that, it's a little bit of a disappointment to hear that he just couldn't see the difference. And John, and I heard them talking about, oh, John checked him out. Well, John didn't really check him all the way out. He did not go to the pro day up there. Listen, when I'm watching, I don't mean to rehash all sorts of stuff, but that 2018 draft is shaping up to be pretty special. I mean, you have two guys that look like they might be going to the Hall of Fame in Jackson and Allen. You have two other guys in Darnold and Mayfield, 8 years later, are still starting for NFL teams.
Yep.
I mean, you only have one guy there that was a bum. So you had a pretty good chance of getting a good guy in that draft. I'm not exactly sure when we'll see another draft like that with so many successful quarterbacks.
What year did Herbert,
could have been last
Herbert
year.
come out?
It might have been. It might be last year. You might be right.
When did Herbert come out?
He stayed an extra year. So I believe he came out in 2019.
So the funny thing was
he might have been in that. I think he was 2020. My bad. He could have come out in 2019. He came out in 2020.
And the big talk in
So
19.
that was the Joe Burrow year.
But the big talk in the 19 was that Elway loved Herbert. But then he stayed in another year, come out in 20, and looked like they lost interest too. Why not try to move up and get Herbert for 20?
I don't know, Scott. I don't know. I do not know why John just was allergic to quarterbacks.
Can you name the quarterback selected one spot in front of Justin Herbert?
In 19 and 20, right? In 20? Pickett. I don't know. Maybe
No, Pickett was by himself. He was like 15. He was the only quarterback drafted. God, we should know this. Give us a hint. Don't give the whole thing away. Give us a hint.
Funny name.
Okuwebanam.
You're on the right track.
So it's a quarterback?
Oh, Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
Tua. That's right. So was it Burrow, Tua, Herbert?
Yeah, Joe. Wait. Hold on. Joe Burrow might have been.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. Joe Burrow went one, right?
Yeah. Well, here we go. So it's Burrow, Tua, Herbert. Were there any other quarterbacks? Was that it? So just 3 in that draft. That's a good draft too, really. That's a really good draft.
Jordan Love, 26.
Oh, wow.
Oh, your dreaded 20s.
Yeah.
A successful number 20.
I know. There's not a
Oh
lot
my
of
gosh,
them.
I thought you couldn't do it.
You can. It's the exception to the rule.
But you know what? It took him a few years. It took him a few years.
Sitting behind the day that he played, he was good.
Yeah. The odds were a little stacked against him. You didn't get the biggest bump out of his rookie contract because you waited, but it worked out okay.
What would you have to give? You took Jerry Jeudy that pick at 15 to go from 15 to 6 is where Herbert was.
Almost impossible. Almost impossible. Because also you have to keep in mind the Chargers needed a quarterback. So I don't know if you could have done it.
Oof. CeeDee Lamb went 2 spots behind Jerry Jeudy to the Cowboys. Oof.
And Justin Jefferson after him.
Oh.
Well, yeah. And don't forget who went in the second round, too, for the Broncos is KJ Hamler, who
made an appearance
on Hard Knocks as a member of the Buffalo Bills. He didn't know what kind of scooter to get.
And has a pregnancy pillow.
That was Hamler had the pregnancy pillow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Hard Knocks was filled with stuff like that. I still like it. It's still cool to watch. But they, listen, every team should want to be on Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks takes it easy. All Hard Knocks is a 5-episode promotional TV show for your team.
Right.
They are just going to be. I have no idea why the Broncos wouldn't want to be on the way Hard Knocks is now.
When it first started, I thought it was better because, like you said, you get cut days and you get heartache. When they started to lose me is when they let J.J. Watt become Mr. Phony. I'm
going to go back to the gym at 3 a.m. right after a game.
Yeah.
Because God forbid I sleep. I can't sleep after a game. I got to go to the gym at 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's go.
Yeah. Right. That was the last one I went, dude, they're letting these guys be phony now.
Well, they had to do last night.
Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, Tre'Davious White.
Run up the hill.
Run the hills by himself with his helmet on.
That was so he's walking with his wife or girlfriend. Poor her. And he's like, hold on, hun. I got to do 5 hill reps or something. And Tyler's right. Full pads, including helmet. Running up a hill. And then she's kind of like, why are you doing this? I just got to get in the extra work where you can with a TV camera right in front of him. And I'm like, I'm rolling my eyes. Then he goes to an ice cream shop and he tries to get it looked good. It was a warm chocolate chip cookie, scoop of vanilla,
fudge,
cream, fudge on top with sprinkles and whipped cream on top. So imagine sprinkles, whipped cream, vanilla, chocolate syrup, hot, big chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, but good thing he ran those extra 5 hills.
Well, that's what he was saying. They actually said that. But how can you watch that, guys, and you see a guy running up a hill, and you're just, it's such an eye roll moment. I remember J.J. Watt, like when the dew was coming up, punching a bag or something out there by himself.
Well, he went like at midnight, didn't he, or something like that in the field and was like doing steps and drop stuff and shuttle runs and I'm like, come
all
on,
that stuff.
Yeah, man. It's like, okay.
Come on.
Exactly.
I don't know. And saying that J.J. Watt was a great player.
Maybe Tre'Davious White is, who clearly is happy to be back in Buffalo. Maybe he really does run hills. Maybe he does. But you know what? I was thinking the same thing when I was watching that. I'm like, if I was a jerkhole Rochester Buffalo guy, I would definitely be keeping my eyes on that hill to see what the cameras are off if Tre'Davious White is running up those hills.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'll tell you this. There were Broncos players over the years. There were that would run up the hill. If you really looked at the hill when nobody was there, you could see a worn out path where guys use that hill to work out with.
Usually with their pads off and their helmet off.
Yes. I've never seen a guy run up that hill in full pads with a helmet. The helmet. Why the helmet?
Get your neck right.
Hard Knocks. It is going to be the Josh Allen. I gotta be careful on the air here. It's gonna be very.
Well, I
it.
remember early on, there was always one or two of those either undrafted or low drafted guys that they would focus on and you'd fall in love with.
Cinderella story.
Cinderella story. There was always a Cinderella story.
Well,
and then they always got cut at the end, and you always felt horrible because those guys got cut.
Well, they were developing that with that corner who was the fastest guy in the draft.
Oh, was that dude undrafted?
I don't think he was undrafted.
They were sure hyping up the hell out of that guy. That didn't feel like a Cinderella story to me. That felt like a dude they were counting on.
It was but it was like a young up and coming guy. You're right. It wasn't like a complete underdog. They haven't really done that yet. But it was a young guy coming up, and there was drama because he ripped his knee up, and he's going to be out. And that was I thought that was like the most real kind of best moment of the show. I mean,
he's their first round pick, Dan said.
Okay.
How was Coleman? Because he came in with social media darling last year at Buffalo, right?
I didn't even see him. He was their first round pick. Well, they had a late first round pick, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dude they were counting on for sure.
Well, it's a sad story, man. I felt bad for that young guy, right? And that crap really can happen. Guys really do it. I mean, our guy, Drew Sanders, who knows what his season is going to be like. It really does happen.
That might be the last one I watch.
Yeah, there's not much to it.
I mean, there were no stories. All it was like a training camp highlight reel. Seriously, it's all it was.
I just had.
It was just watching Josh Allen throw fades.
I know. I was just sad about Josh Allen. That's all. He's a pretty likable guy.
I like Josh for sure.
Yeah, I think he's a genuine dude. Like his teammates really, really do love him. I don't think that's fake or phony. And he's like hugging guys, telling guys I love you and stuff like that. And I thought that came off as genuine. I didn't think that was fake.
No.
I think that's who he is. He'd have been a great Bronco, man. He was a great Cowboy. He'd have been a great Bronco. Then they featured their stadium.
The new one?
Interesting stadium. They designed it on purpose with the wind and the weather in mind to avoid, they said it could be an unbelievably windy whatever outside, but the way we built the stadium, technically somehow, you won't feel the wind whatsoever in the bottom of the bowl.
Which will say some temperature drops.
I guess so, yeah. You're probably right. So the games in Buffalo will still be outside because it's uncovered, but they won't be quite as gnarly as they have been in the past. It won't be quite as unpredictable. They'll have a little bit more control of it. But I swear to God, I'm watching this and I'm like, this is the best you could do, huh? You're just going to plop this incredible stadium just in the middle of nowhere in Orchard Park?
I thought it looked pretty nice.
It does look nice, but it's Orchard Park. You've been to Orchard Park. It sucks.
Well, what doesn't suck?
Well, Buffalo doesn't suck.
Yes, it does.
Could have put it in downtown Buffalo.
Buffalo sucks.
Could have put it on the edge.
It's like, no. When I've been to Buffalo and I stay in that hotel and I look down that main street, it's like The Walking Dead. Like there is not a soul to be seen. I'm being dead serious, man. You look outside your hotel window at 9 o'clock, it's like The Walking Dead. Yeah. There's nobody on the street.
Well, you weren't at Mulligan's Brick Bar for 5 straight years at happy hour. That's when things got going.
I did go to the Anchor Bar. That sucked also.
That is so overrated. I cannot argue with that. Frank and Teresa's Anchor Bar in Delaware. That is like the tourist trap you.
They were the most average wings I've ever had in my life.
First year we went to Buffalo.
Yeah, everybody. You got it. It's like That's one of them joints you only if somebody comes to visit
Do we
you.
believe for a second that they invented the buffalo wing?
That's their big claim. I'm not even propping it up, bro. I'm not even propping it up. I got you. I live like a mile and a half from there. We would only go there if somebody from out of town went there. We never just went there because it was so tourist trappy. I agree with you. You got sucked into it.
You're weird that you feel the need to defend Buffalo.
I've got
Buffalo
a good,
sucks.
I've got a good man. Harsh. I got married when I lived in Buffalo.
That's
I had
cool.
Great friends when I was in Buffalo.
That's cool.
I was on the Made of Miss 14 times. I went over to Canada when I was in Mexico. I got arrested coming back from Niagara Falls into Buffalo.
Really?
You
Back
don't know that
when you only needed a driver's license.
My license had expired. My insurance had lapsed, and I didn't know it. And do you remember when you used to have to put your insurance stuff or registration stuff for your car on the outside windshield of your car? Do you guys remember those days?
No, I never had to do that.
Yeah, well, you did in New York, which was stupid because think about the ice shucking. So my registration looks jacked. My license expired and my insurance had lapsed as I'm coming over the border. And then I got into the handcuffs while they sorted things out. And I sat there in a jail cell while no cell phones, by the way, so you can't get a hold of anybody.
Right.
So I sat there for 5 hours while I could hear the prison guards being like, yeah, that's the guy from 97 Rock. Wasn't the greatest moment.
But it was
of
a
my
good
life.
bit the next morning, wasn't it?
It was, 6 weeks later after I went to court and could talk about it, it became a good bit. But until then, it was, it's not fun being in handcuffs, boys. Am I the only one who's been in handcuffs here? And I've done it twice. 2 times you. All right, Tyler?
Never been in handcuffs.
Dan?
Nope.
2 times, huh? Yeah, me too. Bad boys right here. That's
Bad
what we're talking about.
Bad boys.
The NFL, the WWE, ESPN, all that stuff. Wow, what a story. We'll dig into it next. Arrest stories, aren't they fun? Always entertaining, the arrest stories. It's been a long time since I've been arrested. Let's keep it like that.
Yeah, I never want to go through that again.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Well, huge news with the NFL. And you did watch a little bit of the WWE documentary.
I got up till seeing it turning into a heel. That blew me away.
What'd you think of the documentary? Or what do you think so far?
It's like quarterbacks, both of them.
It's just like that, yes.
And wide receivers. The production value is phenomenal. And, you know, I didn't know anything about the gorilla, you know, where
gorilla position.
Where they do everything.
Yeah.
Which I used to love Gorilla Monsoon. I didn't realize he was the guy that coined
gorilla position in wrestling is where they run the show from.
They run the show. They produce the show.
It. Yeah. And I didn't know that the referees have an earpiece and they can hear the people directing the show. So oftentimes they tell the referees, move it along, do this.
Slow down.
Is he okay? Blah, 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 blah. Like the referees are kind of directors right on the set.
Right.
Which I did not know that. That was kind of cool.
That was good. Yeah, so the cool part was they give you the inside look of how it's done and everything else. We all know it's entertainment, whatever, but I was fascinated by it. Like I said, I ended up this morning watching 5 episodes, 6 episodes, something like that.
Here's what I found fascinating. Even though they know what the results are going to be, the wrestlers are still nervous because they've got to do it.
Yeah.
They've got to pull these things off, and you don't get a second take. And you are judged by the way the audience reacts to you. So it's not about the results of the match. It's your connection with the audience. Can you connect with the audience or not? And if you can't pull off the moves that you have to pull off or you can't connect with the audience, you're dead meat. So they're all a little bit nervous. Like all the wrestlers are a little bit nervous before they go out there.
You think it's too late for you to become a wrestler?
You could do it. No.
No.
Can I say something?
God, no.
Yeah.
No.
Because I was going, that was a profession I looked into.
Yeah.
I was in Atlanta, which was one of the capitals of it. But I will say now, at your age of 40, and you're strong enough and all that stuff, your back wouldn't hold up one match.
No chance. I was watching all these Twitter clips of John Cena, like after the match last weekend or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The dude can't even walk.
Can't walk.
And he's going straight on to a movie set, and they're like, "How you doing? You got to go do a movie set." He's like, "Well, I feel my age."
Well, they talk about that in the show, but he's such a huge draw, and who can you imagine how much they're paying him? Oh my God, I can't even imagine. So they know he can't move. They know, like the women
and the other wrestlers, but the other wrestlers respect him.
Oh, Cody Rhodes. Well, his big enemy right now, or is Cody Rhodes right now, who's actually, he's kind of.
Which I didn't realize he was Dusty Rhodes' kid. I used to love Dusty Rhodes.
Let me ask you guys this, because in light of the NFL, ESPN, and particularly ESPN moving in this direction, taking over NFL Red Zone, which, by the way, I was told or read that Scott Hansen is keeping his job. And Roger Goodell put it out there. They're going to do a red zone for college football. How about that? How cool would that be?
And now the NFL owns 10% of ESPN.
You guys like this deal or not?
Well,
are you nervous about it?
If you like unbiased reporting, then you got nothing left.
Yeah.
I mean, NFL now owns what I think it was like. It turned out to be like a $3.5–4 billion worth of ESPN.
10% is what I read today.
Yeah.
10%.
So, that's a whole lot of money to be invested in a company. So just be not shocked when the temperature of some of the hosts on ESPN sounds a little bit different.
Well, and now that they got the NFL Network, they gave the NFL Network one more game. So they're going to have like 7 games now on the NFL Network. Listen, ESPN, I haven't been a fan of for a long time. I think they got biased and started sending too many agendas. I see it in basketball all the time. Maybe they'll start doing more and more in football. So I don't give a flip about ESPN. But I think overall, they're almost turning insignificant with the younger generation because that's not how they watch TV anymore. They don't just watch ESPN.
But this is why they're doing it, though, Scott.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So now you get the red zone, and guys like Kreckman who can't watch a game, but they'll watch the red zone. And let's be honest, betting and fantasy sports is still now that's the monster of football right now is the betting and the fantasy sports. Now you're going to be able to cater to all that audience.
Well, the journalistic integrity goes right out the door.
But we said that about the NFL Network when they started.
Correct. I think what you're going to see, similar to WWE, you're going to see way more like stories. It's going to be like that. It's not going to be about journalism. It's going to be about telling stories to set up the games. I think the approach the WWE is using is exactly what ESPN is going to do to the NFL.
Ooh.
So I don't think you're...
But there's still going to be games. I mean, you're still not going to have decisions made, are you?
No, of course not. But you'll see a more, my guess is a more entertainment, a higher price paid and attention to entertainment rather than just the game.
Well,
and the NFL's been doing that for years, and they've been doing it really, really well. You know the stars in the NFL as opposed to hockey and to a degree basketball.
Well, I know for a fact, for somebody who worked at ESPN, they were basically told this. I was told this 2 or 3 years ago, that every segment you got to have at least one segment in there about the Lakers. Why? LeBron James there. The biggest story and face and everything else. So would that be Mahomes now? Will that be Josh Allen? Will that be?
It already exists, and I bet there'll be more of it. And you're right. There probably will be less criticism of what the league is actually doing.
Well, it's a pretty smart move on ESPN's behalf in terms of just a life-saving, life support move. Hey, you bought the only thing that is keeping TV in existence is live sports. That's it. I mean, the only thing that's keeping it in existence. So you went out and you bought it, and now you've got a reason to make people come to your station.
And I agree with you 100%. And the funny thing is, they fooled us. They fooled us. Cut the cord. Guess what? It's just as expensive to cut the cord now and watch what you want to watch.
Right.
Than if you had cable and bought
because we all buy HBO Max, Netflix, Prime, and Apple TV.
Yep.
And by the way, I think
DMac buys
and now the ESPN package is $29.95 a month. Now you get ESPN Plus.
I don't buy that.
The NFL Network, the Red Zone.
Yeah.
All that's going to be in the ESPN package now.
That's pretty awesome, actually, if you ask me.
But again, it's now a lie that cutting the cable saves you money, because no, it doesn't.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for the reminder. I really do got to cancel my Peacock.
You're the only one I know that owns Peacock.
I still got it.
Why? What is there anything good on Peacock?
They got some movies once in a while, and some old TV series. Pretty good.
I thought I was going to watch the women's version of the Tour de France. It's only 9 stages, and
do they do original programming like TV shows and stuff?
They do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know what's terrible? I just picked up Paramount Plus because I got to watch Dexter Resurrection.
Oh, is that out?
Oh, yes.
The one with the original Dexter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to spoil a thing for you. But
I've seen every Dexter episode, so I got to watch it.
You're in for a treat.
Did you go to Naked Gun?
No.
But you got to buy Paramount Plus.
I already got it.
Yeah, got Paramount Plus.
Well, I just gave you whatever your free night is. Book 5 hours because you're going to be glued on the couch for Dexter. I love that homicidal maniac. It's so funny how he comes back, too. Because you remember how it ended, right?
Not really.
His son shot him? That's not a spoiler.
Oh, yeah, I do remember.
So, I won't say anything else, but obviously he lives if there's another series. So, you take it from there. It's going to be interesting. And it brings up a question. Maybe I can throw it out to you guys, too. Is it more about the story or more about the game?
For me, it's still the game. I don't care about. I'm not a big red zone guy. I still want to watch the game.
Well, hang on to that. We'll get to that in the latest with the Broncos as they've released their depth chart coming up next. Oh, turn it up, baby. What's going on, man? How you guys doing? You all right? Everybody in good mood? Say, I'm not hating the air conditioning today, that's for sure. It's all right. We got a few warm ones out there. You guys happy to not be at camp today?
Yeah. Gosh, I used to love being out there so much, and now it's just a grind.
I know. It used to be a lot more fun. Sean took care of that.
Well, Andy talked about it yesterday when we were in here, and you're right. I mean, we'd stay and do the show, and we'd do the whole show. Like, we'd be there till 3, and there wouldn't be anybody there the last hour, 30 minutes probably.
Mm-hmm.
But even guys who go over and talk to their family, we'd get some of the stragglers once in a while, stop over.
Sure.
Al Wilson would come over and talk to you.
You could holler at guys.
We had guys on the show. I mean, we had, if you had 3 guys on the show, you almost felt like you didn't do a good job that day.
Now
you know what I'm saying?
Nothing.
Now you get 0 interview. And Andy
Sean's quick to talk to anybody.
I understand that,
non-local.
but and here's where Andy's talking with Andy. Andy's a local. Andy's a purebred, born and raised local guy, right?
More than Tyler?
Well, yeah, he's in Cherry Creek. You know.
Hey, kids grow up quick at Creek, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Andy was over in that federal neighborhood, right?
He did, but Andy went to Mullen.
But because he could play sports.
Hey, one time when I was in high school, Scott, I got in trouble. My dad took away my Yukon, and he gave me his Tahoe.
No. Andy's riding a bike to school in high school. But he's right. There was a time where when we do those interviews, it was not only for us a chance to get to know guys, but you brought it to the audience, and it seems like you made those guys more personable to the fan base.
You know what it was? You know what training camp was? We were developing stories. We were getting to know guys. We were finding out fun personal things. Occasionally there'd be a little conflict here and there. There'd be little, drama out on the field. There were stories. And I think that's I agree with you about the energy too. Like, I've really sort of took notice to what is going on. And it is low energy out there. So, hey, I wish we were out there in San Francisco. I'd love to watch the joint practice. The last open practice for the crowd is a joint practice with the Cardinals. Maybe that'll
be a fun one.
Spark things up. And we've got boots on the ground.
Hey, I hope we get a brawl like the Patriots had. You see what happened to Mike Vrabel?
How about that? Why don't you...
Well, I mean, there was a full-on brawl. I mean, both benches cleared, and who were they going up against?
I don't even know.
I'm drawing a blank right now on what team they're going up against.
Carolina?
Maybe.
I think it was.
But Mike Vrabel entered the mix of it, came out with a bloody face.
Well, you ain't 27 no more. You ain't a 27-year-old stud linebacker anymore.
Right.
Sorry, buddy.
What are these people's badges staring in this window for?
I don't know. Hopefully everything's up.
You guys talk about getting arrosted earlier in the show.
Maybe
what'd you do?
Maybe because you look so hot, it's the fire department.
Got to put you out. They got a hose. Hose you down.
That's right.
It's the depth chart's out for the Broncos. Any interesting things on the depth chart?
No. I mean, if you're a rookie, you are going to be buried. RJ Harvey was officially the number 6 running back on the roster, which means RJ Harvey's getting cut tomorrow, and he was a bust of a draft pick.
And yet, if you've been to the practice, he's taking as many first-team snaps as Dobbins.
Oh, he's not getting cut?
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying that's how jokey the draft thing is.
Yeah, Janae Barron also at the bottom of the depth chart. There was one rookie starter. Did you guys catch it?
Punter.
Good job, Scott.
There you go.
What's his name?
Jeremy Crenshaw.
Is it Crenshaw? Hold on. Is it Crenshaw or Crawshaw?
Oh, is it Craw?
Dan? What do we got
it
there?
might be Crawshaw now that mentioned.
Crawshaw,
number 16.
Crenshaw. Isn't that a high school in Los Angeles?
I think it is.
So he's not he's no relation to Ben.
He is no relation to Ben. Crawshaw.
From South Wales.
Australia.
Not England.
I thought Wales was in England.
First off,
no.
Wales is next to England.
Right.
Not in England.
Well, it's part of the Great Britain, though.
I think
Wales
so.
is part of Great Britain.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
is. I mean, so is Ireland.
South
Scotland.
Wales, though.
Not North Ireland.
We're talking about Australia here.
So when we say South Wales, there's a South Wales, that's an Australia thing.
I guess so. I mean, we get up our Wikipedia or our map and look it up, but it's Emu Plains, New South Wales. So it's not Old South Wales. He's in New
That one
South
burnt down
Wales.
during the Crocodile Dundee days.
So I'm going to say New South Wales is a province.
That's not Wales.
In Australia? How's that for a wild guess? I mean, he's not in a state. It doesn't say, nobody says like, hey, Jonathan Cooper, Gahanna, Ohio, United States. So my guess, knowing nothing about Australia, is New South Wales is a province. All right, we go to the maps. So look up New South Wales. Am I right or wrong? I'm right. It's a province. Look at that.
Where?
You can scroll out there, Dan. See, New South Wales is a province.
So that's kind of where Sydney is.
So your provinces in Australia, zoom out. Oh, well, So
Adelaide is in the South Australia.
So here's what you got there in Australia. You got South Australia as a province, Western Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland, New South Wales, and Tasmania, although that might be its own country. And you got another province down here where Melbourne is. So that might be Victoria as its own province. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different provinces there in Australia.
Well, New South Wales is close where Bondi Beach is.
All right, so we got to look up, Dan, if we're going to do this east. Oh, wait, hold on. Emu Plains. Can you find Emu Plains in New South Wales?
It's got to be west, doesn't it?
I don't know where Emu Plains is.
I mean,
plains. Like it's not on the water. It's on the plains.
You're thinking, about where that brown area was.
Where are you from?
Hey, maybe you can pull a topographical map out.
Well, maybe we can find some hiking trails. All right, we're looking up Emu Plains. All right, Dan's focusing in. Is it right outside of Sydney? Is it like the...
Oh, he's
Highlands,
a city boy.
Is it the Highlands Ranch of Sydney?
Yeah, it's basically just a suburb of Sydney.
It's like Highlands Ranch of Sydney, basically. It's like that sort of distance. So he's from Sydney.
Well, he's not cool at all then.
Nice. Sydney is like just a big city in America.
What if he has a big knife?
That's not a knife.
This is a knife.
That's not a punt. This is a punt. Apparently he sucks out there, though, right? Is that the report for our new punter? He's terrible?
Well, he could boom the hell out of it. Sometimes he booms it straight out of bounds.
Dude, that might be funny in the preseason game. He's going to get all the reps, by the way. Crawshaw will get all the reps.
And he's the holder.
I guess. Yeah, there's no punt.
Why and when did they make the punter the holder? Because it used to be the backup quarterback.
I'm going to say it happened early 2000s. Why? I don't know.
Would he theoretically be better catching a snap like that than a backup quarterback because he would take more reps from the center, that center exchange?
I mean, I guess if you think about it logically, they sit there all day long, just those three, the snapper, the punter, the kicker, and they sit there over and over taking reps all of practice, whereas the backup quarterback is actually playing football. And so I guess it just gives you more time to get better at the job.
It is quirky, though. It would seem to make more sense having a backup
quarterback.
quarterback.
A backup quarterback. Well, that's what it used to be.
Yeah.
It seemed like a backup quarterback was a little more athletic, but maybe they're not.
Like Kubiak held for everything from Elam, right?
Yeah. He was holding for Treadwell wasn't he still here when Treadwell was here?
See, these are the huge stories we got to flesh out with this game on Saturday.
Yeah, ESPN. Dun-dun-dun.
By the way, did you see the Josh Reynolds story?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Holy cow.
That's a tough break there.
Innocent victim. Mistaken identity.
Oh.
How about that?
I mean, it's not just mistaken identity. It was mistaken identity of a $250,000 cocaine deal gone wrong because whoever paid the $250,000 used fake money.
Right.
And they thought that it was him.
Like he didn't do anything wrong. It was just like, listen, strip clubs are legal. They're open. He didn't do anything wrong.
Except
just bad.
I mean, that was basically because is he on a team this year?
No.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
he's was it the Browns?
I forget. I mean, the Broncos got rid of him in the season last year. I mean, he probably had to get out of here. How could you live in a city where you got chased down I-25 and shot at like 100 times?
Jets. And I think he's a starter.
Yeah, he went to a safer place.
He was
Jersey.
nice. He had a nice preseason.
Listen, there were a lot of cool expectations. He got hurt, and then he got shot at a million times. And as it turns out, he did nothing wrong. Because I thought he was involved. There's something weird going on. I mean, do you want to talk about a horrifying, I did nothing wrong, and now I'm in the middle of this situation? You're being chased down I-25. You jump out of your car, and bullets are whizzing past you and hitting you? Holy cow.
And when the car shot up, didn't the car get disabled? That's why they had to get out of it?
Dude, it's insane what he went through. And through no fault of his own whatsoever. Just wow. So I'm glad. Hopefully he's doing good wherever he is. I want
to know the person that paid the $250,000 in fake cash. What did you think was going to happen to you? Like what happened? Did they get away with it? Are they just out there on the streets? They got themselves $250,000 worth of cocaine.
You're looking to break down the criminal elements of
I'm thinking like what's going on in your head when you give him a bag of fake money. You're like, all right, well, I'm going to get away for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but they're not going to come after me. Like certainly they're not going to come looking for me, right?
I don't know what to say. It's a crazy ass story. You got to be careful. You got to keep your head on.
I think the guy that opened the bag to peek at it would have said when he sees Monopoly written on it, he might have known that there was something cheesy going on. Or you might recognize the guy's face that you did that, and you wouldn't chase down two other innocent people.
Why is John Cena's face on this $100 bill? I'm laughing, but I feel horrible. Oh, by the way.
I mean, I helped get him cut here.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't good. I mean, he was hurt, then he got shot, and it looked fishy as hell, right? Like how does this happen? And at the end of the day, I feel for him. Boy, it does teach you, like, before you know all the facts of something, I would have never guessed that situation, but that's what it's come out. Are you guys following what's going on in the WNBA these days?
Are we talking about green objects, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I get how everybody's laughing about things because there's inherently funny things about what's going on. And Sophie Cunningham, to her credit, is having a laugh at it, through the tweets that she's doing. So she's definitely got a sense of humor about it. But it's obviously a very dangerous, bad thing that's going on.
Well, she did also tweet out the day she got hit.
Yeah.
That we got to quit doing it. It's going to hit somebody, hurt them.
Yeah. So there's a more serious thing. Like, it's a bad thing. You shouldn't do it.
I mean, Tyler, what are those things?
Are we going to act like it's not funny? I mean, really? No, really, are we going to sit here and act like it's not funny?
It's disrespectful, not funny. I mean,
all right.
But seriously, you've held a couple of those. Tell me, those things are heavy, aren't they?
That was good.
My question is, green? Like,
where do they find these?
Like, multiple green? Is that a common?
No, they're called the Hulk.
Okay. All right. There's probably more funny than not. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. Relationships matter to me, and if they matter to you, that's why you want to go check out Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year. Once you buy your first vehicle, you're going to become a customer for life. Guys, I love my experience every single time I walk in the doors at Phil Long. They treat me right. They treat me with respect. They get me in. They get me out. And I always find the vehicle of my dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. You're going to find the best price. You're you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. And remember that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
I'm getting a quick lesson in Australia, guys. It's not provinces. They're called territories. Thank you, Jeff, for all this information. But the text line just yells at me. At least my buddies are nice to me about it. But
And the Tasmanian devil is not a country.
It's not a country. Well, wait. Tasmania is not a country. Well, then what is it? Well, who does it belong to? Who does Tasmania
probably
belong
Australia. Who does Hawaii belong to?
America.
So probably Australia.
America. Well, are you sure?
Although New Zealand's own.
Yeah, does New Zealand own?
Does New Zealand or Australia take credit for Tasmania?
I don't know. Here's Australia has 10 territories, 3 internal territories on the mainland, 7 external territories, whatever the hell that is.
It is actually one of the 6 states that make up the Commonwealth of Australia.
There you go.
What, Tasmania?
Yeah.
Oh, so we got states too? We have territories and states?
That's what it says.
I'm confused. How can you have territories and states?
Maybe you just named it territories. Maybe they're just areas.
Dude, I'm just, I'm looking at somebody who looked up Wikipedia.
Well, you have states within the territories.
You have states within territories?
How's Canada do it? Don't they have territories?
Territories are provinces.
Same thing.
There's no
territories,
states. Yeah, which is weird because they're provinces, but there is the Northwest Territory as a province in Canada.
See? Complicated.
But do they have states within those territories?
I'm just wondering
maybe a state is a city.
Who owns Tasmania? Well, it looks like Australia owns Tasmania.
Nobody owns Tasmania. It's just the state of
what?
Australia.
Well, then Australia owns it.
Well, no, it's not. It's not privately owned.
Dude, in every map, Tasmania is part of Australia.
It's not a separate country or privately owned. It's just part of Australia.
All right, it's like Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hawaii.
Exactly. It's an island off the mainland. All right. Well, we figured it out.
But I count 7 of those states.
Yeah, listen, I'm lost already. I don't know what to count and what not to count. All the smart Alex online want to, correct you about everything. See Joker's playing?
Yeah. So I had a good game against Bosnia.
Yep. Not quite a triple-double.
Looking fleet of foot.
Is it a Sombor double if it's happening for the country of Serbia?
It's a Sombor double if he misses the triple-double by 1 digit.
He did.
It's a Belgrade double if he misses a triple-double by 2 digits.
But I'm just checking. It's still a Sombor double.
Yeah.
If he's playing for Serbia, not the Nuggets.
If Marlo was calling the games, he would have called. He's got a Sombor double.
All right. So
this is a good question on the text line, boys. I hate to go backwards here.
Yeah.
But why do we have counties, but in Louisiana, they have parishes?
I mean, what's the difference between a state?
Well, I'd ask you this. Does France have parishes or counties and states?
I'm going to say for the French do parishes.
What's a township that you get when you go to Pennsylvania? It's townships.
City? Instead of cities.
I don't know. What's a commonwealth? Well, why did I grow up in Massachusetts? It's a commonwealth. It's the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. What does that mean?
Why is Washington a district?
I don't know. When were we supposed to learn this crap?
See, this is why we used to play Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader. And it was fun.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Yeah, I don't know any of the answers to these things. I have no idea. Confused. How many commonwealths are there? Why are there townships? What are these things? Who cares? You guys watch the Rockies last night?
Why do we do this?
I just 30 seconds. Just a quick thing on the Rockies.
Did we get? Are we at 31?
No. You know what? Treasure any win that happens anymore for the Rockies. They literally are playing their worst baseball they've played all year. I know they're
after having a nice streak.
I know, and last night may have been the worst managed game I've seen all year.
So we're back to 2.0.
Definitely worse.
I get a strange feeling he's going to be named manager next year.
Probably.
He's got to
that would line up with everything else we've ever done.
He's got to be better than last night. I mean, it was bad. He left Molina in. The guy gives up back-to-back home runs. He's pitched like 5 innings or whatever. Take him out. Walks the next dude. Gives up a 3rd home run. I mean, you don't know your players. Then it's the 9th inning. And it's going to be tough. You're down a few runs, but you're kind of in it. Runners on 2nd and 3rd, and the dude that came up, and I forget his name off the top of my head, 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. First base is open. Drew Goodman on TV goes, well, they should just walk him here. Why did Drew say that? Because it was the most obvious thing of all time. Guy had hit 2 home runs off you already in the game. First base is open. You got 2 outs. What are we doing here? Nah, let's pitch to him. Hits a double. Drives both runs in. And it's just, again, you were down. You were down 8-4. Now it's 10-4. So I get it. Also, our guy, Warming Burnable, ran over Hunter Goodman on a pop-up. They ran over each other, and the ball dropped to the ground. The next pitch was an out, so it didn't really matter. But again, it's like, how dumb are you? It was the most bad news Bearsy looking game. And you were kind of in it. You were kind of playing okay against a really tough team. But really, how about this, keeping it bigger picture? Really good teams will eat you for lunch in a close game if you start making mistakes. How's that for fairness?
That's fair, which is about every sport.
In every sport.
Yeah, good teams should just close the door and eat lunch, free dinner.
Like, you can take a close game, and they will blow you out if you start making dumb mistakes or you're managed poorly.
Why wouldn't they walk that guy? Especially if he's already hit 2 home runs.
No idea. And guess who asked Warren Schaefer about it afterwards in the press conference?
No one.
No one. And this is where...
But is anybody really covering the Rockies anymore?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Really?
There's like 5 of them.
Are they muggles?
They're internet shows.
I feel bad for them because they have the worst beat ever, and they don't want to be on the bad side because there's just like 5 of them there. But, I mean, this is what you're going to have if nobody holds a team accountable. If nobody's going to hold the team accountable to their face and make things awkward or uncomfortable, then I could not believe how bad Warren Schaefer was as a manager. I really couldn't believe it last night.
We need to bring, what's our guy that's back, was here with the Nuggets and went football and
Mike
went
Singer.
to Minnesota.
No.
And now he's back with the Broncos again.
Say it again, a reporter?
Yeah.
Say it again.
He was with the Nuggets and he went to the Broncos, went to Minnesota for a few years. Now he's back in town.
Jeez, I don't know.
Taller guy, you'll know him.
Chris Tomlinson.
Chris Tomlinson
would be awesome as a regular.
That's what I'm saying.
Chris is a lunatic, and I love it.
Whoever Tomlinson's working
Tomlinson
for.
is like unhinged. He would be fantastic.
They ought to send him to cover some Rockies home games.
Especially
down the stretch.
Should we start a GoFundMe to fund his salary for it?
Yeah.
I'll just say it to him, just like, Chris, can you please go cover the Rockies for a few games? How about that, man? You get a situation in the 9th inning. And listen, I get it. You're down a few runs, but you've made some comebacks here. The manager makes let me make this broad and take it away from the Rockies. What other sport could a manager or a coach do something against the grain? It goes backwards and nobody asks them about it.
None.
Right? Like, Sean, give me a football example. Like, what's it's just.
Bo, why tell us about that pick in the back of the end zone? I threw it. It was picked off.
Yeah, I threw it.
At least but you had to ask.
Right, exactly. So in a pivotal moment early in his career, Bo Nix throws an interception in the end zone. I don't know if I had to ask it that way, but somebody should have asked him, hey, man, talk about that moment or whatever. It was a pivotal moment in the game.
2 out, second, 3. You're still kind of in the game. Guys at the plate sort of hit 2 home runs off. Why not walk him, put him on first?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's your thinking there, Coach? Why? Why did you do that? I want to know what he's thinking.
Because everybody just feels bad, and at this point, nobody wants to offend anybody.
You are correct. What a pathetic place to be with a team. Can you imagine? You're right about that, by the way. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars. They're playing at the highest level, and everybody's treating them with kid gloves because they don't want to hurt their feelings. Can you believe this is actually happening with a professional team? Ever?
Chris Tomlinson, we got to get him on that beat just for the last 45 games.
I'll tell you this, man. There's some awkward moments with the Avs and the Nuggets. The Avs and the Nuggets crowd is a little, they walk on some eggshells. The Broncos crowd? I got to give Sean Payton and NFL guys credit. You can't get away with that in the NFL. You cannot get away with it. You will be asked, and players will be asked to their face about it too. Why is that? All right, help me out with this. Why do you think the NFL is so much more sort of like in your face about those moments than any other sport?
But I will say this, even for the NFL, and all my knowledge is here locally. And by the way, Chris Tomlinson's here. But, I mean, you got some real dudes, real reporters that cover the Broncos every day. Leggy's out there every day. I mean,
no
that's
doubt.
A real reporter. Tomlinson ain't afraid to ask anything.
Nobody seems to be really afraid to ask anything.
I feel like Kliss is as good as they are come too, but he'll even try to temper some of the questions. But
sure.
He'll get the question out there.
Sure.
Troy's not afraid.
You wouldn't
they could
see
use Troy rank with the Rockies right now.
You know why? Because you just listed all those guys, and because there's no competition within the media, you have to have enough bodies. Literally, there just has to be enough physical bodies in the room that the media feels a competition with one another to try to create a story. And when you've only got 4 or 5 guys that are in the room, you don't feel that competition. Like when I was in Washington, that was the most dog-eat-dog market I've ever been in. It was wild. I mean, it was crazy. I hated that place because the media was so brutal. but there were 5 different television stations. There were 3 different newspapers that were showing up. I mean, you had national folks showing up. I mean, that locker room was packed to a brim, and we were terrible.
I'd never seen any. I lived in D.C. for a short period of time in Gaithersburg, but in the D.C. media market, I've never seen anything like it. Like, I could not believe how much local media is in that particular market, Tyler. You're right. It was.
They're all competing with one another.
Oh, yeah. It was.
Well, we got tons
crazy.
of media, but there's probably no competition. Now, it was different when there was the Post and the Rocky Mountain News. Maybe their writers got a little more competitive. You still got 3 television networks. Then you can throw in 13, and Channel 2's out there once in a while. The Gazette is now a big player. I mean, you got enough, and we get a lot of people covering them.
Can you believe, though, everybody just feels sorry, though, for a team? I mean, that's what's going on right now. Everybody just feels sorry for everybody.
Do you imagine if this Rockies team was in well, it'd be interesting to go back to Chicago last year and see what was written about the Sox. Be nice to go see some editorials or some opinion pieces on what they were writing about the Sox last year when they set the record for the worst team. Were they feeling sorry for them? Because now does anybody take them task in any of the periodicals?
Woody Page is every day. Woody is killing.
But he's a national guy, and he's not he's
not a national guy anymore. I mean, that's all done for Woody. But I mean, you could say Woody's been a national guy for sure for a long time.
Now he's with the Gazette, right?
He's with the Gazette now, and he kills the Rockies on. Sometimes I think it's even a little unfair because I think there are some good things out there, and I've tried to point them out. But just like I'm critical of Bo for doing things that I think were dumb and stupid and phony, even though I support the Rockies and want them to win, I'm going to call them out when I see ridiculous things happening, really dumb things. And I can sort of buy the whole young player thing, but how long do you guys buy the young player as a pro as a reason why they play dumb? Like, how long do you get as a pro player at the highest level?
Well, especially in baseball,
mistakes?
because what is a young player in baseball? A young player in baseball is 26.
I know, and in Little League, we understand calling off one player, the priorities, the way it goes on a pop-up. Shortstop has the first priority. Any infielder has the priority over a catcher. The pitcher gets out of the way. Center fielder has priority of balls in the outfield. That's it, the end. We teach this in Little League.
Shortstop, left field?
It's left fielder. Anybody moving in on a ball has priority to somebody going back. That's why, and it's a harder play for a catcher to make a play on a pop-up than an infielder. And I watched last night, major leaguers, granted young players, not communicate. And I'm like, well, what is that? And how is that acceptable?
Well,
and how long do you get to use, I'm a young player so I can make mistakes?
How many dumbass kids have you seen of a dumbass parent? You go, well, that apple didn't fall far from the tree. Well, their tree, let's go back and look at their AAA, AA, and single A. If these guys went through the process, what are the apples being taught?
How old do you got to be to learn to say, I got it?
I agree with you, but is it being demanded at single A, double A, triple A? And if they're just skating all the way through it, so what's the difference?
But then we have a media fan base here that's on eggshells and doesn't want to even ask the obvious things.
Well, because we got muggles in there that aren't really journalists.
No, that's not true. They're in there. Come on. I know the guys in there, and they're journalists.
They're not. If they're not asking a question, they're not a journalist.
I don't know why nobody
They're
asked.
covering the team.
And Drew's a great guy and is an awesome broadcaster. When Drew brings up hey, here's what should happen, that's Drew being a really smart baseball guy. He's not trying to put anybody on the spot.
No.
That's how bad of a mistake it was, that in such an obvious situation you were making such a big mistake.
What did he say when the hit came? Did you hear it?
Then here's what this is a broadcaster. You both know it. How much do you gloat as a broadcaster when you know something should be done and it goes against the team that you're calling for? Right. What do you do?
Well, I looked at the other guy and go.
Yeah, what do you say? I'm asking. What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard not to pat yourself on the back a little bit.
Well, you don't pat yourself on the back.
You both have been in that situation.
Because it makes the team look bad, but you do make a face to your partner.
I was in that. Sorry.
You do make your face to I used to get on a guy, or I would tell these guys, oh, he's great this, he's great this. Dude, he steals more rebounds. He's not a great rebounder. He steals rebound. And finally, Marlo started noticing it, and he finally looked at me, and I'm going.
I was on the call of the CU Oregon State game 2 years ago, I think it was. And it was at the end of the half. CU gets backed up. They're on like their own 2-yard line. I turned to Mark Johnson. I said, well, they're just going to run the ball 3 times, get out of Dodge here, right? And Pat Sherbert, first play, pass, incompletion. I'm like, whoa, that's going to come back to hurt him, but certainly they're going to run the ball now. I mean, now the decision's made for you.
You're just doing your job, right?
You got no choice now. You got to run the ball and get out of halftime.
Obvious, right?
Pass the ball again. Incompletion. 3 straight passes. Well, lo and behold, we punt that ball in Oregon State scores right before halftime, and I'm just sitting there losing my mind. I'm like, Mark, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, I wasn't trying to call him out, but my goodness, anybody that's ever played elementary football knows what we got to do in this situation.
Oh, you said that.
I did.
Oh, good for you.
That was his last year doing buffs.
Well, that's really
that the last you did buffs?
I did 2 games after that.
No, that's a really good broadcast, by the way. I want to hear it, but it is different when there are guys that do every single game. You know, it's well, I don't know if it's different. Actually, it would be refreshing. In all honesty, you know what I hear sometimes on broadcasts when things go sideways, when a broadcaster's known it, I hear this. It's like a
thanks.
It's a little.
Do you ever hear one of these?
Yes. You hear that too? Because I don't think you can help yourself.
Well,
if you're Drew or you're Spilly or these guys, and the guy hits a double.
I did that, and all of a sudden, about the second time I asked Scott Bay goes, "You're sighing audibly. Like we can hear your sighs." Because something like a dumb play, and you went, ugh. Scott Bay goes, "We can hear you sigh." I went, "Oh, my bad."
Anyways, that's the Rockies. What can I tell you?
That was the longest 30-second, 10-minute conversation I've ever had.
That's good because it got into a story about the Buffs doing that too,
and how tough Washington media was.
Sure.
What was the game where it was Mark Johnson, who's such a great guy, and Mark is CU
through and through.
Could he get more CU than Mark Johnson? I think it was that Kansas game. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm sorry, but I just had a funny random thought there because Mark turned to me at halftime. He said, well, I'm glad you said it.
See?
Yeah.
I think this was a long time ago when they were trying to get Cody like a passing record or something, Hawkins was, and they had a pretty big lead on Kansas, and all they had to do was run it out.
Wasn't it the game Kansas came back and won at
yes,
CU? I was at that game.
Yes, it was kind of ridiculous.
And
if
they were
remember
like
that one?
throwing the ball up stupid.
It was the one game, and I think Larry was still on the call, I believe, at the time. It goes back a little bit. And I really do have respect for Mark because, Tyler, it got so ridiculous that he couldn't – it was so ridiculous.
Right.
That you loved the team, but you can't ignore what just happened.
You went from like 17 up to losing the game.
It was preposterous, and it was to get Cody some form of passing record or something. And as loyal as Mark is, when a coach does something dumb right in front of you, you just call it out, and you have to, or you just go. And that was last night's PhD. No dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. You know, every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, of course you want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So get together with them. They have a success rate well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Come on now, let's go. So Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, your initial visit's only $99. Get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, 303-504-0925. If you got a dumb question, you can throw it our way. We appreciate it. I'm looking at Twitch right now and the text line and YouTube, whatever. So anything on your brain? Anything stupid is in your heads recently? Dan,
I saw one yesterday that was pretty good. It was a question for Tyler.
Oh.
Somebody was asking if Shedeur were to get cut from the Browns, would he work in a Sean Payton style offense? Like, they were asking if he could be the backup eventually, but just, I guess the no-dumb question is, do you think Shedeur Sanders could work in a Sean Payton style offense was the question.
Yeah, if Bo Nix can fit in a Sean Payton offense, what was Shedeur's biggest knock last year? It was the same stuff as Bo Nix. Yeah, because you remember all the trash talk with him and Cam Ward, and Cam was like, well, your completion percentage doesn't mean jack squat because all your completions were behind the line of scrimmage. And, you got the ball out of your hands super quick.
But he still took a lot of sacks, though, didn't he?
He did take a lot of sacks.
That's the big question.
And that's a good point. I wasn't really thinking about that, but that would drive Sean Payton insane.
Right.
He would have to fix that. But I do think that he could be okay in a Sean Payton offense.
How do you think he's going to do Friday night?
It's a weird situation, man. I mean, there's this big conspiracy theory out there. I don't know if you guys are following all of it that's going on the internet right now. That they're trying to set him up to fail.
I saw that,
and a lot of it is because they're afraid that he looks better than Dylan Gabriel allegedly. And with Dylan hurt, they're trying to put him in a bad situation so that they can just calm the storm a little bit.
I read that.
And they've got this joint practice going on today with Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And even though he's starting in the game, he's not getting starting reps in practice. So he's not getting he's not getting any extra reps. He's been the fourth string QB. And he also said he's supposed to go out there and play with the starters. And he's got no reps with them. He's got no timing. He's got no chemistry. So I don't know how it's going to go, man. But here's what I do know. If he can go out there and he can look good, I don't know if he has to look special even, but if he can just look good, it's going to be a Tim Tebow mania type of effect. And it's going to be so loud from that fan base that they're going to have a really hard time holding him back if he has any success.
Yeah, if you're not giving the guy reps and you already announced he's going to start, so you would think that he'd get a lot more reps in this because they're going against Carolina. I think they're playing Carolina. Why wouldn't you let him take some first-team snaps this week also?
It's a weird conspiracy. I thought it was like, rah, let's go. And then I heard this stuff.
If the GM coach didn't want him and the owner made him take him, what do? Make him look bad?
I mean, listen, coaches do.
Wow.
I know it sounds insane. Coaches do petty stuff. They do. I mean, when they've got a guy that they don't believe in, they set them up to fail. It happens.
Do you think Tebow was set up to fail?
I think Elway wanted him to fail.
I agree. Do you think he was set up to fail? I agree with you about
Are
Elway.
you talking about the first year he played like the last three games or when they brought him in to start?
I don't know. I was playing at the time, so you guys would be far better at that than me.
He had success.
I'll tell you this. Being around the team in Fox, they set him up to fail. I think every coach goes into every game planning and preparing to win. Period. The end. So if there's something, if we can do, we're going to do it. But I think it caught them by surprise because it was that Dolphins game that was ridiculous. They're down 15 points with 3:18 or something left to go, and they won. It was like the most ridiculous game of all. How do you do that on the road? Like, that should not happen. And if anybody remembers that particular game, it was 57 minutes of total garbage from the offense and then 3 minutes of like miracles.
Yeah.
So I don't think they were doing Tebow like any favors in terms of the game plan and what they were doing. I think they were just doing whatever they were doing with Kyle.
But it felt like maybe it was right after that. Then they started catering more to what Tebow's strength was.
I think Tebow just kind of did it on his own at the end of the game because I think his instincts with just like, survival sort of instincts, like I guess I'll just do whatever at this point, kind of kicked in. So I don't think they were trying to necessarily go above to help him. But as they won games, I think things changed. And I think they did more to try to help him as things went on. And then it got ridiculous, and then...
Then everybody's planking around the world. Or not planking, the T-bowing around the world, right?
Listen, you can say whatever you want about that time and how good he was or not good as a quarterback. But I'll tell you this, man. That was one awesome season to cover the Denver Broncos. I don't know how you felt about, I mean, you were in the league, Tyler, obviously, but like, what was the view of that from afar? Like, what was the vibe on that? I mean, I know you weren't paying that close attention, but you must have been catching some of it.
I mean, I was getting updates because I was boys with the guys on the offensive line, and that was about as close as I got to it. And I mean, I would get messages that were almost verbatim from multiple different guys, something along the lines of, dude, we're winning games, and I've got no idea how the hell we're doing it.
It was crazy.
I'm
right?
serious. I'm serious.
That happened 4 or 5 times. There's 4 or 5 games you're like, just the Miami game, the Chicago game. How are you winning these games?
Well, Marion Barber ran out of bounds when it did not make any sense. And then Matt Prater was bombing, 60-plus yard field goals. Again, like, wow. That's how you won that Chicago game, which was incredibly improbable. You did lose Tebow did lose the last 3 games of the season.
Right.
They won the AFC West with an 8-8 record.
Right.
So, he did get figured out late in the season. I think it was the Bills, Detroit, and Kansas City was Tebow versus Orton. You remember the final score of that bad boy?
That was like 7-6 or
7-3.
7-3.
No, it was one of the worst football games I've ever seen in my life. But because things fell the Broncos' way, they won the AFC West. That's how they ended up hosting Pittsburgh. Nobody. And then the craziest story was they were prepping Brady Quinn to go in on third down. That's a real story. That really happened.
Nuts.
Well, because at that point, you do want to win in the playoffs. So they were trying to keep that under their hats. And then Tebow actually, and played great in that game. I don't know. You play with Tebow. Was there something special there? Was there something unusual? Or did you just think he was a terrible quarterback? Nice enough guy, but just horrible quarterback.
I mean, when I was there, it was ugly.
It was bad, huh?
Yeah, it was real rough. But I don't want to sit here and act like I was there for an off season, man. So I wasn't there for the the magic. I wasn't there for all that. But I'll tell you, when I was there, it was ugly.
What was the ugliest part of it? Like, what was like so weird?
It was just cringe. It was just like, ugh. It was just like a lot. It was just, yeah.
What was it like on the field? What was the worst part of it?
Just knowing you had no hope of completing a pass. I mean, it was like, what do we call? What do we do here?
Wow, that's crazy. Did you feel sorry for him?
No.
Would guys just keep their mouths shut and just...
I mean, nobody did. I didn't dislike the dude. I was actually friends with the guy for a while.
Right.
He did something that I thought was pretty shady to me, but
you know,
we used to go golfing together. I mean, we went out to Bear Creek 3 or 4 times, and I mean, I had a relationship. At one point, he asked me to go house shopping with him. He was showing me this house. He's this rookie. And he's showing me this house he wants to go look at. It's got a freaking bowling alley. It's got a tennis court. It's got like everything. I'm like, dude, like you just got here. How about go buy $1 million house?
You weren't like, you think this is how you should see where I grew up.
But I did go see it.
Let me throw these stats at you. 2011 was the year that they did that, right? That they had the run.
Yeah.
Do you know he only started 11 games?
Yeah, they were 1-4. I think they were 1-4 when he got the start.
Yeah, and
so 5. Yeah, 1-4, and they went 8-5.
He went 7-4.
No.
8-5 counting playoffs.
Oh, okay, right.
7-4. But what was his completion percentage that year?
It was terrible.
In
it was like 49%. It was
46.5.
Yeah, it was. I think that same thing too, because I defended Tebow a lot because I thought you could win with him. But when you look back at the numbers. You have a completion percentage of 46%. I mean, there are so many weird things. There was the Kansas City game where he had 2 completions, but one of them was a touchdown. And it was the only game. It was the only game the Broncos led the whole way with him starting.
I don't know why, but I'm just going to tell this.
Fourth quarter comebacks. He had 5 of them.
It's insane.
In those 11.
Tebow and I had been like hanging out, golfing. You know, going to
becoming friends,
becoming buddies, going house shopping, right? like hanging out. You know, like our lockers are very close to one another. And my sister runs a dog rescue, and so she was having a gala. She was having an event to raise money, and I'm like, hey man, can I get this jersey signed? Looks me dead in the eye, and says, well, I usually have to charge $500 for this, but we do donate it to my charity. And I'm like, really? Now, he did sign it. He did. But
he let you know.
But he let me know.
He's doing you a big favor.
Yeah. And I was just like, dude, we all got our own charities. We all got our own stuff. Why do you think I'm asking you to sign this? We're all doing our own stuff.
So he signed it reluctantly.
He reluctantly signed it. Yeah.
Did you have a hard time being his bud after that? Like hanging out with him after that?
Yeah.
Like, kind of let's.
For sure.
Yeah.
It was like, why would you? No, like that's not cool. Now, here's the thing. I do understand it from his perspective, and I want to be dead serious about this. I do understand it. You know, the amount of times that dude gets hit up It's awkward. Like, people used to ask me all the time to get Peyton Manning's autograph.
Right.
I've asked him twice. And they were for things that were really important to me. Things that were close to my personal heart. I'm not doing it for your charity. I'm sorry. I respect you, but I'm not going to hit him up. I'm not going to take advantage of my friends like that. So I totally can understand that. But I honestly thought that I was like close enough that it wasn't a burden. Yeah.
What was it?
It was a burden.
That's a bummer, man. That sucks.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something else real quick? I mean, that dog just died. He got a dog, Bronco. Remember the dog Bronco?
I thought it was Elway.
He changed the name.
No dumb question. That was it. Big question of the day coming up next.
All right, guys, gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Paul. She's absolutely fantastic, as is the rest of the staff over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're just the best in the industry at what they do. So call Advanced Hair Restoration 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love the experience. You'll be calm. You'll be relaxed. And, guys, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. You got no time to waste. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Fellas, the Broncos are on their way to Santa Clara to have a joint practice with the Niners tomorrow, and then each team has an individual walkthrough amongst themselves on Friday, and then the game on Saturday. Depth chart came out today. I know the depth chart is basically a joke. I get the whole thing. But what, if anything, is there to be learned with how the coaches are viewing things when they have to put this out? I get, for the most part, they don't take it that seriously. But I guess the question is there anything that we should note about what they did today?
Honestly, I don't really think so. There's nothing that caught my eye that was on the depth chart. It's as basic as you could possibly get. Look, just trust your eyeballs. You know what we've seen out there. We know what the reps look like. We know who's getting reps with the ones, who's not getting reps with the ones. We know that J.K. Dobbins is likely your starting running back, but R.J. Harvey's likely to get about equal carries. I mean, maybe not equal, but 60-40, somewhere in that ballpark.
I think whoever the hottest is.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be games he gets more carries, right?
There very well could be. So despite the fact that R.J. Harvey is listed as your 6th running back on the roster, which would tell you he's liable to get cut tomorrow, no, he's actually going to get as many carries as anybody is on this football team.
What do you hope to hear about the practice tomorrow? So let's fast forward 24 hours, okay? We're sitting here.
I just hope we see a 53-on-53 man brawl. That's all I hope for. I just hope we hear about Sean Payton getting bloodied up like Mike Vrabel did.
Are you hoping for a little bit more fire, a little bit more energy?
I'm being dead serious though. Like, I love the training camp fights. I think it's good. I think it's good for both teams. You got a lot of pent up frustration, and it shows that you care. So I legitimately do hope there's a scrum or two.
I want to see an energy, and I'd like to see reports, out of San Francisco that, boy, in the 11-on-11, Denver's offense, really moved the football against the Giants, depleted, injured, prone, blah, blah, blah. But the strength of that team is the defense of Denver. But I want to hear good reports on the offense.
I'd like to hear that something cool happen offensively, too. Yeah, and I really don't care where it comes from. But I'm a little overhearing about how mediocre and subpar the offense has been. I need a moment here. It's funny, like back in the day, it was Paxton Lynch that had that joint practice out there in San Francisco. Apparently it was the one good practice he had. It was like
he went like 19 of 20 or something.
Right, remember? It's like the mythical practice that nobody was really there for, that he was kind of a standout, which we were all like, he really? He was? Because that's not what's happened here. I'd love to hear that the Broncos offense was dominating things and just rolling a little bit. And that would make me feel better about kind of everything. It would make me feel better about the Broncos offense, and it would make me feel like, this defense is really good.
We got to watch Russell Wilson just chew up the Cowboys in a joint practice here in Denver.
You think he chewed them up in that practice?
They kicked their
butts.
Yeah,
they dominated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about the practice where the Broncos defense just fought the Cowboys a million times?
Yeah. Randy Gregory wasn't in pads, but he was in 5 different fights.
I really thought for a moment they were going to cancel that practice because of the way things were going. Broncos defense against the Cowboys offense. It's funny in that period when that happened, Russell Wilson went around and shook everybody's hands on the Cowboys defense. I've never seen that before. He went around and personally, it was like an opening tip or something. Hey, let's have a good practice, whatever. All right. Well, hopefully we hear good things.
Keeping your options open, dog.
That's Russ. Meanwhile, Sean Payton is on his I told you so tour about Bo Nix.
He ought to wait. He ought to wait on that tour.
Well, I mean, we can keep track
for the season to start. Yes.
Let's just calm down. What's wrong with telling the reporters, "Hey, I love my quarterback." That's cool. That's cool. A little bit weird to call a reporter at maybe 3 a.m. We're not quite entirely sure about that. And just leave a random voicemail. But I got no issue with him being like, "I love what we got, man. I believe in this young man." But now we're putting labels on him. We're putting expectations on it. He's top 4. He's top 5. We're talking about Super Bowl winning teams. We're talking about I've only had 6 of these things in the past. This is my 7th team that is capable of winning a Super Bowl. All right, dude. Now what happens if you don't beat the Titans?
Well, can you imagine? That would be unbelievable if they don't beat the Titans at this point.
And,
based on what you're saying.
And speaking of the Titans, there has been some good storylines coming out on the Titans and Cam Ward.
Oh, okay.
They're like positive with this guy.
I'll tell you this. You've put some weird pressure. Just like you put weird pressure on that Jets game last year. How'd that go? Not great. There's some weird pressure that you have self-imposed. Here's Albert Breer, who again got to sit down with Sean. He's talking to Rich Eisen about it.
I had a unbelievable conversation with Sean Payton on Saturday about identifying quarterbacks and what he thinks people do wrong. And, I remember talking to the Broncos a year ago, and this is not with the benefit of having seen how the season played out.
Right.
I was told last summer the Broncos' top 2 quarterbacks in last year's quarterback class were Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. That's, again, without the benefit of knowing how the season's going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had a good conversation with Sean about IDing quarterbacks. And he gave me all these different numbers that they look at that are a little bit different. And then he said, and the biggest stat we look at was sacks. Sacks is a quarterback stat. And he said, like, when you see a high sack number, what do? You blame the line. It's like, it's not the line's fault. He's like, in most cases, it's not. It's the quarterback's fault. And, he dove into, like, how Bo Nix had historically low sack numbers. Jaden Daniels had very low sack numbers at LSU. He's like, it informs you on his ability to process, his ability to see the field, his instincts, his ability to move and then get the ball out on time. It tests all of those at once. And he had one of his analytics guys, go back and do a study over the last 30 years, right? Said, can you find a college quarterback who was sacked a lot, who then went to the pros and wasn't sacked very much in the pros? And they couldn't find one. So, like, there's just this stuff with Bo where Sean thinks everybody missed the boat on him.
Interesting. Tyler, what do you think? That's kind of cool stuff, though.
Well, I guess that definitively answers the question earlier in the show. Would Sean Payton be interested in Shedeur Sanders? What he's saying is,
no way.
Hey, once a quarterback that gets sacked a lot, always a quarterback that gets sacked a lot. I mean, look, obviously, I'm going to use Scott's favorite word here. I'm biased about sack numbers, but I mean, he's not wrong. Look, there are times that an offensive lineman just gets their butt whipped, and that's a sack, right? But like when I was playing out in Washington, I can't tell you the amount of games that we would have 5-6 sacks in a game. And the offensive line would grade out at like a 95%, right? And you're like, well, the TV now, Chris Collinsworth is calling me the worst tackle in America.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling Chris Chester the worst guard in America. Well, how about you know a little bit about ball and realize who's to be blamed here? So I think the Bo Nix did prove that in year one. Whatever he saw in college football, I do think translated into his first year in terms of doing a good job of not getting sacked.
Let me ask you this, too, and I agree with you 100%. And that was a knock on Shedeur. He was always trying to make the play, and he puts a whole lot of pressure on the offensive line because he's not taking that short look. He's always dump it or run. Dump it or run. I mean, first option, second option, go. And then what they tell him, like, first option, second option, go.
Especially in college.
Yeah, the pressure's coming. So, and he didn't do it. He held on, always looking downfield, always. Okay, I get you on that. But there's also some times where the pressure does come. Guy gets beat kind of quick, get a sack. Okay, that's on the offensive line. But there's interceptions too. I get beat out of the pocket. Now I'm trying to make a play on the run that I can't make or don't make greatly. That's because of pressure. Now, it's still the decision of the quarterback. So where do you point the blame there?
It's a really interesting thing to think that getting sacked a lot in college does translate to getting sacked a lot as a pro. I would not have thought of that. That's
interesting.
That is interesting. But it does make sense if you are to say it's really not about your offensive line. It's about how you, quarterback, process things.
Yep.
Fascinating.
And 90% of it is pre-snap. It's what's going on in your brain pre-snap. Did you properly identify the coverage? Do you already know where that ball needs to go? Do you see the adjustments? Do you know what your hot route is? All those things are pre-snap evaluations.
All right, let me throw something past you. Ben Roethlisberger would get sacked a lot.
Yeah.
But he would because he would hang in there and he wasn't a running quarterback. Are there exceptions to that rule too? That's what I guess I would ask Sean Payton.
Meaning, can you be a good quarterback and get sacked a lot?
Correct. Because maybe a sack is not the worst thing. It's not a turnover.
I don't think you're going to find many of them. I mean, Ben's a good example. You're right. He got sacked all the time. And I know offensive linemen that played for him, and it was frustrating. But How many more can you think of?
I would guess Eli Manning got sacked a lot. I would guess Payton probably got sacked quite a bit, but I don't know that. But Payton was a really good processor and had a very quick release and would make judgments. He would self-sack a lot. If the play just wasn't happening, he would just say, I'm just going to lay down here.
Better to take a sack and have another play than to throw something up and get picked.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, a sack is bad, but a turnover's worse.
So, I mean, obviously longevity plays into this, but this is really fascinating. The top 4 most sacked quarterbacks in the history of the NFL.
You're going to throw Tom Brady in there, too.
He's number 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers is number 1.
Okay.
Russell Wilson is number 3.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then Big Ben is number 4.
Okay.
Brett Favre is 5. John Elway is number 6.
Look at that. You got it. See, that is tricky.
How many championships in that top 6 list?
All of them have got one. Every single one of them.
You know what Sean would say, though? It's not about the total. It's about the percentage of dropbacks to sacks, though. That's where his numbers were at.
Then I would say with Elway for sure. Who else was in that list?
So Aaron Rodgers, he's got one. Tom Brady, he got all of them. Russell Wilson's got one. Ben Roethlisberger's got one. Brett win one?
Yeah, Brett Favre won one. Year before the Broncos won.
And then John Elway.
See, now I would
and then
say,
Matthew Stafford's right after.
I would say for Elway that he probably didn't have as many drop back pass opportunities as Aaron Rodgers.
Right, so you got to kind of.
I've got that's kind of interesting. I've got the numbers.
Well, we'll give those.
It's pretty close. Aaron Rodgers has got 8,200 attempts. Elway had 7,200. So not that far off.
1,000.
What you got to do though is you got to figure out the percentage.
Tom Brady's got 12,000.
Wow.
So actually, I got the percentages.
Well, that would be the more defining thing.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers is 65. Wait, what does that mean?
Passes to
it'd be a lower number.
I'm sorry. That's his completion percentage. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What it's the numbers that Sean was using is
how many times were you sacked and how many times you pass attempted?
Correct.
And you'd probably have to take the sacks and add it to the pass attempts for your total number, and then divide that by the percentage.
Exactly. And the lower the number, the better. So it's about listen, a sack is bad, and what Sean pointed out in that Albert Breer column, I read the column, what he wrote about, is what a sack leads to. If it's not a turnover, it's a down and distance that's going to be hard to convert a first down. So at the end of the day, that's why a sack is so powerful, because it more or less, it won't necessarily stop the offense right then and there, but it'll stop them eventually, probably in that drive.
So this is pretty fascinating. Russell Wilson has given up 560 sacks. Tom Brady, 565. So they're number 2 and 3 on the list,
but
right?
What are the dropbacks?
Yeah.
12,000 to probably like 8,000, isn't it?
Take a guess.
Well, you just said 12,000 for Tom.
Right.
So for Russ,
6,500.
Half?
6,001.
Wow.
So with half as many attempts, he's got 5 less sacks than Tom Brady.
That's horrible. Oh, God, no wonder Sean hated him.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's insane. That's crazy. That's a crazy-ass number. All right, let's football go. Dan, we got it coming up next. And that's how you talk about that topic. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You're the best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, the NFL has banned a certain substance. We'll get into that in just a second. But let's hear another cut. We heard one cut from VJ yesterday. Here's another cut from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph on what's the next step for the Broncos defense. They were the number 1 rated defense in the NFL last year. How does the number 1 rated defense from last year take another step?
I think the next step is avoiding the awkward big plays, the awkward series. If you're going to be a top defense in this league, man, just consistency. I think building depth to do that, over a long season is important for us, but that's every defense's, goal is to always be consistent and be, if you're going to be dominant, that's every down, every game, every quarter. That's our goal.
You guys agree with VJ's assessment, and what do you guys think is the next step for this Broncos defense?
You don't want the play where the corner looks at the safety and they both raise their arms up like, huh? Yeah, you don't want that. I'd say that's about right. I don't know. Was that a big problem last year, Tyler?
Well, I mean, the next step is not taking the month of December off. That's the next step. We had a great defense last year, but they took the month of December off.
You're right.
And we all blamed it on Riley Moss being hurt. Not the case. They fell off the face of the earth in the month of December. So you just got to do it start to finish. They played really, really good ball last year, and even with December included, it was a great year of defensive football for the Broncos. But you can't have 2 or 3 games off, yet alone 4.
Yeah, I think if you're setting your goals and sights for this year, you want to play up to, for the entire season, as Tyler's saying, a top 5 defense.
What would you like to see them average points allowed per game? What would
20 or less is I mean,
what did the 2015 defense average? And I'm not expecting them to be as good as that, but I'm expecting them to be good. I mean, that's a fair place to start. I think it was in the teens, wasn't it? It was something like that. That was so crazy about that 86 Bears team. Or no, the Ravens team, that Ravens team.
Well, the Bears too.
Well, that Ravens team averaged, they allowed less than 10 points a game.
Well, and I want to say the Orange Crush in 77 was a 13.
I'll tell you this. If you could average 20 or less, you'll be a top 5 defense.
Okay. They gave up 18.3 points per game last year.
18.3?
18.3.
Well, with this offense that we've seen at camp, they might need to drop that down about 15.5.
Well, what did they rank in scoring defense? That's got to put them top 5.
That's got to be up there. Well, that's pretty good considering how leaky they were late in the year, too. Pretty good. Well, they were
number 3.
They did get helped a little bit in that average because of that Kansas City game at the end of the year, too. I mean, there's a little small caveat there. So they were good, man. I mean, that's – and you lost some tough ones. The Kansas City or the Cincinnati game was a tough one you lost. Obviously the Chiefs game was a tough one. That wasn't even on the defense. That was on the special teams. It could be really exciting. Dan, can you look up what the 2015 team average? I'd be curious about that. Because we think about that as the best Broncos defense. God, do you think of that better than the Orange Crush? What do you got?
17.9.
7. So
they were number 4.
Just a little bit better, huh? Not that much. Just a little bit.
That's elite, though.
Yeah.
That is absolutely elite. That was an unusual year. You had 4 teams all average in the 17th. I say that it makes them number 4, but number 1 through 3 was 17.4, 17.5, 17.6, 17.9 where the Broncos landed.
Wow.
So they were 17 points per game. They were tied for number 1, more or less.
All right. So that's a cool little benchmark. It'd be a little bit better than last year, and it would be on pace for what the 2015 team did. That's a fun goal right there. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Baker Mayfield. So the NFL, guys, has banned smelling salts from games. Yesterday, George Kittle actually made a quick appearance on NFL Network. He said he considered retirement because he uses smelling salts before every drive. But here's Baker Mayfield today with Kay Adams on the ban.
Not sure why. I think the reasoning was that it masks concussion symptoms, but if you get knocked out, which is the whole purpose of smelling salts, to wake you up, you're not allowed back in the game. So I think it was a quick trigger to ban him, just to kind of a CYA, but it is what it is.
A CYA?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Cover your butt.
Cover your CYB?
Yeah,
Cover
basically.
your ass.
Yeah.
Got it.
There you go.
I'm not used to this Florida heat. Okay, got it. And so
Salty.
maybe David White, this is like his legacy now. Newly and the new NFLPA guy, this is on your plate to sort of maybe appeal this.
Yeah, apparently it's now you just got to bring your own juice to the party. Got to wake up ready to go.
What's in the juice? Espresso?
It's, flavor of the day, maybe espresso, maybe coffee, a lot of pre-workout, who knows?
Yeah. Who in the NFL is going to be most affected by this?
I'm going to be severely affected, to be honest with you.
What do you guys think about the league banning smelling salts? And isn't it a little hypocritical of the NFL to do this, considering they're passing out painkillers like candy?
It feels silly, but I guess I'd have to ask you, Tyler, do smelling salts hide concussion symptoms?
Well, that's why they were invented, to help bring you back to be alert.
To wake up.
Yes, to wake up. But George is absolutely right. We are far past the days where I would get a concussion, go to the sideline. They'd tell me, yeah, you're knocked out. Then I'd tell them back 3 minutes later, I'm good. And they say, cool, go back to the game. We're long past those days. I think it's stupid. I would have to see whatever the science is of how this is damaging your body. I don't know that it is. And if it's not damaging your body, he's absolutely right. It's CYA. Every player loves these things. If you put a cup of those in front of me today, I would crack 12 of them and put them in a cup, shake it up, and have myself some fun.
Can I ask a dumb question? Where do you get smelling salts?
Well, you can buy them on Amazon.
Okay, is that it? You can just get them online?
Yeah.
Or can I walk into a Walgreens and get smelling salts?
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Probably.
I just have never, ever, I don't know the world of smelling salts.
You're sounding very judgmental on smelling salts.
No, I don't know anything about them. It was news to me that they hide concussion symptoms, and I was like, all right, well.
They said they could. Didn't say they do. But like he says, if they think you've been, back in the day when you got knocked out, anytime you watch the fight and the dude get knocked out, you see somebody pop an amino cap right by your. They used to call those smelling salts, but they're amino caps.
And by the way, they ain't hiding my concussion. They're not helping me with my brain fog. They
just wake
not.
you up. And guys are taking them now because, it clears your head.
Would you use them in games?
Oh, I'd use it probably 5 or 6 times a game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is this kind of sneaky, kind of a weird, tough thing for some guys?
A lot of guys would use it every single series.
Every single series?
Yeah.
Clear the head. Let's go.
That's what George Kittle said. Every drive, he was using it.
We had guys in the weight room they'd be using them.
Yeah, I've seen weightlifters pop one before they're going to do it.
Hold on a second. So we're taking something that was so common and legal to use that some players were using before every series, and now it's banned? That seems kind of radical, doesn't it?
There's literal buckets of them on the sideline, buckets of them. Just grab as many as you want and go to town.
Do you know in the NHL back in the day, they used to have a bowl, maybe in the NBA too. They had just uppers, like greenies, and guys would just pop them. I don't know if they would have that in the NFL, but I know in hockey they did. Did they have that in the NBA too?
They didn't, but my trainer with the Atlanta Hawks, who had come over from working with the St. Louis Cardinals in NFL, and they had a fish bowl of green.
Pretty
uppers.
Crazy. Yeah. When I covered this is when I was in my young 20s, and I was covering the Sabres, and it was just sitting there, just you know what I mean. It was some Band-Aids, some aspirin, and some just green amphetamines.
Yeah, they were amphetamines.
Let's go.
Speed.
And I would talk to some of the players, and they'd be like, yeah, I don't know. We have a morning skate, we have lunch, we kind of take a nap, and it's kind of you got to, get going at night. The baseball used to have it all the time because these guys would use it to just, dial in so they could use their eyes and get focused. Drugs, just straight up drugs. We just had it. Hold on. Let me back up here because I'm stupid with this.
No, they're not drugs.
It's not.
No, it's ammonia.
That's it.
Yes.
Well,
have you never popped an ammonia cap?
No. Why? Well, hold on a second.
We got to do one of those.
Hold on a second. Why would I? What would the reason? Why would I ever?
If you've ever been a weightlifter, if you've ever been into sports, if you've ever...
Well, come on now. I mean, I've been into sports, but I haven't been competitive since high school.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're common in every single professional league.
When was the last time you popped a smelling salt?
Well, Raj had some in here a month or two ago that I was going to town on. Remember that?
I don't, but yeah.
No, I do.
And you told me to be careful.
What's going to town?
I mean, I was sniffing it. Not a lot.
Did it work?
Yeah. I had a hell of a segment right after it.
All right, next story.
All right, lastly, fellas, we mentioned earlier that ESPN has purchased the rights to NFL Network and Red Zone. So Roger Goodell was on ESPN this morning, and he was asked, will there be any changes? I know this is important to a lot of the fans out there. Will there be any changes to Red Zone on Sundays?
Well, that'll actually stay the same. It'll continue to be produced right here in this building. It will be the NFL Red Zone. I don't think fans will see any difference to that. Obviously, in the context of that, though, ESPN purchased the Red Zone name, and they will be able to utilize that for other sports, college football and other things. And cool. I think that could be an exciting thing for our fans also to see a Red Zone maybe in college football or other sports. That's something that they now own and have the ability to do that. But as far as Red Zone, NFL Red Zone, there won't be any changes for our fans.
Okay, so
great.
I hope that means it's still going to be commercial free. That was kind of my first thought. But also, he mentions college football there. What do you guys think about, I mean, ESPN has NHL games, NBA games. Could you see them doing a Red Zone style show for those sports?
Absolutely. And I would welcome it. I would love a Red Zone college football show because I just get...
College football already is a Red Zone.
Yeah.
I mean, turn on any game, you're going to see a touchdown in 30 seconds.
I get it, but there's too often that I come across boring college games. I would love to see. I know what you're saying because there's so much scoring.
The scores are 55-45.
All right. Sometimes I get a little bit lost on Saturdays with what games are going on and when they're going on and like when exciting things are happening in those games. That's what I love about the Red Zone. In college, that would make it so much more simple to me. I know all the games are on TV. But if you tell me in one place I'm going to be up to the most exciting moments in all these games, it could be better than the NFL.
With no commercials.
I think I mean, you're talking to the wrong guys, though. Scott and I aren't into Red Zone. I've never been into Red Zone.
Oh, I'm addicted.
I think it takes away from the game. It doesn't add to the game.
Oh.
It's the game is meant to be watched start to finish.
It's a great thing for ADHD minds.
Yes.
Okay. I guess that's me then.
Well,
I heard Vic talk. Vic loves it too.
Well, but again,
I mean, it's a great product for gamblers and fantasy football players.
Yeah, but I don't do either of those things, and I do not. Not anymore. I mean, I used to be more into it, but I really don't gamble, and my fantasy football playing is ridiculous. It's a family league that there's no money. But it's just, I love the action of it. I would love it for college football. Dan, are you into the Red Zone or not?
I think it's the greatest invention
let me
of
ask
all time.
Dan, what's your favorite college football team you like to watch every weekend?
The Buffs.
And you watch it every weekend?
Every weekend I watch the Buffs. But I also watch every Broncos game from start to finish, but I have that on the TV, and I have Red Zone on my computer.
Yeah, I would never watch the Red Zone if the Broncos are playing.
I'm not watching Red Zone to watch the Broncos.
So why are you watching Red Zone?
Because
when the Broncos
awesome
when they're
fantasy
not
football.
Playing. Yeah,
I got guys I'm rooting for in other games.
Well, wait, hold on. What do you do when you're not watching the Broncos, but you're watching the NFL? What do you?
I watch a game.
You just pick a game?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
But then you're missing I'll flip back. But then you're missing like 8 other games.
I mean, I'll flip back and forth between different
they
games.
Back and forth and show you if there's something going on in the game.
But the Red Zone, you've got no build up. There's no anticipation.
There's no buy-in.
There's nothing cool that happened to the drive, the 12-play drive, whatever. All you're watching is just the culmination.
So you would rather just flat out watch like Eagles-Giants,
yes,
rather than Red Zone,
absolutely,
with commercials.
Holy
100%.
Man, that is my mind's being blown right now. I mean, you couldn't pay me to do that if I had Red Zone as an option.
Hold on, and yet you'll sit there and watch the Rockies every night.
Well,
you can't watch an NFL game, but you could watch the Rockies every night.
I cheat on the Rockies. I do watch every pitch
until the 8th inning,
and then I stop at the 8th inning and I'll watch it.
And how long
for the next hour and a half?
Well, that goes about a half hour at that point. Once you start watching the 8th inning, like I'll
realize how dumb that sounds, right?
But when I speed watch, I'm watching like it's going quickly though. I'm not sitting there through I don't watch any commercials.
I just think
when
you
I watch
have
the
no
Rockies.
attention span.
Well, blame technology. Why would I want to sit through commercials?
What you get? That's when you get them to take a pee.
How many times am I gonna pee, Scott?
Well, if you drink more water.
Drink more water.
No, I mean, listen, I'll flip back and forth between games. It's not like I'm only going to watch one game, but I definitely enjoy watching the game.
Dude, I'm fascinated.
I like watching the game.
You two guys are not into the red zone. That's amazing to me.
I couldn't even tell you last time I watched it.
Last time I watched it.
Matter of fact, I don't think I subscribed to it. I don't think I have it.
Last time I watched it significantly, I was in 4 stupid fantasy leagues, and they hit me about halfway through that season. I'm missing football because I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm worried about Bill Rafferty Pitt playing for the Steelers when I care less. And so I, put it away.
Bill Rafferty?
You know, when I was a child, I did childish things. But when I became a man, I put away my childish
I think when you become old, you just sit there and you have drool come down your mouth.
No, you watch the TV and have fun. Some people have I actually read books, too, also.
On Sunday during football season?
No, but I'll read a book.
Oh, my Lord.
I read my book for an hour and a half this morning.
See?
Was there an NFL game? Were there 9 NFL games on this morning?
No, but you know what? There's 300 other books you could read. What are you going to read? A chapter of this, read a chapter of this, read a chapter of this, or go back to this one. And go
Hey, I got a news flash for you, fellas. There's 6 days of the week there ain't. Well, actually, that's not right. There's NFL games on all the time.
I read every day on Sunday called Red Zone.
Well, that's the best.
Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I actually can't believe this. I'm surprised. I feel like there are far more people on the text line that are with Scott and I than the other way around.
I am
stunned. And that actually does surprise me.
That surprises me, too, because I couldn't do it to save my life.
Well, you guys are cocaine-addled
I'm sorry. We're
ADHD
what?
people.
What's cocaine got to do with it?
No, you need some amino caps.
If the Broncos are playing on Dan, maybe you're with me
You know
here.
what? People that are like doing amino caps all day, they're on the red zone. Let's see what this is.
Some of the greatest moments of my life, if I'm lucky enough that my wife has something else to do on a Sunday, and the Broncos are playing on Monday night, and that red zone kicks on at 11 a.m. with Hanson, who's my hero, and I just sit there through the Sunday night game, and maybe if I'm lucky enough,
Couldn't you just watch Sports Center later?
I don't know how to describe it.
Right? Red Zone is meant to be an after the game product.
Couldn't you just watch the Broncos highlights after the game? I mean, why are you going to watch it live?
No, because I like the game. Because I actually like watching the game. You know what? That's what it just hit me as. Red Zone is just Sports Center, but it's live. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's people that really don't like the sport. They just know they have to watch it.
Yeah.
They
like watching funny people talk about the sport.
How am I in the minority here? How am I?
It's the greatest invention in the history of the earth.
Take a look at the text line, for real. I am shocked that
somebody
people
should
are
have
with
invented
us.
the condom before you were born.
Wow.
Hey, it's the it's the Titans and the Seahawks. Yeah.
No, you know what?
Really?
Here's what: if it's Monday night and the Broncos play on Monday night, the Broncos play on Monday night, and if there's something not interesting, I always check in. Boom, boom, boom. Not ain't good. Guess what I'm doing? I'm going to the park with my daughter. I'm going to hang out here. We're going to do something
So
else.
people should feel guilty if they just like watching hours of football?
I would just say that.
Because you should be with your daughter in a park?
Because you ain't watching football. You're watching a highlight package. And guess what? When she goes to bed at 10 o'clock, I turn on the Sports Center, and I catch everything that happened that day.
I don't know,
and it's the same thing in Red Zone. Because you know what Sports Center does? Puts all the highlights of the game.
I don't know,
Not like
man.
Red Zone.
Not like Red Zone. It's the best. Oh, my God. It's so addictive. Don't play the daughter. I take my daughter to the park card, so I got to feel guilty that I sit there and watch.
I'm going to take my daughter to the park guy. What do you do?
Hey, now the red zone defenders are coming in. Now that I pointed out, once I pointed out that you and I were winning, now they're defending.
I want to know, and I don't believe.
I can't even believe it's a conversation.
I want to know the people that aren't gamblers or big fantasy footballers that really give a crap about Reds. I don't give a crap about it.
Oh, it's
I don't
so
give
good.
a crap about what game's on. I'll watch if I'm interested. I'm not.
Dan, don't you get a little sad when it's over and they show all the touchdowns and like Scott Hansen actually says goodbye? And then we have to sit there and watch a Sunday night game.
But his opening of it's time for 7 hours of commercial-free football.
I
talk
think
about
the red
6
zone
to
is
midnight.
what's wrong with America right now, that we make everything too easy and simplified for you that you take for granted. Here, I bet you got your cell phone on your ass every day too.
Enjoy the Packers against the
Lions.
Dolphins.
Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be fine.
Yeah,
I'd love to
fine.
watch Packers Giants.
Well, good. Yeah,
or Packers Dolphins. So do you think Packers Dolphins be an interesting game?
I'm going to watch Browns preseason game tomorrow night.
Come on now.
Where are you going to watch that, by the way? I was
Red
thinking
Zone.
about that.
We're going to go watch Red Zone.
I'm asking
You're
serious-
asking me?
You know,
you're
I
asking
am.
the dude that never leaves his house where he's going to watch a football game?
Well, I don't know how to watch the Browns game.
You know why you just I just remembered. You know why you're unvalidated for being saying the red
I'm
zone matters?
unvalidated.
Yeah, I'm unvalidating you.
Wow.
Because you're also the guy that was telling us about, hey, did you see the Senior Bachelor? Oh my gosh, what they're doing last night.
Oh, he's
I
Mr.
can't
Sex
get
and the
enough.
City.
I can't do enough of watching that. Oh, it's Sex and the City.
He's trying to get us to watch Sex in the City.
Yeah, because that's like
You know what?
politically incorrect
Seriously.
and awesome.
Some of your other viewing habits eliminate
I've never
you.
watched The Bachelor in my life.
Eliminate you.
I have never watched it, and I've never asked you.
Eliminate. Oh, you do too.
Not The
when
Bachelor.
you started, you were
I'm
talking
not,
about one
I'm
of
not
the.
going to lie. I've watched a little Bachelor before.
Okay.
I like year one. I watched Survivor first couple years too.
Hold on. I got to defend myself here. You know I'm forced to watch that.
Oh, see, now at least he admits it.
And I don't bring it in here.
You did one day.
No, I do not.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did.
just like you don't bring the Rockies into here.
Well, I bring the Rockies in here because who else is gonna? It's PhD on 92.5. They're losing, by the way, 6-1. All right, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T. That stinks. Who needs it? Who wants it? And in your 20s, or actually early to mid-30s, sorry. Maybe you're fine in your 20s. Start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone. And probably it happens gradually. Just, oh, man, that workout, that sucks. I don't really feel like it today. I'm just bogged down. Maybe I need a smelling salt. No. You need the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's probably just low T. If you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. Yes or no, you'll find out. And if you do have low T, man, I have the place for you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to get you a blood test. They're going to get you going. Cost the appointment's only $99. Get the consult T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, you're good to go. Good to go. They fold that money back into your appointment. 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. No need to wait, guys. Let's go. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dude, that's the red zone theme. Oh my God. Buckle up, everybody. Scott Hansen here. 7 hours of uninterrupted football starts now. It's Red Zone on NFL, on ESPN.
Dude, I swear to you, I had no clue that was the Red Zone music.
Oh my God.
Not a clue.
Never heard of it. The hairs of my arms start standing up.
Yep.
I'm thinking about security.
That's giving me a migraine. That's their music?
Yeah.
You got to listen to that?
It's time to go. This is when I strap on a diaper and don't leave the couch for 7 hours. It's awesome.
Well, you're going to have plenty of time with all the commercials now.
Yeah, good.
Oh,
yeah, wait till the new zone.
You think ESPN's going to mess? They're not.
It's
gonna mess with
ESPN.
it. They're not going to mess with Red Zone.
They're not going to try to monetize it?
I don't know. I'm not saying that, but they may throw in like a little something there. Maybe share a screen or something. I don't know. Who knows?
There'll be sometime in this they will try to monetize. Maybe not right from the start.
Maybe they'll go Octobox, and in like the left-hand corner, it's a Pizza Hut commercial. I'd be okay with that.
Somebody was taught, what's the Octobox?
You got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
Lord, Dan. Seriously.
Somebody else was texting about that. What's the Octobox?
Octobox. When they hit Octobox, it is
on.
Like, first of all, Octobox does not happen that often.
I have no idea what that is.
That's when they show
8 screens.
8 games at the same exact time.
Oh my God!
Which means there's action worth broadcasting.
Which means you're literally watching. You know what
time.
that means? It means you're literally watching nothing because you have no clue where to put your eyes.
Well, you do got to close your eyes and just have the moment of like Octobox.
If you put 8 games on at one time, you are watching nothing.
It's rare, Dan. How often do you? It doesn't happen all the time. So it's rare.
Once a Sunday has to.
Sort of depends. Are you about to show us Octobox, Dan? Or are you gonna?
It's just it's like
the joy of Octobox.
I can't get this bigger, but that's kind of what it looks
That's
like.
Octobox.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so good. And on the 75-incher.
You know what? And not
Lord.
to pass judgment, I gotta believe 75 to 80% of people that love the Red Zone are on some sort of spectrum.
I thought you were going to say speed, but
no, I think they're on some sort of spectrum. I mean, because DMac, yeah. Dan, probably, yeah. Kreckman, duh.
Hey, he's not even in town to hear.
Hold on. Oh no.
Hey, Vic, duh.
Oh my God.
Hey, Dan, don't play the music because I've got to go water plants and take care of the old lady crossing the street and hang out with my step cousin's baby. And I gotta. I'm dog sitting as well.
Once again, Tyler, you got to throw kids in it. You know, something bad you're doing something with the kids.
Listen,
when are you gonna like kids again?
Serious question.
Never.
How?
You wouldn't believe I moved the other day. Anytime I get sat next to a kid, I look at the server sitting me. I'm like, no.
How often?
Are you serious?
I move all the time from kids. All the time. I will tell the person sitting me, no, I'm not. Okay. And I look at the kid. I'm like, really? Seriously? No.
Tyler, spectrum.
Not that spectrum. Adults. Not
you're just bad person.
My wife the other day, we were going to a restaurant. There's nobody sitting. We were kind of early. And she picked a two-seater next to 2 4-seaters. And I'm like, and wouldn't you know?
Family.
And like obnoxious family too. Little girl, she was fine. But like 2.5-year-old kid, one of them squirmy kids. The squirmy kids? Just stop squirming.
You mean every 2.5-year-old?
Well, then get them the hell out of there. Don't take them out for dinner at happy hour.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to eat my 30.
Are you that dude on a plane that gets mad at the crying kid?
No, because I just accept the unfortunate reality of my life. If that happens,
like I actually want to physically punch people when I see them get mad at crying kids.
No,
on a plane.
On a plane, you just sort of accept that it's we're in a tube and we just got to hang on for dear life until we land at the other place. A restaurant, you have choices.
Hey,
You have choices.
Play that music again.
Does this mean when there's a big play about to happen, this music?
Here's my question.
Greatest thing ever.
Or is this all the time?
How often do you have to hear this music?
It's just the open. It's like the open when red zone is starting.
Don't they close with it too, though? Don't they?
Maybe, but that's 7 hours later.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, this music tells you everything you need to know about the show you're about to watch.
Actually, Dan, technically, isn't this the music that's on for hours before it starts? Like, if you just go to red zone, this music is just kind of on. It has like a countdown
clock. That's true.
I think this music is just kind of like on, and then it starts.
It's raging migraine.
Today on NFL Red Zone, and he goes through the list of games. What we're about
games.
to see. You know what's great about Scott Hansen, too? He's so excited to be the host of the Red Zone.
Yeah, he's got a job in broadcasting.
Freaking love Scott Hansen. You guys just do whatever you do. I mean, go, milk a cow and,
Yeah, watch football.
Help all the
watch an hour of commercials
and live a life.
Volunteer at the orphanage or whatever the hell you're doing. Enjoy your Sunday. I like going. I'm watching the Rockies game. Yeah,
have you ever
watching
spent 7 hours? The entire 7 hours on
yes.
Red Zone? Oh my
every
God.
Sunday.
Most of us do, Scott. Most of us
Most
do.
of you.
I really don't get to do that often because I'm happy to be at the Broncos games. I like covering the Broncos. But you know what I watch when I go to the Broncos game? Red Zone. And they put it up on the Jumbotron for the fans that are trapped at a Broncos game. We're watching Red Zone. I don't even care. I know I'm not alone on this one. I know I'm with the majority of people. I don't know what the text line is doing.
I don't know if it's the majority.
It's got to be the majority. It's too good.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Andy, with the Red Zone? Are you a Red Zone guy or not?
You didn't know.
You're not a Red Zone guy.
No, man.
Where am I? What do I do for a living here? What is the point?
I don't know. I don't know, Captain Spectrum. You tell me.
Kreckman and Lindahl with you. Nate would be all about it with you.
Oh, everybody would be with me on this.
Listen,
why
let
is
me
that?
ask you this, though.
There's 3 guys of the 5 that are in here that say they're not with you.
Let me ask you this, though,
crazy.
okay? I do think it's about, I guess, what you grew up with. My life growing up was Broncos football and the NFL in general. I had the NFL sheets. I had the NFL pencils. I had all the little helmets. I love football, okay? So like they talked about, I want to know the story of a drive. Like, I'll tell you what.
Oh, my Lord.
How about this?
Really?
The famous drive in Denver, you know how many crap plays took place on that? The ball nearly went off Watson's rear end and screwed up a play. They got sacked a bunch of times.
Hold on.
It's about the fight,
dude,
the whole fight.
Second quarter, Lions-Titans, week 3. You care about the drive, or do you care that Goff is in the red zone?
I saw the best analogy ever on here about the red zone. I just don't know if I can read it.
Probably should.
But
I really want to. You probably should.
Use alternative words. Use like chocolate cake or I don't know. Is it too tricky?
Do I need to look it up and help you here? Do we need to go back to the old days?
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. I mean,
I'll pull up the text line and try to find it. Here's the deal. If you
Radio Pro, Andy's going to figure it out for you, Tyler.
Andy's going to do so much better at it.
Andy's about to radio
I hope he can't find it.
Scott, you got something?
I just had to clear my throat.
Are you okay?
Let me
clear my throat.
Yeah.
Now put that song on my watch.
By the way, hang on, sports fans. October 2nd in San Diego. Nuggets basketball is back. Preseason action against the Timberwolves.
Can I go cover that? Can I come with you? Can I go out to Pechunga Arena, please?
October 2nd.
That's where they play.
Like to go
the
do our
Seals
shows
play.
out there for a week.
Yeah, I'd like to go.
And catch a Chargers game.
I think Hot Mike ought to do a live podcast from there. I think that would help the Hot Mike audience grow exponentially.
On tonight, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
I keep hearing promos for you and Sanford's little thing.
Oh, well, we got sponsors. Why don't you guys go to work and get some money for the thing?
Well, you work for these sponsors?
Figured it out.
Do you work for these sponsors? Does everybody kiss your butt?
I did not work for the sponsor.
All right, so here's my thing. You love baseball.
I'm watching the Rockies down 10-1 right now.
Exactly. So my question becomes,
yes.
What if they just had the only home run channel? And all you got out of a game was whenever a guy hit a home run. Because that's exactly what Red Zone is.
Be awesome.
Really, you wouldn't want to watch. You wouldn't want to watch an actual a battle like your boy Warming Burnable.
You mean every
Burnabell?
time? You mean every single time?
I don't
Dan,
need to see
play
every
the
home
music.
run. I don't care.
Every single time. I'm going to see a home run hit?
Just watch the home run derby then.
My Lord, that'd be... See, you've driven Tyler and Scott out of here. We did it.
I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to find the text that he's talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Josh and Firestone agrees with you 1,000%, by the way. So it's not just everybody.
Of course it's not. You three are the weird ones here. It's not me and Dan.
I'm not calling you weird. I'm well
but
aware
by the
plenty
way,
of people love it. I just think if you really love the game of football, you don't need it. That's all.
Springer is all in on red zone, by the way.
Of course he is. He's a gambler.
Of course he is. Well, it goes to say without the gamblers always love it, of course. And the fantasy people and gamblers, which is so much of the NFL
Even
fan
if you're
base.
not in fantasy football or gambling, come on.
I do love it,
awesome.
and I'm not that involved with it. But yes, if you are a gambler, of course.
If you gave me the choice of red zone or the ticket, give me the ticket all day so I can just watch the games I want to watch.
Ticket is boring.
And then, you know what? Yeah, the ticket's not boring. You find a good quarterback and watch him play.
I had
dial
the
up
ticket
Joe
last
Burrow
year,
all
Andy.
the damn time.
I had the ticket last year. My friends and I split it. They black
How many,
out
100?
like half the games.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really? I thought that was the whole thing with the ticket. You got everything.
Well, it must be a Denver thing because my buddies in Phoenix say they didn't have an issue with it. But literally half the games for me were blacked out.
You know what's interesting? It's only when I had it, and I had it through DirecTV. I'm certainly not paying the $5,000 it costs to watch that thing now. But when I had it, only the CBS and Fox games were blacked out. That was it. Those are the only two, and it would tell you have to go to the regular channel on the television to watch it. You're telling me they shouldn't be taking things away. What's the point of paying for it? Again, the only games they blacked out were the two you already had in your market. That was it. Did you not realize that?
I don't have cable.
Was that part of the problem?
I don't have cable.
Hey, you don't have rabbit ears?
I was screaming.
I actually just bought an antenna.
All right.
I was screaming at Vic this morning because we disagree about the Bo Nix stuff, but I'm like dying to like talk to him because I know he feels the same. Spring, I'm glad you're on the
Vic
good side.
Vic is a basketball guy.
I don't even get this. I just think it's.
I just think we all have our favorite sports that we will watch no matter what.
Third and
look at me when you're talking. Why are you staring out the window?
I don't
They're
know.
gone.
They already left.
Jeez, I feel like we're on one of those bad dial-a-dates where you're already looking at your other options. Look, Kevin ain't in his office, and no, he's right here. You can go in there. Or Sean's walking around. I don't know who you got. You got no other options here. Oh, you know what? You can go talk to Big Rob. Big Rob's.
I love talking to Big Rob.
Well, he's there. That's who you can next dial-a-date is go talk to Big Rob.
I got to figure out how to kill a couple hours before
Brandon's
I have to go home.
gone.
Oh,
who else
my
we got?
guys.
Jill's gone.
I know. That's so sad.
I think Steve's here. Your guy Sal's gone.
I do have the rest of the Rockies game to be able to watch.
Ugh. Yeah, great. Man.
It is interesting when they just play somebody who's. I mean, they just are getting their ass kicked 3 games in a row. Like it's just.
No, I was with you last night, and we're going to talk about it at some point today. I got Mark Johnson coming in here.
Yeah, what time's he coming in?
4:00.
He'll be in studio?
Yeah, he's going to be in studio for a couple hours. And one of the things I want to cover is this one of the most embarrassing moments in Denver history? Because I do think the fact that they're going to escape worst team all time, right?
Yeah.
I was with you.
Oh, I don't know, though. Andy,
so
seriously.
it is still in flux?
It's 12 games.
Are you out of your walking bet?
Not yet. No,
Okay.
not even
But
close.
you're getting close, right?
12 games. They got to win 12 more games.
If they play like they did last. I mean, dude, I saw the moment you were talking about when who was it? Burnable and Goodman run into each other. You can't even get a dang pop fly called right.
Right.
And they've had like 3 or 4 of those moments just in July.
Where
you're like, this is embarrassing baseball.
Yeah, last night was maybe the worst managed and operated game that I've seen in a long time. Usually the Rockies have been pretty scrappy. Now they'll get their ass kicked, but usually they're pretty scrappy and hang around and whatever. But last night, like Warren Schaefer was terrible. Like they couldn't figure. They left Molina, who was the starting pitcher, really quick. He had pitched actually okay. He gives up back-to-back home runs after 5 innings. Hey, man, you just gave up back-to-back home runs. You pitched for 5 innings. It's 80-something pitches. We'll see you. No. Let's leave him in. Next guy, he walks. Guess what the next guy did? Another home run. The dude gave up 5 home runs in 1 game. Only an incompetent coaching staff would allow that to happen.
Are we witnessing in real time Darren McKee turning his back on 2 of his favorite Denver sports.
Schaefer's been out for Schaefer's been on his list since
I'm off and on.
But he was a Warren Schaefer guy.
But
he was a very hey, Bud Black getting fired is going to cure all the
No. I didn't say cure all. I said they would get better, which they have. And Schaefer's been a plus more than Bud Black. However, I'm going to call
Don't turn your back on him, DMac.
It's not turning my back if I'm being honest.
Loyalty's a dadgum verb,
so
man.
There's something I like.
It's not just this theory. You got to be loyal to your guy, Bo.
No matter what?
You're not loyal to Bo.
You know why he's not loyal? He watches Red Zone. He's not even loyal to a game.
I think you got to be honest. And if I pride myself, I'm not phony with what my opinion is. This is not made up. And by the way, another thing. If I see another person say nobody cares about a sports opinion, up yours.
They do.
Go pound sand. Go do something else. Why do I do this if I don't care? And so go do something else. But if I'm saying something about the Rockies, don't hit me with who cares? Clearly I care, you moron. And if you don't care, that's fine. You don't care. But the I don't care or who cares thing, see ya.
D-Mac,
do something else. Go read a book.
D-Mac, how old are you growing up in Massachusetts when you go to the school of how to be a masshole? When they tell you when you get animated that you've got to say moron. Because I learned that from Brian Kelly, a fellow masshole.
What happens is you grow up with your grandfather telling you how bad the Red Sox are and how they're going to break your heart. And that goes from your grandfather to your dad.
Billy Buckner, this dadgum moron.
My father told me the Red Sox were going to finish in 5th place every year since I was a little kid. Every year they're going to break your heart, except for the Celtics. That's different. The Celtics generationally are great.
Brian Kelly used to drop always to quarterbacks. Like a quarterback would throw an interception in practice and be like, "What are you doing, you moron?"
That's not even close to the accent.
You know what was on last night that's perfect? The Town.
I
was going to settle into the Town, but I had to bolt for the Buffalo Bills training camp. Hard Knocks. Did you watch Hard Knocks?
I
love the Town.
I loved Hard Knocks. I had Josh Allen PTSD envy.
I wondered about that. I saw those Allen jerseys at the end of the episode, and I'm like, man, some people like DMac are going to lose their minds trying to watch this thing.
To be fair, it was actually pretty boring.
It was.
It was boring, but it was hard for me.
Head coach is boring.
Yeah, everything was.
That guy's boring.
The whole show is kind of boring.
He's corporate.
Okay, but is that the problem with a good team?
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of drama.
Correct.
Good point.
They can't prove anything. That's what sucks. Because remember, the Broncos have been that team with Manning.
Yeah.
You can't prove anything till the AFC Championship.
It was more like I just was like, it was a lot of what ifs last night for me watching that about Josh Allen.
Guess what?
A lot of what ifs.
Are you ready for next year?
Why?
It's going to be the Broncos.
Why do you say that? So is that for
two
sure?
reasons?
Okay,
no, for two reasons. A, Sean Payton is interesting. Now Bo Nix is going to do and I know you hate the YouTube channel, and I'm not totally against you, but I'm also like, it's just modern times, which is kind of funny.
I just don't, Danny, I just don't like phony crap.
I know.
And it's phony crap.
But let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah.
I don't think he staged any of the stuff he did. I at least felt like he was doing what Bo does.
Who's catching the footballs?
And at least, I don't know, but he was, I promise you, whether it's just a basket, he's just being Bo. Russ was trying to be, hey, I'm like Tom Brady. I'm about to sell you some water. So Bo wasn't doing any of that. Bo, it almost felt like he was annoyed his own camera crew was there. Yeah, this sucks, but I got to do it. If you want to keep
Andy.
filming, join me.
So naive. So sweet. Sweet Andy.
Whatever. I'm just telling you.
Sweet naive
But
Andy.
here's the thing. So if Bo continues to be a popular topic of conversation with the personality that is Sean, and don't forget, who do you think's going to want to show off the new Empire State's building they're building there?
Dude, I think
they'll be the team next year.
Well, here's what Hard Knocks is. It's just a 5-episode promo for your team. It's only going to be positive things. It's only going to pump you up.
It doesn't get into the nitty-gritty of when it goes really bad.
No, because all the coaches get final say.
It used to, but it doesn't anymore. It's just a 5-hour promo for your team. You'd be insane to not do it.
Well, remember, Sean, in the Russell Wilson year, Sean said, "Oh, I'd love to do it. I'd love for you to come see my process."
Oh, that's pretty funny.
So,
everybody thinks it's distracting or whatever with the cameras, but at the end of the day, it just makes you like the team more. It makes you like the athletes more.
All right, let's go back to it. I'll ask you, Coach, is it distracting with the cameras? All of a sudden, like I think it was 10 years ago when these guys were used to having, state secrets and the vault sealed up. Man, they got, You got cameras and social media people. The teams hire these dudes. This stuff's around you all the time.
I had an opportunity at the University of Notre Dame to have Showtime. I don't even know if Showtime's still a thing.
Oh, hell yeah, it does. Dexter Resurrection.
Okay, I didn't know if it had been. It didn't get absorbed into the HBO Max, did it?
Paramount Plus, baby.
Hey, not yet.
Part
it's
of
been
that
a big
universe.
day for absorbing
Yeah.
things, though. So
Did you guys hear WWE?
ESPN apparently owns everything.
They own WWE also.
They
now.
do?
I was like, what the hell's going on?
How
But
about
anyway,
that?
go
Streaming
ahead.
rights to all the pay-per-view
Showtime
events.
did what with you?
Showtime did it was basically a Hard Knocks college edition. And it was Brian Kelly. It was when I was a brand new offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, the young 31-year-old coming in thinking he's big time guy from Southern California.
Yeah.
So they were everywhere. They came to my house.
Yeah.
Now I'd cleared it with them. I was working at one of my 18-hour
You
days.
cleared it with them? Did you clear it with Anne
I
Marie?
did not clear it with my wife. And they showed up with boom microphones in our house. And I had forgotten. And so I hear the doorbell and I'm like, oh my God, Anne-Marie, the Showtime crew's here. Wait, what?
Yeah. Hey, you're half naked with curlers on.
But
Here's the deal. We got a whole camera crew waiting to enter your domain.
Asleep. She was asleep without her hair did and her makeup did. She didn't paint her face. But it was good because it was actually real, authentic family. So you can go if you ever want to.
She was mad at you. She was yelling.
You can go.
There's
I think it's
tension in the kitchen. It's real life.
It's episode 3 of a season with Notre Dame football.
Oh, it wasn't titled with you in it, The Bad Luck of the Irish?
No, because we actually were fantastic that year.
Gotcha.
And that was the year that Deshaun Kaiser was our third string quarterback to start the year off. And he ended up having to be the starter and set every record passing in that one season at the University of Notre Dame.
Speaking of horrible Browns quarterbacks, are you buying the conspiracy theory around Shedeur Sanders?
Is it the one that they're gonna throw him out there with 2s and 3s, and that's gonna be the only opportunity
They're not
he really has?
The conspiracy theory, Andy, is they're not prepping him the right way to set him up for failure. That's the conspiracy theory.
Well, we talked about it yesterday, and look, you and I saw it. Foxy in 2011.
Yeah.
Very much tried to keep Tim Tebow from becoming this wave of momentum where remember, I told that I was on the sideline of the very first, remember, we were the second Monday night game. They were playing the Raiders.
Yeah.
I'm on the sideline by the bench as Orton threw his second interception of the first half.
Mm-hmm.
The fans start booing, and Joe Mays, chief among them, I remember, hops up on the bench, and they start waving their arms like, knock that off, stop it already.
Right.
We just started this.
Right.
The team did not want, and then Orton was just so bad.
He was so
those
bad.
first 5 games. I think, frankly, because it started with Detroit, and then I think they thought they had something in Miami, obviously, where they're like, you want your guy? Here's your guy.
Yeah, because...
And all of a sudden, I don't know,
Well,
Tim Tebow waves the wand, we win in Miami?
It was 57 minutes of the worst football you've ever seen in your life. They're down by 15 with 3:18 left to go, and they won.
DMac, you probably never heard this story because you and I oftentimes have not done radio where we could listen to each other. But
Sure.
I was the sideline guy in that Miami game.
That
I'm
must have been
standing, remember
unbelievable.
Daniel Fells?
Of course.
Standing with Daniel Fells on the Dolphins logo. And Daniel Fells looked at me and he goes, Andy, how the bleep did we win that game? And I go, you don't have any answers? He goes, I don't even know what just happened. And I said, Dan, you better come up with some because that's exactly what I'm about to ask you.
Who was the Dolphins guy who said it was divine intervention? He felt like the Lord had allowed...
it was one of their linebackers.
Right?
Listen, you want real and raw?
I
I'll
like
give you
real and raw.
Give
Give it to me raw. Give it to me raw, Andy.
One point, Eric Decker walks by. These are all guys that I kind of, I use the term friends loosely because, you're not, it's like we're hanging out at houses.
You got a good relationship
But,
with
they'll talk
Minnesota
to you in the locker
go
room.
for great to Eric
My
Decker.
man, Eric Decker, walks by and he goes, can you believe this bleeping? I can't even repeat half of what he said. And then at one point, because I used to follow the play, so I'd go behind the bench because you're not allowed to be behind the bench area. You basically had to post up at the 35s. So I was walking on my way to the other 35. And I see Orlando Franklin at one point. They come off the field, spike his helmet, and go, you better throw the damn ball, 15. I don't have all day, and I don't know where you're going to be. And I mean, just on this whole, he's screaming at him. And remember, Orlando was the biggest offensive lineman they'd ever had at the time.
Unbelievable.
And I'm just like, oh my God, it's melting down here. And then all of a sudden, I'm telling you, Demaryius Thomas caught one of those passes. tiptoeing the sideline and like stab both ends of the football. I'd never seen it. It wasn't a triangle where the point goes in. He literally took his hands because it was flittering like a duck and stabbed both edges of it and somehow caught. It was the most amazing catch I'd ever seen.
You know what's crazy about Tebow? What was so fun? And Decker told me that too. I go, what was it like catching passes from Tebow? He goes, well, one's like this, and the other's like that. So Tebow, not only could he not really throw a spiral, but it was coming the wrong way because he was a lefty. So it would be a fluttering pass spinning in the wrong direction.
So what Decker was essentially trying to tell you, it's like going to watch Grateful Dead with Nate Kreckman at the Sphere.
Sure.
Catching a pass from Tim Tebow.
Dude, I'm telling you. Did you see?
Speaking of which, is Krecker actually watching his 11th Grateful Dead concert at the Sphere currently?
No, he's camping.
How many has he been to?
I think he's back, dude. I don't know. He's
the Sphere's only been open for 2 years, and he's been 100 times.
He's probably been to all of them. Did you ever talk? Because you and I know a bunch of the linemen from that group. Did you ever remember the famous long run against the Raiders? Did you ever? Were you ever told where it was in Oakland? Tim went the wrong way. Everybody went to the left.
Yeah.
And the Raiders read the play, so they went to the left.
Yeah.
Tim went out to hand it to the right, realized, not the play, and then went running like the water boy. Bobby Boucher is there because he just had this look on his face, and I could hear him, the whole way down.
Do we think this has been the loudest 15? Is this
scored a
between
touchdown.
the three of us? I don't know if Spring has any stats on decibel levels. Has this been the loudest 15
Poor Jason
minutes?
wishes he had some headphones. By the way, you know why this is going on?
You went extremely loud masshole for a minute there.
You asked.
I know.
That's how we got there.
You came in loud.
I did come in really loud.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of people turning the volume down in the car.
Yeah, can these guys take it?
Poor
easy
Jason. I broke the edge of my
That's
adapter
you?
on. That was me.
I was
But
wondering
here's
who
the
that
thing.
was.
I pulled it out and I'm like, is it in there or did it break the first? I was like, what's going on? I don't know if it broke or if it was already that way.
Is it in there?
So now
That's
Jason's in there
famous last words.
it was the tip of the thing.
Okay.
So my last thought before DMac, you vacate the premises here.
Uh-huh.
I know even though you're going to stay around, hang out.
Well, I don't have anything else to do.
You have a wife, right?
Not till 5:30.
She only is married to you after 5:30.
She gets home from work then.
Do you not like the Potbelly?
I could go there too.
We used to have a Qdoba, but that's gone.
That'd be
I feel
great.
like everything's closing around us since we got here.
What's your point?
Yeah,
Quickly.
serious. The liquor store's gone.
Talking about your wife and relationships and loyalties.
Yeah.
I feel like the last 24, 48 hours for you, it's almost a little bit like I'm starting to learn about what your dating life was like before you met your wife.
Oh, really?
Because I feel like you fell head over heels for Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And you've fallen out of love with Bo Nix.
You think I fell
that far?
And then you went and checked out maybe somebody else's Instagram profile by way of Hard Knocks and Josh Allen.
No,
and all of a sudden, I'm saying, but
you know when he settled for Bo Nix, he always really wanted.
But now
he wanted.
Now he's
Josh
going
Allen
back. Now he's going back to.
He shot his shot with Josh Allen.
Do you
and
think
it
that's
just
what
was
my
denied.
dating life is? Do you think I had choices?
Well, it's all relative.
My Lord.
DMac.
No,
it's
this
all
is.
relative.
Hold on. You're
some,
going.
hey, some man's 4 is another man's 8.
He's not divorced, Bo Nix. They're simply having an argument. And when Bo
know,
Nix
but-
goes and plays some football, he'll forget. He won't care. As long as the YouTube channel stays out of his life, then
No,
it'll be fine.
I'm annoyed by the YouTube channel, and I will not be annoyed by selling T-shirts for no reason.
Are they at least cool T-shirts?
No, they
Have you seen
suck. I think they're awful.
I'm getting one. They're only $30. It's
Only?
a great deal. This day and age,
Back
man,
in
you
my
get
day, you could get a T-shirt for $15.
All right, here's what
concert merch
Dude,
now. It's
here's-
like $75 for a dadgum T-shirt.
Here's what I think is stupid. I think Bo Nix doing anything aside from playing football right now at this point of his career is stupid. You haven't done enough yet. You can build your brand, the whole thing, when it matters, but to me, it's a useless distraction. The video was stupid and phony. Sean Payton flapping his gums about how great everything is way too many lattes for me. Who hasn't he talked about what a genius he was, about how he discovered Bo Nix? You're not Simon from America's Got Talent. Calm down, dude. You're not trying to start
You're
making
not
the
going to
band.
go American Idol with him? That's
Well,
pretty good.
I mean, it's just like I want to be more current. But my point is,
didn't his greater hits?
My point is,
it wasn't his Toys in the Attic. Wasn't that on?
Toys in the
American
Attic,
Idol?
a little Aerosmith. You made the right decision, which I've said in front of you two obnoxiously. You were there to witness it.
What did you say?
that he was right.
Yeah, I was right. And the problem is, why do we have to hear Sean Payton talk about how incredible he is in his process to every Tom, Dick, and Harry associated to a national publication that walks through his door? Why?
You think he's motivating his team through that way?
No, I think he's glossing himself, Andy.
Well, I don't disagree.
And I think that's an egomaniac, narcissistic thing.
I don't disagree. But don't you think in his process, don't you think it's his way of motivating too?
No. I literally think he's not that bright when it comes to that. I think he likes to Sean-splain everything. He's the right coach at the right time for the Broncos. I don't regret that. But stop smelling yourself so much here, guys. And this is coming from a guy who thinks they're going to win 11 games and win a playoff game. And I haven't backed off on that. That doesn't change my opinion.
No.
But I'm looking at these guys.
Your vibes towards Bo and towards Sean are just a little different than they were after July 30th, 2025. The greatest football practice in the history of
Listen,
mankind.
though, you're right about my cap to him. You are not being hypocritical. Nope. He went this hard in on Russ, so
kill you with truth, baby.
Hey, what is with you guys? Does anyone just smell themselves and be like, man, I smell great? Now, Kreckman's got an even grosser term for it, but what is all? Who walks around smelling themselves? Huh?
I actually do.
A check to make sure you don't stink.
I've been known to do a couple finger swabs here and there.
I kind of need
various locations.
I do a self-check that's like, how bad is it?
You just want to know? You just want to know how much a pig pen you are right now?
Kind of.
What kind of cloud is surrounding you today?
Like, will the Lysol cover it? Will it be good enough? And in general, I sort of pass that test.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I hit it every day.
You're okay. The only time you got me was when you were playing drums. There was an egg aroma going on when you really got going. And we asked a lot of you.
We were trapped.
Was he pretty good?
Yeah, it really wasn't fair.
Is he a
I
good
picked
drummer?
all the songs. I'm like, hey, these are easy. It's the same 4 chords. Meanwhile, I had no idea what the drummer was doing. And DMac's like, can I get an oxygen tank? Because it's like the fastest music ever. And now that I'm more educated, I realize what I asked him to do.
Were you guys playing?
At the time, I was like, these are simple songs. And DMac's running a marathon back there trying to keep up with it.
You were playing speed
punk?
punk?
There's one time.
Well, I mean, it was a lot of that stuff. There was that stuff.
You
played
we played Damn It from Blink one time.
Well,
we played Damn It from Blink where he came out about Mach 4, and by the end, we were a slow walk through the park.
No, the song that killed me was Drunken Lullabies, if you want to do that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Holy cow. Play Drunken Lullabies.
Is that by Dead Kennedy? Or
no.
Sorry,
it's
Dropkick Murphys?
Flogging
Oh,
Molly.
yes.
There you go. One of them Irish. Yeah, you know the angry Irish people. There it is. All right. Hey, we good? Jason got it fixed. Everything's done. We're going to take a break. DMac gets to go hang in the other room, and we'll be back to talk a little more football with Sanford. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford, Mark Springer hanging out with you this afternoon. Coach, we got Mark Johnson coming in to spend a couple hours with us here. We're going to talk to Nick Kosmider coming up at 3:45. Get his assessment of camp so far.
You got the heavy hitters coming in today outside of me. Once you get past of having to survive, listen to the coach here for a couple hours, or not 1 hour, I guess a couple hours on the day, you get to go hear the illustrious pipes of Mark Johnson.
I'm going to tell you, we're going to talk about it when he gets in here. Everyone's all hot and bothered about the red zone possibly coming to college football and then other sports. I am going to tell you why I don't think it'll work as well for college football, but we'll talk about that once Johnson gets in here. So, but again, I guess you want to weigh in on the topic du jour. I don't think you had a chance. Everybody's fighting over whether they like red zone or not. I got nothing against anybody that likes red zone. I get it. And
yeah,
look,
I'm not mad at a red zone viewer.
No, I'm not at all. And look, there have been plenty of days where if there is, I get it. Like DMac said, there's times where you get caught with a couple. It's more for me in the evening with a couple that I should say the afternoon slate. Get a couple bad games on the West Coast that whatever, nobody's scoring. Okay, I'll go to red zone, or I don't, There was one cool time where I think I got the triple box and one went to overtime and the other was coming down to the end. I'll give it to you there, but for the most part, I'm the guy that I just like watching a football game. That's all. I love the sport. I wait all year to watch it, and I want to watch the game.
The only way that I can consume football on a college football Saturday or on a Sunday NFL type of day
is red zone.
No.
Oh, just watching the games?
I got to watch a game.
Yeah.
And when there are multiple good games on or multiple games that I have interest in because of a relationship, say, with a player that I coached or with a coach that I've coached with, or just a really fascinating game that I think I need to prepare for having the conversation on the greatest sports talk radio show in planet Earth here at Altitude Sports Radio. I have the most important game is on my large television screen. And then I start accumulating iPads, laptops, and I just put them on the little, what's the footrest thing called? What are those? There's a term for them.
Yeah, the ottoman.
Ottoman. My ottoman in my basement has, there are iPads and laptops that are half falling over because they're all stacked on top of each other. So there's times where I've had my wife's computer, my laptop, my work laptop, my daughter's iPad, my son's iPad. There are 6 games going on, and then my eyes can go and get the totality of a game when it's interesting. So it's kind of like I have the fullness of every game, or the potential of the fullness of every game, but with the mindset of red zone. But I get to choose where my eyes go, as opposed to allowing somebody else to choose for me like red zone does.
Yeah, it's funny because the takes really are all over the place. And Dustin keeps asking, do I like Frozen Frenzy? I've never seen Frozen Frenzy, Dustin. So I'm assuming that's something with hockey. I wouldn't mind, I guess, checking that out at some point. But you know what? Look, at some point, here's what I think sports does have to be careful of. 303-504-0925. I did not really intend on going this route. We're going to talk some Broncos, I promise. And again, we'll get an update from Nick Kosmider. But with all the announcements from ESPN today, I mean, at what point are you the sports fan tapped? You know what I mean? Like, how many streaming services am I going to have to buy to watch sports? That's what I get a little worried about. Because I'll tell you this, I loved Red Zone, or not Red Zone. I loved the Sunday Ticket. And when I had it, I probably had it 6-7 years because I had DirecTV.
I'm a ticket guy.
Yeah, because I want to watch the games I want to watch.
It's
I
worth
watch
the investment.
Quarterbacks that I want to watch and the defenses and whatever. And again, like everybody else, I don't get into fantasy the way I once did. But I think if you have your guys playing, who doesn't want to watch their fantasy quarterback in particular on a given Sunday and so on and so forth. But look, dude, it's just I feel like I still am in touch with the blue collar guy because this isn't your classic blue collar job, but we are really still blue collar stuff.
Yeah, Eddie, I will award you
blue collar status
as somebody who lives in the blue collar county of Weld. You, my friend, are a blue collar.
Yeah,
man.
no one looks at me and he goes, "Well, that's a white collar." Nah. So
you're like you're a refined blue collar guy.
Fair enough. All I'm saying is don't make it too expensive for guys like us. Is all I'm trying to say.
I think you're a blue collar guy.
Passion comes from that fan that wants to. Do you think the CEO? Now I know there's a lawyer out there. I know he dresses up. I'll put it that way. He gets way into it, but he's a funny guy. He's one of the most hardcore fans there is.
But I'm just saying, don't price out the face painting, chest painting, people that live and breathe this stuff.
You know what where they can all go to? Their local watering hole, man.
All right, but Lade, you seen the so what? Your $10 beer at the stadium is gonna be the $10 beer at the watering hole?
Man. If you got if you're in a real blue collar community, which I'm fortunate enough right now to say that I live near some very, very blue collar workers, and I love having.
So number 38, you like going to the number 38?
Number 38, I love the place. Fantastic place.
Up north, I like the Hofbrau. Go check out the Hofbrau. I know you've watched games there. It's massive, and you can get just about any kind of food you want.
I like Jerry D's, man. Jerry D's
all right.
Jerry D's in Dacono. They got all the NFL games going on, and you can get a cold beer for under $5.
Stoney's downtown's another great spot. That's a massive bar. I don't know if do we have a. We used to enjoy going to the sports book.
Are there any blue collar bars in Castle Pines, Colorado?
You're gonna have to tell me. I don't get invited there too often. I don't. Tyler's not having me by.
Surprisingly, though, there are some blue collar vibes even in Highlands. Like there's areas of Highlands Ranch.
There's some great dive bars
that are not nearly as hoity-toity as one would think.
You need a good blue collar. You need a good dive bar for a lot of this. You know what I mean? Like again, do we have?
Me and the missus were talking about this recently.
Okay.
20 years of being married, 14 moves. We look back most fondly when we had a true go-to dive bar,
go-to
community
place
that we lived in. In other places where we just couldn't find that right spot, like he was either like so divey that you felt like you might be taking your life in your own hands. There might be something that breaks out. It could be a biker gang type of situation. Could be.
I've been down Colfax enough where that's.
I bet I've lived in some parts of the country where there could be some various race riots that happen. You're like, I don't know if this is the place for me and the wifey to hang out here on a Saturday night. But
we're going to try it anyway.
The place that fits you like a glove, man. You got that in your life right now, Andy?
Well, no, because
truly.
No. The closest place would be my long-standing relationship with the Hofbrau.
Yep.
That's just how it is. And I very much.
How far is that from where you live, though?
It's 20 minutes, 15.
It's not bad.
25 minutes.
For some reason, I thought it was closer to 30
No, there's
plus.
highways. Any place that highways, I'm fine. It's when you try to send me to Wash Park that we got a damn issue because there's no fast way there. Hit us some of your favorite dive bars, 303-504-0925. We'll shout them out. Again, but you got to remember, I'm a little like you where I've worked most of these games, so I don't. I'll tell you this. You know what I've never done that I'd like to do? I've tried for years to get a sponsor where all I'd like to do is get a darn RV or something akin to that and go have a really cool tailgate before a few of these games. When I was working the Bronco games, because I don't have to do the prep as the sideline guy compared to the other people, I was like, look, man, you want to do these pregame hours we do? Shove me out put me out in the tailgating lot. Let's do a show from there and let's cater the heck out of it. Get me a little Brothers Barbecue or GQ or whatever it is you love in your life, and let's get out there and let's serve the people. Give me one of these. Give me the Kike's taco truck out there, and let's do this sucker. But I've never been able to do it. Only one time, I'm not kidding, only one time have I actually been to a tailgate, and I was 10 or 11 years old when it happened. And it's a story I always tell about it. It was funny because the guy that They knew who was in the camper next to me, and they're like, hey, just go up in there and grab me a dog. So I walk in there, and Sammy Winder, our starting running back, because it was the 80s, was chowing down with these people inside their tailgate camper before he went into the locker room and got dressed for the game. So, but other than that, I've never been to a tailgate. Have you ever had a chance to go to a tailgate?
I hadn't been to a tailgate outside of growing up as a kid. My dad coaching when I was really young.
So you probably had some of those are probably pretty cool, right?
They were at USC. We'd be right there at Exposition Park, right across from the Coliseum. And it was more of a family gathering. I was young. I mean, I was 6, 7 years old. And then when I was about 8 years old and I was able to kind of riz my way into talking myself as a ball boy, or I held the, remember when headsets for coaches' headsets used to have a cord?
Yeah.
I was a cord holder on the sideline of the USC games. Then I became the ball boy. So I missed out on an entire childhood of potential tailgate appearance. I mean, especially in my years of adolescence and young adulthood.
Dude.
And then as a college football player, never once tailgated.
Right.
As a college coach, I mean, I didn't even know what to do.
You're getting there before the sun comes up.
Oh, yeah. My very first year of being able to tailgate was following the debacle of 2022 at CU. I get fired. The whole staff gets fired. Coach Prime's at CU. I ended up having a chance to tailgate at a CU game, and I was like, I almost had a panic attack. I'm like, I'm missing warm-ups right now. But the one that got me, we made the Hajj to Mecca to go out to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and we stayed probably about a 200-yard walk from Lambeau Field and all the tailgate lots. I was so excited to go tailgate. And I envisioned that you start tailgating at 3:34 in the morning. And the parking lot's open and you're rolling and you walk up and there's brats going. There's Mick Ultras being consumed, Miller High Lifes, and the champagne and beers is going. So I wake up genuinely at 3:30 in the morning, so excited. I'm like, this is going to be awesome. I've been dreaming about this day for my whole life. Walk all the way over, bundle up. It's about 18 degrees in Green Bay. And I get to the parking lot. There's not a soul in sight. And I text my wife. I'm like, hey, babe, nobody's at the parking lot. She goes, honey, people tailgate like 2.5 hours before the game.
Yeah. You
Not
calm down.
Not 11 hours before the game, you moron. It wasn't even open. They don't open the lots.
No, I think 6 a.m. is when they start here. They had the Bronco party bus here, which was awesome for a long time. See, again, at the other spot, I used to be more in touch. I know we've got our. I don't have my computer up because I broke my headphone thing off in there, so I had to not get totally set up. But I'm telling you, I'm trying to remember. Why can't I remember his name? One of our great Twitchers. I'm forgetting his handle name. The Doc. He goes all the time. And he invites us all the time, so we got to go check him out. You know what? I also promised. Here we go. We got to get some of these dive bars in because I said we give him a shout out.
Shout out to my neck of the woods, Parrots Sports Bar and Grill in Firestone, Colorado. Let's go.
Okay, Matty B coming through with the Dirty Duck.
We got a blue collar dive bar down in Pueblo. They're all of them. Basically, every bar in Pueblo is a great dive bar.
All of them, you say? Giggling Grizzly by Coors Field's a fun one. I'll agree with that. Let's see here.
Brewery Bar 2.
Oh, Brewery Bar's real good.
How do you say that? Is it Kalamath or Klamath?
Kalamath. There's also, there used to be one out in Aurora, but I don't know if it still exists there. Rome Saloon in Denver, TJ Sports Bar in Lakewood.
Trailside in Thornton.
Trailside
Saloon on 104th.
Tad says Ace High in Golden is one of them. Dolce
Clancy's
Vita.
Irish Pub in Wheat Ridge.
Okay, I've heard of that one. Let's see. Stakeout in Fort Collins. Oh, Sunset Grill. Brian,
this is a good one.
Brian, all my lacrosse guys go to Sunset Grill.
This here's a good one.
Fanugis and Parker.
Hey, Boulder.
Yeah.
All you CU honks. I love you. How good is Dark Horse, man?
Dark Horse is a good one.
Shady Pony.
Lakewood Lounge. That's by Sloan's Lake. Know that area well. The Pioneer near the University of Denver. Lulu's in Watkins. The Columbine Lounge. I know that Scotty loves that. Let's see. Tailgate and Parker. You guys are sending so many in. Roasties and Greeley just got a couple. Riley's in on West Colfax. What was the one? There was like the Alameda Lounge is what I went to. They used to play music there, but yeah, it's one of those where every now and
again. You know what's one of those?
Ramblin' Rose and
want to know what's one of the saddest moments of having moved around the entire country and staying connected to a lot of these dive bar communities and their owners, and sometimes they're restaurants and dive bars.
Damn Grill. Speaking of that, I don't know why you triggered that. Damn Grill. Shout out to those guys.
Where's that?
Damn Grill is kind of like tech centery.
So the thing that is like one of the saddest things is when my wife and I just have a good spot. It's like we just go, like, sometimes you just need to get away from the kids for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, you just get greasy food and a cold beverage, man. So and watch some ball. Watch a couple of quarters of football or basketball or hockey or whatever. Wife and I, we've kind of always had that vibe to us. The saddest thing, man, is when we go back and we follow them on Facebook or Instagram, and we get like 7 years later, we get the dreaded,
we got to close.
And
well,
I'm
it's sad.
dude,
the Piper Inn shutting, or no, I don't want to close down a bar that isn't happening. Don't take that about the Piper Inn for sure. Oh, it's the Hornet. The Hornet's shutting down. After 29 years, I'd eaten at the Hornet a bunch. They're saying, we got to go. Okay, Lucky Joe's, Fort Collins, the White Horse in Garden City, Benders in Westminster, Stadium Inn in Denver, El Chapultepec before it closed. We got to get going. By the way, my favorite dive bar name, It'll Do. Used to be off I-70. I was like, it'll do. Nick Kosmider next. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're going to have Mark Johnson in with us starting at 4 o'clock as Coach vacates. We got Nick Kosmider on now. We're about to talk to him. By the way, all our training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. And we go off to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. And that's where you find our guy, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. You got to read him in The Athletic. They've been ranking stuff. Nick's been retweeting things. He's got fantasy coverage. He's got college freak athletes from Dane Brugler and the like. Nick, how are you? Are you on your way to San Fran? Where are we at?
No, I'm not. I have two. We have two talented colleagues in Vic Tafur and Matt Barrows who are going to be on the ground out there. So they'll have us covered from both the 49ers and Broncos end. So I'm going to stay out here. I've got a half marathon race on Saturday morning and going to do that. And then we'll get back at it when they get back here next week.
Nick, what do you make of some of the national narrative leaks, if you will, or just comments that have been made by Sean Payton that are talking, frankly, massive expectations are now going to be placed on the Denver Broncos. Does it match up with what you've seen? And you and I have both been out there so much. I just want to hear your opinion. Does it match up with what you've seen potentially with this offensive unit about being one of the best units in pro football?
Well, it doesn't have to be leaks because he seems to be telling it to anybody who's willing to have an open ear and listen about what he thinks of this unit. And like I'm almost like I'm not surprised that he has like high expectations, but the degree to which he's voiced what he thinks this team can be, and then the offense in particular, it really just does speak to, I think, what he sees in Bo Nix, what he believes he has as the quarterback goes into his second year. And a lot of that is probably like, when you I think you asked him this the other day, or asked somebody, like the things that we don't get to see, the time spent in the meeting rooms and how everything gets explained, maybe back to Sean when Bo's saying what he sees. I think that's probably where the confidence comes in as much as what they're actually seeing out on the practice field. So, I mean, again, I kind of defer to that trust. There's been enough that I've seen to make me think like, hey, you can look there and say, yeah, there's definitely going to be a jump. And I think the run game would be one of those things, especially the last few days. I think RJ Harvey's, the comfort that he's starting to have with where he needs to be, what his landmarks are when he's taking handoffs and then just hitting the hole. Like, it's been impressive. You haven't seen a guy that you feel like is really thinking his way through things. He's hitting the hole. He's going. And again, I just think that if he and a healthy Dobbins are your top two backs, and they can kind of be available most of this year, I just don't think there's any doubt that's an upgrade from kind of whatever they had at the top of the pecking order last year, which of course changed from week to week. That's where I would have the confidence. And then, with Nix, I just think the familiarity that comes with, finally being in the same scheme, like he said, for the first time since he was in high school, all those things are going to make a difference. Now, being an elite top of the league unit, like you've got to go out and you've got to prove that. We've got to see it. We've got to see some of these receivers take the kind of jump in the regular season that we're seeing from some of them in practice.
Quick follow-up for you, Kaz. Your eyes. Has this been a good training camp? Not speculative, has this been a good training camp from Bo Nix?
I think so. I do. I mean, I think that like it's not been perfect, and but again, I thought going into this that like having that defense that you face every time, like I never thought that he was going to look like excellent every day. I just think there's too much of what they're throwing at him. I think he's been better this year in camp than he was last year. Like there were times last year where again it was just him thinking, like him. It would take time, or he would. He'd get one installed down, but then as soon as they were going to the next one, there'd be kind of like a step backwards. I haven't necessarily seen that from him. The decision-making sometimes hasn't always been what you want it to be. But I think he's been better this year than he was last year. And, again, facing a defense that's probably even better than it was last year too.
All right. I agree with you. Things have been better than what we saw at camp, but it's still been choppy, we'll say, for the offense, Nick. At what point should we get a little bit concerned, as you said, that maybe Sean's doing a little too much chatting and maybe we ought to, one latte back and let's see how this thing plays out?
Well, I mean, I would think if you go there even starting tomorrow on Thursday and they're at outside Levi Stadium and you're playing against the 49ers defense that, while it has some talent, has been banged up. I mean, the 49ers, I was just talking to, one of their radio hosts out there who said, like, last year they had to cancel a joint practice with the New Orleans Saints because they didn't have enough, they were just too injured. They didn't have enough bodies to get through 2 days of practice. He said that they're kind of in that same neighborhood this year. They're going through with the practice because it's only 1 day this time. It's not as much of a workload, but nonetheless, like they should have a good showing tomorrow. Like they should be able to come out and do the kind of things that they want to do. Move the ball offensively, defensively, really be able to kind of like, lock up what is right now, again, a banged up cast of weapons for the 49ers. Like if you don't come out and have a good showing against that backdrop, then you kind of say, hey, let's pump the brakes a little bit on some of this. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, like again, I think it's been choppy, but I mean, if that wasn't the case against the defense that's good, then we'd be completely worried about the other side of it. Like I really do think that gets lost in the sauce sometimes of like what it is that you're facing in a given day. Like it's not going to be constant fireworks. And I think the way that you've seen guys like Troy Franklin, develop through this has been encouraging. So yeah, again, I'm with you that I think we still need to see plenty more. And tomorrow, and then of course on Saturday is going to be a good start to finally have some evidence to go on.
Kaz, what do you think the list of players that will not be asked to participate in this preseason game against the 49ers?
The preseason game or the practice?
The preseason game.
Yeah, I think like when you look at, I think it probably starts with Dre Greenlaw. Again, we didn't see him in any kind of team activities or team periods this week. Sean Payton had said at the end of last week that there's, a chance that he could get back to work this week. But again, I just think that there's going to be kind of the utmost caution with a guy that's already dealt with the one quad injury that he recovered from. And now, again, they say it's in a different spot, but it's still the quad. There's just no reason whatsoever in my mind to rush a guy back who's, what you're going to get from him when he's on the field. So that kind of probably be where I'd started of like, yeah, we might not see it. Joe Lombardi mentioned yesterday that Devon Vele's been dealing with a few things. We saw him have a practice out. I'll be curious to see whether he goes. Of course, he practiced this past week, so perhaps he's good to go. And then Alex Singleton, they think he's going to be back this week with that club over his thumb. But we'll have to kind of see whether he goes. And then, yeah, just some of the veterans who are coming back from injury, they've kind of slow played Mike McGlinchey along. Will they kind of wait until next week to have him see preseason action? What's the plan with J.K. Dobbins, another guy that, they have him on one of those, Sean Payton's called it kind of a load management type plan. Those are the guys to watch in terms of if you're gonna sit a couple of veterans, those would probably be the ones.
All right, before we let you go, man, we appreciate it. Read Nick in The Athletic. We got the podcast going, right?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay, all right.
Andy. Yeah.
Boy, I keep catching with the wrong questions. Sorry, Nick. You know what? This is what Nate does to Leggy, and Leggy's like, God, I feel like you're asking me, were you my editor? Get off me, Kreckman. So that's kind of how Kosmider feels about me today. Give me the one guy in camp. How about we do this? Give me the guy that's caught your eye that you like, and the guy that maybe you're like, all right, need to get something going in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, Riley Moss has been a guy that, especially the last week or so, you're just like, man, you love the smoothness, like the just total lack of panic that he has. I thought especially those last like 2 or 3 practices where, he's covering Marvin Mims, on deep stuff. He's right there with Cortland Sutton. I just think that the confidence that he's playing with has been really, really good to see for a guy that is going to be so important to what you do, because we know how much he's going to be involved in getting attacked by opposing quarterbacks who are trying to avoid Pat Surtain. So that's been really good. On the other side, Mims is always just a curious one to me, because we know that he's a guy that they're going to use in a lot of different ways. So with camp, some of it is you wonder, like, how much are they not really just opening up the door to what he does because, they want to keep it under wraps or whatever the case might be. But he's not necessarily had, like, the splashiest camp. And so I'm curious as they get into the preseason here a little bit, like, can they get him going in a way that shows you, hey, he's not just going to be this, like, occasional big play guy, he's going to be a little bit more, consistent with our game plans.
All right, we'll have a longer conversation about that next week because, frankly, Nick, I'm with you. He's the guy that I think could do so much more, and I can't figure out why it's not happening. I don't know if it's a Sean and his route development. I don't know what it is, but it's a weird situation because I think that's a hell of a football player there.
But we've seen this with consistency over. This is the third season going on.
I'd love to know, is it because he doesn't run the right routes?
It doesn't look like it.
Does Sean fall into the, That's a bigger discussion, and we'll have it.
It's almost like the scripts are being used from like 10 years ago, and there's no customization for the player and his development.
Well,
that's what I see.
That's the yards after the catch guy in my mind, and I like to see him used that way. Nick, thanks, man. You have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, fellas. Thanks. See ya.
That's our guy, Nick Kosmider. Read him at The Athletic. Subscribe, and it's not another bucking podcast. When it's up and going, listen to that as well.
Is it implying that he uses bad words? Or no?
No,
it's like, is that a double entendre?
Buck. They buck. Buck and Bronco. You're a rodeo guy from some part of the country. You
not
live in, right?
another podcast. That sounds like it could be implied that.
What were you
that
just
Nick
calling
Kosmider
DMac earlier, huh?
That Nick Kosmider might be using the F word.
No.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
He's playing. It's a play on words.
That's what I'm saying.
Have you never had a play call that was a play on words?
Oh, I have plenty of them.
What's your favorite?
I don't have any other
How can it be your favorite if you don't know right there? It wasn't like ZY Banana or Spider ZY Banana or whatever.
Too many of those.
Okay.
The craziest thing is the signals that I've had for some.
Well, what about Spring? Who was it that did the Smoke and Jay Cutler? Remember that where they went up and they did a little Smoke and Jay Cutler against him? Do you remember the QB?
That's always been part of Smoke. Was always quick game protection, so it's always been a cigarette, like for 25 years before.
But they were playing Cutler.
Yeah,
and Smoke and Jay Cutler just kind of come out. So I think they were doing it on purpose.
Little
Coach,
troll job.
We got to let you go. We got Mark Johnson coming in. We're going to cover a little college football, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not so sure College Red Zone will hit the same. 4 o'clock hour underway here on Kreckman and Lindahl as we hang out here in the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. We appreciate those folks. Mark Springer along. We're now joined by the voice of God, Mark Johnson.
Hey, this is the first time I've been in the new studios, man. I'm digging this. This is nice.
Do you like everybody being able to watch it? This is as open a studio as I think we've ever had.
A little bit of a fishbowl. Should put the chairs out there and sell tickets or something.
Were you freaked out? You and I went to a little bit of a high school reunion, shall we say, last week.
We did.
I guess Scott talked about it. We both went over to KOA.
Everyone's old, by the way. Everybody is old except for you and me.
The plans and the schemes you and I used to concoct, that area is all gone.
Yeah. Yeah,
you were pretty. It was wiped out.
They led us into, when I got there was 2 or 3 of us that came in together. They led us into the area where the social was, and I looked around at Reed Fisher, who's been my producer forever. I said, "Where are we right now? I don't even recognize any of this."
A lot of white going on there.
It was
a
lot of how about a little color, someplace, little wallpaper, something to kind of. Mix it up a little bit. But it was cool seeing everybody.
Can you not burn my retinas when I leave? It was cool to see everybody, but I didn't know who was who by the time we walked out of there because I was seeing spots.
You know who I wanted to see and didn't see? And I think being a radio audience, Steve Kelly, which one? Steve's always been a good friend, and he and I haven't talked for a while, and I was wishing he would have been there.
Yeah, you know what? Now you think about it,
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, there was a time, boy, here in Denver where Steve-O's name was as big as anybody.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So hopefully he's doing well if you're out there, Steve.
That's right.
All right. College football. First off, let's just start with the obvious. I guess we ought to take the easy path first. Don't need to drive up the hill any faster than we can. How are the Buffs looking? I know you've watched a few of the practices. I know there's only so much that you're able to divulge from those things, but you got a gut feel for this team yet, or are we going to need to see some games?
Well, you know what's funny about it? Well, first off, the evaluation process. This weekend they're going to scrimmage. I'll see a little bit of that. But see, you go out there, just like you going out to the Broncos, right? You think they're doing drills in large part and find there's some, 11 on 11 on occasion, but, it's tough to evaluate because at some point you're thinking, well, I think the defense is good, or is the offense not good, or, whatever, vice versa. So you get out there and watch, and by the time the practice is over, I always walk over to Gary and go, okay, tell me what I think I saw today, right? And so we go through that whole evaluation. It's different because you don't have the monster personalities out there. The offensive coordinator, Pat Shurmur, every time he referenced Shedeur, anytime we were talking about Shedeur, he always call him that heroic son of a gun, right? You don't have that guy out there that's dominant under center. You don't have the greatest athlete that I've seen the last, generation in Travis Hunter being out there. And so you take that out of the equation, and you wonder, okay, what does that mean? When in doubt, number 2 found number 12 the last 2 years, right? And so now you've got a transfer quarterback in Caden Salter from Liberty, and you've got the number 2 high school quarterback in America in Juju Lewis. And so those guys, there are times you think, boy, he really looks good, or that guy really looks good. But what does that mean? Are they going to be able to carry a team like Shedeur does? I don't know that that's going to be possible, in particular for a freshman. But I will tell you this, and this is something both Gary, who's got much better sense of this than I do, have evaluated. They're much better up front. So I think that offensive line is much better. Pat continues to say, we're going to run the football. I talked with Marshall Falk here a couple of days. He was echoing the same thing. He loves his group of running backs. And so that in and of itself is going to be a positive right there. Listen, the one thing we know about Prime is he is going to find wide receivers. He's going to find defensive backs, right? I mean, those two groups just look like they're supposed to look. Everyone's long and angular and athletic and fast. And so you got a group on both sides of the ball you love there. I think they've had a major upgrade at linebacker. They've totally redone that room. And the defensive front, just yesterday, did some stuff with Doma Topeko and Warren Sapp and those guys. And they're raving about that group because it's a made-over group there as well with a few guys like Arden Walker and some of those guys coming back. So overall, I think the defense could be very good. The offense, I'm still wondering about because it's going to be so new look. But I'm kind of excited. And then the schedule sets up, Andy, very nicely. Most of the games that are supposed to be tough games based on a year ago are at Folsom Field. 7 home games, 5 on the road. You do have to go to Kansas State, but you got Arizona State and BYU at home and some of the Arizona State's coming here. And so you've got some of those games on the schedule at Folsom Field. So it sets up awful nice. I'm kind of excited. I'm interested to see what it's going to look like when you take away those two guys that the last 2 years we've just identified as being the face of everything. They're not there now. So is this going to be a deeper, more balanced team? I think that's what's going to happen, but we'll find out.
Yeah, it's interesting because you brought up some of the players there that are now coaches, and of course, Hall of Fame type resumes. When you talk about a guy like Marshall Faulk, and you talk about a guy like Warren Sapp, Domata Petko's a guy I got to know covering the Broncos a long time. I mean,
Great
what
player.
a gentleman!
Oh, fantastic!
What a
guy.
locker room guy.
I said to him yesterday, what is the deal? How can you be this gregarious and nice, and then you walk on the field and you're dirty, mean, and nasty? What's the deal there?
Oh my gosh! When you're that big, nobody's going to bother you. Yeah. All right, you know what? Let's pause the college football conversation for a minute. Spring, I need some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
This is the Rockies just lost 20-1 to Toronto.
Good Lord.
We don't have it on the TV. So I knew they were down a bit when I left, but I think down a bit was like 4-1. 20-1.
20-1.
Dude. How?
Why are you even shocked by that, though?
I don't know, and yet still somehow I am.
I mean, at this point, some of the scores, some of the stretches we've seen this season, are you really surprised?
Well, someone had texted in and said, can we just end the Rocky season already? And so I was like, I'm sure it's going bad. I was thinking 10-1, 12-1. You know what? You weren't there yet. But I will tell you, I met you much later. But, of course, Mr. Tim Smile, who's another one I didn't see the other night. I would have liked to just say hello to him. Yeah. Mr. Tim Smile was the guy that was taking me when I was an intern. And so I interned in both the spring and the fall when I was getting going in this thing in 99.
Yeah.
I've told people my very first day over there was
you were Scotty's errand boy at that time.
Yeah, Dave and Scott were still in Miami.
Right, okay.
After the Super Bowl win against the Falcons. Yeah. And so I started the Monday after. It was very cool. We had John Elway calling from the Tonight Show green room to tape an interview with these guys, just all this kind of stuff, right? Jim Leland, we thought was going to be good. Jim Leland wasn't good. And so Tim took me to, basically cover Rockies games as an intern.
Right.
And so there was one day I go there, and they get blasted like that, like I think it was 22-5. I don't think it may have been 1 or 2, but it was bad.
What year is that?
Bad. 99.
That after the 99. Okay.
So
right after the 98 Super Bowl.
Yeah. So yes, it was the 99 Super Bowl 98 season.
Okay.
So I go there, and in the fall when I was doing my fall internship, they sent me to this game. It was against Diamondbacks. They get crushed. Or maybe this one was against I know it was against the Diamondbacks because there was a little tete-a-tete that went on.
Just the fact that there's different options to this lopsided score you're talking about.
Well, there was. I'd also covered a 25-2 game against the Reds or something. It was just ridiculous. And I don't remember what year that was. But I'm an intern, and you know how it goes. Rockies, fall, we need some sound, and this is better. We were down at 15th or 14th in Lawrence. We were downtown.
Yep.
So we sent everyone. They sent interns to every Rockies game. And I had been trained in the spring, so the fall, I get stuck going to this game. They're like, you're going to go to the game today, which sounds cool.
It does, but in the business, we call this the tape monkey. You just go and collect tape.
Yes,
that's all you do.
You're just going to simply go there, and you're going to do
hold your microphone,
shove the mic in there.
Yep.
You would always tell the interns, maybe don't ask a question
Shut
right
up.
away.
Don't say a word.
Don't
listen. Collect the tape. If you ask a question, I'm going to hear about it, and I'll have to call the franchise and apologize.
Well, Tim had told me during my training, he goes, listen, when you get to these games, because I go, Tim, I'm not the best at baseball. I did not grow up in a baseball town. People know my passion for football, and there's a reason why I started playing lacrosse in high school. It just, baseball just wasn't really my thing. And again, when there's every game, it's hard enough when you're already nervous to come up with questions
don't ask.
On an everyday sport. So I was happy not asking. And so Tim goes, look, if there's not a lot of people there, just follow the writers around and try to get in. Yeah. Because, and again,
at that time, follow Tracy Ringlesby around.
Ringlesby, Mike Kliss. There was, I think Rank was still covering it. There was some other guy. But anyway, look, what Tim didn't tell me was the writers don't really want you getting in on their interviews, okay?
That's true.
So I go to this game. All disaster breaks loose. Nobody's letting me follow them around. There's no TV crew because we've all switched. They're all out at Broncos practice, and this is a day game.
Did you ask a question?
Oh, did I? So I was like, well, I got to get some tape. I can't go back without any tape. What am I going to tell him? I got to get some kind of tape, right?
Right.
So I go up to Kurt Abbott was his name. He was a second baseman, okay? Mm-hmm. Abbott was the only guy that did anything at the plate that day. So I was like, well, maybe I'll go ask him and at least talk about his hits. I don't know. He's got, just to paint a picture, people have all seen the shots of the Coors Field clubhouse. Mm-hmm. He's basically sitting on what's the equivalent of a bench, like a padded bench. and his head is down practically between his hands. And dumb little intern Andy probably should have read the body language right there, but didn't. Sure as hell wasn't going to go up to Todd Helton or go up to Bichette or any of these other guys. So I go up, hey, Mr. Abbott, can I ask you about that game a little bit today? And I mean, like as squeaky a voice as possible.
And by the way, when little Andy's walking up there at however old you were, there was a little pee-pee coming out of the
22,
time.
yeah. I was just like, oh my God, I got to
yes.
talk to this guy.
Yeah,
This game was awful.
Little all puckered up.
And he doesn't even look at me, okay? He raises his shoulder a bit. I'm seeing the top of his head, and he goes, why? Why the bleep would I want to? And I mean, he threw so many F-bombs at me for asking to just talk about it. He yelled at me, and I tell people the story. I warn the interns all the time. I go, there's no badge that says, hey, I'm learning, be nice to me. This guy dog cussed me. I turned around like George Costanza and walked out of that clubhouse like Costanza would walk out of Steinbrenner's office. And he did not quit yelling curse words at me until I had gone through the double doors. Now, the only way this worked out in my favor, I was like, what am I going to, because I'm freaking out. I'm like, I'm going to fail this internship. I haven't got any tape. So I walked down.
Were you rolling on that, by the way? Do you
I had no.
You didn't have audio of getting dog cussed.
All I did was say, hey, listen, that was like a fight where I shove you, think I'm going to just shove back. No, he just haymakered me without a second shove, right? We didn't do the dance. So the only thing that was good was I ended up going down to the Diamondbacks clubhouse. I'm like, I just got to get something from them somehow. So I go down to the Diamondbacks clubhouse, and I come up on Buck Showalter, who apparently the Monforts are walking off, and Darren Holmes had closed out this game, and he yelled something angrily at the Monforts because he had been let go, and then an exchange had begun, and so Buck Showalter at least talked about that and saved my bacon because that was the only thing they brought back because, of course, it's classless. Right. So at least I got some good angry tape. If it wasn't for that,
you would have been screwed. Every one of us has gone through that. I had here's a great one. Early in my career, I'm living in Minnesota, in Mankato, Minnesota, and I went up to cover. It was kind of training camp for the Timberwolves, and they had traded for Chuck Person. Remember Chuck Person, the rifleman?
I don't think I would have wanted to talk to him.
And Chuck was an angry human being all the time.
He had the old RBF going on.
Oh, jeez, was he angry. And I'm about the same age you're talking about. I'm 22, 23 years old, and he had been traded. He came from a winning, I forget where he came from. Winning franchise, came to the Timberwolves. And then back in the day.
Probably Indiana, right?
I think that might be right. And they were horrible at the time. And so I thought, well, this will be a logical question. And I say, Chuck, you come from a winning organization, and you're coming to a franchise now that has not had winning in its brief history here in the NBA. What kind of transition? I thought it was a legitimate question.
It is.
And he unleashed, I don't know that he said anything but words that started with F. There might have been an A and an H in there a couple of times. But this dude unleashes on me, and he's screaming at me, and I'm standing there getting the whole thing on tape, by the way. That's the difference between you and I.
Your mic there.
I had the microphone up, and he dog cussed me for, 30, 40 seconds, and I said, well, I'm still wondering about how the transition would take place. Then he F-bombed me again and walked away.
Wow, you did not care.
I did not.
Not Andy.
Down.
I'm like, I'm out of here. Dude, he was echoing, because, again, there were no media in this thing. His words were echoing off the clubhouse. And it just, everybody, of course, lazily looks over at you. Nobody cares.
Nope.
Nobody cares that it's happening.
They're laughing at you.
Oh, I'm sure there had to be a giggle when I left the room. Did you see that kid? I screamed out of the room.
Where I knew that I'd been initiated into this business is when Bobby Knight did that to me one time in a press conference. Yeah.
But didn't you get to talk to him years later?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you tell him the story about how he yelled at you one time?
Well, we're in Chicago for Big Ten Media Days, and about that same time period. I was right before I got into, right after Minnesota, I went to Indiana. And so anyway, we're up there, and I'm sitting up front, and I'm not the smartest dude in the world. You know that. I'll just ask the question. I don't care. And I'm sitting right up front, and Bobby Knight walks in. I think they give him like 15 minutes for each Big Ten coach at the media day to talk. Well, he came in. He didn't know how he manipulated everybody. And he comes in, and for the first 10 minutes, he's talking about a rule change to the uniforms. And I'm sitting up there thinking, what's going on here? And and up front there, you got guys from the Chicago Sun-Times and Tribune, and everyone from Chicago, WGM. And finally, he stops. He goes, all right, any questions out there? And I'm looking around, and people are like, they're realizing, okay, the veterans are thinking, Bobby's in a mood. It's best not to poke the bear, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting there, finally like, all right, I'll raise my hand. So I raise my hand, and the mediator points to me, and I should have known, man. The look on his face was priceless. And the media poll or some poll had come out, and Indiana was picked third or something. And so I just said, Coach, I know it's before the season, but do you look at a year and kind of evaluate who you think are going to be the top teams? And the dude, he says to me, "You're that snot-nosed kid from Lafayette, aren't you?" I was up in Lafayette, Purdue country. You got to show up there. You're a smart guy. I've heard you before. You think you got all the blankety-blank answers? He's just, why don't you tell us? And I said, well, Coach, I don't think anyone wants to hear me. And he just went off again and F-bombed me and screamed at me and then walked away. That was his 15 minutes. And one of the reporters from the, I think the Tribune or something, looks over and he says, young man, welcome to the business. You've now been initiated by Bobby Knight. You're official. All right, thank you. Yeah. It's good not to have too much, shall we say, shame in those situations. It's like, yeah, whatever. All
well,
right,
it's going to happen. That's what y'all learned. It's going to happen. All right, we got to come back. I want to talk to you about this all-star coaching staff and what they're doing because I know you've had a chance to talk to a lot of them recently, one-on-one. But then I do want to get into the topic with ESPN taking over. You have a question how Red Zone will go, and again, I'm going to tell you why I just am not sure this is going to work as well as it did at the college level. I have a specific reason. We'll get into that ahead on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, summer's here, longer day, warmer nights, vacations. Hopefully you got enough time to get a vacation in. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, guess what? You may not be going on the vacation for looking for love, and you don't want that to happen. If you're avoiding romantic situations because of this condition, you don't need to live this way any longer, especially when there's a place like the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go back and get that romance back in your summer. Let them help you get your confidence back, as a matter of fact. And if it's causing depression dealing with this, again, no need to do this. Go and talk to the folks of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Here's how it goes down. You sign up for your initial visit. It's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have you feeling like your old self in the office, the visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having that romance the day after the appointment. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. Really easy to get a hold of them, 720-440-7900. They'll direct you to the location nearest you, or go and find them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're pleased to have you along. Mark Johnson in today. Nate Kreckman will be back next week. By the way, we're going to have Marcus Washington in for a part of the show coming up tomorrow. What do you remember about Marcus?
Pretty dang good player, really good guy. Yeah, I run into Marcus every once in a while.
By the way,
really good dude.
Well, we're not technically talking training camp, but we're going to at some point. We're talking Buffs camp. But we do want to let you know that training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. All right, let's get back to it because people are not texting, and I did not realize that they were outscored in the series 45-6.
How about that?
You know,
run differential 316 this season, by the way.
That's going well. It's all going well.
Next closest was 140-ish or something like that.
I kind of wondered, I wonder how many guys are like, man, I was kind of hoping to get traded, and now I know I'm not. So it's setting in, at least if you're a veteran player, but maybe not. Who knows? All right,
you know this. Being around, I don't care what franchise. If it's, baseball is awful tough. The great legendary Jack Buck once said, "There's nothing better than broadcasting good baseball, and nothing worse than broadcasting bad baseball." Right? Because it's every single day. Now, as you well know, during my 21 years doing the Buffs, I've had some rough football seasons.
I think you've had the roughest.
Yeah, it's been kind of rough. So you go through those years, and it's brutal. But that's once a week. In baseball, it happens every single day. When you're around a team like this, everything sucks, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you do,
the
my
players
man.
suck, the management sucks, the guy that serves the popcorn sucks, the broadcasters suck. Everything's awful. And it's just painful to be around. Can you imagine being a beat guy and having to go and report on that every single day?
No, I don't know what you talk to these guys about anymore. We just kind of did the locker room story, and at least you and I can laugh about it. We both got to get out of there. I don't know how you go and write about this team every day. I legit don't.
Not easy.
But you know what? Here's the thing. It's nearly September, and it'll all be done
Football
soon.
is here.
So, all right. It is interesting because you and I both have had situations in our career where we've seen guys that have been really great players not necessarily translate to really good coaches. But I do feel like Warren Sapp did some good things for those defensive linemen last year.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how do you think Marshall Faulk will do, and are you getting good vibes off of the all-star coaches, if you will?
Well, it's interesting. So was it yesterday? The day before, I guess, is when I talked with Marshall, and that's the first time he and I had any lengthy conversation. So we chatted a little bit while they were setting the cameras up, and then we did the piece that ended up being sent out online. And one of the things I said to him, I said, I once heard Barry Bonds say that it was tough to coach because he couldn't understand why the player didn't see what he saw, right? When you're a Hall of Fame level player, you're so stupidly talented and you understand the game and it's innate to who you are, right? And so things come natural for that level of player that the average person doesn't see. And then when you're going to drop down to the college level and now you're dealing with 18, 19, 20-year-old guys that you're trying to coach and trying to get them to understand that things that were so basic for you need to teach them. And so I basically posed that question. I did with Warren yesterday as well. But Marshall, I thought, who, by the way, is wonderfully articulate in terms of what he says and how he says it. You can tell he worked in the media for a long time, and so he understands how to communicate. And so I thought he gave a great answer. He said he had somebody early in his career that told him, in regards to coaching, you don't coach them how you are, you coach them to how they are. And he said that's been a huge difference maker for him in terms of when he sits down with a running back and then think, obviously you're going to think to yourself, well, why wouldn't you, I do this with other broadcasts. You're like, why wouldn't you do it this way? That doesn't make sense what you just did. So he said, I don't think that way. I look at them and say, here's where we need to get them. Here's where they are. And that's how we need to coach them to help them improve. And so I thought it was really insightful, really interesting to talk to. And so, you wonder about those guys, the gold jacket guys, because they did it at the highest levels. They made enormous amounts of money. They don't have to be doing this. So between, Prime's a different deal, being that he's the head coach, but with Marshall Faulk and then Warren Sapp, Hall of Fame guys who have decided to do this. I think you probably saw it yesterday during the podium portion of what Warren did yesterday. He had said there was a time I didn't want to coach at all. And now I'm just taken by it. He said, I'm addicted to it. I want to be out there. And he's got this great energy about him. And Marshall's kind of been talking about the same thing. And so they've all got kind of a bigger perspective on this thing. And so you wonder when a guy like that comes in, will they really love it like coaches do? Because, you've been around this game for a long time. Those guys are insanely obsessed with what they do. And you wonder if you've made the money, you've had the success, you've had the fame, do you really want to be that nuts about it. And you kind of get the sense that both these guys are really addicted to it at this point.
Well, and even it comes down to accepting failure. I mean, people want to text in. You can use the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Name the great coaches to me, the great players that became great coaches. I remember Larry Bird had some good success with the Indiana Pacers, but Magic Johnson.
But he kind of washed up to the front office. Magic just flat out said he couldn't do it.
I can't do it because they don't care like I do.
Yes, yeah. And most, Jordan never was. So who are the, great coaches? Think about great players.
Dan Campbell's proved. Now, I don't know. Was Dan Campbell a great player? I don't remember Dan Campbell, the player.
Then that would tell you he's not a great player.
Right.
Right. So a lot of times the kind of average to below average kind of guys. Think of baseball, for example. It seems like guys who are not great catchers end up becoming great managers, right? Because they had to think the game, and they had to be beyond the physical because they weren't of that ilk, if you will. And so it's interesting to think about who are the great players that have ever become great coaches.
See, I would have been, and I know this is going to drive everybody nuts, so I'm ready for it. Text away, 303-504-0925. I felt like Patrick Waugh had a shot. And
there'd be one.
Whatever happened with the philosophical difference where he just decided, I'm out of here, happened.
Right.
And they went on to win the cup. Someone just texted in Waugh. There you go.
Waugh
Phil Jackson's a good example. Phil Jackson a great player?
He was not a great player. He was a good player.
What would you do with Vrabel right now?
Vrabel was pretty darn good.
That's a good coach. But
and
so far, he's probably a better player than coach, wouldn't he?
Yeah, probably. I'd say so at this point. I mean, he was a pretty darn good player, though.
Was Tony Granato a great hockey player? At times, he was a good coach for the Avs, but I don't know if I go great there. Was Quenneville ever a player? Because he won a cup with Chicago.
Yeah.
But if I'm asking you this, like you said, he probably wasn't a great player.
If you're asking if he was a great player, then he was not a great player. Because those guys are obvious. If we're talking about the top level, I mean, think of the guys we just mentioned with CU. Deion Sanders, Marshall Faulk, Warren Sapp.
Gold Jackets.
Right. Gold Jackets, nobody doubts them being great players. So great players generally have not made that transition for the reasons we just talked about, I think.
Great text from Postal Brian. Didn't Bill Russell, he coached the championship a year after they won it, right?
He
was a player
he was
coach,
a player
though, wasn't
coach,
he? So does that not count?
Yeah, I wouldn't count that.
Wow, here's a great run from the 601.
Who's that?
Okay, now it's coming in with a bunch of people. You're all getting on the same wavelength.
All right.
Ditka. Mike Ditka.
That's
coached
pretty good.
But he had one great team.
Yes, yeah.
It did not go well in New Orleans, but, man, he got there. Now, again, there's a lot of the drama about who created that great defense, and Buddy Ryan wants you to say his name.
Those guys will tell you they had two head coaches back then.
What about Dave Roberts? I don't know enough about the baseball history. Would you call Dave Roberts a great player?
He was pretty darn good. I don't know if I'd call him great.
Is baseball where you find this the most, though, where a great player can come in and – because, again, take this the right way, but you're not coaching the game so much day to day.
Yeah.
Like, to me, when I talked to Rod Smith, one of the things that I always thought Rod was good about, Rod, to me, was a great player. Where I thought he would make a great coach is he knew how to break things down to the simple like you're talking about. Was Mike Singletary a great coach? He had some good 49er teams.
He was a great player.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he was a great coach. Somebody says Gary Gate. There's a great example. There's maybe the greatest lacrosse guy in your world.
Yeah.
So here we're kind of with Hanslick and Steve Kerr.
Dan Reeves has just been thrown out there.
Dan Reeves.
He was a really good running back, but was he a great running back?
I don't know if I'd classify
Sparky
him.
Anderson's another suggestion.
Okay, Andy just said Steve Spurrier, Heisman Trophy winner.
Well, okay.
There you go. There's one.
That's a hell of a coach.
There's one I think you'd give it on to that one.
A few people now asking, what do you do with Pete Rose?
Jerry Sloan was pretty darn good. Yeah, there's.
I was told Sloan was scary as hell when he played.
Yeah, he was a nasty human being. But there's a pretty good one.
What about Pete Rose if we're going to get into human beings?
Yeah. Pat Riley was not.
You're not answering my question. Was he a good coach?
Who's that? Who are you asking?
Pete Rose.
No, I wouldn't. No, he wasn't a great coach. No.
Manager, I should say.
Manager, yeah. We're getting some good.
Don Mattingly. Did Mattingly win a championship with one of his teams? Did he win a World Series?
Somebody says Dan Issel.
Was he manager of the Dodgers? Who was Mattingly?
You got to go back.
What about Bochy? Was Bochy a good player? Bruce Bochy?
Somebody just said Dan Issel. Would you say Dan Issel was a great coach? Great player. You'd make that without that claim without questioning it.
Look, I think he did some great things with his teams. I don't think.
Somebody just said Chauncey Billups. Okay, Chauncey, without question, was a great player.
I'm going to say Issel was a great player, good coach.
Yeah. Chauncey's been a quality coach at this point.
I would say so, too.
Yeah, you
like, if we're going to call you a great coach, don't you have to have a championship
I think you have to,
or
yeah.
at least sustain success to the
yes, I think
near
so.
finish?
Right. So you got a few of those people that you can put out there and say, yeah, great on one side, maybe, run-of-the-mill or average on the other side.
How about John Madden? I don't remember John Madden, the player. I very much remember John Madden.
Right. There you go.
Matter of fact, John Madden, well, look, I'm too young.
Lenny Wilkins just came in. That's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one. Lenny Wilkins, you got to give the nod to Lenny Wilkins.
Here's another one I think is debatable. How about Doc Rivers? Are you comfortable putting great in front of player or coach with Doc Rivers? I think very good at both. I don't know if I'd go great.
Yeah, I think I'd go pretty darn good at both. I'm not sure great would be.
Jim Harbaugh. I think.
Would you call him a great player?
See, that's hard. I don't think I'd call him. He was good.
Yeah.
He was good, but he wasn't the elite like we're talking about.
Yeah, I can't say that.
Did Gretzky coach? That didn't go too well, right?
No, that didn't go well.
Did Jordan coach? Jordan tried.
No. I don't think he coached at all. No.
If he did, it didn't go well.
Larry Bird continues to come in, and make no mistake, on the player side, one of the greatest of all time. You might be on the Mount Rushmore, but on the coaching side, he was serviceable over that side.
Brian just sent in Nikola Jokic. What we just saw in this playoff run, we may eventually be saying, yeah, that's true.
Well,
because I think he chipped in there.
That goes back to the Bill Russell thing you talked about, the guy that was playing and coaching at the same time.
All right, let me ask you this.
All right.
Eric Bieniemy. Certainly a great running back.
Hadn't been a head coach.
Okay, but he's positionally coached,
He's been
too.
a position coach, done a nice job. But I guess I'm thinking, if we're going to call you and put you in the upper echelon, you've got to be a head coach.
That's fair. Baylor? Do you remember Baylor, the player?
Don Baylor was pretty darn good. He was as tough and mean as they came.
I can't call him a great coach, though, a great manager. God, he was a lot of fun. He's one of my favorite Rockies managers, no doubt. Steve Kerr, see, again, I would not call Steve Kerr a great player.
No, neither would I. He was made a great player.
He was a very good player.
Because he played with
but he was just the John Paxson replacement with Jackie Moon.
Larry Brown. See, Jack just came up with Larry Brown. And Larry was a very good player. Now, he played mainly in the ABA, if I remember correctly, right?
Right.
And then multiple championships. So I think you got to put him in that category.
All right. I did not expect to get into that, but here we keep going. Oh, Bud Grant. Do you remember Bud Grant? 90-year-old Bud Grant a couple years ago, and they had to play the playoff game outside.
Yep.
And he's like, you're all a bunch of sissies. And he walked out in his polo.
You gotta remember,
everyone is like in a moon suit, and he's out there in a polo flipping the coin.
You got to remember, I grew up a Vikings fan up in the upper Midwest, so yeah, I knew Bud Grant. Oh, somebody who's putting Coach Prime. Well, you know what? He's on his way.
He's on his way.
He's on his way from a football standpoint. I'm not sure he's done it long enough to qualify him at that, but he's certainly on his way at this point.
See, Dusty Baker's another good one, I would say. Hey, what about Rick Tocchet, Spring? Is Rick Tocchet, like, I feel like Rick Tocchet was a good player. I don't know if I'm going to call him a great player. Gordon Bombay. Tom Landry. See, again, with all due respect, I don't know. I don't remember Tom Landry as a player.
No, I can't say that.
I remember the coach.
I can't say that I've got.
Who else was a player coach? How many player coaches did
Well, I think that was more common back in the day. You're not going to see that. Well, with the exception of Nikola Jokic and what he's doing. But that's not an official title.
I told you not to.
Yeah, no.
Have you said Patrick Waugh?
We did. We started with
Okay.
Patrick Waugh, but again, I think Patrick could have been great. I think the stint here was too short that we'll ever know.
He's Islanders coach now.
I know, but I mean, there's no championships there yet. If he gets to a championship, he's there. So
Zach just wrote in Cody Hawkins.
Yeah. Guys like to have fun, and that's what we're here for. All right, we're finally going to come
like
back.
that.
We got to get to this red zone college thing because, again, ESPN, I'm really curious to see where this all goes. So ESPN has purchased some things from the NFL. They're giving 10% of the revenue to the NFL. It's a wild deal. ESPN's now announcing a slew of new streaming services. For example, Hulu and Disney Plus are now together. We're about to have like the ESPN app launch, which is just called ESPN. It's going to, like, again, you may think you have all this stuff. It's all about to change. It's all about to be new. We'll get into that. And what does it mean for Red Zone next? We roll on. It's Kreckman and Lindahl hanging out with you until 6 o'clock tonight. Mark Johnson sitting in today. Nick Kreckman returns on Monday, and we'll have our first preseason game of the year to talk about. So that's going to be a great time as we have a full weekend of action, of preseason action, if you want to call it that. Now, I'm going to be curious to see, how much action we get, what teams play starters. It sounds like the Broncos. I guess we'll see what Sean says after tomorrow's joint practice, Sean being Sean Payton.
Right.
And if he
Are
doesn't.
you on a first-name basis with him?
No, I'm really not. That's why I wanted to throw that last name in there as well.
Yeah, Coach Payton.
Coach Payton, if you'd like. He likes Sean. He's okay with Sean. But we'll see if after they get done with these joint workouts, work out singular, if he decides he's still going to play some starters. I won't be shocked if he will, especially considering the San Francisco defense should not be the same test that he's been dealing with with the first-team defense he is out there.
How about the Browns announcing that Shadour's going to start?
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. I want to get your take on that because, again, there's some theories out there as to what's going to go down. But let's start with the red zone situation. So first off, I know you're not really a big red zone guy. You get enough of your football at work, so I don't think you're seeking it out when you're on your off day. I know Coach Barnett had told me in the past he mainly just does the college football thing now. But you've watched red zone. So I'm curious. First off, you're a little worried about the product going to ESPN.
Well, it's not like ESPN doesn't have a history of
changing things,
and diminishing. And
people are worried
that
the inside that the NBA is not going to be, or whatever the TNT show is going to be the same now.
Right. And you just worry that the great thing about the red zone was if you're a football junkie, if all you want is football information, you went to red zone and you got it, right? You're not messing around with anything, you're not talking about anything, but you're giving me football. That's all I want is football. I want to see what's happening. I want to know who made the plays, what the score was, what the stats were, what the plays that turned the game, all those kind of things. And I'm just worried that they're going to mess around with it.
You think there's going to be a debate in the middle of the red?
Well, you never know. You never know. Or there's going to be some political message or some agenda you take. That's what you get worried about because there is a history of that on ESPN now.
Okay. Are you worried there's going to be commercials? Because red zone's been commercial-free for the most part.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe they've already announced that they're going to try to figure that out.
Right. Now, I guess if they're placing, product logos around the screen, that's fine. We're so used to that now in sports, that kind of NASCAR, esque type of advertising. Okay, that's fine if you do that. But you just weren't because it's been so pure and so wonderful, and it is just shoot football into my bloodstream.
Unadulterated football.
Right, and I'm just worried that they're going to mess with that, and that worries you. The other thing about this is, by the way, how does this, being that now the National Football League is one of your owners?
Yeah.
Because they own 10%?
I think it's just the profit of Red Zone. I don't think they've got any stake in ESPN.
Right.
But Pro Football Talk did wonder aloud today, will this change how they cover the NFL?
But exactly right. That's a legitimate question. Can you be as objective when...
I would agree, but I understand. How about this? I understand the concern, but I think as a rights holder already, I don't think they were afraid to call over there and say, "Hey, aren't we kind of partners in this thing?"
Well,
if they didn't like
that's
something.
true.
So
that's true, and that does happen, as we well know in our business. However, when you're now sharing profits, you've added another layer.
That's true.
So you worry about that.
Okay, so here's why I don't think this is going to hit the same for the college football fan. Do you want to see? Because everybody says they want to see the touchdowns, and I really want to hear from those that enjoy the Red Zone channel, because we've already had the debates. Again, to me, I'm into watching the games, but I certainly understand why people. I've had a couple afternoons that I really enjoyed just watching Red Zone than a game. I'm not going to act like I've never enjoyed it. But 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Do you really want to see the small school touchdowns? Do you really want to see the players you don't know? I'll even take it one step further. Do you want to see the games? Because you and I are not really a part of it from what we do. And, I've talked about it. I've never gotten really into the gambling, frankly, because we'd have gotten in trouble for that for the longest time in our careers. So it just never became part of what I do. But if you're the gamblers that love the red zone, the fantasy football players that love the red zone, they want to see their guys, right? Well, there's so many college football schools.
Well, I was going to say, how do you encapsulate that, right? There's 32 teams in the NFL. So what is there, 14 games, 13?
Sure, and you got a morning slate and an afternoon slate.
Right, and so you've got a finite number that you're going to recap and continue just to rotate throughout the course of the day. Now, how do you do that with, 132, 4, 6, whatever it is, FCS football programs? How do you do that with something that large? Are you going to focus just on the Power 4 conferences?
That's what I'm asking.
Right. And so I don't know how you can do the same type of thing in the college game unless you're just going to say we're going to focus on what the Power 4 conferences are doing.
Now, I will say this. As far as the morning slate, the evening slate, you could go with the SEC thing at the beginning, right? You do your SEC and your Big Ten in the morning, and then you could go more with the Pac-12 and whatever later games occupy the time slot.
The Big 12. Big 12.
Well, it's the Big 12. Yeah, the Pac-12's gone. Well,
it's still there. It's
I
just
guess
not
it
the
is.
Pac-12.
You're right. But whatever that league is,
They
often
went
has
shopping,
the late-night games.
They went shopping at rummage sales and picked up whatever they could out there to
My
maintain
gosh,
the
although now I
Pac-12.
think about it, we had plenty of 8 o'clock games being in the Big 12 last year, right?
Yeah, still got to fill those television slots. So that but
they'll
see,
find the TV the whole time.
But see, what you're talking about is kind of the point of this whole thing. How do you encapsulate that many games if there are, 60 games, 65 games on a given weekend in FCS college football? That's a lot of games to recap.
Well, and again, we have a texter right here admitting the Red Zone channel is cool because of fantasy and gambling, but I couldn't care less about it for college. I want to know if you're a hardcore fantasy football player. I mean, first off, there is no college fantasy football league that I'm aware of, so that takes one element out of this thing. And if you're a gambler, again, are you going to be psyched if somehow they decide to pull your game off the Octo Box or whatever they're going to call this thing to pull up, Farnham and Miami of Ohio or whatever it may be?
Well, that's just it. I don't know what kind of audience there's going to be for that in the same way we're talking about
Do you
with
think
NFL
people,
Red Zone.
and I am curious, are people more loyal to their colleges? Like, I feel like around Denver, I feel like people are most loyal to the Broncos, right? Because we're not Georgia, where they'd rather watch the University of Georgia.
Well, here's the difference between college and the NFL. You've got an investment within the NFL franchise you follow. But within college, generally, you have an emotional connection. And what I mean by that is you went to the school, or mom and dad went to the school, or that's kind of the family institution, or, those kind of things. Or you get in the state of Nebraska, and obviously it's the game in town. And so you have those kind of connections to it, and there's that kind of personal history where when it comes to the NFL franchise, you didn't, the Denver Broncos fan didn't go to the University of Denver Broncos. They cheer for the Denver Broncos. That's kind of, I think, how I differentiate.
I'm with you, but I just don't know. I feel like college fans want to watch their college play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Mark, what are you doing during the day on a college football Saturday? Are you as into it as the NFL?
Not as compared to the NFL, but still very into it, yes.
Are you hoping for a Red Zone channel for college football?
No, because the way that they kind of distribute the games throughout the day in each different window, you got your 10 a.m. games, you got your 1:30, 2 p.m. games. Prime time, it gets a little more chaotic. But there's like 1 or 2 games in the morning or afternoon window that are worth a damn. Then it's like Tennessee versus Vanderbilt. Do I really need a live look-in on Tennessee versus Vanderbilt? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, that's why I'm saying as we go, what about, we'll stay with Vanderbilt because I guess that's the one that keeps coming on. You got Vanderbilt and Mississippi State. Nothing's on. I don't know. This is what I'm this is what I'm getting at.
I think you kind of touched on it. In the NFL, I think you're watching your team and the league. In college, you're watching your team.
Okay.
Don't you think there's a little bit more of that?
I agree. So would they be better off making a red zone for the conference? The SEC Red Zone channel, the ACC Red Zone channel,
yeah, you could,
the Big 12 Red Zone, you know what I mean?
You could really make that argument in SEC country, yes.
Well, because again, at least if I'm doing that and I tune into that, then at least I'm wondering about the other teams in my conference, right? But then, do you have enough games to support something like that?
Right.
Not like all these guys are playing it, all these teams play at one time, Now,
how often do you swing by Rutgers-Purdue on a Saturday at 10 a.m. Mountain Time ago? I need to stop and watch that
Well,
one,
even if someone's
right?
in the red zone, do I care?
Right.
I really don't care.
But But if in the NFL, if you swing on by and it's Miami's playing New England, you're
Sure.
going to stop and watch.
But again, it's because of the fantasy aspect of
Exactly.
it. Chances are good.
Yeah.
I've got a fantasy player on one of those teams, and so that's what I'm seeking it for. I don't have to go look it up. What did my player do on the stat line or read the scroll? I can watch it off Red Zone. If you're not playing college fantasy, and if it's out there, I don't know about it,
Right.
nor am I seeking it. Without that element, I just don't think this hits the same.
We are showing no respect for Vanderbilt and Rutgers on this
You're
show.
absolutely right. We aren't. And you know what? Vanderbilt actually had a pretty good year last year. But all right, I'll give you this. Do you really want to watch Army Navy in the red zone? The minute they crack the 20, do I need to see Army Navy?
Well, it's Army Navy, so that's a little bit kind of a unique monster there.
No.
That I probably stop because it's when the academies play, it's kind of cool.
No, I'm sorry. I don't
Boy,
care.
you are an un-American communist, aren't you? Huh?
I guess.
Army Navy's in the red zone, and you don't care, Lindahl?
I guess I'll wear it. I don't need to see two of the same veer offenses
What
trying
is
to do the same thing or whatever they're going to do.
Do you have a USSR jersey underneath that T-shirt
Yes,
or whatever there?
yes.
Mr.
Because
Ireland?
I just don't think you need a college red zone channel. Again, I just don't think this is going to hit the same
I don't
way.
disagree with you there, no.
I just think this is not. Matter of fact, there's a bunch of other sports too that I don't think this is going to work
Well,
for. The NFL is unique because it's a
yes.
once a weekend deal.
Do you know what this is? This is we had a really great idea, and it's exploded. And everyone loves it.
So
and
let's
we're-
apply it to other
We're
things.
going to try to duplicate it, and it's not going to work in that way because the circumstances are entirely different. That's what this is.
Well, and again, see, someone said this is the best thing because the NFL or because the Broncos stunk for the last 10 years. Yeah, but you're still playing fantasy football. I promise you, if your pro team stinks, your fantasy team still matters.
Yes.
There's no option to pull me to a red zone college football channel. So,
Besides, how do you apply this to basketball, for example? Like you said, so somebody.
great question. I
So
don't know.
in the NFL, like I said, New England, Miami are playing. So Miami's in the red zone. You go there. Well, how do you do that in the NBA? What are you going to? You're not in the red zone. You're going back and forth. It's ebb and flowing. It's fluid the entire. So you can't just dive in at a key moment like you can in football.
The only thing
you
I
could
can-
do this in baseball in some respects.
the only thing I can
Right?
think of is just showing me the end of every game and every night.
I guess that
In the
yeah,
NBA, because let's be honest, for some, that's all you need to watch.
Right.
Right?
Baseball, you could go if there's, runners at second and third with 2 outs. You could go to those key situations. In the NFL, though, it's unique in terms of when the drama is going to rise because somebody is inside the 20-yard line. You can't do that in basketball. You can't do that in hockey either.
By the way, Army Vet Mitch
Yeah.
also disagrees with my take. But he says they beat Navy every year. Go Army.
There you go.
So there you go.
Thank you, Army Vet
Yeah,
Mitch.
I think in the name we know what's going on
When
there.
we get to commercial break, I'm giving you the back of my hand for being
Well,
anti-American.
you have to try to get over here. We'll have to see. I can still move. You've got the bad hip. Remember, we're going to get the 5 biggest stories of the day in the NFL. It's called the High Five, and it's next. It is a 5 o'clock hour on Kreckman and Lindahl. That's funny. And we now have the Navy vets weighing in as to who won the game last year. So Army, Navy alive. And, well, we haven't even touched our zoomies. All right.
Look what you did. Look what you did with that.
I like stirring people up. That's the text line is alive and fire. We got a lot of people coming in on the Champ Mazda text line. We appreciate it. We're going to pause, though, as we catch up on the stories of the day. Kind of interesting. I believe this is where we start to get a lot more of the joint practices and whatnot. And it was weird not having the Broncos really. I think they were out there, but there's no availability as they get ready to jump on a plane. But Mark Springer still has found 5 stories to update you on as we're almost going to wrap up what's kind of the camp, if you will, the quote-unquote camp. So what's going on there, Spring?
Let's find out what's going on in today's High Five. The Broncos released their first unofficial depth chart. This depth chart is unofficial, according to Sean Payton. Let's see. Of note here.
Did we get any oars?
No
like
oars.
Indianapolis is doing where they had Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson?
Broncos had some oars back in the day, in recent years at quarterback. I remember some oars. I can't remember. It's been so many.
You're right. It was Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock, I think, got the
It
oar
might
treatment.
have been that one. Yeah. There was at least one oar for us. But let's see. Wide receiver 2, the second outside receiver listed there atop the depth chart is Marvin Mims.
Okay.
And then all the rookies, you go to the back of the line. For example, RJ Harvey, you are RB6.
No soup for you.
Hold on. What did we do with Bo last year? Did
he was QB3.
Bo?
He was QB3.
Yeah, he was 3.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is kind of what Sean does.
This is what he does.
All right. All right. I will. Are we surprised Marvin Mims is wide receiver 2? You and I talked about the fact that we were trying to remember who wide receiver 2 was last year at spring.
Well, apparently it doesn't matter.
Well, no.
Because it's unofficial. So
can I tell you why it doesn't matter? No, you said the right thing there. You know why it doesn't matter? By all accounts from Sanford and Leahy, the wide receiver 2 is really Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
But he plays tight end.
Right.
But that'll be the guy that gets the second catches. I think Marvin Mims is worthy of having the position, but I don't think, like we just said, I don't know how many targets that's going to buy him, even though he's a starter. How often when do you pay attention? Do you even look at a depth chart and game prep as much anymore?
Well, going through camp, for example, up at CU right now. So when I think the ones are out there, I make a mental note, but I don't pay attention until we'll get the week before.
Well, there's so many sub packages anymore too.
Right,
I mean,
right. And you got to remember. So let's see. Today was practice number 8, I think, and that first 5 or 6 was all about installation. And so now they're kind of making that transition. And same with in the NFL. That first week, it's installation, and then you start to turn and you start to look for patterns that you're seeing developing out there. Okay, this guy has been out there with the ones. That's kind of the way I do it. But I really don't pay any real attention until we get a week out. Then I say, okay, now I think I see what's happening.
By the way, coaches hate this depth chart. I don't know how the coaches haven't got this out of there yet. They all, again, across the league, they just grit their teeth at it. Shanahan hated it, although Shanahan would use it to send messages.
Right.
I don't think we got any messages sent here, but sometimes, remember, Mike, what was his last name? The Arizona running back that kind of, Mike Bell, surprised us, and we were like, he's not really number 1. Turned out he ended up being the starter.
Right.
They were trying to motivate Ron Dane.
That's right.
Remember that?
I forgot, yeah.
And that didn't work.
I almost forgot Ron Dane was a Bronco at one point.
So did he.
High five. So Shedeur Sanders is starting for the Browns on Friday night. It'll be just 2 quarterbacks playing for Cleveland, Shedeur Sanders and Snoop Huntley. Myles Garrett was asked about Shedeur Sanders today. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, he's funny, he's optimistic, lighthearted, but he works hard. He takes it seriously, his craft, and he's watching what the others are doing and doing it his own way in which only he can. So, looking forward to see him during these preseason games and how he manages the offense. But I think he looks good, but all the guys look good right now.
Boy, he was trying hard not to say anything, wasn't he?
He was. Well, okay, you and I both covered Tim Tebow. You and I also, you've now witnessed full-fledged anything to do with the Sanders family. You want to know the power of the Sanders family? And I'm not. Look, it's just the evidence. I watch Get Up every morning. Get Up couldn't talk enough Dallas Cowboys. So, of course, they're all over the Micah Parsons thing. You want to know the number 2 story they are hitting literally every day?
Shedeur.
How many snaps Shedeur is getting with the starting unit, and can he be – they have somehow found a way to spin it to a topic. Like, it's like the different wording of the same question. Will he start? And the answer is consistently, no, not with Joe Flacco. This team's going to at least take a crack at being as competitive as they were 2 years ago when Flacco got him to the playoffs. Now, if Flacco proves to be what Spring likes to term and Nate likes to term zombie Joe Flacco, where you find out he's just not got it anymore, I don't know what happens after that, Mark. But do you think they're trying to manage the momentum like we saw with Tebow?
Well, I think that's part of the equation, yes. Now, what I don't like about this announcement yesterday that he's going to start preseason game number 1, if he hasn't really been taking that many snaps with number 1, and all of a sudden, in 72 hours, you want him to start? That means, did he get plenty of snaps with the ones today, and then the day before is just going to be some walkthrough stuff? That's not giving him a lot of prep time, if you will, or lead time going into starting this game coming up here in a couple of nights.
There is a theory wondering if
so is this setting him up to fail?
Exactly.
Right.
And is that possibly what's
Why
happening?
would you do that?
Just to kill the hype, which I know.
But then why even draft him?
Spring,
Well,
that's the
a great
question we're all asking.
I just, knowing Shedeur like I do the last couple of years and loving what he did, I don't like the way this is being handled. And that's why when I heard this yesterday, I thought, yeah, I don't like the way this lines up.
I don't disagree with you, but we also, and look, I loved watching Shedeur too, but you and I both know, I would say he needs to learn to do the progressions maybe a little bit more, or at least more than he did in college. So I would have no problem if they just tried to put him on. I'm with Spring. I don't understand what, because again, the owner, Jimmy Haslam, insists he's not the reason
How
they took
about
him.
that deal last week when he came out and did? I mean, the Browns are going to brown, and that's what they're doing right now, right? I mean, the way they've handled this thing has been horrible from the get-go. If you were going to draft him, which they did in the 5th round, you knew this was coming. You should have been prepared how to navigate the waters that is going to come with, the magnitude of Shedeur Sanders. You knew there was going to be all sorts of attention and the hoopla and everything that was going to build around him. You should have been prepared how to handle this. They have stumbled and bumbled their way through this entire thing. But it is the Cleveland Browns, so I guess what do you expect?
I do wonder, is Joe Flacco, he's got to be so irritated. So irritated. A guy gets picked in the 5th round, and it's all he's hearing about.
Right. And Joe's been around for 142 years.
He lived the Drew Lock experience.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yes.
He basically told us, no, I'm not going to teach him anything. I'm trying to keep this job.
High five. All right, let's hear from Jerry Jones. He talked after Cowboys practice yesterday after we got off the air, and he was asked about Micah Parsons. Here's a good little chunk, just under a minute. Jerry Jones, do you feel a sense of urgency in extending Micah Parsons?
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily. I don't believe you gave a definition of urgent. Okay, I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay. Any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no, absolutely not. That has to. A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
You're urgent.
Does he essentially need to reach out to you?
Again, y'all are getting in the what's in the mind and what's in the said. This is a good time. He's subject matter. It's what it is what it is, and we'll work through it, or we will not work through it.
Honestly,
wow.
have you seen an owner love the attention about negativity more than this guy?
No.
It's almost like he seeks it out.
Right.
Because this is, like, again, we all think that Jerry Jones gets a big kick out of leading SportsCenter and leading Get Up and leading Good Morning Football and all that other stuff. He likes to know his team's being talked about. But this is not a good thing for you.
Did you remember the scene in Major League where the third baseman came in with his contract, so I don't have to do that, and the manager threw it on the ground and peed on it?
Yeah.
That's essentially what Jerry Jones did right there.
Well, I saw a quote earlier. He said, we essentially have a contract,
right?
And we're talking about renegotiating. And it's just, again, it's these comments where I'm like, Jerry, none of this is going to make – what's amazing, what's made this so funny is you and I covered the NFL of a time where the player just wouldn't show up to camp right now.
Right.
And then they'd waive the fines for them not being there, and everybody'd shake hands, hug, and we'd all be friends again. Well, you can't waive the fines anymore, which has led to these players staying there, and it just keeps these conversations going. And again, Jerry just decides he's going to land the copter, walk out, wait for his media horde, continue to make these comments. It's like, dude, I would think you of all people would want everybody to quit talking about this, and yet you show up every day to make sure that they're talking about it.
Well, you talked about
unbelievable.
the media horde. Jerry's a media whore, right? That's what he loves. He loves the attention. He wants to be in the middle of it. And so for him and his personality, it's like, yeah, you know, I'll continue. But he's not saying anything to eliminate this or diminish the issue at this point in time.
All right.
High five. Hey, Saturday night preseason football. The Jaguars are hosting the Steelers in what county?
Duval.
Ugh.
Will Aaron Rodgers make his Steelers debut? Could Travis Hunter be the first player to intercept Aaron Rodgers as a Steeler? We'll see if Aaron Rodgers plays in this game. He was asked today if he wants preseason reps with the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting conversation. I think Mike and I will have that at some point. I don't think it's in the plan for me to play this week, but whatever Mike wants to do, I'm fully on board. If he wants me to go out there and play, I'll play. If not, then I won't. I've said a lot, you know, with all due respect, then I can say whatever I want. Preseason football is not necessarily real football because the defenses just don't do a whole lot, and the offenses don't either. So you go out there with a very limited playbook against a defense that's playing one high zone, one high man, or two high zone. And there's not much pressure. There's oftentimes communication between the coaches about, hey, we're not going to pressure this week, or hey, we need to see a little bit of pressure. It's really about the operation.
He's not wrong.
Did he just pull a Ricky Bobby there, by the way? All due respect. And then you go on and
disrespect
everything.
I'm
I think
pretty
he did
sure
that.
he did.
Yeah, he pulled a Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, I'm torn by this because I see some tape. Now, again, it's tape out of camp. I don't know what to make of it. He doesn't look like he's moving the most spry, for whatever that's worth, okay?
How old is he? 42?
Yeah. I don't know if he's that old. I think
41?
he's 40, but bottom line is, I'll go look it up. Bottom line is this, he's older, but the reports are this Arthur Smith offense that he's trying to run, they don't look good quite often. That he's not completing passes to guys the way that he normally would. They're not seeing the same end of the routes. I saw a cone drill he did the other day where he seemingly slowed down as the thing went along, almost wondering, okay, this is a guy that's already blown an Achilles. Why are you having him do this? I guess we'll see. I almost feel like he does need to play if it looks as bad as the reports are in camp. Now, again, it's camp reports. I don't know what to make of them.
Is this going to be one of those guys that was a great player and kind of
wasn't he kind of Brett Favre-ing it?
A nosedive at the end of his career, and you're like, wow, what happened there? Right?
Brett did have a good final year with the Vikings.
He did.
Right?
He had a nice year. Yeah,
But
there have been some that they really tail off. You're kind of getting the sense now. He went to the Jets, and that was a disaster. Obviously, had the injury in the middle of it, but you're wondering if this is kind of
let me ask you this
teetering out.
Because it's funny, these guys have kind of been tied at the hip when it comes to Broncos country because originally we thought both guys had a shot at coming here.
Right.
Who's done more damage in the last 3 years, Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? Two Hall of Fame guys.
I think Russell Wilson has.
Yeah,
Russell Wilson's kind of become a punchline now in the NFL.
Oh, he really has.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is an odd dude, and we know the kind of the hippy dippy stuff he gets into, but has maintained a level of respect as a player. Where I think Russell Wilson, like I said, has kind of become a joke in the league now.
Okay, I would ask you this: are they both still Hall of Fame candidates? I think Rodgers is.
Russell Wilson, no.
And I think things
Aaron
have been
Rodgers,
so
yes.
bad for Russ.
Yeah.
Like again, Rodgers got hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then last year, he did keep the job with the Jets the whole time. Russ has been benched.
Yes.
He's been moved on from.
I can't. Is there anybody that would make an argument at this point in time that Russell Wilson is still in the conversation for the Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
Aaron Rodgers,
Not the way
certainly.
this
I
is
don't think you debate that at all.
No, Rodgers is one of the all-timers. He's got all the all-time numbers, and he's won a bunch of MVPs.
Russell Wilson should send Pete Carroll an "I'm sorry" message. I apologize.
A lot of people thought that was going to happen and that he would go to Vegas this year, and that clearly didn't happen.
Yeah.
And I don't think those two are too worried about, from what I understand, getting together for coffee.
Yeah.
Let's get this last one in.
High five. All right, we have a joint practice going on between the Commanders and the Patriots. Today we had a little fight between the two teams, and Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel dove in to that fight to try to break things up, and he came away from it with a bloody cheek. Patriots quarterback Drake May was asked after practice, what went down?
Yeah, I think pass pro. I think it's physical. It's a physical game. You know, it's a man's game, and things happen out there. I'm not sure if anything on this field happened, but I think there's a time where obviously you don't want to come out here and fight and get in trouble, but at the same time you don't want to back down from nobody. So I'm sure coach will give the mind, kind of preach we can't have that, but at the same time, kind of in the back of our minds, that's kind of how we want to play.
All right, Mike Vrabel jumps in, had the bloody cheek, the picture's going around, all that kind of stuff.
He's a linebacker. Of course he jumped in the fight.
Yeah, we're not shocked. Who's the craziest coach you've ever been around? Who's the biggest nut job you've ever been around? That's probably a former player. I know you've known a few.
There have been some guys that weren't former players that were nut jobs I've been around. Oh, man. Well, just from in terms of intensity and the guy that would stick his nose and everything, was Eric Bieniemy, right?
Well,
Eric Bieniemy never backed down from anybody, man. And so when stuff would get heated, Eric was in there jawing like anybody. Whether he was a player or he was a guy that was 50 years old, EB's just intense all the time. And so he's the guy you think of in terms of this kind of stuff.
Who was scarier, EB or Gene Katie? Because you dealt with Gene Katie.
Yeah,
and all I've heard about is Gene Katie's nothing but intimidating.
He was, Have you ever told a story about his dogs?
Yeah.
His dogs and me? I should tell you that sometime. Gene, when I was I was like 24 years old. Yeah, he'd make me pee-pee just a little bit every time he'd yell at me. Yeah, okay, sorry, Coach. Yeah.
So you weren't afraid of Bobby Knight, but you were afraid of Gene Katie.
Well, I had to face Gene every day.
We got the scorecard.
And by the time EB got here, and I was, we were both in our 50s at that point in time, so it was all right. But yeah,
your Mike hates you. Just leave it like that. All right, that is the high five. The 5 biggest stories of the day. We do it every day at 5:00, and it's authored by Mark Springer. By the way, our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
You know what's funny, Mark Johnson? It's two Marks right now, Mark Springer, Mark Johnson.
That's right.
I was just talking with Andy Lindahl in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a sense of, we just heard Jerry Jones talk about a sense of urgency.
Right.
And I had a sense of urgency of like, I got to get back to the control room. We're about to get back from break.
And Lindahl did not.
No.
So Lindahl was waiting for you. I thought you were still in there.
One wonders. We went to the restroom. They had separate restrooms, and I came out and.
You're just a faster peer than you, man.
Was there a prostate issue?
There were no issues. I literally thought you were standing there.
Was there a prostate issue that you couldn't get out of the bathroom?
Mark
quick
ran into
enough?
me, and then I talked to Sal because I thought you were, I was like, did he not tell me what the situation was or what?
I got my business done. I'm back here in the studio waiting on you.
That's great. Yeah. That's great.
My flow was perfect. Yours apparently not so much.
No, listen. You went through the Slim Genix years with me. You know, there were times you're like, "What is going on?" I don't know what to tell you. This is how you lose the weight with them. So
you know what? Speaking of which, years ago when you did that, and when Lindahl went through the whole Slim Genix thing, I mean, you peed about every 3.5 minutes.
Like a pregnant woman, literally.
And we went on a bus road trip, and we were out. We used to meet at a hangar on the edge of DIA out there. And the other day, a little memory popped up on social media of you standing out on the edge of the field peeing, and I took a photo of you, and we put that on social media.
Well, and then we had Mike Bone calling me, what was Stifler?
Stifler, yeah,
which is still
the entire trip.
Mike was always great to us, but I didn't get the connection.
I never understood either.
Stifler.
It was funny to him, though.
Yeah, it was. You got a real kick out of it.
Hey,
you know what? Hey, he remembered me.
By the way, that was the Kansas trip where the Bucs gave up a 28-point lead.
That ended up being the last game in which.
Dan Hawkins.
How do you feel about having to go to Kansas State for Thanksgiving, by the way?
Well, I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be in Palm Desert for basketball on Thanksgiving.
Really?
And then work my way to Kansas State for the game on Saturday. Yeah, I'll be out in
Oh,
Palm
that's
Springs.
right. It is a Saturday.
Yeah, we got a basketball tournament out there Thanksgiving Day and the day after, and then football on Saturday.
Okay, I got a couple of things I want to get to, especially with your extensive history in the state. And Spring, I want you to weigh in on this one too. We had mentioned the Rockies had lost 20-1 today. Okay, for those that missed it,
outscored by 39.
Yeah, 45-6 was the run. 45 runs in a 3-game set for Toronto, 6 for your Colorado Rockies.
Ouch. 30 wins.
Why isn't this kind of dubbed more one of the more embarrassing moments in Denver sports history? I feel like if any other team, and I'd throw CSU and CU up there as well.
Right.
The Avs, the Nuggets, the Broncos, any of these teams were going through what is essentially, this is like trying to go 1-15. It almost feels like in a football season, or the season that the Avs had that netted them Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
Why is not a bigger deal? Are we just so used to the stink?
Well, I was going to say, you know the old line they always say that the worst thing is not when they don't like you and they hate you. The worst thing is when there's apathy, right? At least if somebody's angry about what you're doing, there's passion there. When you get to the point of apathy and people just kind of ignore it, that's not a good sign, right?
Yeah. Is there even, if you're a Rockies fan, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, 1 hour, one person. Again, if this were the Broncos, and you and I know it because we lived through it with the Josh McDaniels final season.
The city would be smoldering if this were the Broncos, right?
Every day it was fire everybody around there. And when are we going to fix this? And what's going to, when is this? Well, someone just brings up the Dolphins hanging 70 on you. That's a great comp.
Yes.
And people still bring it up. People still remember it. But it led to anger and outrage. And when will this get better? And so on and so forth. Why doesn't that happen with the Rockies?
You wanted me to weigh in, I'll weigh in. Well, the NFL's king. First, like with the Broncos. NFL's king.
You're right.
Yep.
I think that now that training camp has started and preseason game number 1 is on Saturday night, and they got just like a tick better. I mean, they won like a few games. But now it's just like, okay, they were so bad when nothing was going on, and that was the story. And we're just kind of sick of it now. We're just like, oh, they're really bad. It is what it is. Broncos are here. Rockies can lose 20-1, and it's terrible. But Okay, Broncos-Niners, Saturday night.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I think there's something to that. And then in spring, don't you think the expectation, when you become a friend, if this were happening, for example, with the New York Yankees, right, or the Dodgers, or the St. Louis Cardinals, those fan bases would be going out of their minds. Here in Denver, it's like, well, it's the Rockies, and the Broncos are getting ready for their first preseason game, so that's what we pay attention to.
Yeah, but this is still, you and I both know, and we're getting a lot of texts, not enough hardcore Rockies fans. There was a passion for baseball. There really was. And I was here when it felt like we went 2 or 3 times, and it probably was just one, but I was younger. But it felt like this city was constantly putting on the dog and pony show for Major League Baseball to get a team here.
Right.
And people voted in the stadium and handed the rights over to the things so that they could run it and all that other
And then
kind
you
of
had the Blake
stuff.
Street Bombers and all that came along with that.
Yes.
And even going back to the, that miracle September with the Rockies when they went to the World Series. You got Rocktober and all that. But since then, there hasn't been much. And so people's expectations become what you are. And then so when it gets bad like this, I think they kind of just ignore it.
But Mark, this is a passionate sports city. Now,
without question.
People have texted in and they've said this is a football town. There's no doubt. You guys are right. This is a football city. I talked about it earlier. I grew up here. I knew football amongst all else. The Broncos have been a religion since the 70s, so on and so forth. But I'm telling you, I never thought I'd see a passion for a major sport like baseball is stomped out like it feels like it has been in Colorado.
But it could come back in a second. Did you see the crowd on the Brenton Doyle walk-off on Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think you finally saw something wacky that you didn't expect.
It was fun. That was like the one fun moment this year.
You're right. Yeah. This year, maybe the last 3 years. I mean, think about this. What are they going for? 3 straight 100-loss seasons? This is unbelievable how bad this is. You've called a lot of bad CU football.
Yeah.
You and I have been a part of 1-win seasons.
Yeah.
But here was even more outrage for that.
There was anger involved.
A third of the state roots for CU.
I think
there still was more outrage.
The texters said, I'll never forget when I first got here back in 2004, right? I'll never forget. One day I was at a Broncos, and I run into DMac. And we were chatting. Of course, we had that connection. I just come from Syracuse. He's a Syracuse guy. And we were talking about kind of the market and what it was. Or might have been, now that I think about it, might have been Sandy Clough I was talking to. Anyway, whoever it was. He said, let me tell you about what Denver, Colorado is.
This is Clough.
It was Clough.
We'll confirm it's Clough.
All right. I think it was Clough now that you mention it. He said, this is a Broncos town. And he said, when the Buffaloes are good in football, number 2, and it's a distant number 2, but it's a football town. And so the Buffaloes are there. And everything else kind of falls behind it. And then whoever's good at that point in time kind of comes the passion. So, and I found very quickly that what Sandy said at that point in time was very true. And so what are we talking about then? If that's still the case, and I think it probably still is, they're on the verge of their 3rd consecutive 100-loss season. Guess who's at the bottom of the wheel right now?
The Rockies.
The Rockies. And even though we're seeing some texters, and they say they're diehard Rocks fans, and I fully understand that, and I believe that. However, the casual fan, what really makes a team the buzz is the casual fan that wants to jump on the bandwagon. Every franchise has got its hardcore fans. What happens when you get in a bad cycle, the hardcore fan, or the casual fans rather, start to drop off and aren't paying attention. And I think that's where we're at right now with the Rockies.
Casual fans, I'm telling you, Mark, most of the people in spring, it's what your point about Friday night. You know why that was so amazing? Because most of the people that go to the games anymore are not even Rockies fans. It's the other team's fans at every game. And I know this.
That one was kind of the exception because it was the Pirates.
Right. But and it was a Friday night.
Hey, and Coors Field is still summers in Colorado.
It's the
best
greatest
ever.
bar in Colorado.
You go down, you hang out, and sometimes you semi-pay attention to the fact there's a baseball game.
Still a ton of casual fans at that game.
Yes.
At that game, though,
because it's a great social event.
Yeah, not necessarily Pirates fans, a handful of Rockies fans, but just people hanging out.
Hey.
But when they were like, "Hey, here's a comeback," a walk-off, they all got into it.
How many casual fans casually knew about Paul Skeens and probably thought he was pitching Friday night because they didn't bother to check?
Do you
and
remember?
didn't realize he wasn't going until Saturday.
Do you remember years ago across the street when you and I were still over there before they fired both of us? Do you remember we sent an intern up to the party deck at one time, and I told him, walk around and do some interviews and ask people what's going on in the game. And if he talked to 50 people, 48 had no clue the game was even going on.
They weren't watching.
Exactly.
They weren't watching. And look, a lot of people are saying play good, and the casual fan will come back.
Without question.
But I will ask you this, though. Because, again, here's the thing. Like, again, one of the good texters here has said, look at the Nuggets and went from empty seats to a sellout streak. You're absolutely right. But you know how that happened? Nikola Jokic. It's real simple.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray's got to say, Michael Malone did his part, the trading for Aaron Gordon, but Nikola Jokic is the reason. You've got the best player in the sport.
Yes.
You know what? That's another reason why the Bronco passion kept going and burning so long through the 80s. You had John Elway. And John Elway was a talking point on NFL pregame shows, on and on and on and on. The early Rockies had a Todd Helton. They had a Larry Walker.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, you tell me, seriously, you've covered sports a long time, all sports. I have no idea. Like, to me, I don't know how you dig out of this quickly. I've told people are asking me, what do you want to see? What I want to see is you somehow figure out how to cultivate a minor league system that in 4 years, you got about 9 guys like Todd and the Toddlers that are ready to come up with Ethan Holiday so we can see a full, because Ethan's great. I love Matt.
Right.
So of course I'm going to root for Ethan.
Matt
I would
is the
also,
best.
I got another player I want to bring up in a second, but let's finish this part of the discussion.
Well, here's the thing, Eddie. Unlike an NFL team, you can't draft a quarterback to change this immediately.
Well, these guys are drafting. We don't even know if they're
right.
going to be good for 3
Well,
years.
you don't have that trigger position. Even if you get a top-level pitcher, once every fifth day you're going to see this guy come around, right? And so baseball's a different creature in that regard. In basketball, you can come up with a Nikola Jokic or a Michael Jordan or one of those kind of guys, and it turns your franchise immediately. Baseball's just like it's a slow game, it's a slow turning game. And you don't turn this around
I just want to say, too, Kyle Freeland starting today he shouldn't have started. He should be on another team.
No, there's no doubt.
Right,
You should have traded him.
He had like
a week
one
ago.
or two good starts slightly before the deadline. He shouldn't have even been out there today. And he gets shelled for 6 earned runs, 4 2/3. It shouldn't even be there.
It just feels to me so daunting a task to make this thing not sorry again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, again, hey, warning Burnable, Ben or Burnabell, they were all really, really pushing in Burnabell today on the broadcast, so I guess I'm going to go that way. He's a fun player. Although
Sure.
I'm talking about a player that ran over his catcher trying to catch a simple pop-up last night that added to the pain of what that game was. They have Bad News Bears plays on the regular, where it literally feels like you're watching something out of a bad baseball movie. And I just feel like even DMac's trying to stir it up because he loves baseball. And even he's broken by this thing. Like, I honestly feel like this is so bad, you somehow stamped out a passion for a major league sport. Again, you know how many towns, whenever I used to go see my family in Amarillo, Texas, you know how their eyes would get for, you get to watch all 4 major sports. You've got a Major League Baseball. My dad, every time when we were across the street, because I could get tickets, just the polite, can we please go to a Rockies game? Can I please just go watch Major League Baseball? And they have this is just putrid. Putrid.
It's hard to watch. And it's
do you have any hope?
It's deflate. Well, yeah.
I mean, you're a guy that doesn't really have hope because of your profession.
Right.
But even professional hope right now?
It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot. Like I said earlier, the baseball turns slow.
I know.
How often? I mean, I grew up a Twins fan, and they had that worst to first deal, back in the early '90s and stuff. And so that does happen on occasion. But at least you could look and say, well, there are the pieces, right? Back then, you had Kirby Puckett and Ken Herbeck and guys like that to run that franchise. So you went, okay, you could see that turn. Where do you look here and go, oh, I see the building blocks that are going to turn this thing around immediately?
Ethan Holiday, I'm hoping. And then look, as much as I love Ethan, let's be realistic about it. He's a high school player.
Yes.
And I remember thinking when they drafted Brendan Rodgers, and then all of a sudden Trevor Story comes up, and I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a bit of a problem. They just drafted Brendan, and guess what?
Yeah.
Brendan Rodgers couldn't even get his way up to the big leagues for like 5 years, and then once he got here, he wasn't even. And I liked Brendan Rodgers, the guy, but he was never what they projected him to be.
No.
He was never the slugger that he was supposed to be.
And like you said, Holiday's 18, 19 years old, whatever he is, right? That guy's not going to be your savior next year.
Well, and again, until they figure out some pitching, like, again, I don't even know how you answer the pitching question. You know, you could sign all sorts of free agents that could be fun with the bat. They've done it in the past. You know, a guy like a Michael Kadire, maybe not a Dragon Slayer, but that guy was a fun player for you as a free agent. But what's the point when you have zero pitching? And gosh, all it takes, you know what's funny? They're like the offensive lineman. I was talking to Tyler about this, Polumbus, the other day, where, you know, the offensive lineman, you and I hear it all the time. We know so many, they get so upset because they could have 98 good plays, but the 2 that gave up sacks and they suck and they need to be cut, right?
Right.
The Rockies could get 8 good innings of pitching, and yet they've always got the guy that's like, gas to a fire. Like, he just finds a way to just give up 5.
Well, it's not like
there goes the lead.
It's not like the offense is on fire to
No,
help
I'm
out.
with you. But when they would get it, like Tyler Kinley, frankly, was that guy. I was like, why do you guys keep bringing in Tyler Kinley? Just stop it.
What is he going to tell you? There's no other answer. There's nobody else to bring in.
Gosh, that guy was just sure. He was sure to burn down whatever lead you had built. I'm telling you, you and I have been around some bad teams.
This is rough.
This may be the worst.
Well, the White Sox. I mean, they're on pace to. Is it right to say better the White Sox from a year ago?
Sure, if you want to.
Worse the White Sox than a year ago. I mean,
you're going to outworse them.
You're in the anytime you're in the conversation of historic
terribleness,
brutality. That's not a good conversation to be in. I mean, it's where we are right now, and it is what it is.
Okay, I want to ask you this. One fun thing. Weigh in 303-504-0925 because I want to turn to something else on the other side of the break. Should they just go the all Suns team? Because again, Drew and Spilly in Houston were talking about it last night. They're not sure that the Jays can afford Bo Bichette. Should they go get Bo Bichette as the first free agent in a long time to pair one day with Ethan Holiday and do all they can to try to create a new version of the Bombers with all the kids?
That just kind of sounds like something Bill Veeck would have done back in the day.
Listen,
right?
you go get both
Let's have
Holidays.
disco night and then all the kids.
But I will tell you this: I would go watch the kids at least because I like their dads.
Well, yeah, but that would last about 2 weeks if they stunk.
No, I'm telling you, a game.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to a whole series. Like Spring said, I'm going to the Friday night special. I'm having a couple of pops, and we're getting out of there.
Yeah, that would last a moment or two, and then we'd be back in the same bed once again.
What other kids are out there? Should they just go the all junior team period? Get Vlad Jr. Is Prince Fielder still out there?
It'd be great if they had money for that wasn't tied up in Chris Bryant.
Well, there is no salary cap. Oh well.
30 wins.
Yeah. Does Todd Helton have a kid ready yet?
Outscored by 39 in the last 3 games.
Does Andre Scalaraga got a grandchild we could maybe go sign?
20-1 the score today.
20-1. Hope you enjoyed that day. Oh, too bad. What was like a 95 degrees too?
Yeah.
Could you even see it with all the haze out there? Good night. All right, we're gonna wrap it up after this. Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Johnson in for one more segment. Again, we've got more shenanigans coming your way tomorrow. We are going to connect with Marcus Washington. He's going to hang out as we talk a little bit of football. Spring's going to be in. We've got Coach Sanford in again. We're going to try to hook up with Romy Bean after the practice in San Francisco.
Marcus, you got a former Buff there.
Former Buff,
defensive
played
back.
safety, also played in the CFL.
Yeah, played with for Gary Barnett back in the late 90s.
He did. So we'll talk
Good
to
guy.
him. Yeah, and then we're going to have Jeff Legwold on Friday. He's going to literally come from the airport with the practices and come and give his report to us. So
The
that's gonna
hardest
be
working man in
interesting as well.
sports, Jeff Legwold.
All right, so I got a question for you because I think we're all a little bit thrown off. Sean Payton to me, and I've said this before, again, to me he feels like an old school coach because he's always talking about how he's a product of Bill Parcells, as old school as it comes. And so listening to him praise this team. Now, he says a lot about Bo, and I get it. He's proud. He saw things in Bo that the rest of us didn't. Good for him. He gets to brag there. But his praise this year is not just about Bo. It's spilling over to the entire team.
Right.
You've been around a lot of coaches in your career. We've talked about some of them. Have you ever heard a coach be so positive about his team to the media, and what reaction do you have when you hear that?
Well, it almost makes you a little bit uncomfortable because of his reputation being a little bit old school and a guy that's, not nearly as evasive with his speech as we're seeing this year. I mean, did he ever do this back in the day with the Saints when he had Drew Brees and knew that they were a Super Bowl contending team? I don't recall him doing that.
I don't either. But
Right?
again, the media wasn't quite as big when he had, Super Breeze, if you will.
Yeah. So it is a little disarming when you hear him be this gushing about his team. And especially since, listen, and I wasn't sure what Bo Nix was going to be as a quarterback. I saw him a number of times in college and thought he was a fine quarterback. I was wondering about the transition to the NFL. It's been 1 year and a very nice rookie season, but year number 2 is always the year that I watch where I go, okay, now we're really going to find out, right? Because everyone's got a book on you now. We know that they're going to defend you certain ways that they've picked out on. So year number 2 to me is always the great evaluation year. Okay, is this really an upper-level quarterback, or was year 1 just kind of a surprise to people because they didn't know what to expect from him? And so it's a little bit disarming for me when I hear this kind of praise going on from a guy as veteran as what Sean Payton is. And so I'm kind of fascinated to see if the praise is legit or is he sending a message to his team trying to – now, it also helps when you're going to have what we all believe is going to be one of the premier defenses in the NFL, and you can really be, I think, over the top with your praise because you believe that's what the calling card is going to be for this
Okay,
team.
so I'm going to tell you that right there is why I can't, because I got a lot of people, and it's a fair question. Do you really buy that they're going to be this good? Are you really ready to call them a Super Bowl contender? DMac asked that of Tyler and Scott, both said no.
Yeah.
And I understand why. There's a reason, though, that I get paused. And here's – if that defense is as good as what we saw in 2015, and I think there's elements there. Now, I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, Nick Bonito looks like he could be set up for a special year. Jonathan Cooper always seems to have really good spurts. What I have to see out of Jonathan Cooper for them to be 2015
Consistency,
good?
yeah.
Consistency.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Ware was a good second guy, and then they've got to, Jonah Ellis has to take another jump in his growth. Hugh Robinson looks like a good rookie, but you and I have seen plenty of good rookie camps that don't translate to the regular season, so that's a question that's got to be answered.
But this appears to be a potential top 5 type defense.
Nick Bonito appears to have every bit as good the first step as Von Miller had, and I don't say that lightly.
No.
And Zach Allen, I think, does things on the inside, and Von Miller himself, said that he and Derek Wolfe just had a special connection where Derek would do something that would allow the blocking to shift to where he could do what he wanted. And if they saw a certain formation or a chip or whatever coming, they almost had this innate, unspoken way of knowing what each other was going to do
kind of a
to
wink and a
help
nod.
the pass
Okay,
rush.
yeah.
Yeah. So Zach Allen and Bonito have a little of that thing going on, okay? Because Bonito talked about it when they named Zach Allen the 90th best player on that 99 countdown or whatever it was. So yes, I think those elements. Jahdae Barron is showing me he's got the ability. He's a very smart player. He does a lot of things inside. Jaquan McMillan is better than Kayvon Webster, who was pretty darn good as a dime back.
Yep.
I think they've got the secondary. Again, this
on the
is
back
all
end,
health
he'll be very, very
dependent.
good. Yeah.
You got a Brandon Marshall. And see, I don't know. I do think Singleton and Dre Greenlaw, if they can stay healthy and already in camp, that's been a bit of a challenge, so we got to be careful about it. But if they can continue to stay healthy, they could be every bit as good as Trevathan and Brandon Marshall. Maybe even better. Dre Greenlaw is a beast, man. He's a throwback to the linebackers you and I knew.
But even with that being said on the defensive side, to hear a guy like Sean Payton. So Sean's not doing this because he's emotionally. This is very well thought out by him, right?
I think so.
So
I think he's motivated.
Sean's a brilliant guy. We know that. He's not doing this just because well, I'm kind of tickled by what I see and I'm excited because I was right about Bo Nix when others weren't. That's not why he's doing this. He must believe that there's a purpose behind how effusive he's being with his praise at this point in time.
Yeah, I just think with this defense, I don't think you can count it out. And again, you don't have a Demaryius Thomas on this team.
No.
But I do think J.K. Dobbins can be as good as C.J. Anderson was. I do think R.J. Harvey can be good, if not better, than Ronnie Hillman was to that Super Bowl team. Now I'm going through the offensive side of the Super Bowl team. Was chatting with Romy to set up tomorrow's interview, and she brought up the offensive line right away. I do think this is a better offensive line than what they had on that 2015 team. And Bo Nix may not be as cerebral as Manning, but he's pretty darn cerebral.
That's putting a lot on him,
to
though,
do.
right? So you just went through that offense, and maybe they don't have the explosiveness we saw on that team, but that's putting a lot on the plate of Bo Nix.
It is, but with Evan Ingram, look, they didn't have an Evan Ingram last year. I think they can finally design some plays and some routes that they didn't have the Evan Ingram option. So I think that can be better. And, Cortland Sutton is still he and Bo. Now, I say this, it's interesting because we've just gone through a week where a lot of Bo's interceptions have basically been him forcing it to Cortland Sutton. So he's got to quit doing that. Marvin Mims, I think, can be an intriguing player. I just think they have the potential to be at least on par with what was not the greatest of offenses under Manning in 2015.
But if you're going to be in that conversation, the Super Bowl conversation, your quarterback is going to have to elevate everyone around him.
You're right. Look, you're right. And for those that are hearing that and wondering why, because you're dealing with Josh Allen, you're dealing with Joe Burrow, and I